One story's everyone who knew Benjamin Ovich, particularly those of us who knew him well enough to call him Benji, probably knew deep down that he was never the sort of person who would get a happy ending. Obviously, we still hoped. Dear God, how we hoped. Naive dreams are love's last line of defense, so somehow we always convince ourselves that no terrible tragedies will ever afflict those we love, and that our people will succeed in escaping fate. For their sakes we dream of eternal life, we wish for superpowers and try to build time machines. We hope, dear God, how we hope, but the truth is that stories about boys like Benji hardly ever end with them as old men. They don't get long stories, and they don't die peacefully in old people's homes with their heads resting on soft pillows. Boys like Benji die young. They die violently. Two storms keep it simple. That's a common piece of advice in hockey as it is in life. Never make things more complicated than they need to be. Don't think too much, and ideally not at all. Perhaps that ought to apply to stories like this as well, because it shouldn't take long to tell. It starts right here and ends in less than 2 weeks, and how much can happen in 2 hockey towns during that time? Not much, obviously. Only everything. The problem with both hockey and life is that simple moments are rare. All the others are a struggle. This story doesn't start today. It's been going on for 2 years, because that was when Maya Anderson moved away from here. She left Beartown and traveled through Hidi on her way south. The 2 forest communities lie so close to each other and so far from everywhere else that it felt like emigrating. One day Maya will sing that the people who grow up this close to wilderness maybe find it easier to access the wilderness within them. That will probably be both an exaggeration and an understatement. Almost everything that's said about us is. But if you take a trip here and get lost and find yourself in the Bearskin pub, and don't get slapped for being stupid enough to ask how old she is, or asking for a slice of lemon in your drink, maybe Ramona behind the bar will tell you something important. Here in the forest, people are more dependent on each other than in the big cities. People are stuck together here, whether we like it or not, so stuck together that if one bugger rolls over too quickly in his sleep, some other bugger loses his shirt on the other side of the district. You want to understand this place. Then you need to understand its connections, the way everything and everyone is tied to everything and everyone else by invisible threads of relationships and loyalties and debts. The ice rink and the factory, the hockey team and the politicians, league position and money, sports and employment opportunities, childhood friends and teammates, neighbors and colleagues and families. That's made people stick together and survive out here, but it's also made us commit terrible crimes against each other. Ramona won't tell you everything. No one will do that, but do you want to understand, truly understand? Then you need to know what led us to this point. One winter 2.5 years ago, Maya was assaulted at a party by Kevin Erdahl, the best hockey player anyone had ever seen in these parts up till then. No one uses the word assault these days, of course. They speak of the scandal, or that thing that happened, or, well, you know. Everyone is ashamed, no one can forget. The sequence of events that started at that party eventually affected political decisions, and money was moved from one town to another. That in turn led to a spring and summer of terrible betrayals, then to an autumn and winter of violence. It started with a fight in the ice rink and almost ended with war on the streets. The men in black jackets, who the police call hooligans, but who everyone in Beartown knows only as the Pack, attacked their enemies over in Hidi, and the men from Hidi responded by setting fire to the Bearskin pub. In their hunt for revenge, the Pack lost one young man whom they loved above everything else, Vidar, in a car accident. That was the culmination of everything, the final consequence of years of aggression. After that, no one could bear it any longer. Vidar was laid to rest. 2 men from Hidi ended up in prison, and a truce was declared among the hooligans but also between the towns. The truce has largely held since then, but is feeling more and more fragile with each passing day now. Kevin and his family moved away from here. They'll never come back. No one would allow that. The whole of Beartown has done its best to erase all memory of Kevin, and even if no one here would admit it, that was much easier to do after Maya had also packed her bags. She moved all the way to the capital, started studying at the College of Music, and almost became a different person, meaning that everyone who was left could talk less and less about the scandal, until it was almost like it had never happened. Benji Ovich, who was once best friends with Kevin, also packed his bag. It was much smaller than Maya's. She left to go somewhere, whereas he just left. She sought answers in the light and he in the darkness, she in art and he at the bottom of bottles. Neither of them probably really succeeded. In the place they left behind, Beartown hockey was on the brink of collapse. In a town that had always dreamed impossible dreams, hardly anyone dared to dream at all anymore. Peter Anderson, Maya's dad, resigned as general manager and gave up hockey altogether. The sponsors fled, and the council even discussed shutting down the entire club and letting HD Hockey take over all the resources and grants. In fact, it was only at the very last minute that Beartown was saved by new money and stubborn local businessmen. The factory's new owners saw the club as a way of being accepted by the local community, and an optimistic politician named Richard Theo saw an opportunity to win votes, and between them, just enough capital was conjured up in time to prevent the club's demise. At the same time, the old committee members were replaced. Meetings about the club's brand took place, and soon they were able to proudly present an entirely new values system. Brochures were sent out with the wheedling message: it isn't just easy to sponsor Beartown hockey, it's also the right thing to do. And against all odds, things did actually turn around, first on the ice, then outside the rink. Beartown's coach, Elizabeth Zakel, applied for a job with a larger club but didn't get it. The job went to HD's coach instead, so he left the forest and took several of HD's best players with him. Suddenly HD was without a coach, and was soon digging in the same trench of plots and power struggles that all clubs in that situation seemed to end up in. In the meantime, Zakel put together a new team in Beartown, appointed a young man named Bobo assistant coach, and gathered a ragtag band of players with a 16-year-old called Amat at their head. Amat is now 18 and easily the biggest star in the whole district. Such a serious talent that there were rumors last winter that he was going to be drafted to the NHL and turn professional in North America. He dominated every game throughout the whole of last season until he got injured in the spring. And if that hadn't happened, the whole town was convinced that Beartown would have won the league and been promoted to a higher division. And if HD hadn't managed to gain a few miraculous points from their final matches, they would have come in at the bottom and been relegated to a lower division. So everything that seemed so utterly improbable when Maya and Benji left now feels, 2 years later, like merely a question of time. The green town is on the way up, and the red town is on the way down. Every month Beartown seems to gain new sponsors and HD has fewer. Beartown's rink has been renovated while the roof of HD's is close to collapse. The biggest employers in Beartown, the factory and the supermarket, are advertising for staff again. The largest employer in HD, the hospital, has to make cutbacks every year. Now it's Beartown that has the money. This is where the jobs are, we're the winners. Do you want to understand? Then you need to understand that this is about more than maps. From above, we probably look just like two ordinary forest towns, hardly more than villages in some people's eyes. The only thing that actually separates Beartown and HD is a winding road through the trees. It doesn't even look that long, but you'll soon learn that it's a serious walk if you turn up and try it when the temperature's below freezing and there's a headwind, and there aren't any other sort of temperatures and winds here. We hate Hidi and Hidi hates us. If we win every other hockey game throughout the entire season but lose just one game against them, it feels like a failed season. It isn't enough for things to go well for us. Things also need to go to hell for them. Only then can we be properly happy. Beartown plays in green jerseys with a bear on them, and Hidi plays in red with a bull, which sounds simple, but the colors make it impossible to say where hockey problems end and all the other problems start. There isn't a single picket fence in Beartown that's painted red, and not one in Hidi that's painted green, regardless of whether the home owner is interested in hockey or not. So no one knows if the hockey clubs took their colors from the fences or vice versa. If the hate gave rise to the clubs, or if the clubs gave rise to the hate. You want to understand hockey towns. Then you need to understand that here, sport is about much more than sport. But do you want to understand the people? Really understand them? Then you also need to understand that very soon a terrible natural disaster is going to destroy things we love. Because while we may live in a hockey town, first and foremost we are forest folk. We are surrounded by trees and rocks and land that has seen species arise and be wiped out over thousands of years. We may pretend that we're big and strong, but we can't fight the environment. One day the wind starts blowing here, and during the night that follows it feels like it's never going to stop. Soon Maya will sing songs about us, we who are close to wilderness, inside and out. She will sing that the place where she grew up is defined by tragedies, the ones that hit us, and the ones we were guilty of instigating. She will sing about this autumn when the forest turns against us with full force. She will sing that all communities are the sum of their choices, and that all that holds us together in the end are our stories. She will sing, "It started with a storm, it's the worst storm in a generation in these parts." Maybe we say that about every storm, but this one was beyond compare. It's been said that the snow might be late this year, but that the winds are early. August ends with sultry, ominous heat before autumn kicks the door in at the end of the month, and the temperature tumbles in free fall. The natural world around us becomes erratic and aggressive. The dogs and hunters feel it first, but soon everyone else does too. We notice the warnings, yet still the storm arrives with such force that it knocks the breath out of us. It devastates the forest and blocks out the sky. It attacks our homes and our towns like a grown man beating a child. Ancient tree trunks collapse. Trees that have stood as immovable as rocks are suddenly no stronger than blades of grass beneath someone's foot. The wind roars so loudly in our ears that the people nearby just see the trees fall without even hearing them crack. In among the houses, roof panels and tiles are torn off and thrown heavily through the air, razor-sharp projectiles hunting out anyone who is simply trying to get home. The forest falls across roads until it is as impossible to get here as it is to leave. The power cuts that follow leave the towns blind at night, and cell phones only work intermittently. Anybody who manages to get hold of anyone they love yells the same thing into their phone: "Stay indoors, stay indoors." But one young man from Beartown is driving, panic-stricken, in a small car along narrow roads to reach the hospital in Hidi. He doesn't dare really leave home, but he doesn't dare stay either. His pregnant wife is sitting beside him, and it's time now, storm or no storm. He prays to God the way atheists in the trenches do. She screams as the tree crashes mercilessly onto the hood, and the metal crumples so violently that she's thrown against the windshield. No one hears them. 3 firemen. Do you want to understand the people who live in 2 hockey towns? Really understand them? Then you need to know the worst that they are capable of. The wind isn't whistling across the building on the outskirts of Hidi, it's howling. The walls are sucked outward, the floor is vibrating, making the red He-Dee hockey jerseys and pennants hanging all around the walls swing. In hindsight, the 4 children in the house will say that it felt like the universe was trying to kill them. Tess is the oldest, 17, followed by 15-year-old Tobias, 13-year-old Ted, and 7-year-old Tuor. They're scared like all children, but they're awake and prepared, because they aren't altogether like other children. Their mother is a midwife, their dad's a fireman, and sometimes it feels like crises are the only occasions in which this family truly functions. As soon as they realized what was happening, the children were out in the yard gathering together the patio furniture and swings and climbing frame, so that they wouldn't be thrown through the windows when the wind caught hold of them. Their dad, Johnny, ran off to help in a yard down the street. Their mother, Hannah, called everyone they knew to ask if they wanted anything. That was a lot of calls, because they seemed to know everyone. Both of them were born and raised in He-Dee, and seeing as one works at the fire station and the other at the hospital, there isn't really anyone who doesn't know who they are. This is their community. Their children learn to ride their bikes in the same cul-de-sac where they themselves learned, and are being brought up according to simple principles. Love your family, work hard, be happy when He-Dee hockey wins a game, and even happier when Beartown hockey take a thrashing. Help people who need help, be a good neighbor, and never forget where you come from. The parents don't teach this last point to their children by saying it, but by doing it. They teach them that you can argue about everything, but when it really matters you stick together because no one stands a chance if they're alone. The storm outside the window interrupted a different sort of storm inside. The parents were having another one of their fights, one of the worst. Hannah is a small, slight woman, and she's standing by the kitchen window biting her cheeks now, rubbing her bruises. She's married to an idiot. Johnny is tall and broad-shouldered, with a thick beard and heavy fists. As a hockey player, he was known for being the first to drop his gloves and start fighting. The Mad Bull in He-Dee hockey's badge could easily have been a caricature of him. He's fiery and stubborn, old-fashioned and prejudiced, one of those stereotypically mouthy high school guys who never really grew up. He played hockey as long as they let him. Then he became a fireman, swapped one locker room for another, and carried on competing in everything. Who can bench press the most, run faster through the forest, drink the most beer at the barbecue? She knew from the very first day with him that what made him charming could turn dangerous one day. Sore losers can become aggressive. A passionate temperament can turn to violence. A long fuse but a lot of powder, they're the worst, as her father-in-law used to say. There's a vase in the hall that was once smashed into 100 pieces, then carefully glued back together again, so that Hannah wouldn't forget. Johnny comes in from the yard. He glances at her to see if she's still upset. Their fights always end like this, because she's married to an idiot and he never listens, so something always gets broken. She often thinks about how he tries to persuade everyone how tough he is, but how incredibly sensitive and thin-skinned he can actually be. When He-Dee hockey gets beaten, it's as if he gets beaten too. Back in the spring, when the local paper said Beartown hockey represents the future, while He-Dee hockey stands for everything old-fashioned and obsolete, he took it personally, as if they had simultaneously said that his entire life and all his values were wrong. The club is the town, and the town is his family. That's how unshakably loyal he is, and it always brings out the most extreme in him. He always tries to act tough, never show any fear, always the first to run toward disaster. A few years ago, the country suffered terrible forest fires. Neither He-Dee nor Beartown was directly affected, but things were really bad just a couple of hours away. Johnny, Hannah, and the children were on holiday for the first time in ages. They were on their way to a water park down south when they heard the news on the radio. The argument started before his phone even rang, because Hannah knew the moment it rang that he'd turn the car around. The children huddled in their seats in the back of the van because they'd seen this before. The same argument, the same yelling, the same clenched fists. Married to an idiot. Each day Johnny was away at the forest fires, the images on the television news got worse and worse. And every evening Hannah had to pretend she wasn't at all worried as the children cried themselves to sleep. And every night she went to pieces alone by the kitchen window. Then, at last, he came home, after what might have been 1 week, but which felt like 100, emaciated and so filthy that some of it never quite seemed to wash off his skin. She stood in the kitchen and watched as he got out of a car down by the junction and staggered the last bit of the way on his own, looking like he might crumble into a heap of dust at any moment. Hannah ran to the kitchen door, but the children had already seen him. They flew downstairs and pushed past her, tripping over each other on the way out. Hannah stayed by the window and watched as they threw themselves into Johnny's arms until all 4 of them were clinging to his huge frame like monkeys. Tobias and Ted around his neck, Tess on his back and little Tuur clinging to one arm. Their dad was filthy, sweaty, and exhausted, but he still picked all 4 of them up and carried them into the house as if they didn't weigh anything. That night he slept on a mattress in Tuur's room, and all the other kids ended up dragging their own mattresses in there too, and it took 4 nights before Hannah got him back, before she even felt his arms around her, breathing through his sweater once more. The last morning she was so jealous of her own children and so angry with herself, and so tired of holding all her feelings in that she threw that damn vase on the floor. She glued it back together again, and no one in the family dared speak to her until she was finished. Then her husband sat down beside her on the floor as usual and whispered, "Don't be cross with me. I can't bear it when you're cross with me." Her voice felt like it was breaking when she managed to reply, "It wasn't even your fire, darling. It wasn't even here." He leaned forward cautiously. She felt his breath on the palms of her hands as he kissed them. Then he said, "Any fire is my fire." How she hated and worshipped the idiot for that. "Your job is to come home. Your only job is to come home," she reminded him, and he smiled. "I'm here, aren't I?" She hit him as hard as she could on his shoulder. She's met so many idiotic men who tell themselves that they're the sort who would be first into a burning building to rescue other people, but her idiot is the sort of idiot who actually does that. So they have the same argument every time he goes, because every time she gets just as angry with herself for getting so scared. It always ends with her breaking something. It was a vase that time, and today it was her own knuckles. When the storm began and he immediately went to charge his phone so he was ready, she slammed her fist down onto the sink. Now she's rubbing the bruises and swearing. She wants him to go, but she hates it at the same time, and this is how it comes out. He comes into the kitchen. She feels his beard against the back of her neck. He thinks he's so tough and hard, but really he's more sensitive than anyone. That's why he never yells back at her. The storm beats against the window and they both know that the phone will soon ring and he'll have to leave, and then she'll get angry again. You need to get worried the day she stops being angry with you, because that will mean she doesn't love you anymore, Johnny's dad told him when they got married. A long fuse, but a lot of powder in that woman, so watch out, his dad had said with a laugh. Hannah may be married to an idiot, but she's hardly that much better herself. Her moods can drive Johnny to the brink of exhaustion, and her chaotic behavior drives him mad. He panics when things aren't in the right place, so he knows where everything is. That goes for the fire engine and his wardrobe and the kitchen drawer. And he married someone who doesn't even think you need to have fixed sides in bed. Hannah went and lay down on one side one night, then on the other side the next night, and he didn't even know where to start with his frustration. Who doesn't have fixed sides in bed? And she walks into the house with her shoes on and doesn't rinse the sink after her, and swaps the butter knives and cheese slicers around so that every damn breakfast turns into a treasure hunt. She's worse than the kids. But now, as she reaches up with her hand and runs her fingers through his beard and his hands clasped together on her stomach, none of that matters. They've gotten used to each other. She's accepted that life with a fireman has a rhythm that other people can never understand. For instance, she's learned to pee in the dark, because the first few times after they moved in together when she turned the light on in the middle of the night, he woke with a start, thinking it was the light at the station alerting them to a call out. He flew out of bed and got dressed and made it all the way out to the car before she caught up with him wearing just her underwear, wondering what the hell he was doing. It took several more confused nights before she accepted that he wasn't able to stop behaving like that, and realized that deep down she didn't really want him to either. He's the sort of person who runs toward a fire. No hesitation, no questions, he just runs. People like that are rare, but you know who they are when you see them. Anna is 18 years old. She peers out of the window of her dad's house on the outskirts of Beartown. She's limping slightly because she recently injured her knee at martial arts training after a boy the same age said something about girls not being able to kick properly. She cracked his ribs with a kick, then kneed him in the head, and even if his head was empty it was still hard, so now she's limping. She's always had a lightning-fast body but slow judgment. She's bad at reading people but good at reading nature. She can see the trees moving outside the window now. She noticed them this morning and knew that the storm was on its way long before most other people. Children of dads who are good hunters eventually learn to feel that sort of thing, and there's no better hunter around here than her dad. That man has spent so much time in the forest that he often forgets the difference between a hunting radio and a telephone, and says, "over," at the end of each sentence when the phone rings at home. So Anna learned to crawl and walk in that forest. It was the only way she could be with him. The forest was her playground and her school. He taught her everything about wild creatures and the invisible forces of the earth and the air. That was his gift of love to her. When she was little, he showed her how to track prey, how to shoot, and when she got older, he took her along on searches when the council called him after accidents involving game animals, when wounded animals needed to be found and put down. If you live surrounded by forest, you learn to protect it, but also how it can protect you. In the end, you look forward to the same things as the plants, like spring and warmth, but you also fear the same things. Fire, of course, but now, almost even more, the wind. Because the wind can't be stopped or extinguished, tree trunks and skin don't stop it. The wind crushes and snaps and kills whatever it wants. So Anna could hear the storm in the treetops and sense it in her chest when everything was still calm and quiet out there. She filled all the tubs and buckets with water, fetched the paraffin stove from the cellar and put new batteries in the headlamps, dug out candles and matches. And finally she chopped wood, mechanically and determinedly for several hours, and hauled it into the main room. Now, as the storm reaches Beartown, she closes the windows and doors, noisily does the dishes in the kitchen, and plays her best friend Maya's songs on the stereo, because her voice calms Anna, and because the sound of Anna doing everyday things calms the dogs. When she was little, they used to protect her, but now it's the other way around. If you ask Maya who Anna is, she'll reply, "A fighter." But she doesn't just say that because Anna can beat the shit out of anyone, but because life has tried to beat the shit out of Anna since she was born, only it never stood a chance. Anna is unbreakable. She's in the last year of high school in Beartown, but she's been an adult for a long time. The daughters of parents who take refuge in the bottom of bottles grow up faster. When Anna was little, her dad taught her to watch the fire in the open hearth, to put more wood on at just the right time, to make sure it never burned out completely. When he has one of his episodes, sometimes for days, sometimes for months, he watches over his drinking in the same way. He never gets mean, never even gets loud, he's just never properly sober. He'll sleep through the whole of this storm, snoring in his chair in the living room surrounded by Anna's martial arts trophies that he's so proud of, and all the photographs of her as a child, which she has so carefully cut her mother out of. He's too drunk to hear the phone ring. Anna is washing up and turns up the volume of the stereo. The dogs are lying at her feet. They don't hear it either. The telephone rings and rings and rings. Eventually the doorbell rings instead. "It's nothing to worry about, just a bit of wind," Johnny whispers. Hannah tries to believe that. He's not going off to fight a fire this time. He and the other firemen are setting out with chainsaws to clear a path through the fallen trees so that the other emergency vehicles and responders can get through. He often complains that being a fireman means being a lumberjack 90% of the time, but she knows he still takes pride in that. He belongs to this forest. She turns around and stretches up on tiptoe and nips him on the cheek with her teeth, and his knees buckle. He's biggest and strongest pretty much everywhere he goes, but no matter what other people might think, he knows that if the children were on the other side of a fire, she'd be quicker than him. She's complicated and unruly and argumentative and really not very easy to please, but he loves her most of all for her brutally uncompromising protective instinct. "We help those we can," she always whispers in his ear after the very worst days, when he's lost someone at work or when she has. As a fireman, he has to be prepared to see death in every stage of life, but as a midwife she sees it in the very worst moments, the first seconds of life. When she says those words, they are both a consolation and a way of reminding them both of their duty. We help if we can when we can, to the extent that we can. It's a particular sort of job, but also a particular sort of person. Slowly he lets go of her. He never gets used to the fact that a messy troublemaker like her can still turn him upside down. He goes and checks that his phone is charging and she watches him for a long time. She never gets used to the fact that a nagging pedant like him can still, after 20 years, be the sort of person she wants to hold close if he so much as looks at her. She hears the phone out in the hall. It's time. She closes her eyes and curses to herself, promises herself that she's not going to fight with him. He never promises to come home safely, because that would be bad luck. Instead, he always says that he loves her, over and over again, and she replies, "Good thing too." The phone goes on ringing. She thinks he must be in the bathroom seeing as he hasn't answered it, so she yells his name because the windows are already rattling loudly from the wind. The children are lined up on the stairs to give him a goodbye hug. Tess has her arms around her 3 younger brothers, Tobias, Ted, Tuur. Their dad thinks it's ridiculous that they all have names that start with the same letter, but when he and their mother first fell in love, he agreed that she could name the children if he could name the dogs. They never got a dog. She's always been a better negotiator. Tuur is crying into Tess's sweater. None of his siblings tell him to stop. They used to cry too when they were little, because you don't just have one member of the family who's a fireman. It doesn't work like that. The whole family is in the fire service. They don't have the luxury of thinking, "It doesn't happen to us." They have to know better. So the parents' agreement is simple: never put themselves in danger at the same time. The children must always have one parent left if the worst were to happen. Johnny is standing in the hall, raising his voice to speak into the phone. In the end he's shouting, but there's no one there. He thinks he must have pressed the wrong button by mistake, so he checks the call log, but no one has called since he rang his mother 10 minutes ago. It takes several rings before he realizes that it isn't his phone ringing, it's hers. Hannah picks it up, slightly confused, stares at the number, hears her boss's voice at the other end of the line. 30 seconds later, she starts running. "Do you want to understand people? Really understand them? Then you need to know all the best that we are capable of. 4 Savages Benji will be woken up by a bang. He won't know where he is when he sits up. His hangover will mess up all sense of scale, and he'll feel too big for the room, as if he's woken up in a doll's house. That's nothing unusual. It's been going on for a long time. Every morning these days he seems to open his eyes surprised that he's still alive. It will be the day after the storm, but he won't know that yet. He won't know if he's forgotten what he was dreaming, or if he's still dreaming. His long hair will hang down in front of his eyes. Every limb, every muscle will be aching. His body still has the hard musculature of a life in and around hockey, but he's 20 now and hasn't worn a pair of skates for almost 2 years. He smokes too much and eats too little. He will try to get out of bed but will stumble onto one knee. The empty bottles of alcohol will roll across the floor among the cigarette papers and lighters and scraps of tinfoil. And his headache will hit him so hard that even with his palms clamped to his ears, he won't be able to tell if the noise is coming from outside or within himself. Then there will be another bang. The walls will shake so hard that he crouches down, afraid that the window above the bed is going to shatter and bury him beneath splinters of glass. And in the corner of the room his phone will be ringing and ringing and ringing. 2 years ago he left Beartown, and ever since then he has been traveling. He left the place where he had lived his whole life, and took trains and boats and hitchhiked for lifts in trucks until the towns along the way no longer had hockey teams. He has gotten lost on purpose and has destroyed himself in every way imaginable, but he has also found things he didn't know he had been longing for, glances and hands and breath on his neck. Dance floors with no questions. It took chaos to set him free, loneliness to stop him being alone. He hasn't had a single thought about turning back, going home. Home could just as well be a different planet now. Is he happy? If you're asking that, perhaps you don't understand him at all. Happiness was never what he hoped for. He will stand at the window of the small hotel room, hungover and barely awake, looking down on the world outside without being a part of it. 2 cars will have collided in the street below. That was the bang that woke him, people screaming. Benji's ears will ring. Ring, 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 until he eventually realizes that it's his phone. "Hello," he will manage to say, his voice hoarse from not having been used for many hours and used far too much before that. "It's me," his eldest sister will say at the other end, heavy and tired. "Audrey, what's happened?" She'll choose her words carefully. He's too far away for her to be able to hold him the way a sister wants to hold her little brother when she has to say this. He'll listen in silence. He spent his whole life training not to let on whenever something dies inside him. "Dead," he will finally manage to say, and his sister will have to repeat herself, as if he has forgotten parts of the language. In the end, he will simply whisper, "Okay," and the crackle on the line as he breathes out will be the only indication of the little pressure wave as his heart breaks. He will end the call and pack his bag. It won't take long. He's been traveling light, always ready to leave everything behind. "What's going on? What time is it?" Another voice will whisper from the bed. "I have to go," Benji says, already on his way out through the door, his chest still bare. The large tattoo of a bear on his arm seems paler after months in the sun, and his many scars glow pink against his suntanned skin, the way they do on savages. More on his knuckles than on his face, because he's better at being savage than most other people. "Go where?" "Home." The voice will yell something after him, but Benji will already be halfway down the stairs. He could call back and promise to call the man upstairs, but if there's one thing Benji learned where he grew up, it's that he can't be bothered to lie to anyone anymore. 5 midwives. A storm sweeps in across 2 hockey towns tonight, felling trees and people. Tomorrow a young man and a young woman, he with a bear tattooed on his arm, she with a guitar and a rifle tattooed on hers, will turn homeward to attend a funeral. That's how everything starts this time. In communities surrounded by wilderness, people are connected by invisible threads, but also by sharp hooks, so when one turns too suddenly, it isn't always just their shirt that someone else loses. Sometimes it rips the heart out of all of us. Johnny runs through the house in Hidi with his wife, up the stairs and into the bedroom, and she tells him the basics as she packs her work bag. A young couple from a farm north of Beartown is expecting their first child, and when her water broke they set off from home for the hospital in Hidi, unaware of how violent the storm was going to be. They tried cutting through the small roads over to the east instead of taking the main road, and were in the middle of the forest between the two towns when they swerved to avoid a fallen tree. They didn't see the next tree fall, and now the car is pinned down somewhere out there. They managed to call the hospital, but there were no ambulances nearby, and no one knows if they'd even be able to get through the chaos now that the forest roads are impassable. The best hope for the woman and baby in the car is if a midwife who isn't on duty tonight and who lives close enough can get herself there, even if she has to walk the last part of the way on foot. Johnny stands by the bedroom door, wanting to ask his wife if she's completely mad, but after 20 years, he knows what the answer would be. She turns around so abruptly that her forehead hits his chest, and his arms fold tenderly around her and she disappears into him. I love you so damn much, you stupid idiot, she whispers. Good thing too, he replies. There are extra blankets in the loft and the flashlights are. I know, don't worry about us, but you really need to. I mean, you can't, he begins, and when she buries her head in his sweater she can feel that he's shaking. Don't be angry with me, darling. I'm the angry one, you need to be the sensible one, she mutters into his rib cage. You have to take someone with you. Someone who knows the forest, darling. It's going to be dark and you can't come with me, you know that. Never both on the same plane, never out in a storm together. The children need. I know, he whispers disconsolately. He's never felt so powerless, and that's a terrible thing for a fireman to experience. His silly superstitions always stop her saying, come back safe, when he goes out on a call, so she usually thinks of something banal that he needs to do the next day, so that he has to promise to be home for that. Don't forget that you're going to the dump tomorrow, or we're having lunch at your mom's at 12 o'clock. It's become their secret little ritual. So he doesn't say, come home safe now. He doesn't even tell her not to go, because he knows what he would have replied to that. He may be strong, but not even he can stop the wind blowing. She can deliver babies, she's the one who's needed now. We help if we can, when we can, to the extent that we can. As they leave the bedroom, he just takes hold of her arm. He wants to say something banal and everyday so that she remembers that there's a tomorrow, and all he can think of is, I'm holding you close tomorrow. She bursts out laughing in his face, right at him. There's something seriously wrong with you. Just be absolutely clear about the fact that I'm holding you close tomorrow. He has tears in his eyes, she does too. They hear the force of the wind outside and know better than to imagine that they're immortal. Do you know anyone who can help me find my way in that part of the forest? She asks, trying to control her voice. Yes, I know someone. I'll call and say you're on your way, he replies, and writes down the address even though his hand is shaking. She takes the van and sets out, into the night and into a storm that's snapping tree trunks and killing people at will. She doesn't promise to come home safe. He stands at the kitchen window with the children. It's the dogs that eventually react to the fact there's someone at the front door. Maybe it's more instinct than the doorbell that makes them start to bark. Anna goes warily out into the hall and peers through the window. Who the hell is out in this weather? There's a lone woman standing on the steps, the hood of her raincoat pulled up, her thin frame bent double by the wind. Is your dad home? The woman yells when Anna forces the door open. The whole forest is roaring, as if they were standing inside a jar being kicked around by giants. The woman's van is parked on the grass a few yards away, rocking in the wind. What a stupid vehicle to set out in during a storm, if you absolutely have to set out anywhere during a storm, Anna thinks. And the woman is wearing a red coat. Has she driven all the way from Hidi? Maybe she isn't actually real. Anna is so busy thinking that she barely reacts when the woman steps closer and yells once more. A car's got stuck in the forest, and my husband says that if there's anyone who can get me to it in this weather, it's your dad. She spits the words out. Anna just blinks, still confused. Look, what? I mean, why is a car even out in the forest at a time like this? The woman in the car is having a baby. Is your dad home or not? The woman snaps impatiently, taking a step into the hall. Anna tries to stop her, but the woman doesn't have time to see the panic in her eyes. The empty beer cans and vodka bottles are lined up on the draining board. The daughter has carefully rinsed them so they won't smell in the recycling bin, and she won't have to feel ashamed in front of the neighbors. Her dad's arms are hanging listlessly by the sides of the armchair in the living room, but his abused lungs are making his chest rise and fall with the breaths of an addict. The midwife is stressed and her heart is in her throat, so when it plummets to the pit of her stomach, the drop is more extreme than she was prepared for. I understand. Sorry for disturbing you, she mutters to Anna in embarrassment and turns sharply toward the door, then hurries out to the yard and back into the van. Anna doesn't hesitate for a moment before she rushes after her. She bangs on the window. The woman opens it warily. Where are you going? Anna cries. I need to get to the woman in the forest. The woman shouts as she tries to start the engine, but the damn rust bucket merely splutters. Are you mad or something? Do you know how dangerous that is in this weather? She's having a baby and I'm a midwife. The woman yells back in a sudden flash of rage, slamming her hands down on the stone-dead dashboard of the van. In hindsight, Anna won't be able to pinpoint exactly what happens inside her at that moment. Maybe it was something poetic, the sort of thing people say in films, that they felt themselves called by a higher purpose. But it's probably mostly the fact that the woman looks crazy in exactly the same way that everyone always says Anna looks crazy. She runs into the house, feeds the dogs, and turns up the volume of their favorite song by Maya, then comes back with the keys to a rusty pickup in her hand and a jacket that's far too big flapping behind her like a cape in the wind. We can take Dad's truck. I can't take you with me, the woman shouts. Your car is shit. You think I don't know that, the woman yells. You'll be a hell of a lot safer if I'm with you. The woman stares at the crazy 18-year-old. This isn't the sort of situation they teach you about when you're training to be a midwife. In the end, she sighs resignedly, grabs her bag, and follows the girl to her dad's pickup. My name is Hannah, she yells. Anna bellows. It's kind of fitting that their names are so similar, because Hannah will have plenty of occasions when she alternately swears and laughs at how much this crazy teenager reminds her of herself. They clamber into the front seats and struggle to close the doors properly as the wind peppers the chassis like hailstones. Then Anna sees the rifle on the back seat. She turns beetroot with shame, snatches it up, and runs back inside the house. When she comes back, she says, without making eye contact, he sometimes leaves the rifle in the pickup when I must have yelled at him 1,000,000 times about that. The midwife nods uncomfortably. Your dad and my husband met during the forest fires a few years ago. I think they called your dad because he knows the forest. They've been hunting together a few times since then. I think your dad might be the only person from Beartown my husband respects. It's a pathetic attempt to lighten the mood. She feels that herself. Dad's easy to like. He just doesn't always like himself that much, Anna says with a bluntness that makes the midwife's stomach clench. Maybe you should stay at home with him, Anna. What for? He's drunk. He won't even notice I'm gone. My husband told me I should only trust your dad if I have to go out into the forest, no one else, and I'm not comfortable with the idea of you, Anna snorts. Your husband's stupid if he thinks that old men are the only people who know their way around the forest. The midwife smiles resignedly. If you think that's the only reason my husband is stupid, you don't know many men. She's been telling Johnny all year to take the van to a proper garage, but he just keeps muttering that all firemen can mend their own cars. She's tried pointing out that in actual fact, all firemen think they can mend their own cars. Being married is easy, she usually thinks. You just pick an argument you're really good at, then repeat it at least once a week for all eternity. So where's this woman who's having a baby? Anna asks impatiently. The midwife hesitates, sighs, then pulls out a map. She took the main road from Hidi to Beartown, but hers was the last vehicle that got through. She saw trees fall across the roadway behind her. She ought to have felt scared, but adrenaline stopped her. She points at the map. They're out here somewhere, see? They didn't take the main road, they tried to take a shortcut along the old forest roads, but most of those are probably blocked now. Is it even possible to get out there? Let's find out, Anna replies. Hannah clears her throat. Sorry to ask, but are you even old enough to have a driver's license? Yes, yes, I'm old enough, Anna says evasively and puts her foot down. But you have got a driver's license, the midwife asks slightly anxiously as Anna skids out onto the road. Well, no, not exactly, but Dad's taught me to drive. He's often a bit drunk, so he needs someone to drive him around. That doesn't exactly calm the midwife's nerves. It really doesn't. Six superheroes Matteo is only 14 years old. He isn't important to this story. Not yet. He's just the sort of character who passes by in the background, one of the many thousands of faces that make up the inhabitants of a community. No one pays him any attention as he cycles around Beartown at the start of the storm, not just because everyone is busy trying to get indoors, but because Matteo simply isn't the sort of person anyone notices. If invisibility is a superpower, it was never the one he dreamed of. He would have preferred superhuman strength instead, so he could protect his family. Or the ability to change the past to save his big sister. But he isn't a superhero. He's just as powerless in the face of his existence as the town he lives in is in the face of nature. He's on his own at home when the wind starts whipping the trees and the electricity goes off in the small house. His parents rent right on the boundary between the last buildings and the start of the forest. They've gone abroad to bring his sister home. Matteo is good at being alone, but he can't bear to be in a house with no lights, so he gets on his bicycle and sets off. The defiant teenager inside his head doesn't want to ask for help. At the same time, the scared child in his chest hopes that someone will see that he needs looking after. But no one has the time. A tall, fat man in a suit rushes past him in the other direction. Matteo doesn't know his real name, only that everyone calls him Tails, and that he owns the big supermarket and is one of the richest men in the whole town. The man doesn't even notice the boy he rushes past. He's on his way down to the flagpoles outside the ice rink in a panicked attempt to take down the green flags with the bear on them, so that they don't get torn to shreds. That's the man's first instinct at a time of danger. Save the flags, not people. As Matteo carries on through Beartown, he sees neighbors helping one another empty their yards of loose items, carrying in the sticks and nets that had been standing in every cul-de-sac. The kids around here play with tennis balls on pavement at this time of year, but as soon as the snow comes, every other dad will spray water on their yard to make a hockey rink. Matteo has heard plenty of neighbors boast. In this town, we have good friends and bad yards, because down south people boast about perfect lawns and neat flower beds, whereas here you gain status from having grit-strewn patches of ground and pucks littering the soil when the snow melts. That shows that you've used the frozen months for the right things. Matteo often wonders if he'd be as odd and alone in other places as he is here. If anyone would have talked to him, if he'd have friends be visible. Where you're born and who you become there is a lottery, what's right in one place and wrong in another. In almost all of the world, being obsessed with hockey would make you an outsider, a weirdo, but not here. Here it's like the weather. All small talk in every social situation is about one or the other. And you can't escape storms or sport in Beartown. It gets dark and cold quickly. The snow hasn't arrived yet, but the wind is already eating through flesh and sinew. The boy has no gloves and is losing the feeling in his fingers. He pedals without really knowing where he's going, takes one hand off the handlebars to get the circulation going again, and he loses concentration for a moment, sees the vehicle too late. It comes so fast and its lights dazzle him. He brakes so hard that his bike skids sideways. The headlights blind him and he waits for the impact, and when it doesn't come at first he thinks he's already dead, but at the last moment he somehow manages to shift his weight and throw both himself and his bicycle out of the way. He rolls over, scraping his hands and arms, and lets out a yell, but no one hears him over the wind. Neither the young woman driving the vehicle nor the midwife sitting beside her see him in the darkness. It's such a small event. Everything happens so fast, but if the bumper had so much as grazed the 14-year-old, he would have been tossed into the trees with horrific force. If he had ended up unconscious there in the middle of the storm, his lifeless body would probably not have been found for several days, by which time the invisible threads between him and everything that is on its way to happening would have been severed. But now he staggers to his feet, bruised but alive. This is how small the margins are, between us never having heard of Matteo, and us soon never being able to forget his name. 7 children. Beartown and Hidi are old towns in an even older forest. People say that age brings wisdom, but for most of us that really isn't true. When we get old, we've just accumulated more experiences, good and bad. The result is more likely to be cynicism than wisdom. When we're young, we know nothing about all the very worst that can hit us, which is just as well, because otherwise we'd never leave the house, and we would definitely never let go of those we love. Do you know where you're going? Hannah wonders anxiously. As a midwife, she wants them to get there quickly, but as a human being who wants to carry on being one, she can't help wishing that Anna wasn't driving like someone who'd just stolen the pickup. The girl doesn't reply. She's wearing her dad's jacket, bright orange and covered with reflectors, with the words "game accident" on the back. He wears it when he's tracking animals that have been hit by vehicles. The whole pickup is full of equipment to help you move through the forest in the dark. Half of Anna's childhood has consisted of running after him and the dogs out here. She has always thought she could find her way in a blindfold, and this storm is evidently planning on testing her. So, you know where you're going? Hannah asks again and gets no response this time either. 2 tennis balls are rolling around on the floor by the midwife's feet. She picks one up and smiles tentatively. So, how many dogs have you got? Still no answer, so she clears her throat and goes on. I mean, nobody really plays tennis around here. The only uses I can think of for tennis balls in Hidi and Beartown are if you have dogs, if you play land hockey, or if you're tumble drying a duvet. Anna just peers silently over the steering wheel and drives even faster. What sort of dogs are they? The midwife persists, and then the girl finally sighs. You're the sort who talks when you're nervous, aren't you? Yes, the midwife admits. Me too, Anna says. Then she says nothing at all for several minutes. The midwife closes her eyes and holds on tight. She does her best not to speak, but as her heartbeat increases, her mouth stops obeying her. My husband wants to have dogs. He's been going on about it ever since we first met. To be honest, I don't really like animals, but I was thinking that I might surprise him for his birthday and let him buy one he can go hunting with. I've even spoken to a breeder. Apparently, you want a good hunting dog to have a clear on and off button, so it's really keen when it's hunting but can wind down as soon as it gets home. Is that right? I laughed when I heard that because I wish the same thing applied to firemen and kids who play hockey. The pickup speeds up. Anna glances at her and mutters, "For someone who doesn't like dogs, you know a lot about them." "Thanks," the midwife exclaims and raises her arms in front of her face because she's convinced they're going to hit a fallen tree that Anna swerves around at the last moment. Then the girl grunts, "That's one hell of a brave jacket to wear if you're coming to Beartown." "I'm wearing mine so we don't get run over if we're standing in the road, and you pick one that's going to make people aim right at us." "What?" the midwife all but shouts before realizing that she's wearing her eldest son's jacket, the red one with the HD hockey logo on the chest. She grabbed it without thinking when she was on her way out of the house. Tobias has grown out of it now, but it's still too big for her. Life goes so quickly. "Piece of shit team," Anna declares so firmly that Hannah suddenly flares up. "Watch what you say, that's my kid's team." "It's not your kid's fault you let them play on a piece of shit team," Anna replies, completely nonplussed. The midwife stares at her, then she smiles reluctantly. "So you like hockey?" "I hate hockey, but I hate HD more," Anna replies. "Our 8 team's probably going to beat yours this season," the midwife says hopefully, grateful to have something to talk about to distract herself. Anna snorts and slows down for a few seconds as she tries to get her bearings in the darkness. "Your team couldn't even beat a carpet. You need a calendar to measure the time it takes your backs to move from zone to zone," she mutters, squinting through the windshield. The midwife rolls her eyes. "My husband was right. There really isn't anything as smug as Beartown smugness. It's not that long since the whole club was on the brink of bankruptcy, but now you're suddenly full of it. And you were only good last season because you found that guy Amat. Without him you probably won't find winning so easy." "We've still got Amat," Anna snorts and lets the pickup roll forward slowly. "He's in the USA, isn't he? Playing in the NHL. It felt like the local paper didn't write about anything else all spring. How superior Beartown's youth setup is, the talented players you're producing, saying that you're the new style of hockey and we're the old." The midwife can hear her husband's bitterness in her own voice, which surprises her, but that's what life in HD is like these days. You take everything personally. Every success for Beartown is a defeat on the other side of the town boundary. "Amat never got drafted. He's home again. I think he's just injured," Anna begins, but falls silent when she spots what she's been looking for. A narrow track through the trees, possibly not quite wide enough for a truck. "For someone who doesn't like hockey, you seem to know a lot about it." The midwife smiles. Anna brings the pickup to a halt, measures the gap with her eyes, then takes a deep breath. Then she says, "It doesn't matter if Amat plays or not, we're still going to beat you. You know why?" "No." Anna bites her bottom lip and slowly releases the clutch. "Because you're a shit team. Hold tight." Then she leaves the road fast enough not to get stuck in the ditch and veers in among the trees. The gap is wide enough, but only just, and she can hear the trunk scrape the paintwork. The midwife loses her breath and stops babbling as they jolt over the uneven ground. She hits her head on the windshield, and it seems to go on and on for hours until Anna stops abruptly. She winds down the window and sticks her head out, then reverses a few yards so that they're reasonably safe if a tree should happen to fall. "Here," she declares, nodding toward the midwife's map, then out of the window. The midwife can't see her hand in front of her when they get out of the pickup, but Anna gestures with her jacket and the midwife grabs hold of it, and the girl leads her the last bit of the way through the forest, huddled up against the wind. It's astonishing that she knows where she is. It's as if she's sniffing her way. Then suddenly they reach the car and hear the woman inside screaming, then the man calling. "There's someone coming now, darling. The ambulance is here." He's furious when he realizes that there isn't an ambulance. Fear turns some people into heroes, but most of us only reveal our worst sides when we're caught in its shadow. The midwife can't help getting the distinct impression that the man probably isn't just irritated by the nature of the vehicle they arrived in, but would above all have preferred male paramedics. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" he demands as Hannah climbs into the back seat and starts whispering to the woman. "What's your job?" The midwife asks in a controlled voice. "Painter," he replies, clearing his throat. "How about I decide how we help your wife give birth, then you can make the decisions next time we paint a wall," she says, nudging him gently out of the way. Anna gets in the front seat, her eyes flitting about manically. "What can I do?" she pants. "Talk to her," the midwife says. "About what?" "Anything." Anna nods, confused, then peers over the seat at the woman in labor and says, "Hi." The woman manages to smile between contractions. "Hello, are you a midwife as well?" The man interrupts in exasperation. "Are you kidding, darling? She's like 12 years old. So go and paint something, idiot." Anna snaps back, and the midwife laughs out loud. For a moment the man is so insulted that he gets out of the car and tries to slam the door behind him, but the wind spoils his dramatic gesture. He can barely manage to stand upright out there, but with the wind in his eyes it's probably easier to persuade himself that the tears in his eyes are tears of fear. "What's your name?" The woman in the backseat pants. "Anna." Thanks for coming, Anna. I'm sorry my husband. He's just angry because he loves you and he thinks you and the baby are going to die and he can't do anything about it," Anna blurts out. The midwife glares at her disapprovingly, so Anna mutters defensively, "You told me to talk." The woman in the backseat smiles wearily. "You know a lot about men for someone so young. They just think we want them to protect us the whole darn time, as if we need their protection," Anna snorts. The midwife and woman in the backseat both laugh quietly at this. "Do you have a boyfriend?" the woman asks. "No, well, sort of, but he died." The woman stares at her. Anna lets out a regretful cough and adds, "But look, I'm sure you're not going to die." Then the midwife says, in a friendly but firm way, that perhaps a bit of silence wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Then the woman screams and her husband races back into the car and takes hold of her hand, and then he starts screaming too when she almost breaks his fingers. Johnny spends all night sitting by the kitchen window. It's an unbearable position for a fireman to be in. All 4 children are asleep on mattresses on the floor around him. Cure, the youngest, in the arms of Tess, the eldest. Tobias and Ted, the 2 middle boys, start off farther away, but soon end up as close to the others as they can get. In a crisis, we instinctively seek out the only thing that really matters, even in our sleep: the breath of others, a pulse for our own to keep time with. Every now and then their dad gently puts one hand on his sons' and daughters' backs, one at a time, to make sure they're still breathing. There's no good reason to suspect that they aren't, but there's nothing reasonable about being a parent. The only thing everyone said when he was about to become a father was, "Don't worry." What a meaningless thing to say. There's an immensity of love that bursts from your chest the first time you hear your child cry. Every emotion you've ever felt is amplified to the point of absurdity. Children open floodgates inside us, upward as well as down. You've never felt so happy and never felt so scared. Don't say "don't worry" to someone in that position. You can't love someone like this without worrying about everything forever. It hurts your chest at times, a real physical pain that makes Johnny bend over and gasp for breath. His skeleton creaks, his body aches. Love never has enough space. He should have known better than to have 4 children. He should have thought about it, but everyone said "don't worry," and he's always been an easily persuaded idiot. Thank goodness. We fool ourselves that we can protect the people we love, because if we accepted the truth, we'd never let them out of our sight. Johnny spends the whole night by the kitchen window, and this is the first time he truly experiences what his wife has felt every hour of every night without him since they first fell in love. "What am I going to do if you don't come home again?" Hannah knows when something is wrong. It's the result of training and experience, sure, but after enough years it's also something else. If the midwife didn't know better, she'd say it's almost spiritual. It can be such tiny things, the slightest change in skin color or a fragile little rib cage that's rising and falling a fraction too slowly. She knows when it's happening before it happens. Giving birth to a child ought to be impossible. The ocean is so vast and our vessel so fragile. None of us ought to stand a chance. Even Anna is frightened now. When the wind snaps a tree a yard behind them, it sounds like a pistol shot inside the car. And when it falls and misses the car by just a hand's breadth, the branches scrape the chassis with such a shriek that the sound echoes in her head for several minutes. The ground shakes, and when the worst gusts of wind come, they think plenty of times that more trees have fallen on them. Then something comes flying and hits the windshield. It's a miracle it doesn't break. It was probably just a stone or a large stick, but the force is so great that it sounds like hitting an elk at 100 miles an hour. But through the chaos and noise, the midwife's voice is still calm, intimate, promising that everything's going to be fine. The man is sitting ashen-faced in the front seat beside Anna now. Then the baby cries for the first time and the world stops turning. The midwife smiles warmly to the mom and dad, and it isn't until she glances at Anna that the girl realizes that something is wrong. The midwife leans forward from the backseat and whispers, "How close can you get your dad's truck?" "Close," Anna promises. "What's going on? Why are you whispering?" The man exclaims, panic-stricken. He grabs the midwife's arm and the midwife lets out a cry, and Anna reacts instinctively and hits him in the jaw. He tumbles back against the side window. The midwife stares at him, then at Anna. The girl is blinking in embarrassment. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hit him so hard. I'll get the truck." The man is huddled up in pain, half on the seat and half on the floor, blood trickling from his lip. The midwife's voice is gentle, her words all the harsher. "Your baby and your wife need to get to the hospital, right away. I'm pretty sure you can't paint us there. That kid out there is pretty crazy, sure, but she's all we've got right now. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The man nods in despair. "Will it please, will the baby, will it?" "We need to get to the hospital," the midwife whispers, looking him in the eye until his heart stops beating. Anna rushes through the trees with her arms stretched out so that her fingertips can memorize where they stand. Then she reverses her dad's pickup blindly back between the trunks. Gently, the midwife and the new dad move the newborn baby and the new mother from one vehicle to the other. Then Anna drives on instinct through the darkness. She can only see a few yards in front of her, but that's all she needs, a few yards at a time, then a few yards more. They don't see the biggest tree sway and bend before it falls with terrible force over the car they have just left behind them in the darkness. Perhaps that's just as well. It isn't always a blessing to know how close to death you have been. The mother in the backseat tries to whisper something, feeble and terrified. The midwife has to lean close to her mouth to hear. "She wants you to know that she's sorry about your boyfriend," the midwife says, placing a gentle hand on Anna's shoulder. The man in the passenger seat has blood on his collar and is beside himself with shame. "What happened to your boyfriend?" "Well, he died, but it was 2 years ago, so it's okay. I mean, I loved him, but he was a right pain in the backside at times," Anna blurts out. She swerves between 2 tree trunks, and for a few seconds it feels as if all 4 wheels have left the ground. The man sees nothing but black outside the windshield, but suddenly Anna turns into what seems to be a path. "What was his name? Your boyfriend?" the man yells, mostly just so he could yell something. "Vidar!" Anna shouts, then accelerates. The others all grab hold of the doors in panic, so perhaps this isn't the best moment for her to say, "He died in a car accident. 8 hunters, look out." "For God's—" The car stops abruptly, the tires clutch desperately at the pavement. The man yells through the wound-down window and blows the horn hard. But the young woman in front of him calmly carries on, crossing the street as if nothing had happened. It's evening down here in the capital, almost no wind. No one knows anything about storms in the forests up to the north. Not even Maya Anderson. Do you want to understand Beartown? Then you need to understand her, the girl who moved away from there. The driver of the car blows his horn again, more resigned than angry now, and at first Maya doesn't even notice that it's aimed at her. She crosses the road even though the light is red and skips up onto the pavement on the other side, weaving between the tower blocks and the roadworks. It took 2 years to become a different person. A big city person. The driver of the car yells something at her. She doesn't hear what, but she turns and notices the first half of the license plate. SDS. It feels like a whole lifetime since Maya thought about those letters. She's changed so much. The driver of the car gives up and accelerates demonstratively away, and she realizes several seconds later that she's standing in the middle of the pavement daydreaming, and people are having to elbow their way past. She doesn't know what's got into her today. She's been in such a good mood all evening that she feels light. She's on her way to a party with her classmates at the College of Music, carried along on a gentle rush of anticipation. It feels like she's only just learned not to feel guilty about that. She's allowed to feel happy. She's kept telling herself over and over again during the last few months. She's allowed to have fun. She'll hate herself for that a few hours from now. She's always wondered how far her musical talent might be able to carry her, and this is the answer. Far enough that she doesn't even know that the whole of Beartown is on the brink of being blown to pieces while she goes to a party. She has one missed call on her phone from Anna, but she can call her later. They live so far apart these days that she doesn't call her back at once. They're no longer so closely connected. She sets off again, quicker. When she first moved here, she couldn't understand why everyone walked so quickly, and now it drives her crazy when she goes back to Beartown and the whole world is so slow there. She's already forgotten the man in the car. She's become so good at living in a big city. You have to forget everyone you meet in an instant here. Our brains don't have room for so many impressions otherwise. No one is allowed to mean anything. In the forests to the north where she grew up there's a storm, but here she hasn't even buttoned her thin coat, so blissfully unaware of winds tearing through houses and people. She gets a text from her classmates at the party and realizes from the punctuation that everyone there is already drunk. She laughs, because every so often it strikes her how remarkable it is. In less than 4 college terms she has constructed a whole new life. The last time she was in Beartown, she accidentally said she was going home when she came back here. She saw how much that hurt her dad, and now there's a sort of silence between them. He wasn't ready to let go of her. Parents never are, they just have no choice. Maya knows that everyone thinks she moved here because she wanted to grow up, but it's actually the reverse. Kevin took so much from her, far more than she can explain. For him the assault lasted a few minutes, but for her it never stopped. He took all the bright summer mornings, all the crisp autumn air, the snow under her feet, laughter that makes your chest hurt, everything that was simple. Most people can't pinpoint the exact moment when they stop being little children, but Maya can. Kevin took her childhood, and when she moved here she tore and ripped and scratched out a little bit of it and reclaimed it. She taught herself to be naive again, because she doesn't want to be grown up yet, doesn't want to live a life with no illusions, doesn't want to learn that one day she won't be able to protect her own children, that all girls can be victims and all boys perpetrators. In the end it felt as if only her mother really understood why she left. "I'm so angry with you for leaving me, but I'll be even more angry if you stay," Kira whispered in her daughter's ear that last morning in Beartown. "Promise me that you'll be careful always, but also that you won't be sometimes. But not too much." Maya laughed and cried and hugged her second to last, and her dad last because he didn't let go until just before the train started to move. She jumped on board and the forest closed around the windows, and then Beartown was no longer home. She soon got used to the crowds and rush hour traffic and the freedom offered by anonymity down here. It felt like the answer to everything. "If no one knows who you are, you can be whoever you want," she told Anna over the phone that first spring. "I don't give a darn. I like you the way you are already. What do you want to change for?" Anna snapped. Not such a small compliment from a girl who looked at Maya the first time she started to light a fire when they were little and said, "Several million sperm and you managed to win. Unbelievable. Anna will never leave the forest. Her roots are deeper than the trees." Maya finds that both incomprehensible and enviable. Truth be told, she probably doesn't know where home is anymore. She's even started using quotation marks when she thinks about it. She's tried explaining to Anna that she feels more like a nomad now, but Anna can't understand that. A nomad wouldn't survive a winter in Beartown. If you can't find a home there, you'll freeze to death before morning. In the end, Maya told her, "Here I can be something that I've done, but in Beartown I'm just something that happened to me." Anna understood that. Another text message from her classmates at the party. Maya crosses another street so she can cut through the big park, thinking that it would be quicker, not about what might be hiding in there. That's how much she's changed. SDS. She walks along the narrow gridded pavement and is halfway into the park when the letters on the license plate crash back into her consciousness. Her memories fight over which emotions to summon up. She thinks about Anna and almost starts to laugh, almost starts to cry. It feels like she hasn't thought about her for ages, but they spoke on the phone just the other day, didn't they? Or was it a week ago? The distance between the lights in the park gets longer, the sound of traffic and humanity thins out, and she walks slower without reflecting upon it. She forgets to look around, doesn't notice the man a little way behind her slow down too. When she speeds up again, so does he. She really ought to be missing Anna less and less the longer they are apart, but the reverse seems to be happening. She remembers every detail of the look on her face the time she exclaimed, "You know, shoot, dig silence, SDS." "What?" Maya said, and Anna, never able to hide her astonishment at all the things Maya didn't know about the world, exclaimed, "Have you seriously never heard that? That Toronto where you used to live is still on the planet Earth, isn't it? Sometimes it feels like you were made in a laboratory. That's why you're so pretty. But there are some seriously loose connections in there." She grinned, tapping the top of Maya's head. Maya felt like an alien. She remembers feeling confused and scared for the whole of her first year in Beartown, as much of the wilderness as of the people, as much because this new place seemed to have grief in its heart as the fact that there always seemed to be violence in the air. She couldn't for the life of her understand how anyone would choose to live there voluntarily, in a little cluster of houses besieged by darkness and cold and trees, 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 nothing but millions of trees in all directions. The narrow road through the forest that you drove along to get there seemed to go on forever, into a world with no horizon, so long and deep that in the end it seemed to curve downward and disappear into the abyss. Maya was only a child, and in all the stories she had read only witches lived in places like this. She thought she would never get used to it, but children get used to almost everything. During the years she grew up and became a teenager, she never really realized how much Beartown had changed her. She didn't even know she had the local accent until she moved away. There in the forest, Anna teased her for pronouncing her vowels wrong. But whenever Maya's new classmates at the College of Music wanted to tease her, they made fun of her grammar, the way she never conjugated verbs. She pretended it was funny, even though they were mimicking a dialect from hundreds of miles away in Beartown. So she tried to sing the way the teachers wanted, smoothing off her rough edges until she sounded like everyone else. Most of her classmates had attended music schools and had had expensive private tuition since they were young. They knew all the secret codes, knew exactly what was expected of them. Maya had gotten there on raw talent alone. She cried a lot at night during those first months, at first from insecurity, then out of anger. It felt as if all the other kids had to do to get into the college was to have rich parents and be able to sing adequately, whereas all Maya had to do to get there was to be the best. Best of all, when one of the teachers talked about the music industry during her first term, He said you needed to bear in mind that we live in a small country. Maya thought that something like that could only be said by someone who had never noticed 2/3 of the map. She was astonished to realize that some of her classmates thought they lived in the middle of the country when they actually lived pretty close to the bottom. She thought about Anna's father and how he would sometimes bump into tourists from the south in the forest who were surprised how far you could walk without seeing a house, and how when he got home he always muttered, "They think they own this country, and they don't even know that 70% of it is trees. Only 3% of the entire country has been built on." 3%. One time he roared. "There's less agricultural land than bog in this country, but they probably don't even know what a bog is." At Maya, then Anna had to whisper to Maya what a bog was so she could nod in agreement. And now she herself was surrounded by people who didn't have a clue. In the end she realized that it was her classmates with their expensive clothes and complacent smiles who were the real uneducated ones, not her. That was when she stopped crying at night, stopped waiting and started to make a space for herself, stopped imitating other people's voices and started singing with her own. Everything changed. Last winter she found a small, artificial skating rink in the middle of the apartment blocks and rush hour traffic, and the next day she took some of her classmates there, and remembers how shocked she was that so many of them couldn't even skate. Every child in Beartown can skate, probably more of them than can ride a bike. After all, how could anyone not know how to skate? When the autumn came, her new friends complained about the cold and said the darkness made them depressed. Maya felt ashamed of herself when she realized how quick she was to judge them for their weakness. Depressed by the darkness in a city where the lights are always lit. Cold. This wasn't cold. She can remember how the breath was knocked out of her when she fell through the ice at the age of 6 when she was skating alone in Beartown. That was just after they had moved there. No one even knew she was down at the lake. She would have died if that hand hadn't suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pulled her out. Anna, as scrawny as if she was never fed at home but already incredibly strong, sat wide-eyed on the ice beside her, wondering what on earth she was doing. Couldn't she see the variation in the color of the ice? Didn't she understand anything? Anna thought Maya was stupid, and Maya thought Anna was an idiot, and they became best friends instantly. Anna taught Maya to use a rifle, and Anna's dad muttered that the pair of them were the smallest hunting team in the area, and probably the most dangerous. Sometimes, if only for a moment, Maya managed to convince herself that she belonged in Beartown. That never lasted long. Once when they were little she had a sleepover at Anna's. Almost every other time during their childhoods it was the other way around. But this time they were going to sleep out in the forest. Only the weather turned bad and they set off for the nearest house, Anna's. Later that evening they heard Anna's dad answer the phone. Someone had seen a wolf. Anna's dad asked tersely, "You haven't called it in yet, have you?" Maya didn't understand what that meant, so Anna explained in a low voice, "You're supposed to report wolf sightings to the authorities, but if you do that, it means the wolf exists." Get it? Maya really didn't, so Anna sighed. If the wolf exists, the authorities will miss it if it disappears. But something that doesn't exist can't disappear. So, SDS. Then a man came and collected Anna's dad. He had a rifle on the front seat of his pickup and shovels in the back. When they returned at dawn the next day, they had soil and blood on their boots. Shoot, dig, silence. That was how Maya learned about that. When Kira came to collect her a few hours later, Maya pretended nothing had happened, and it wasn't until several years later that she realized that her mother was also pretending. She knew perfectly well what had happened to the wolf. Everyone in Beartown knew. Maya wondered if her mother still thinks about that, the way that silence reflected all the other silences that Beartown taught its children. The only person who didn't keep quiet was Ramona. Maya only remembered that recently. It was the sort of memory her brain had archived, only for it to pop up suddenly one day when she was at the other end of the country. A few days after Maya learned what SDS meant, she had to go with Anna to the Bearskin pub to pick up Anna's dad's car keys, because sometimes he got drunk enough to sell his car for a couple of last beers, and Ramona always let him do it because it was better for him to walk home after 2 more beers than drive home without them. Unfortunately, Anna's rucksack was in the car, and she needed her math book the following morning, so the girls had no choice but to trudge to the pub. Naturally, Maya's parents would have gone crazy if they'd known she'd been to the pub. It was full of the men in black jackets who fought with the opposing team's supporters on hockey nights, and with each other pretty much every other night. Ramona handed Anna the keys across the bar counter and told her not to forget to take the rifle home as well, because her dad had left it in the pickup as usual. Anna promised. Then Ramona looked down at Maya. The old woman looked far too much like a witch for the girl to be able to look her in the eye. "I heard you saw the shovels. Those stupid old men could have spared you that. But I guess sooner or later you have to learn that predators need to be dealt with. Maybe it isn't like that everywhere, but that's what it's like here," Ramona hissed, then gave them both a chocolate cookie, coughing so much she almost couldn't carry on smoking. But only almost. Then a fight broke out right next to the bar between 2 men and 16 beers. Ramona swore and swung her broom, and Maya pulled Anna away, terrified. Anna, of course, was so unconcerned by the violence that all she was annoyed about was dropping part of her chocolate cookie on the way out. The girls had different types of parents. They were used to expecting completely different things from adults. Maya learned more slowly, but she did learn. Shoot. Dig. Ramona was wrong, Maya thinks now. It wasn't predators that people in Beartown got rid of, it was problems. Because when Maya came running out of Kevin's bedroom several years later, it wasn't the predator that most people wanted to attack, it was her. Because it would have been much easier for everyone if she had just disappeared rather than Kevin. She was the problem. Silence. She slows down. The park is so quiet she can hear the movement of every piece of grit beneath her shoes. She glances over her shoulder. No, it isn't her imagination. That man is following her. Darn. She suddenly feels so stupid that for a moment it stops her feeling scared. How could she let her brain lose itself in memories and not notice the danger? Pull yourself together, Maya, think, she snarls to herself. One of the streetlights in the park isn't working. She's been moving between circles of light, but now she's swallowed up by the shadows. What the heck am I doing? Why did I take the shortcut through the park? If anyone should know better, it's me, she yells inside her head. That's how much she's changed, how well she's taught herself to be naive again. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees the man a short way behind her, a bit closer now than before, black jacket, hood pulled up. Darn, darn, darn. She has time to think of her mother, has time to wish she was home. 9 mothers home. There really ought to be several different words for that, one for the place and one for the people, because after enough years a person's relationship to their town becomes more and more like a marriage. Both are held together by stories of what we have in common, the little things no one else knows about, the private jokes that only we think are funny, and that very particular laugh that you only laugh for me. Falling in love with a place and falling in love with a person are related adventures. At first we run around street corners giggling and explore every inch of each other's lives. Over the years we get to know every cobblestone and strand of hair and snore, and the waters of time soften our passion into unfailing love. And in the end, the eyes we wake up next to and the horizon outside our window are the same thing. Home. So there ought to be 2 words for that, one for the home which can carry you through your darkest moments, and one for the home which binds you. Because sometimes we stay in towns and marriages simply because we would otherwise have no story. We have too much in common. We think no one else would be able to understand us. Kira Anderson is alone in her office over in Hd when the storm gets going for real. She sent all her employees home when the radio first started reporting that trees had fallen on the roads. In the end, even Kira's best friend and colleague, the woman she owns the business with, set off for home. She refused at first, of course, declaring that those old men on the radio get incontinent the minute we get a puff of wind. But Kira pointed out that when there's a storm, people usually stockpile important groceries, and that maybe all the wine would run out, and that's when her colleague panicked and left. Kira's husband, Peter, wanted to stay too, of course, but Kira insisted he go home to their house in Beartown so that Leo wasn't on his own. Not that it would really make that much difference. The teenage boy will just sit at his computer hidden under his earphones. And as long as there's electricity, the storm could have been an alien invasion, and he still wouldn't notice anything. They live in the same house, but his parents barely see him. He's 14 now, meaning that they no longer have a child but a lodger. Peter gave up and set off before it even turned into a discussion. Kira isn't sure if it was disappointment or relief she saw in his eyes. 2 years ago, he stepped down as general manager of Beartown Hockey to work with Kira instead, drawing a line under a whole life that had been about nothing but sport. And now he's married to her when they're at home, but employed by her when they're here. Sometimes they both forget the difference. From time to time, she asks him if he's okay, and he smiles and nods. But she can see that he's unhappy. She's so angry with herself for being so angry with him about that. Today she promised him that she was just going to do a few last things before she went home, but she hasn't actually turned her computer on since the door closed behind him. Nature is tearing itself to pieces outside the window, and she's sitting on the other side of the glass with the tips of her fingers on a framed photograph of her children. Her psychologist told her, not that long ago, that she often returns to the idea that she's a bad mother. Not that she feels bad, but that she is bad. She replied that it was true because she could have had just a job but chose to have a career. You have a job for your family's sake and a career for your own. She's selfish with her time. She could have lived for them, but that isn't enough for her. We've talked about your extreme need to control things before. It isn't extreme. She's only been seeing this psychologist for a couple of months. She hasn't mentioned it to anyone because it's nothing serious. She's just been having panic attacks again. She pays the psychologist in cash so Peter won't find any invoices in the mail and think she's got problems. She hasn't got problems. Okay, but both your children are older now. Leo is 14, is that right? And Maya's 18. She's even left home now, hasn't she? The psychologist said. She hasn't left home. She's studying at music college. She lives in a student residence. That's not the same thing. Kira snapped, close to tears. She felt like yelling at him that she doesn't have 2 children. She has 3. Isaac, Maya, Leo. 1 in heaven and 2 who barely answer the phone. But instead she mumbled, "Please, can we just focus on the reason why I'm here? Your panic attacks, I'm inclined to think they're linked to the fact that you're..." "What? A mom? Am I supposed to stop being that because I have a business to run?" The psychologist smiled. "Do you think your children would describe you as overprotective?" Kira sulked in silence. She felt like yelling, asking if the psychologist knew what the worst thing about being an overprotective mother is. Sometimes being right. But she kept quiet because she hasn't told the psychologist about what happened to Isaac, nor about what happened to Maya. She doesn't want to talk about that. She just wants to sort out the panic attacks, get some medication or whatever it's going to take. Even with psychologists, she wants to be efficient and show how clever she is. But he's right. The children are small in all the photographs on the desk in the office, to help her forget how big they are now. Leo is a teenager, and soon Maya won't even be that anymore. It's been 2 years since she moved away to the big city to study at her beloved College of Music. 2 years. It's almost as incomprehensible that her daughter has been gone so long as it is that Kira has started using the phrase, big city. She used to chuckle at how provincial it sounded when the people around here said that sort of thing when she and Peter and the children moved here. Now she's become one of them, forest folk. The sort of person who mutters that even the elk are lazy down south, and is only half joking when she says, "There's nothing wrong with the big city, it's just so darn hard to get to." All teenagers think their moms are overprotective. "I could be in prison and they'd still think they saw too much of me," she eventually muttered to the psychologist. He clasped his hands together in his lap because by now he had learned that if he made any notes, Kira would immediately demand to know exactly what he was writing. Not that she needed to be in control, obviously. "No, not at all. You sound like my own mother," he said gently. Kira's eyelashes quivered. "That's because you don't get it. We're your mothers. We loved you first. Maybe everyone else loves you now, but we loved you first. Doesn't feeling like that make you a good mother?" "It just makes me a mother," the psychologist chuckled. "Well, you're right about that, of course. I'm almost 60 and my mom still worries that I'm not eating properly." Kira raised her chin but lowered her voice. "We're your mothers. You can't stop us." The psychologist really wished he could have written that down. "What about your husband, Peter? You gave up an awful lot for his career for many years, and now he's given up his career for you for a while. Do you still feel guilty about that?" Her breath whistled in her nostrils. "I don't see why we have to talk about that. I've told you that well, yes, I feel guilty, because I don't know how to make him happy. That's the only thing I never needed to do for him in all the years he devoted to hockey. I did everything at home and I fitted the whole of my life around his career, but I never needed to make him happy. Hockey did that, and now I don't know if I can." The psychologist asked, the way psychologists do, "Is it really your responsibility to make him happy then?" Kira's voice may have wavered, but her answer was firm. "He's my husband. He can't stop me." She meant it, she still means it, yet she's still sitting in her office on her own right now. She still has time to get home, but she doesn't leave. She just looks out of the window and sees the storm approaching, not frightened even though she knows she should be. You can learn everything you need to know about Anna from her way of driving tonight. She's driving as if it's her fault if they don't all make it, her fault if everyone isn't happy, her fault if something goes wrong. Anything at all. The midwife sees it, recognizes it. She reaches forward and touches the girl's shoulder and brushes her hair aside so it isn't hanging in front of her eyes. Anna probably doesn't even notice. She's peering through the windshield with white knuckles clutching the steering wheel and her feet dancing across the pedals, and the pickup surges through the darkness. Afterward, the others will barely remember how they got out of the forest, but all of a sudden the vehicle is on a road, and soon they see the lights outside the hospital. Anna stops right in front of the entrance, and then everything happens incredibly fast. Hospital staff seem to rush out from every direction to help them. All the pickup's doors are opened. The wind is roaring outside. Nurses shout at one another, and Anna sits in the middle of the chaos, feeling so much in the way that she daren't move at all. Hannah, the dad, the mom, and the baby disappear in the tide of people, and the truck doors close behind them, and suddenly everything is silent. So unbearably silent. Anna takes out her phone and calls Maya. She wants to tell someone about all this, but how on earth can she even start? She doesn't have to. Maya doesn't answer. Anna slips her phone into the compartment in the door and leans her head on the steering wheel. It takes an hour before the mother and baby are stabilized to the point where it occurs to Hannah that Anna is probably still sitting outside in the parking lot. When she goes out, the girl is still sitting with her forehead on the wheel, her eyes wide open. The midwife gets into the passenger seat. It takes all her strength to close the door and stop the wind breaking the hinges and tossing it away like a glove. The pickup is rocking, the rain arrives, and they sit in silence beneath the clatter on the roof for a long time before Hannah says, "You did really well, Anna." Anna blinks hard. "Is the kid okay?" "Yes, everything's going to be fine. Thanks to you. Are you okay?" Yeah, that was when you delivered that baby there in the car, and when he cried for the first time, I don't know how to describe it, it was like being high. Do you get what I mean? I'm not saying I do drugs, but you do know, I think so. Is it like that every time? Not every time, because you get used to it. The little lines in the skin around the midwife's lips are the scars of relief rather than laughter lines when she replies, because not everyone always makes it. You have to make the most of the happy endings whenever you get the chance. The silence that follows presses them deep into their seats. I need to get home to Dad, Anna whispers. Is your mother home? She doesn't live with us. The girl says this so matter-of-factly that the midwife doesn't ask anything more. There's no mother. There was a woman who gave birth to Anna once upon a time. She lives somewhere else now and has a new life, but there's no longer a mom. When the midwife carefully touches her fingers to the girl's cheek, her shock eases and tears trickle over Hannah's hand. You promise the kid's going to be okay. I promise, Anna. I'm sorry I hit that stupid painter, and I'm sorry I drove so fast. And the midwife hushes her gently. You saved a baby's life tonight, Anna. You're a bit daft, sure. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I wouldn't even let you use my sewing machine if there hadn't been a storm, I can tell you that much. But you're also really, really brave. You're the sort of person who runs toward fire. Believe me, I recognize the type. Anna tries to nod like she believes that. Her dad is still asleep in his chair when she gets home, a bottle still in his hand. He hasn't even noticed that the world is falling apart outside the windows. Anna finishes the dishes, then checks the batteries in the flashlights before lying down under a blanket on the floor in front of the open fire with the dogs huddled closely around her. She's left her phone in the truck, where it lies, ringing and ringing and ringing. The next day Anna doesn't tell anyone what she did the previous night, not even Maya. In the hospital, a woman is lying in a bed. No one told her how it would really feel to be someone's mom, which is just as well. She's going to be scared forever now. Vidar is a good name, she whispers. It's a brilliant name, the dad sniffs. And it is. A name for a boy born far out in the forest between two towns that hate each other on a wild night during the worst storm anyone can remember. A child of the wind saved by a hunter's daughter. If that boy ever starts to play hockey, it will be one of our very, very best fairy tales. We're going to need them. Fairy tales are what help us cope with funerals. Hannah goes back inside the hospital, into the locker room, where she gets changed and leans her forehead against the door. Then she allows herself to have a minor breakdown, just a small one, only for a moment. She lets all that is brightest and darkest sing inside her without struggling against it. Then she closes all the dampers and hatches inside herself and opens her eyes, so that she doesn't take all those feelings home. No one can bear to feel everything all the time. She's only a few miles from home, but as she walks toward the parking lot, she realizes that the van is still parked outside Anna's house in Beartown. It's far too dangerous to walk home in the storm now, especially when she's so exhausted, so she calls her husband, hardly able to speak. It all went fine, darling, but I haven't got the car here, so I'm going to stay until the storm. But Johnny has already hung up. He carries all 4 sleeping children to the neighbors and borrows their car to drive to the hospital and collect his wife. Not even a natural disaster can stop her idiot from doing that. Kira is sitting on her own at her desk in the office. She can see nothing but herself in the window. The other side is pitch black. The sky has swallowed the earth. She thinks 100 times that she's going to phone her daughter, but it's so late and she's probably at some party with her classmates. Kira doesn't want to worry her. But most of all, she doesn't want Maya to hear in her voice how frightened she is, how lost. The storm is going to be worse than they said on the news, much, much worse. But Kira doesn't go home. She ought to, but she doesn't. Towns and marriages consist of stories. Where one starts, another one ends. 10 migrating birds. Maya has heard many times back home in Beartown that, in a crisis, you find out who you really are. People love their darn aphorisms in hockey towns. When your back's against the wall, you find out what you're really capable of, they declare, without ever questioning what that really means. After all, The vast majority of people never find out what they're capable of. Most of them don't even know if they're the sort of animal that runs or the sort of animal that hunts. Maya envies them. She envies them so much. She walks a little faster through the park, but without starting to run. She knows that the man behind her would catch up with her in a matter of seconds if she did that. She's trying to buy some time, get as close to the exit of the park as possible before making a break for it, hopefully get him to underestimate her. Idiot. Maya used to watch the migrating birds as they passed over the forest between Hidi and Beartown in the spring, and wonder why they did that. I mean, I understand why they leave, but not why they come back, she said to Anna, but Anna just shrugged her shoulders and said, they're gone for the whole of the hockey season. Smart. She always used to laugh off anything painful, but when Maya left to attend music college, she whispered, you're like those birds now, flying away. Maya dearly wished it could have been so easy. They spent their first night on opposite sides of the country talking on the phone until the sun came up. Maya was making a huge effort to pretend that she was normal to her classmates, but everything crumbled when she was on the phone. She admitted in a low voice to Anna that she wondered if she was a psychopath who no longer even regretted holding that rifle to Kevin's head. Anna groaned at the other end. God, you were a psychopath way before that. Maya smiled. It always ended with a joke from one or other of them, so that they wouldn't dig too deep. Maya hated herself for having been in that room with Kevin. Anna hated herself for not being there. Maya spared him out on that jogging trail, but Anna would never have done that. All animals fight for their own survival first. They hunt if it's in their nature, and they die if they have to, Anna said, and Maya thought for a while before she replied. But not all animals want revenge. We're the only ones who do that, waiting in the darkness all night so we can get back at someone for something. Only we do that. Anna snorted and told her about how her mom had hit one of her dad's hunting dogs on the nose. Then a few weeks later, the dog crept out and pulled down all the white laundry Anna's mom had hung on the clothesline. It was getting its revenge, Anna grinned. They continued talking on the phone, but less and less frequently, and less about animals. Maya really did try to forget everything. Her new classmates knew nothing about her, so she decided to become someone else, someone nothing had happened to. It almost worked. Idiot, idiot. You never tell us anything about yourself. We've known you for 2 years, but it feels like we hardly know anything about you. One of her classmates exclaimed recently when they were studying in the library. Maya was shocked when she saw that all the others around the table agreed. There was no malice in the remark, just curiosity. They had no idea what doors they were trying to open. She tried to laugh it off and said she was really a contract killer for the mafia, adopting her strongest Beartown dialect because she knew that always made them laugh. What else was she supposed to say? Where could she start? Their world was far too small for them to understand. They were still children. They got drunk at every party because they weren't worried about not being in control, because nothing had ever happened to them. They've never hated themselves so much that they wanted to kill themselves simply because they went to a party when they were 15 in a town where afterward everyone wished that they had never existed, because someone who doesn't exist can't be violated. They've never wondered what would have happened if they simply hadn't gone to the police, hadn't said anything, had just let life go on without turning the entire world upside down for the people they loved. They've never dreamed of a rifle against a forehead and woken up as relieved as Maya does, because she'd rather dream about what she did to him than about what he did to her. They've never wondered if perhaps they should actually have followed the advice the town had given her. Shoot. Dig. Silence. At a party a few months ago, one guy asked Maya why she never drank more than 1 or 2 glasses of wine, and what could she say? Because of guys like you. Because you're everywhere. But she almost succeeded in becoming a different person in this city. She almost succeeded in changing. She succeeded to the extent that one evening she decided to take a shortcut across the park in the dark without thinking about it. Idiot, idiot, idiot. She quickens her pace on the gravel path just a little, and the man behind her speeds up too. Perhaps she's wrong. Perhaps it's her imagination. So she slows down and he almost stops then. When she starts to move again, she is no longer in any doubt about what he wants, and by then it is already too late. Her hand fumbles in her bag, but her fingers feel clumsy, and her phone slips from her grasp and lands on the path. He's approaching so quickly. She hears his breathing, and the next second she feels his breath against her cheek. She has time to get so angry with herself, so furious with everything and everyone, but most of all herself, because she already has the knife in her hand. That was what she was looking for in her bag when her phone fell out. She knows she wouldn't have time to call anyone anyway, only defend herself. The blade is thin and not particularly long. She tells herself that she'll aim at the man's hands. He isn't wearing gloves, so if she cuts him there, the pain might be bad enough to give her a head start when she starts running. They're so small, his hands, she finds herself thinking. The last thing that flits through her mind is the wish that she had tied her sneakers tighter. That's how much she's changed. She's become the sort of person who doesn't tie her shoes properly when she goes out. As if the world weren't full of men, he moves, she lashes out. She hears herself scream, not with fear but rage. 2 years. She almost succeeded in becoming another person here. But in a crisis she finds out the truth about herself, and then she remembers Kevin's breath, his hard grip, her pounding heart. But she also remembers his gasps, his trembling fingertips when he saw the rifle, the smell of urine when he pissed himself with fear. Is he still out there on the jogging track at night, the way she's still in the room where he attacked her? Did he ever come home from the forest? Is he still scared of the dark? She hopes so. The man in front of her in the park screams, a pathetic little whimper. Did she get him with the knife? God, she hopes so. It was Ramona who gave her the knife on the morning of Maya's last day in Beartown before she left. Take this and keep it in your handbag. Down there in the capital, people are so damn touchy that they probably don't even let you take a shotgun with you if you're going into town. But for God's sake, don't mention this too, she began, and Maya misunderstood and hurried to promise. Don't worry, I won't say anything to Dad. Whereupon Ramona snorted so hard that the candles went out on the other side of the bar. Why the hell would you think I'm scared of your father? Now, your mother, on the other hand, if she hears I gave you a knife, I'll probably get it in the ass. Literally. Ramona wasn't good at hugs, so Maya did most of the work, but it was at least a hug. Maya has thought of getting rid of the knife 1,000 times, but it stayed in her handbag. I dare say everyone has already asked you what the point of moving away from here is, were Ramona's parting words. So all I'll say is that you need to be damn clear that the only people who move away from Beartown are smug bastards who think they're really something. And that's good. I want you to think you're something, girl. Wait. Wait. Maya doesn't realize it's the man yelling at first. The voice is too young, too thin. He's leapt backward and Maya stays the knife at the last moment. He's standing with one hand in the air, the other is holding out her phone, trembling so much that it almost falls to the ground again. Shame washes through Maya when she realizes that it isn't even a man, it's a girl, about 13 years old or so, a little kid. She stares at the knife in Maya's hand with tears streaming down her face. Sorry, I'm sorry. What the hell? Maya yells, dropping the knife into her bag in panic. She's shaking uncontrollably now, and the girl stammers nervously. Can I walk with you? They took my phone and I didn't want to tell them the code, so they chased me and I saw you and thought. Only then does Maya see the other 3 girls, the same age, farther away in the park. Maya's heart is beating so hard that her ears are buzzing, and all she can think is what her mother said about the difference between moving to Little Beartown from Toronto with its several million inhabitants. In Beartown you only need to worry about wild animals if you go out at night, Maya, But in a big city, you have to be afraid of everything. She was wrong, and she probably knew it even back then. It was as much a lie for her own sake as her daughter's. There are predators everywhere, just different sorts. "Here, your phone," the girl in front of her whispers. Maya sees the red marks on her wrists and knows how you get those. You tear yourself free, you fight for your life. She takes the phone. The girls farther away see the screen light up her face. Maybe they think she's calling the police because they turn as quickly as they appeared and vanish. "Come on, hurry," Maya whispers, pulling the girl with her in the other direction. The girl runs close beside her until they reach the end of the park. "Where? Where can you get a knife like that?" she asks when she eventually dares to speak. Maya is leaning over breathlessly, hands on her knees, and wishes Anna was here to make fun of how out of shape she is. She avoids the girl's gaze and mumbles, "A witch in the forest gave it to me." "What? Never mind, you shouldn't get a knife." "Why not?" "Because you should only have one if you're prepared to use it," Maya whispers, and hopes the girl is never as prepared as she is. She hands the girl her phone and tells her to call her parents, and the girl does as she says. Maya hears her explain what happened and swear over and over again that she's fine. Maya can see she's trying not to cry, not for her sake but her parents'. Most people don't know when their childhood ends, but this girl will always know exactly. Maya remembers the hospital after the attack, when her own mom wanted to murder the whole town and her dad whispered, "What can I do?" And all Maya could manage to say was, "Love me." It's a terrible moment for all kids when we realize that our parents can't protect us, that we won't be able to protect our own, that the whole world can come and take us whenever it likes. The girl hands the phone back, says her mom wants to talk to Maya, and she hears a woman sobbing at the other end of the line. "Thank you, oh thank you. I'm so happy my daughter was lucky enough to find you. We've taught her that if anything happens, she should run to an adult." This is the first time anyone has called Maya that. She waits with the girl until they see her parents' car come around the corner. The girl looks away from Maya for a moment, and when she looks back, Maya has disappeared. Disappeared into the city where no one knows who you are and you can be who you want to be. But who do you want to be? A couple of blocks away, Maya sits down warily on an ice-cold bench and goes to pieces. She sobs so hard she can't breathe. Everything she has spent all these months trying to forget is suddenly back. The sound of the buttons of her blouse bouncing across the floor, the posters on the walls of Kevin's room, the weight of his body, and the panic, the panic, the panic. The smell of him on her skin afterward, which she tried to scrub away until she was bleeding. People say that our worst moments reveal who our real friends are, but of course most of all we reveal ourselves. Maya pulls out her phone. She could call any of her classmates, but what could she say? They don't have knives in their bags. They wouldn't understand. Most of all, she just wants to call her mom. She wants to hear her ask, "Is everything okay, darling?" and whisper back, "No, Mom, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm not okay." She wants to yell into the phone that her mom should drive the whole way across the country and pick her up, the way she did so many times as a child when she went camping in the forest with Anna and got scared of the dark. Her mom was always in the car before Maya had time to finish the question. She always slept with her clothes on when the children weren't home. That's the only thing that stops Maya calling now. Her mom would have set off at once, driving all night, all the way without any hesitation, but Maya has just been called an adult. So that's what she tries to be. So instead she calls the only person she's got, the only person she's always had, because that's the question a crisis asks us. "Who's your person?" She calls Anna. No reply. She calls again and again, and in the end she sends a text, "Pick up. I need you." She'll feel so ashamed of that a few hours from now. She's going to hate herself so much when she finds out what's been going on at home. 11 Flagpole's home. It's never felt like home for Mateo. This town has never been interested in him. He's sitting crouched in the ditch. When he flew off his bike, he landed on his arm, and now it's hurting so badly that for a few seconds he wonders if he was actually run over. He lets out a whimper as he stands up. The car is already long gone in the darkness. Anna, who was driving it, and Hannah, sitting beside her, didn't even see him. The trees shriek in the wind like metal scraping against porcelain. It's the space of a blink in an entire life, but perhaps it's there, and then that Matteo finally decides he's had enough of being powerless, enough of being weak. He decides to give as good as he gets, to anyone, any way he can. He hauls himself up onto the road again, leaning into the wind and dragging his bicycle behind him. He loses his bearings. When he looks up, he realizes he's gone in completely the wrong direction. He's up in the heights, where the most expensive houses in town are. He can walk here from his own street in less than half an hour, but it's like a different country. The houses here are so large that two people could probably shout at each other from either end and still not hear each other. The windows so high that Matteo can't imagine how anyone cleans them. There are 2 cars parked in each drive, and a trampoline in each yard. This town is incredibly good at telling you what you can't afford to have. He stops on the jogging track where there's a view across the whole lake. If you follow the shore with your eyes, you can see all the way to the ice rink. Outside it, there are 12 flagpoles arranged in 2 neat lines. Green flags with the bear on them are always fluttering at the top of the poles, but someone is taking them down now, one by one, so they don't get torn to shreds in the storm. As carefully and tenderly as if each one of them were incredibly valuable. The chain on Matteo's bicycle has come off. He tries to put it back on, but his frozen fingers are shaking too much. He drags his bike most of the way into the center of Beartown, but in the end he gives up and abandons it. No one who is out sees him. No one offers to help. All they care about is flags. 12 roofs everything, and everyone is connected in this forest. We're connected to the extent that when the roof collapses at an ice rink in Hidi, a man automatically starts running in Beartown. One of the man's former coaches once said, "You get success by having extremely high integrity but absolutely zero prestige. Because integrity is about who you are, whereas prestige is only about what other people think of you." The man often thinks that this might be true in sports, but when you're talking about the survival of a town, the opposite is true. Prestige is everything. That's why he's running. At some point during the past 2 years, hardly anyone knows exactly when because it wasn't even reported in the local paper. A few men and women gathered in a small room in the council building and made a political decision that seemed like a formality at the time. It has been proposed that the renovation of the ice rink in Hidi should be postponed and renovation of the rink in Beartown brought forward instead. Afterward, no one can remember on which grounds the decision was made exactly, but it's the usual story. Politics isn't always decided by politicians around here. What actually happened was that a small but vocal, interested party in Beartown had spent months cultivating the people in power, in conference rooms and in hunting lodges, and in the supermarket, while the committee over at Hidi Hockey was too busy trying to recruit a new coach to have time to object. Naturally, not all the politicians were convinced that Beartown's ice rink was more important than Hidi's, but enough of them buckled out of fear of losing allies. Political reality is harsh. The gaps between elections seem to get shorter and shorter, and election campaigns longer and longer. The interested party managed to produce a survey which concluded that the risk of a collapse at Beartown Ice Rink was suddenly imminent, which was obviously of additional concern given the club's extensive youth program. Surely they had to think about the children. The fact that the survey was conducted by the brother of a committee member at Beartown Hockey was never discussed. When someone asked to look at the report a couple of weeks later, no one could find it. But by then, the decision had already been made, and one ice rink had been prioritized over another. The biggest item of expenditure in the renovation was the new roof for Beartown's ice rink. Right after the work was finished, one single sponsor funded 12 flagpoles in the parking lot, with huge Beartown flags fluttering at the top as if in celebration. The same sponsor happened to have been the leader of the interested party, which naturally hadn't contributed a penny toward the cost of the roof, because of course roofs aren't as much fun as flags. People see flags every time they go to a game, but no one pays any attention to a roof until it gets blown off. Hardly anyone took any notice of the political decisions at the time, but now the storm has arrived, and the first thing to collapse over in Hd is the roof of the ice rink. At the same time, a man is running through Beartown to save 12 flagpoles. That seems ridiculous, of course, until we see the consequences. A storm strikes a forest, one ice rink collapses and another remains standing. This will soon drive the inhabitants of two towns into a new battle for resources, and it will finish the way everything seems to finish around here, with violence. So much will have happened by then that we'll have forgotten how it all started, but it starts here. Now. The man running toward the flagpoles is 6 feet tall, weighs well over 200 pounds, and his coat flaps behind him in the wind. He tries to untie the knots to get the flags down, but the knots are tight and his fingers are cold, and he ends up screaming out loud in frustration. Anyone who doesn't know him might think he's gone mad, but if you were to ask anyone who does, they'd exclaim, "Gone mad." He's known as Tails, but has another real name, of course. Many grown men in this town have two names, the one their parents gave them and the one hockey gave them. As a young man, he always tried to stick out from the crowd by wearing a suit when everyone else was wearing jeans and t-shirts. But on one occasion, the whole team attended a funeral and all wore suits, so to stand out there, he wore a tailcoat. Ever since then, he hasn't been called anything else. His loafers are sliding on the ground and he keeps having to hoist his trousers up, but he struggles on with the knots regardless. He rushed past a boy on his way here. He doesn't know his name is Mateo. He didn't even see him. All he could think about were the scraps of green fabric fluttering at the top of some poles. For God's sake, they're only flags. People from other places might think it's only a damn hockey club, but not for Tails. His whole life he has been underestimated and dismissed, declared stupid and laughed at. His grocery store has come close to collapse. He's been on the brink of bankruptcy several times, but his enemies say he's like a garden weed. You can't get rid of him. He's been chased by the tax office. He's so notorious for financial graft and cooking the books that he could find a shortcut on a straight line, is actually one of the kinder things that is said of him these days. But Tails keeps going, he just keeps going. Always with a smile and clenched fists and the constant battle cry, "Let's do this." He survived every battle and in recent years has accumulated a small fortune. If you ask him, he'll say it's because he always looks a bit further ahead than everyone else, and if you don't ask him, he'll tell you anyway. After the hospital in Hd and the factory in Beartown, his supermarket is the largest employer in the whole district. He's also one of the biggest sponsors of Beartown hockey, and one of the town's worst-kept secrets is that he personally handpicked several of the committee members. If you want to control this town, first you have to control the jobs, and secondly you have to control hockey. And if you want to have anything to do with either of those, these days you have to go through Tails. No one has any real idea precisely when the hell he has time to run his supermarket, because he seems to spend more time at the rink than the players, and more time in the council offices than the politicians. Everyone has an opinion about him, but no one can ignore him. They tried that around 2 years ago, and he won't let them forget him again. That was after what he calls the scandal, because he can't quite bring himself to say the attack. He never says Maya either, even though he's known her father practically his whole life. He just says, the young woman. It was obviously a terrible year for everyone, but as usual no one seems to appreciate who the real victim was. A middle-aged man with large financial interests. Tails came close to losing everything. Very few people around here probably realize just how close the politicians came to closing down Beartown hockey and letting Hd hockey take over everything. Beartown was only saved at the very last minute by its supporters and new committee members and new sponsorship money from the factory, but everyone knows that Tails worked tirelessly in the background. Just in case anyone didn't know before, he was interviewed in the local paper last spring, and he told the reporter, "I work behind the scenes, you see, without being seen." Then he offered some very useful advice on how the reporter ought to photograph him, and how large the picture ought to be, and then he showed him the brochure he had printed for all the local businesses. It isn't just easy to sponsor Beartown hockey, it's also the right thing to do, the brochure said. Because when Beartown was facing the worst crisis in its history after the scandal, Tails raised his eyes to the horizon and looked farther ahead. Beartown had been just a club like all the others, he claimed, but now it was going to be a club like no other. Suddenly, he embraced everything he had previously snorted at as politically correct innovations, so wholeheartedly that hardly anyone managed to keep up with him. He told the local paper proudly, "There are plenty of clubs that don't acknowledge their social responsibilities, but Beartown hockey is different. Have I mentioned our huge investment in girls' hockey? Unique." Some people might call his actions shameless opportunism, but Tails would take that as a compliment. Being an opportunist means seeing a chance and grabbing it. During his time as a hockey player, he learned that every tactical decision is seen as either an act of genius or idiocy in hindsight, depending entirely upon the end result. Naturally, Tails also held up Amat, who came from the poorest part of Beartown but had gone on to become the club's biggest star, as proof that hockey is open to everyone. Obviously, he doesn't have precise figures for how many other players from the Hollow have ever played on the A team, but didn't Benjamin Ovich's mom almost live in the Hollow, so surely he should count. Admittedly, Benjamin moved abroad 2 years ago and no longer plays hockey, but he was actually homosexual. Did the reporter know that? Not that it makes any difference to us, of course. In this club we treat everyone the same, Tails declared, without really explaining why he didn't feel the need to identify all of the other players on the team by their sexual orientation. Of course, Tails doesn't want to talk about the scandal with the reporter, out of respect for those involved, because respect was very important to Tails. But in the brochure, Tails had made sure that a photograph of Peter Anderson was displayed prominently, even though he no longer worked at the club, and next to Peter, Tails had added a picture of a little girl from the kids' team. You couldn't see her face, but you could see her long hair, the same color as Maya's, a subtle reminder that the sponsors should remember whose club Beartown was. Not Kevin's, but Maya's. Well, it was subtle for Tails anyway, and it was the right thing to do. He paid for the 12 flagpoles outside the rink out of his own pocket, so that everyone on the way to a game now passed through a majestic avenue lined with huge green flags with the bear in their center. And because the local paper wrote about it, and because people in general like flags far more than they like roofs, plenty of people got the idea that it was Tails who had funded the entire renovation, not the council. Tails himself was obviously too modest to boast about that, so he just said it in confidence to a couple of hundred people as well as the reporter. Shameless opportunism, only if you regard that as something bad. Of course, Ramona over at the Bearskin pub always takes every chance to tell Tails how stupid he is. But behind his back, because that's the only time she doesn't make fun of him, she even admitted once, Damn easy to tease men like Tails, but do you know what he is? He's the right sort of passionate. This town is his life's work. You might laugh at that, but what the hell have you ever created? What have you built in this town? And what's the state ever built? Do you think the government's going to come here and organize jobs and homes? They don't even know we exist. Then she drank her supplementary breakfast and added, Tails might be a massive idiot, but without massive idiots like him, places like this don't survive. That may have been an exaggeration, but it certainly wasn't untrue. Tails knows that everything is connected. The flags are a symbol of the club. If they get torn to shreds in the storm, tomorrow people will think hockey is weak. But if they're flying as proudly as ever, as if Beartown was immortal, people will feel instead that that's the truth. That's why Tails ran, because he sees a little farther ahead than everyone else. And because he's a massive idiot. The storm is so loud in his ears that he doesn't even know if he screams or not when his fingertip gets caught in the knot of one of the ropes and his fingernail gets torn right off. The pain is so immediate and so unbearable that he sinks to his knees and feels both his hand and his cheeks get wet. He drags himself to his feet and hammers on the door of the ice rink. When no one opens up, he kicks at the metal in despair. Bang, bang, bang. 13 Kings Mateo cuts through a smart residential area in the hope that the wind isn't blowing quite as hard between the houses. He holds on to walls and fences whenever he can, keeping his eyes closed, but the wind cuts through the gap between his eyelids anyway, as if it wants to force him to see the destruction. He walks past a house with a wooden sign on the door, written a long time ago by a small child who's a teenager now. Leo and Maya and Peter and Kira Anderson live here. Mateo walks a little too close to the driveway, and a motion detector switches a light on. The electricity hasn't been cut off in this part of town yet, only on the outskirts at the edge of the forest where Mateo lives. The man inside the house jumps up in the living room and peers out through the window. Mateo knows who he is. Everyone knows. His name is Peter Anderson, and he used to be general manager of Beartown hockey. He was once a professional player in the NHL. All hockey towns are monarchies, and Peter used to be king around here. But he looks older now than he used to, more alone, more unhappy. That makes Mateo happy. The boy hopes that all the hockey men in this town, every single one, lose everything they love so that they can find out how it feels too. Peter peers through the window and tries to see what made the light come on in the driveway, as if he's hoping to see a car there, meaning that someone has come home. But he sees nothing. Mateo has already run off, into the wind. Peter will never know that he was there. He doesn't actually even know who the boy is. Not yet. 14 chocolate balls, bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment it sounds like hockey pucks against the wall of the house, but it's only the wind knocking a branch from the garden hedge against a fallen bin. Peter Anderson looks out at it in disappointment through the window. The storm is sweeping the whole town out there, but he's dry and safe inside. He doesn't have to go out to rescue anyone, because no one needs his help. He feels sorry for himself about that. He feels sorry for himself a lot of the time these days, but mostly he feels sorry for himself for feeling sorry for himself. It's a form of internalized hatred that he can't see an end to. It's only been 2 years since he resigned as general manager of Beartown hockey, but he looks 10 years older. It takes less and less time to comb his hair in the morning, longer and longer to pee. He's cleaned and cooked and baked bread today. He started to get good at it, the way you do if you have too much time to practice. Maya is at her music college on the other side of the country, and Leo, although he may be in his room, feels just as far away. Kira is still at the office over in HD, and Peter is keeping her meal warm even though he knows there's no point. Small rituals in the war against loneliness, fleeting illusions of being needed. Dad, maybe you should talk to someone. You seem so low, Maya said when she was home during the summer. That was the time she accidentally let slip that she was going home when she left Beartown, and saw how sad it made him. He lied, of course, and said he was just tired, because who would he talk to? A psychologist. That would be like paying someone to complain about the weather, because how could he possibly explain? In Canada, he had a coach who used to like repeating that it's speed that kills on the ice. It isn't the size of the player you get tackled by that's dangerous, but the speed at which he approaches. And Peter didn't realize that was a lie until the day he left the rink for the last time. It's silence that kills, not being part of anything anymore. He stepped down from his position as general manager of Beartown Hockey of his own accord, started working with his wife because he wanted to be a better husband and a better dad, and he's fairly sure he succeeded. He's better now. So how can he explain that he doesn't actually regret it, but regrets it nonetheless? That he just wasn't prepared to be forgotten so quickly? The club is in better shape than it has been for a long time. They have new sponsors, the support of local politicians, stronger finances than they had for years, and a good team. A really, really good team. Last season they thrashed HD Hockey each time they played by such a margin that it was almost humiliating. The towns are no longer equal. Beartown almost won the whole league and HD almost got relegated. The clubs will meet each other again this year, but it feels as if this will be the last time that will happen. HD seems to be set on an inexorable downward trajectory through the leagues, and Beartown is heading upward. One club is getting poorer and the other richer. It all changed so fast. Just a few years ago their positions were reversed. So how can Peter admit that the success everyone has been dreaming of cuts him like a knife? That it feels as if he was the problem? He lived an entire life in Beartown Hockey, but when he left it was like lifting a boot out of a bucket of water. He left no trace. It was as if he had never even been there. To an outsider, hockey might be a ridiculous game, but never for someone who has been involved in it. It's as impossible to explain how the ice feels as it would be to explain what flying is like to someone who has lived their whole life on the ground. What does the sky matter if you've never seen it? So what would he say to a psychologist? That he wishes someone needed him, that his life isn't enough. No, it's enough. It has to be enough. The storm rattles the windows and gutters in its hunt for something that's hanging loose and can be torn off. Peter peers through the window when the light on the driveway comes on, hoping that Kira has come home. But there's nothing but shadows and senseless wind out there. He looks at his phone and thinks about calling her, but he doesn't want to nag. He thinks about calling Maya too, but he doesn't want to be a nuisance. So he just stands at the window, hating himself for feeling so sorry for himself. Bang, bang, bang. Maya is still out of breath, and her heart is beating so hard it's making her feel sick. She walks toward the apartment where her classmates are having a party, but stops in the street outside the building alone and can't bring herself to go in, far too terrified that her classmates will ask questions and that they'll be able to see what she's done in her eyes. They would never understand. They've never thought about animals that hunt and animals that take flight. The only animals they know anything about are in the zoo or in the refrigerator. They're sweet, naive children. Unlike Maya. She looks around. There's a small pub on the other side of the street, a broken neon sign outside, and a row of drunks on stools in front of a bartender who's tired of life. She's still so unused to being 18 that she often forgets she's allowed to go to bars. She's fought so hard not to grow up that she missed when it happened. But now, she crosses the street and opens the door and lets the gloom swallow her up instead of going up to her friend's party. She's met by the smell of spilled beer, but no raised glances. The clientele just stare into their glasses even when they speak to one another. It's the sort of place where it's an act of mercy that there are no mirrors in the bathrooms. Bang, bang, bang. She takes a seat in the far corner, orders a glass of wine, downs it. The bartender asks to see some id, But when Maya starts searching through her bag, he just sighs and waves her away. "Just wanted to know that you've got id," he grunts. Maya downs the next glass too. Her heart is still beating hard, partly because she had to run, and now because she realizes how close she came to stabbing that girl in the park. Now she knows what she's capable of. She's never felt more lonely than she does with that realization. Bang, bang, bang. It slowly dawns on her that it isn't her heart making the noise, it's coming from the television on the wall. She knows what it is before she even looks up. She could recognize that sound anywhere. Hockey is a sport of sounds more than anything else. The blades on the ice, one heavy body being slammed into the plexiglass screen by another, the echo of the rink, the puck shooting like a bullet against the side of the rink. Bang, 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 bang. She looks up and sees the game on the screen above the bar, the same sort of men as always, even if they look younger with each passing year. She hears the commentator say that it's a training match. The real season hasn't started yet. Maya thinks back to when her dad tried to explain that to her when she was little, and she exclaimed, "You want us to watch a training match? That's like watching someone's P lesson, Dad." She'll never forget the way her mom laughed at that. She drinks another glass of wine, slower this time. Her heart is thudding and thudding, and she thinks about the psychologist her parents took her to 2 years ago, who said that sometimes it's hard for the human body to understand the difference between mental and physical exertion, between being out of breath because you've been running, and because you're having a panic attack. That might be why some sportsmen play as if their lives depend on it, because that's what it feels like for them. The psychologist smiled without thinking, because where Maya grew up, even the psychologists use hockey in their analogies, even after what happened to her. Bang, bang, bang. The hockey doesn't make Maya angry for the first time in ages. Maybe it's the wine or the adrenaline or the loneliness, but she's sitting in a pub in a city on the other side of the country, and hockey sounds like home. Bang, bang, bang. It sounds like being 8 years old and holding her dad's hand. Knock, knock, knock. Peter taps gently on the door to Leo's room. When there's no answer, he sticks his head in anyway and asks if his teenage son wants anything to eat. Children never understand that's the easiest way for us to feel useful, when we eat. But of course his son just swears when his dad distracts him and he loses his game. It used to be easier to be a dad, Peter thinks. It used to be possible to put a sandwich down without someone on the internet shooting your child in the head. No one tells you before you procreate that the hardest thing about being a good parent is that you never feel like one. If you're absent, you're committing one big mistake, but if you're present the whole time, you commit a million tiny ones, and teenagers keep account. Oh, how they keep account. "Close the door, Dad," Leo yells angrily. Peter obeys and goes and sinks onto the sofa. The framed photographs on the wall next to the window rattle from time to time. The storm is really getting going outside now. The house is in the middle of town, but they won't be safe even here. He eats the sandwich he made for his son, thinks once again about texting Kira or Maya, but doesn't. There's hockey on television. He raises the volume, but it doesn't feel as good as it used to. Sports used to remind him of who he was, but now it just reminds him of who he no longer is. He even changes channels for a while, but soon clicks back, forcing himself to concentrate on the game so he can't worry so much about everything else. The game is between teams from the big city down south, down where there's no wind, so they don't give a damn about the fact that the forest up here is falling, he thinks. As long as there are no trees on the motorways, the national media doesn't care about the countryside being destroyed. But if they get 2 inches of snow, the trains are canceled and the newspapers report it like the country's been invaded, Ramona used to say, and there's a lot of truth in that. The photographs on the wall rattle again, so he gets up and takes them down. Almost all of them are of the children, of course. They had 3, buried 1. Maya and Leo, don't even have any memories of their older brother Isaac. He was so young when he died, but his dad is still almost knocked flat every time he sees his firstborn son smile. There are fingerprints on the glass of the frames because Peter leans against them at night sometimes when he feels like he has no identity. He may not be a hockey player or the general manager of a hockey club anymore, but he belongs to them. He holds one photograph in his hands longer than the others, taken when Maya and Leo were little, skating down at the lake. Peter remembers it as if they used to do that every weekend, even though they probably only did it a few times each winter. He didn't have time more often than that during the hockey season, but everything that happens in childhood is a postcard that parents send to themselves. Things are never quite the way we remember them. Once when Maya was little, she was still in primary school. She had new skates and started complaining that she had blisters after 10 minutes. Peter shouted at her for giving up so easily, so harshly that she started to cry, and he started to hate himself. She tried to carry on skating, but fell and hit herself, and then he was the one who almost cried instead. "It wasn't your fault, Daddy," she whispered as he hugged her and said he was sorry, and he whispered back, "Everything that happens is my fault, pumpkin." Then they sat on a jetty and ate chocolate balls, and she put her hand in his, and he can't remember any moment in his life being better than that. The door of the bar opens. Maya doesn't have to look up to hear the young men stumble in. They're the sort who always make themselves heard everywhere. They keep their scarves on even though they're inside, and they ask the bartender to recite the whole range of beers on offer. One of them looks up hopefully at the television and sighs dramatically when he sees it's hockey. "Damn, I thought it was soccer. What the hell are you watching hockey for?" Maya empties her wineglass and contemplates throwing it at him. When she moved here, she thought she'd find 1,000 different types of men, but they're all the same here as well, only they're the same in a different way to where she comes from. They like soccer instead of hockey. They vote for different political parties, but they're just as convinced that their own worldview is the only one that exists. They think they're worldly when they actually live in the same narrow-minded little village as everyone else. She remembers a story the neighbors always told her when she was a child, about when her dad was team captain of Beartown hockey and they were playing a crucial match down here in the capital, and the way the newspapers derisively called the club from the small town in the forest the Call of the Wild. Maya's dad, who hardly ever raised his voice, heard about that and yelled at his teammates in the locker room. "They might have the money, but hockey is ours." She thought it was a silly story when she was young, but now she's sitting in a bar and feels like yelling the same thing at strangers. The young man at the bar asks the bartender to change channels, and the bartender raises the volume instead. Maya decides to tip him double just for that. Her dad gave everything he had out on the ice in that game 20 years ago. They still lost. He never really recovered. It was as if Beartown as a community never did either. That was probably one of the reasons he persuaded Maya's mother to move back home from Canada all those years later to try to regain that, to make up for what he couldn't quite manage the first time around. Maya stares down into the wineglass and tries to slow her heart rate by force of will. Bang, bang, bang comes from the television. It sounds like childhood. She used to love eating pumpkin, seeds and all, but when she was 9, she made her dad stop calling her that, and secretly missed it from then on. She liked the lake in winter because he was so happy on skates, so calm. They were to him what her guitar is for her. Christ, what a retarded sport this is. Go out and harass a lynx or something instead, stupid rednecks. One of the young men slurs at the television, and his friends laugh in a dialect that isn't even a dialect, just a big, anxious nothing. Maya feels the alcohol burning her synapses like fireworks in her brain. She thinks about one winter when she was a child, one of those perfect, still days when the whole family was skating down on the lake and her mother said, "What an incredible place this is, though," her dad replied. "The most incredible thing is that it's still here, that there are still people here." He sounded so sad. Maya didn't understand it at the time, but she does now. Everything gets shut down in the forest. Everyone moves to the big cities, even your own daughters. It's incredible that there's anything left. They don't feel enough shame, people in Beartown say about the people down here. Maya never used to agree, but now she does. "Hello, earth-calling girl, do you want a drink or not?" The young men sitting a short distance away are waving at her. She shakes her head. "What the hell, don't be so miserable, smile a little," one of them leers. She looks away. He says something else, but she doesn't hear it because the bartender has already taken his tip from the bar and puts the television remote in front of her with a friendly wink. She raises the volume. Bang, 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 bang. She remembers the chocolate ball that was so frozen after lying in her bag that she had to take her glove off and thaw it out in her hand. And then her hand was so cold that she had to warm it up by sticking it in her dad's much larger glove and holding his hand. She remembers the boys, a few years older, playing hockey a bit farther away on the ice. Always hockey, everywhere, always. Bang, bang, bang. When one of the boys scored a goal and cheered, she asked her dad, "Who scored?" Not because she cared, but because she knew that he did. He replied so quickly that he turned bright red with shame. "Isaac, no, I mean," he fell silent. "You said Isaac," Maya said quietly. "Sorry, sometimes that boy is so like Isaac somehow," he confessed. Maya chewed the rest of her chocolate ball slowly for a long time before she dared ask. "Do you miss Isaac every day?" Peter kissed her hair. "Yes, all the time," he admitted. "I want to miss him too, but I don't really even remember him," Maya replied unhappily. "I think you can miss him just as much anyway," her dad assured her. "How does it feel?" she asked. "Like having blisters in your heart," he said. She thought a chocolate ball between her fingers and ate it slowly. Then she put her cold hand inside her dad's glove, and she had no idea how long he would remember that. When half of the boys over on the ice raised their sticks and cheered again, she asked, "Who scored this time?" Her dad smiled and answered, and he had no idea how long she would remember that. "His name is Kevin." The first time Maya can remember hearing that name, it was her dad who said it with admiration in his voice. Bang, bang, bang. The young men in the bar have moved closer. 15 Weapons Mateo stops outside the Bearskin pub. An old woman is collecting beer glasses on her own inside. The lights are on, and when Mateo stands really close to the door, he can smell fried food and cigarette smoke. He's only 14 years old, but he wonders if the landlady might make an exception to the rules today. He just wants somewhere to sit out the storm, anywhere that isn't home. He tries the handle, but the door is locked. He bangs on it, but the old woman doesn't hear him. Then the power goes off there too. The woman goes upstairs, and the noise of the wind against the roof drowns out all the boys' cries. Maybe things would have turned out differently if she had opened up. We'll never know. Shivering, Mateo sets off for home. All the buildings on the street where he lives have no electricity now, but he can see circles of light from flashlights bouncing around upstairs in the neighboring house. An elderly couple lives there, but he daren't knock on their door. He knows they don't like his family, for the same reason a lot of other people don't like his family. They're regarded as odd. Not dangerous or unpleasant, just odd. If you spend too many years being odd, people start to find you unsettling, and if you're unsettling enough, no one wants to let you inside even when there's a storm. So Mateo digs out an iron bar in his neighbor's toolshed and pries open their basement window. It's as dark in there as it is in his own house, but here he can hear the old couple's voices, and then at least he knows that he isn't dead. The little room is a mixture of guest room and office, and even if it looks like it hasn't been used as either of those for a long time, he still finds a small bag of tea lights and some matches in a drawer. Old couples like this, who lived in Beartown long before the modern electricity grid, are always prepared for power cuts and have matches in almost every room. In the flickering glow of the tea lights, Mateo spends the night like a thief. The voices from the floor above have fallen silent, or perhaps are just being drowned out by the roar of the storm when the boy finds the gun cabinet. He doesn't manage to open it. Not tonight. 16 Violence night falls outside the living room window of the house, while Peter leaves fingerprints on the glass of the framed photographs. Life has gone so damn fast, but he really should have been prepared for that, because hockey warned him after all. One of the first things you learn as a young player is to shoot the moment you see an opening, because otherwise 1,000 other things can happen, and the chance on goal is gone in the blink of an eye. You have to be an opportunist. On the bookcase in the living room, he catches sight of 2 drumsticks. He doesn't know why he left them there, but he knows exactly when it was. The day Maya left home, the last time they played together. Peter wasn't much of a drummer, sadly. He managed to fool her for a few years when she was little, but she was soon so good on the guitar that he struggled even to keep up with her. That's the lot of being a parent. At first, all activities are done for their sake, and in the end for ours. Eventually, we realize that everything is about us wanting to be wherever they are as much as possible for as long as they let us. Peter weighs the drumsticks in his hand. Maya hated hockey, and he was so desperate for music to bring them closer together. Then she grew up and music took her away from here. That's the problem, really. Everything is about him, even when it's about her. It's a terrible thing for a grown man to have to admit to himself that not everything he did was actually for his child's sake. Very little of it was, in actual fact. He was so proud of himself when he resigned from the club and started working for Kira. Before that, so many years had passed when the whole house would be asleep when he got home at night that it actually felt kind of cool now that Kira was the one who stayed late at the office and felt bad about it. Peter was the one who went home first, took Leo to his various activities, and left a note on the kitchen table saying, "Your dinner's in the fridge. Love you," when he went to bed. He was the one who drove right across the country to Maya's dorm room at her new college and helped her drill holes in the wall for bookshelves. They ended up a bit wonky, admittedly, but still. He was the one who was there, not her mother, and he was so pleased with himself when his daughter whispered, "Thanks, Dad, what would I do without you?" The next time Peter visited, the shelves were straight. Maya had bought a drill and fixed them herself. Naturally, she never told him because she didn't want to hurt his feelings, and he coughed to clear the lump in his throat and pretended he hadn't noticed. Our children never warn us that they're thinking of growing up. One day they're just too big to want to hold our hand. It's just as well we never know when the last time is going to be, or we'd never let go. They drive you mad when they're little, yelling every time you leave the room, because you don't realize at the time that whenever someone yells "Daddy," that means you're important. It's hard to get used to not being important. Peter sacrificed hockey to become a better dad. But now his children no longer need a dad. He is no longer anything for anyone. The worst thing about leaving hockey was that it was only then that he realized that he'd never been anywhere near as good at anything else. He gave the game the best years of his life and became one of the best in the world. He only played 4 NHL games and injured his foot in the 5th. The doctors might as well have ripped the lungs out of his body when they said he wouldn't be able to play again, because he couldn't breathe for several years, but he was there. Out of all the millions of hockey-playing kids out there, he was the one who got to play with the best in the world. How many people get that far in anything? Then he came home and became general manager of his hometown club. He built up the whole youth program, turned the young guys' achievements into his own. Now no one even calls and asks him for his opinion anymore. Nothing is as good at showing you what's now in your past as hockey and children. They make you an old man so quickly. So what would he say to a psychologist? That he misses the emotions, even the disappointments, because no one stands up and cries out in either delight or frustration in an office. That now every day is like any other, the job is just a job, but hockey was an obsession for him, and a life without obsessions feels like sitting in a waiting room without any doors. No one's going to call your name. You're waiting for nothing. He gave that game his life, that was his mistake. He doesn't need a psychologist to tell him that. He was looking the wrong way. He made the wrong children's successes his own. By the time he resigned his job and left hockey, it was already too late. Maya and Leo could manage without him. Childhood goes so fast. If you get the opportunity and don't take it, 1,000 things can happen and then the chance is gone in the blink of an eye. One time he said, heavy with bitterness, "What can the sport give us? We devote our lives to it, and what's the best we can hope for? A few moments, a few victories, a few seconds when we feel bigger than we really are." He received this reply. So what the hell is life, Peter, other than moments? Obviously, he was talking to Ramona. The old crone doesn't offer discounts on either beer or scolding. Sometimes he calls in at the Bearskin pub on the way home from work, the way his dad always did, but without getting as drunk as him. That's the way it is with the sons of dads who liked whiskey too much. You either drink all the time or not at all. Ramona usually snorts as she pours scorched coffee into a beer glass for him. But on one occasion, when she had drunk twice as much breakfast as normal and happened to get a bit bogged down in emotions, she prodded him and grunted. That's the way it is with sons who had bad dads. You either become bad dads as well, or you end up really good. But the fact that your dad, who was such an unbelievably terrible dad, didn't manage to turn you the slightest bit bad, that's a total fucking mystery to me. Peter just stared so hard at the counter that he could have drilled holes in it. She thought that was because he was thinking of all the times his dad came home from that very bar and tried to find reasons to beat his wife and child, so she shut up. Peter drank his coffee and felt more of a fraud than ever, because he wasn't thinking about his dad at all, just about himself. And the sound of hockey pucks. One winter, when the family had only just moved back here, Maya hadn't even started school at the time. A child, only a few years older, went missing in the forest when the temperature was way below freezing. It was a boy who had been playing in a kid's game and missed a shot in the final seconds. Like every other hockey player in Beartown, he had already learned that nothing but perfection was good enough. So he was inconsolable and furious, and that night he ran away from home. Everyone knew how quickly a small body can freeze to death in the darkness here, so the whole of Beartown was out looking for him. They found him down on the lake. He had dragged a goal and some pucks and all the flashlights he could find, and was standing out there shooting from the same angle from which he had missed the final shot of the game. He was sobbing with rage, and fought like a wounded animal with anyone who tried to get close. It wasn't until Peter went over and grabbed his hands and hugged him that he calmed down. In those days, everyone in the town looked up to the general manager, who had been an NHL pro so much that he was like royalty to the boy. "I know you want to be the best, and I promise to do all I can to help you get there, but training's finished for tonight," Peter whispered in the boy's ear. He was still sobbing when Peter picked him up and carried him home. In the years that followed, Peter kept his promise. He led the club that helped Kevin Erdahl become the best player the town had ever seen, taught him that he was invincible, that he should never tolerate defeat, or the word no. It was Peter who lifted him up into his arms down on the lake. It was Peter who carried the boy home. 10 years later, Peter was sitting in a hospital with his 15-year-old daughter, whispering, "What can I do?" And she replied, "Love me." So what could a psychologist say to him now? Nothing. He already knows that everything that happens to his children is his fault. Everything. Maya, Maya doesn't hear. She's busy with wine and hockey and the banging from both the television and inside her. We are the Bears. She grins to herself with intoxication's inability to distinguish between what she's thinking and what she's actually singing out loud. The Bears from Beartown. She thinks of how her mother used to say that this damn place is a hockey town with alcohol problems for 6 months of the year, and an alcoholic town with hockey problems for the other 6. She misses them both, her mother and home. At least the way she remembers them, both of them. Things are different now. She thinks back to when she returned to Beartown in the summer, and by chance happened to see one of those brochures that Tails, her dad's childhood friend, had printed to attract new sponsors to the club. It was on the floor of the supermarket, dropped accidentally or discarded. She read the main heading several times. It isn't just easy to sponsor Beartown hockey, it's also the right thing to do. Inside was a picture of Maya's dad, and beside him a picture of a little girl from the kids' program. Maya never told her dad she'd seen the brochure, but she understood exactly what the club was trying to achieve with it. Now suddenly Beartown was her club, now that she was of some use to them. Now that there was money to be gained, suddenly they were the most enlightened and equal sports club in the whole country. She was actually supposed to have stayed in Beartown a couple more days back in the summer, but she threw away the brochure, changed her ticket, and left the following morning. Maya. The voice in the bar says again, followed immediately by another voice. It is you. Why haven't you come up to the apartment? Why are you sitting here like some alcoholic? Surprised, Maya tears her eyes away from the hockey and stares at 2 of her classmates. They're giggling nervously as if they've just looked at her computer and found some porn. Their hair is perfect even though they're drunk, and she really hates them for that. They've just left the party to come and ask the bartender if they can buy some ice. Paying for ice, Maya thinks. What sort of planet has she actually moved to? Are you okay? One of the classmates with perfect hair asks. Yes, I'm just tired. I needed to be on my own and think for a bit, Maya mumbles. Think. The other girl with even more perfect hair smiles as if the word was incredibly exotic. The young men in the bar notice what's going on, and one of them immediately blurts out in delight. Girls, do you know each other? Now we can have a party. And can you cheer up Grumpy over there? Maya's classmates roll their eyes at them, but Maya doesn't even hear them. She's turned the volume of the television up again. Maya, come back to the party with us now, the girls start to say, but Maya hushes them. Just wait, I said wait. The commentator on television is talking about which training matches due to be played tonight have been postponed. Because of the storm, he says, then lists club after club in towns up in the north, and Maya taps her forehead in an effort to make sense of the geographic references. Beartown lies at the center of all the places he mentions. She pulls out her phone and checks the news feed, and her fingers start to shake when she sees the weather report. Storm warning. That was why Anna didn't answer. Maya's been sitting here feeling sorry for herself, and back home the whole world is being blown apart. Look, are you coming or what, to the party? One of her classmates asks impatiently. I don't get it, you're sitting here watching hockey. I mean, is that ironic? I didn't think you liked stuff like that, the other girl says. One of the young men cheers when he hears that and jumps down from his bar stool. His scarf gets caught and almost strangles him, but in the middle of an involuntary full-body spin he manages to say, exactly what I said. What sort of girl even likes hockey? Huh. It's not a sport, it's just violence. It really is, Maya's classmate agrees. Maya hears what they say this time but doesn't respond. She just stares at her phone. Storm could be the region's worst natural disaster since the forest fires. She reads on the website of her hometown's local newspaper, and it feels like she's in a different country. The wine sloshes around in her head like a broken spirit level when she tries to stand up, far too quickly. She takes 2 swaying steps and almost loses her balance. The young man snatches up his scarf and holds out his hand to catch her, but she manages to find her footing and bats him away with such force that he jumps back, sadly not fast enough. Because she's already so furious that she instinctively takes a step forward and shoves him in the chest, sending him flying into the stools behind him. Her classmates stammer her name, they make tentative moves to touch her, but when they see the black look in her eyes, they shrink back and retreat. Violence? What the hell do you know about violence? Maya hisses, then marches past them all, out into the street. They're too shocked even to call after her. For 2 years they've wanted to know more about her, and now they know everything. Now she's shown them what sort of animal she is. Peter rests his elbows on the coffee table and his forehead on the palms of his hands and hopes desperately that he's going to see light on the drive. He got his friend Hogg to install a motion sensor that turns the light on when Kira turns into the drive. Peter says it's for her benefit, so she can see better, but really it's for him. So he can count the minutes she remains in the car before she comes indoors. The number keeps growing and growing. Often he pretends to be asleep when he hears the key in the lock because he knows that's what she's hoping. He sends her a text message. She replies in brief. That's how they communicate these days, 2 or 3 words at a time. On your way? Yes. You? Yes. Home? Leo okay? All okay. You? Okay. But she never sets off. Peter closes his eyes and rubs his eyelids as hard as he can, and when he opens them again it's still dark. He blinks, at first surprised, then horrified. He fumbles around in the darkness and stumbles away from the coffee table. Then a single source of light dazzles him and he hears Leo's voice. "What the hell are you doing, Dad?" He's shining his cell phone toward Peter. "Nothing. Why did you turn all the lights off?" Peter gasps. Leo snorts. "It's a power cut. Have you had a stroke or something?" Peter blinks away everything inside him. He reaches for Leo and leads him to the garage to fetch flashlights. Leo takes one and at first goes back into his room, then comes back out. He's 14 years old, so obviously he isn't scared of the dark, of course not, but maybe he'll sit on the sofa next to his dad anyway. He plays games on his phone until the battery dies, then he plays with Peter's until that dies too. The last thing Peter sees is a text from Kira. About to leave, he replies with a simple okay, and as soon as the screen dies, he regrets not writing "love you." At home in her student room, Maya is sitting on the floor beneath her bookshelves refreshing news websites and weather forecasts over and over again to get news about the storm. She cries and calls Anna in turn, until in the end she's just crying. She spends ages thinking about calling her parents, but they'll hear that she's drunk and her mother will be angry and her dad disappointed. In the end, she calls her little brother, but his phone is switched off. "Shit, Leo, please answer," she whispers into the darkness. But he won't even see that she's called until the power comes back on the following morning and he can charge his phone again. That's how he ends up being the one who calls and wakes his sister and tells her what's happened. Dead. "Wah, what do you mean, dead?" Maya will slur, half asleep and hungover. Then she'll book a train ticket, pack a bag, and head north. She'll think about her dad the whole way home. 17 dead home. There really ought to be more words for that. One to cover the people we have there, another with room for those we have lost. Kira stands in her office in Hidi staring out into the night until the storm presses the building's window panes in so claustrophobically hard that she starts to panic. She turns toward her desk, but suddenly that goes dark as well. The power goes off so abruptly that it feels like an assault. She starts and swears out loud as she hits her knee on a chair. Then she sinks down onto the floor alone, overwhelmed by a feeling of impotence. The darkness seems to make the deserted office gigantic. She and her colleague moved the company here last year when the business was expanding, and they took on more staff. It was really far too big, but Kira fell in love with the premises. In an old station building more than 100 years old. She had started to love old things, even though she had always dreamed of fresh, modern interiors. Perhaps that's a sign that she's more of a forest person than anything else now. I'm only missing the cross-country skis and refusal to conjugate verbs now, she thinks bitterly. She lies on the floor with her eyes closed as the windows start to rattle worse and worse. She thinks that she should have gone home to Peter, and she feels ashamed that she ought to want to go home more than she does. She knows something is wrong, somewhere inside her, if she would rather stay here. Somewhere between dozing and almost being asleep, she remembers how Peter took the car, not all that long ago, and drove down to Maya's new city, her new home, to help her put some shelves up in her student room. And how Kira sat here in her office in the meantime, and how her phone buzzed with a text message from him. He had sent a picture of the car, parked fairly close to a junction, with the question, "Can I park here without getting a ticket, do you think?" She starts to laugh in the darkness at how stupid it is. Their love story is so peculiar that he seriously thought she could judge 30 feet on a photograph and determine if he was too close to the intersection or not. Perhaps that was why she dared to set up this business, because he genuinely believes she can do anything, and sometimes that can be infectious. Maybe, she thinks to herself somewhere between thought and dream, it's actually no more complicated than that she simply won't tell him the extent of the company's financial problems at the moment. They've lost some big clients and are up to their eyes in unpaid invoices, but she just keeps quiet about it to him, because she can't bear to disappoint him when he's sacrificed everything. When you're young and in love, you think the difficult part of being in a relationship is admitting when you need help. But when you've been married for half your life, you know that the hardest thing is admitting that you really don't. You don't need anyone's help to feel inadequate and a failure and worthless, because no one is as good at making us feel all those things as we are ourselves. Kira can see it in Peter's eyes every time she happens to criticize him. "I don't need any help," he wants to yell at her, but all she gets is silence. She knows exactly how he feels because she too is the best. She loves this office. The only real problem with the old station building is that it's in Hidi, not in Beartown. She has been obliged to live with Peter's unspoken fury about that, so much so that she has occasionally asked herself if that might have been the subconscious reason for her choosing it, to force him to distance himself even more from hockey so that it couldn't drag him back. But for what? For whose benefit? It hasn't saved their marriage, possibly just prolonged it. She doesn't even go home when there's a storm coming, so when would you go home then? What is it anyway, home, when she spends more time in Hidi than in Beartown these days? What does that make her? These crappy towns, she thinks, perhaps mostly to feel that there's someone else to blame. These crappy towns and their childishly petty feelings of jealousy and hatred that always force everyone to pick a side in everything. Because of course Peter wasn't the only person who was annoyed that the office was in Hidi. His childhood friend Tails turned up here only a couple of weeks ago with 4 other men. They were careful to explain that it wasn't an official visit, and that they weren't representing either the council or the club, but were just a sort of interested party. Beartown and its bullshit interested parties, Kira thought as she heard them running on. That pathetic town and their pathetic game. Tails was, in line with his nickname, ridiculously overdressed, this time in a pinstriped suit over a waistcoat and tie, while the other 4 were in the usual uniform of the district's entrepreneurial cowboys. Jeans, shirt, tight jacket, and delusions of grandeur. Kira thought about what her colleagues said when they first started the company. The only thing 2 women like us need to succeed in the world of business is 10 years of combined study of the law, 30 years of combined professional experience, and the collected self-confidence of one really mediocre middle-aged man. The 5 men were all successful businessmen from the area, sponsors of Beartown hockey and regular, concerned residents, in the local paper's letters page. They gathered around Kira's desk as if it were an art installation, because of course it looked like a man's desk, only there was a woman sitting behind it, and that seemed to fascinate them. One of them thought that Kira's colleague was really her assistant, so he asked if he could have a cappuccino, to which her colleague replied that he'd get one in the face if he wasn't careful, and Kira had to grab hold of her arm to stop her, demonstrating that this was no empty threat. One of the other men asked if Peter wasn't going to take part in the meeting, whereupon her colleague replied, "Sure, he makes a really good cappuccino." Tails picked up the hint and threw his arms out grandly. "Ladies, we don't want to take up your valuable time." After which he promptly took up 40 minutes of it. "This really doesn't look good," he smiled, by which he meant the fact that Kira, in her capacity as Mrs. Anderson, wife of the former general manager of Beartown Hockey, had chosen to locate her successful business in Hidi. "We need to stick together, don't we, us Beartown folk? Don't you think? In a small town everything is connected, Kira, businesses and politics and inhabitants," he declared, stopping himself from adding "and hockey." Seeing as he saw that Kira's colleague was weighing her coffee cup on her hand, as if trying to determine how hard she could throw it. Instead, Tails proudly pulled out, as if it were a Renaissance painting, a document that turned out to be a very advantageous rental contract for some newly renovated office premises in Beartown. They were owned by the council, but that wasn't a problem, Tails assured them, because he had negotiated a reduction in the rent directly with the politicians. "And of course this is only temporary, because within the next couple of years you'll be able to move the company here." More documents were produced and spread out across the desk. "Beartown Business Park," Tails declared triumphantly. These pompous men and their grandiose plans, Kira thought, there's always something. In recent years they have fantasized successively about an airport, an art gallery, hosting a skiing world championship, and now this. New office buildings right next to Tails's supermarket, a center for business life in the whole district, built with council money and with him at its center. And down by the ice rink, a new training facility will be built at the same time, Tails explained, adding proudly, "We're investing in the children, Kira. All this is for the children. None of it ever is really, of course. Children are always just the alibi. Beartown Business Park, even the name was perfect in its sparkling stupidity." She never ceases to be surprised at how they never cease to surprise her, these aging men. Tails took her silence as admiration and grinned the way only men who don't know the difference between dialogue and monologue can. "We have to stick together, Kira, don't we? What's good for the town is also good for us." Instinctively, Kira felt like throwing him out of the window without opening it first, of course. But sadly she noticed from the contract on the desk that the rent he was offering in Beartown was half what they were paying for the old station building here in Hidi. Their finances could certainly do with the help. Not even her colleague knows how badly things are going. Kira has hidden everything from everyone, stubbornly thinking that she's going to find a way to solve everything herself. It's wrong, she knows that, but it's gone on for too long for her to be able to retreat now. So when her colleague squinted suspiciously at Kira when she saw that she was even considering the offer in the contract, Kira felt obliged to play hardball and ask, "What about you, Tails? What do you and the club want in return?" Tails threw his arms out in a gesture so dramatic that he knocked over a stack of files. "What do we want? We help each other, surely, Kira. We're friends. Neighbors, almost." Only then did one of the other men lean forward and suggest, in good faith and to add my thoughts, that Kira and her colleague might consider sponsoring Beartown Hockey for an amount that might purely coincidentally match the reduction Tails had negotiated on the rent with the council. And of course, as sponsorship that would be tax deductible, our accountants can sort that out. Win-win for you and us. So that was why. Of course. Always an ulterior motive, always a plan. Graft, 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 it never ends. If Beartown is a family, the ice rink is the spoiled child who eats everyone out of house and home. Well, look, that's only a suggestion, Tails said, clearing his throat, and Kira could see that he wished the other man hadn't been quite so plain-spoken. Tails loved secrets. He understands that secrets are power, so when the man beside him opened his mouth, it probably wasn't planned. The old man was just getting impatient and was doing what all old men do when they meet women like Kira and her colleague: underestimate them. Soon no businesses are going to want to be left in Hidi, because soon there won't be anything here. Soon Hidi won't even have a hockey team. Aghast, Tails nudged him hard with his elbow, but it was too late. Kira raised an eyebrow and put on her most naive smile and asked, "Really?" Naturally, the old man couldn't resist. The council wants to close down Hidi hockey. They only want one club in the district. That was why they spent years trying to shut Beartown down. But now Beartown is the big brother and Hidi the little brother. Do you see? We have the best team and the best finances and the biggest sponsors. So Hidi hockey will be the one that gets closed down, and soon everything else will follow. By the time we're done, Beartown will be a big city and Hidi a small backwater. So take the chance to move back while you can, because soon you might not be able to afford it. The old man laughed so hard that his stomach bounced, like the wind on wet canvas. Tails had a strained smile on his face and avoided Kira's gaze as he mumbled, almost embarrassed, "Well, obviously, that's not official. That business about the hockey clubs. No one knows that discussions are taking place, not even your husband." He couldn't even bring himself to say Peter. Kira and her colleague stood up to indicate that the meeting was over. They nodded diplomatically, or at least Kira did, and shook hands and promised to think about the offer to change address. As the jeans and jackets lumbered out of the office, Tails raised one hand in mournful greeting to Peter, alone in his office behind a transparent door. Peter sat there in his glass box like a lion that had lost its mane, and Kira felt like a woman who had lost her man. Once upon a time, Peter used to know all the secrets in this forest, but now Kira knew more about the hockey club than he did. Now she was more important than him. The door closed behind Tails and the other middle-aged men. Kira sat at her desk staring at photographs. During the weeks that had passed since then, Peter has gone home earlier and earlier to pick up Leo, and she gets home later and later, and sits longer and longer in her car on the drive. It was his idea to start working here, but maybe he only did that because he thought that was what she wanted, and now she doesn't know what she wants anymore. The most impossible thing about a marriage is that even if you do everything right, you're never done with it. It isn't Peter's fault that the job ended up like this, nor hers either. The company simply grew too big too quickly. When he started working here, Kira promised that he would work with human resources and staff issues, which was fine when they didn't have many employees. But now there are too many and he's like the weakest player on a hockey team that has been promoted to a higher league. He's not cut out for this level. Everyone else has training and experience. He's merely married to the boss. Kira tries to hide his lack of serious tasks with paperwork, but it's just getting worse and worse. Peter hasn't shrunk with her success, but she's grown so much that he now looks smaller by her side. Soon you'll have to start a pretend company and hire in actors to do pretend jobs so he can think he's doing something important, her colleague teased her recently. It's not that bad, Kira countered. Her colleague shrugged. She teases Peter a lot, so much so that he thinks she hates him, which eventually made her feel sympathetic instead. When he started work here, it was the first time in his life he had to wear a tie, which turned out to be a challenge in itself. It always seemed to end up either too short or too long when he knotted it. So he started using a ready-knotted version, until Kira's colleague caught sight of the Velcro strap sticking out from under his collar and exclaimed, "I didn't know they made those in your size." Peter blushed and tried to defend himself, saying it wasn't a child's tie at all, but a safety tie, the sort bodyguards wear so they don't get strangled if anyone pulls on it. Kira's colleague's face cracked into a delighted smile. A bodyguard, like Kevin Costner in that film. Peter realized his mistake far too late, and now he had to put up with her singing "I Will Always Love Yawu" every time she went past his office, which she found an improbable number of reasons to do each day, seeing as her own office was at the other end of the building. Kira had pretended not to notice Peter practicing over and over every morning since then, but his tie still ends up being either too short or too long. He's never going to feel completely comfortable in her world. So in the end, Kira's colleague looked her in the eye the other day and said, "Listen, my experience of men is that most of them only want two things from a woman, that she bolsters his self-confidence and that she leaves him alone. When a man gets really stupid, it's usually because he has poor self-confidence or because he feels smothered. But in Peter's case, hell, I think you've probably left him alone far too much." Kira snapped back at her, pointing out that a woman who can't maintain a relationship unless she glues herself to a man while he's asleep probably wasn't an expert on the subject. Her colleague calmly responded by saying that Kira had been married forever and that didn't seem to have helped much either. Then Kira closed her eyes and whispered through clenched teeth, "Damn, have things gone this far now?" "What?" her colleague wondered. "That even you're on Peter's side?" Her colleague said nothing for a while before replying honestly, "I don't know anything about marriage, but I don't think you're supposed to have sides." Damn, Kira thinks now, alone on the floor of the office. Damn, 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 she knows what everyone else thinks, of course. Why doesn't she just let Peter go back to working at the club again? Give hockey back to him? Because she knows how that would end up, because she spent half her life living in Peter's world. You can't be a bit involved in that club, it's a monster. It consumes relationships like a jealous lover. Hockey will never be satisfied. No one is ever enough, and that goes for life outside the rink as well. 2 years ago, after all the horrors of the world had landed on Maya, for a few moments Kira and Peter forgot to keep an eye on Leo. So their son found new friends, the worst sort, the sort with black jackets who drew out all the darkness in him. Kira and Peter got a sneak preview of how Leo's life might turn out if they left him to his own devices, with his demons and lack of impulse control. After that, they promised each other that one of them would have to be home more, to see him. Is that not reasonable? Hasn't Kira done her bit for all those years? Isn't it her turn to be allowed to devote herself to her work now? She starts 10 different text messages to Peter but deletes them all, in the end writing just, "About to leave." She almost hopes he'll call back and yell at her because it's such a blatant lie, but he just replies, "Okay, damn." There's a flashlight in the desk drawer, but she doesn't take it out. Rain is rumbling against the windows. The glow from her cell phone is all that lights her face as she scrolls through years of saved photographs of her children, birthday parties and snowball fights and Sundays spent skating on the frozen lake. They look like the perfect family, and like so many times before, she wonders if they were ever really that. She dozes off, curled up on the carpet, but never really falls asleep. Slowly her brain gets used to the banging and roaring outside, and her body stops twitching. She never hears Peter come in. He can walk so quietly, touch her with such gentleness. She feels his breath on the back of her neck, and his rough hands with the crooked fingers that got broken in all manner of different ice rinks reach around her waist. She smiles but keeps her eyes closed, tighter and tighter, because she doesn't want to wake up and realize that she's only dreaming about him. "Do we have to lie on the floor?" he eventually whispers in her ear. "What?" she murmurs. "Do we have to lie on the floor, darling?" he repeats. She doesn't know whether to hug him or yell at him, so all she manages to say is, "How did you even get here?" "I walked." "Walked?" "Yes, with a flashlight through the forest." "Oh, darling, why?" Leo's with the neighbor's kids. I didn't want to be alone. You're crazy, she says, lacing her fingers hard through his. So I've been told, he says, and she can feel his smile against her shoulder blade. They lie there listening to the wind, and for the first time in a very long time she feels that it might not be too late to put everything right. She drifts off, almost forgets. She wakes up when her phone starts to ring. At first she just sits on the floor, confused and still half asleep, and tries to take in the fact that dawn is breaking outside the windows. She slept through a storm. How exhausted do you have to be to do that? Her phone rings and her heart flutters and falls just as fast when she sees Peter's name on the screen. He was never here. She has 10,000 things she wants to say, but when she answers, she doesn't manage to say any of them. No one else had heard the sob in Peter's throat. If you get beaten as a child, you learn to hold back your sobs, but not for her. Never for his wife. Dead. What do you mean, dead? Is all Kira can manage to say once he's told her, because surely there's no way she can be dead. Not her. For several days after the storm, Peter will stand in their bedroom trying to knot his tie the perfect length for a funeral. Kira will stand outside the door and never find a breath that's deep enough to break the silence. The forest lost so many of its most beautiful trees that night. And what makes it even more unbearable is that it also lost one of its best people. 18 darkness. Less than an hour from now Fatima will be lying in a ditch, but right now she's cleaning the ice rink. She's approaching middle age. She looks much younger but feels considerably older as she straightens her back up in the stands. It hurts, but she hides it well. She's good at keeping secrets, others as well as her own. Every day she cleans the whole of this ice rink, and the next day she starts again, following the same strict routine. She doesn't complain, she's grateful, always grateful, grateful, grateful. To the job, to the town, to the country that took her and her son in so many years ago when he was still small. Grateful, grateful, grateful for everything he has received here, everything he has been able to become. Fatima. It's the caretaker, yelling again. He's been yelling all evening. He thinks she ought to go home before the storm gets worse and the buses to the hollow stop running. But she's not going to leave things half-finished. The old fool knows that. He just doesn't have any other way of communicating his concern except by moaning. Once he grinned at her and said there were loads of good things one could be in a hockey club, but none of them was better than being taken for granted. It was a beautiful thought, of course. Cleaners and caretakers never get their uniforms hung up in the roof of the rink at the end of their careers, but they stay longer than anyone who's accorded that honor. Coaches and players come and go, and the entire team can be replaced over the course of a couple of seasons, but the people in the background go to work as usual on Monday. If they do their jobs perfectly, no one will even notice how important they are until the day they disappear. And often not even then, sadly. The day Fatima is buried, she won't be remembered primarily for who she was, but for whose mother she was. She's Amat's mother, of course, the boy who went on to be the best. That's all that counts in hockey towns. The wind bangs on the door, but the caretaker takes no notice of it. It'll take more than a bit of wind to scare him into going home. You have to go home now, you silly woman. You can finish the cleaning tomorrow, he yells up at Fatima from the boards. Some of us have real work to do here. We don't just pretend, old man, she calls back from the stands. Old man, go and jump in the lake. Oh, just be quiet. There's only one person Fatima ever raises her voice to apart from her son, and that's the caretaker. That's how close they are now, woman and old man. He's worked here forever, and she'll soon have been here for so long that no one can remember when she started. And over the years, they've developed a confidential friendship based on few words and simple humor. Not long ago, the caretaker brought in a photograph of a statue in a different part of the country, and beneath it was written, "Coarse from work, soft from love." And he thought of her. "You missed a spot over there," he calls. "You only see spots because you've got cataracts," she calls back. He chuckles happily. There aren't many people who can make him do that. It's often said that children and drunks tell you the truth. But if you go to a hockey town and want to know what's really going on, you should go to the ice rink and ask the caretaker. The only problem is that he won't tell you a damn thing, because hockey clubs need high ceilings and thick walls, and the caretaker takes that saying seriously. He's seen coaches and committees come and go. He's seen the club when it was second best in the country, and he saw it 2 years ago when it almost went bankrupt. He's good at closing storeroom doors and switching on the blade sharpener so he doesn't overhear sponsors and politicians concluding shady agreements in corridors. He didn't spend a day longer than necessary at school, but he understands enough about numbers to know that no club in the country would have survived if they'd followed every accounting regulation. Everyone does what it takes to survive here. Then you keep your mouth shut. The caretaker has experienced fairy tales and disasters in this ice rink. He's seen boys become men and men become stars, but often he has seen them fade just as quickly. He saw Peter Anderson turn up here from home with black eyes, but never give one to anyone else. He saw him grow up to become captain of the A-team. He waved him off when he went to Canada to become a pro in the NHL, and was still here when he came back and became general manager. Up until just a couple of winters ago, it would never have occurred to the caretaker to say any other name if he was asked who Beartown's best ever player was. But then came Amat. It is often said that a player is an overnight success, or came out of nowhere. But that's never true, of course. Amat has had to spend every day of his whole life fighting to be better than anyone else, because nothing less will be enough if you're a poor kid in the rich kid's ice rink. You have to be the best. The caretaker knows, because if you love a club for as long as he has, eventually it can't hide anything from you. When Fatima arrived here all those years ago with her young son from somewhere on the other side of the planet, she had never even seen an ice rink, but she quickly learned that, regardless of what your mother tongue might be, hockey is the most important word in the local dialect here. The caretaker and Peter himself were the ones who made sure Amat was able to borrow skates. They agreed that would be better than language lessons if he was going to blend in. When the boy grew older, the caretaker had to pay for the goodness of his heart when the boy did extra training before dawn or after sunset, and the old man's working day became at least 4 hours longer between opening up and closing. He and Peter were almost as proud as Fatima when Amat made his debut on the A-team. Quick as a cat out of a sack, that one, the caretaker chuckled, and Fatima exploded inside whenever her son scored a goal. Boys never understand that, the way their mothers see them, but how could they? They haven't had to divide their own hearts yet, so they can't understand when their mothers go to pieces on their behalf either, that crushed dreams can hurt more for those who love us than they do for us ourselves. Fatima used to love the autumn because the caretaker and Peter taught her that the Beartown year starts then, when the hockey season starts. But not this year. Not for her son. No one really knows what happened to him, not even the caretaker. He doesn't have the heart to ask Fatima straight out, because he can see in her eyes every day that she's broken. Back in the spring, Amat was the most celebrated star in town. He was on his way to winning the entire league with Beartown. Then he got injured and they had to play the last few games without him, and lost and missed out on promotion. There were rumors at the time that he wasn't really injured, that he just didn't want to risk getting hurt, that the NHL draft during the summer was more important to him than Beartown. The caretaker's blood starts to boil if he so much as thinks about that. No one, absolutely no one, has sacrificed more for Beartown than Amat, but this town really can be both the most beautiful and the most repulsive. Amat took those rumors personally, as did Fatima. The caretaker could see it even if he didn't say anything. So now he doesn't know how to ask what everyone wants to know. What happened to Amat when he went for the NHL draft in the summer? He wasn't picked. Everyone knows that, but why not? He came home, and there were rumors that he'd gotten injured again. Other rumors that that was just an excuse, but an excuse for what? When Beartown hockey's preseason training started, he didn't show up, but he didn't sign a contract for any other club either. He just sits at home in the apartment in the Hollow. He was the town's most magical fairy tale, but now he's on his way to becoming its most impenetrable mystery, and in the middle of everything stands his mother, the woman who would die for him. The caretaker looks at the empty ice and sighs with the sorrow of a man who has no grandchildren of his own. The wind bangs on the ice rink's door until he realizes that it isn't the wind. Someone is yelling outside. "I've been knocking for 15 minutes. Tails bellows when the door flies open and almost knocks him unconscious. "Bambi, what are you doing out in this weather, you idiot?" the caretaker shouts back irritably. He's the only person who calls Tails Bambi, because the caretaker has worked here so long that 30 years ago some joker carved a small wooden figure representing him, sitting on an ice machine with an angry speech bubble above its head, and placed it behind the nativity scene in the church so that it was yelling, "Get out so I can clean the ice," at Jesus's parents and the 3 wise men. Naturally, the caretaker found out who was responsible at once, because the caretaker finds out everything, but he never told anyone, not even the vicar. High ceilings, thick walls. But when the joker in question was about to play his next game, the caretaker went to a lot of trouble to sharpen the joker's skates unevenly, so he couldn't skate straight, and every time he fell over, the caretaker yelled "Bambi" from the stands. Of course, he's known as Tails to everyone else these days, but the caretaker has never let him forget his first nickname. He grew up to be a fat, middle-aged grocer, but to the caretaker he'll never be anything but a Downey Jr. "The flags, you have to help me get the flags down," Tails gasps. "You came here in the middle of a storm because of flags," the caretaker snorts. Tails has always been a man with a peculiar sense of priorities, but surely this takes the cake. They're too big. They'll catch the wind and snap the flagpoles. Only then does the caretaker see that Tails's hand is bleeding. He pulls him in through the doorway and mutters, "Anyone who's allergic to dust wouldn't be able to lobotomize you. What did I say to you when you bought those flags? Huh, I told you they were too big. I said," Tails yells, even though they're inside, as if the wind has made him deaf. "Yes, yes, you were right. Just help me." The caretaker is so shocked that Tails is prepared to admit he was wrong about something so quickly that he forgets to be mean. "Well then, let's see," he just mumbles, then goes and gets a bandage for Tails's hand and a knife for the ropes. Then the 2 men go out into the storm. Not that it isn't a stupid idea, because it is, but sometimes stupidity is the only logical option. The flags need to be taken down so they can be raised again tomorrow. That might not be important in other places, but it's important here. As long as the flags are flying outside the ice rink, everyone knows that it's open, and as long as it's open, life goes on, and there are no mornings when life needs to do that more than the morning after a storm. The caretaker may be stubborn, and Tails may be a pea-brain, but they both understand that. Tails lives for Beartown. He was a terrible skater even before his skates were sharpened unevenly, but he still fought hard enough to get onto the A-team, where Peter was the big star and Tails's only talent was provoking their opponents into fighting and incurring penalties. When one opposing team from the south came to Beartown one winter, when it was 20 degrees below zero, Tails persuaded the caretaker to switch off the heating in their locker room, and if he got the chance he would hide their equipment in storerooms and ruin their sticks. The dirtier the trick, the better, both on and off the ice. If you were to ask Tails, he would say, "Don't you think I'd rather have been the star player and scored all the goals?" Of course I would. But if you can't do what you want, you have to contribute in any way that you can. We're a small club in a small town, and if we play by the rules of the big cities, we don't stand a chance." Then he'd grin. "Cheating. It's only cheating if you get caught. Do you want to win or not?" That was how he and the caretaker embarked upon their long, dysfunctional friendship. Because the caretaker hates cheating, everyone in Beartown does, but they love winning even more. When Tales's hockey career was over, he became part of the district's invisible power elite, as the local paper has called it. Of course, it's hardly that invisible, and sadly it isn't particularly silent either. Tales has been thrown out of every hunting team in the entire district because he scares the animals away. He's at the ice rink every day, even when he doesn't have official business there, mostly to argue about the schedule for time on the ice, which he always wants the caretaker to rearrange, so that it favors one of the boys' teams, where there's a wealthy parent Tales is trying to persuade to become a sponsor. And the caretaker snatches the pen from him when he counts the hours wrong and sighs. It's hardly surprising that someone like you who can't count ends up a businessman when you couldn't skate but still tried to play hockey. But in the end they compromise in spite of everything because they want the same thing: what's best for the club. Always. Tales keeps promising the caretaker that Beartown Business Park will soon be built, including plans for a new, ultra-modern training facility next to the ice rink, and then there'll be enough time on the ice for everyone. He has a finger in every pie, the pea-brain, for good and ill. Officially, it may have been Peter Anderson who got Ramona a place on the club's committee 2 years ago, but it was Tales who gave him the idea, and for that he has the caretaker's respect. Ramona S. too, even if she'd never admit that. Once, after 11 or possibly 12 beers in the bearskin, she told the caretaker in confidence, "People think Tales loves a team. Bullshit, he doesn't love any team. He loves a club. Anyone can love a team. That's a selfish sort of love, demanding and easily hurt and easy to give up. But loving a club, an entire club, the whole way from the little kids' team to the A-team, and the rivets that keep the roof and the people together. That sort of love has no place for selfishness. You'd better hope this was important, Bambi." The caretaker yells above the wind once they've taken down all the flags. His hands are bleeding as well now. "I swear," Tales shouts back. He isn't actually as certain as he sounds, but he'll end up being right, just not in the way he thinks. Not one flagpole will be snapped by the storm. Tomorrow Tales and the caretaker will hoist the flags up all the poles once more. What they don't know now is that they'll be hoisting them at half-mast. 19 screams. People say that bad news travels faster than good, that if someone dies, people in the town know about it sooner than if someone is born. But if you ask Ramona down at the Bearskin pub, of course she'll grunt. Bullshit. It just feels like that because plenty more people die than are born in this town these days, more funerals than christenings. She should know the Bearskin is the district's watering hole, but it's also its unofficial census office. Every change up or down is celebrated or mourned by someone at her bar. Most of them have learned to celebrate twice as hard as they grieve, to compensate, and that's probably why they've loved hockey more than ever in recent years. They're a winning town again. They live more than they die. If you think that sounds like an exaggeration and ask Ramona straight out if hockey is really that important, she'd probably reply, "No, but what the hell is important in life, really?" She doesn't get to give many speeches at funerals, it has to be said, but she probably has a point. There's a story people often tell about her and a tourist from the big city who was passing through one summer and stopped his car outside the Bearskin pub. He saw through the window that there was a television inside, so he hurried in and asked, "Can I watch the soccer game here?" The television was showing a grainy video recording of an old hockey game, and a small group of elderly men were watching and telling each other what was going to happen next. evidently not for the first time. Ramona stood behind the bar glaring at the tourist and muttered, "Soccer? What soccer?" The man exclaimed with equal amounts of surprise and bemusement. What soccer?" "It's the World Cup final," Ramona shrugged her shoulders. "We only watch hockey in this town. Are you going to order something? This isn't public transport. You can't just stand there looking stupid for nothing. It's only a story, it might not even be true, but that doesn't mean it's improbable. This is the sort of pub that one way or another says everything about a town and its inhabitants, about their place in the world and their view of the rest of it. The bearskin is as close to the factory as it is to the ice rink, and most of the people who drink there live their lives between these three places. The suggestion that the bearskin has been here longer than the town, and that houses were built around it the way they used to get built around a well, is such an old lie that it almost feels true. 2 years ago the whole building almost burned down, and now, after it's been rebuilt, people often joke that it smelled better immediately after the fire than it did before. There are photographs of hockey players all over the walls. Some of them, like Benji and Vidar, probably spent more time in the bearskin than the ice rink some seasons, and that says quite a lot about them. Others, like Amat, have never set foot here, and that says even more about them. Ramona has always had room in her heart for those who have succeeded in life, but the space she spares for those whose lives have gone to hell will always be infinitely larger. The bearskin is in a basement. You can only see the sky through its small windows. But if you stand on the steps with the door open, where Ramona smokes when the weather is at its worst and you can't get your lighter to work out in the street, you can see all the way to the flagpoles outside the ice rink. She would never admit it to Tails, but she started to like them. Every time she goes to a committee meeting and passes beneath them, she walks extra slowly, elated at the chance to cause trouble for the old men up in the conference room one more time. But someone is taking the flags down now, and the storm stops even Ramona from lighting her cigarette outside, so tonight she smokes inside. The door would probably have been torn off its hinges if she opened it anyway. That's why she doesn't see Fatima leave the ice rink a short while from now and stand at the bus stop on the main road, before she gives up and starts walking to the hollow on her own. Nor does Ramona see the 14-year-old boy, Mateo, who has been wandering around the town on his own all evening. She doesn't hear him yelling and banging on the door of the bearskin. She'd almost certainly have opened up if she'd heard. She's let all manner of idiots inside over the years, even tourists who like soccer, so she'd probably have had room for a frozen and frightened 14-year-old. She just doesn't see him. But that isn't how Mateo will remember this moment. He'll just remember it in the simplest words possible. They only watch hockey in this town. 20 Cats. The last thing Fatima does is clean the upper floor in the rink, which used to be dominated by offices and the committee room, but they're squeezed into a smaller space at the back now. Most of the upstairs is now occupied by the new preschool. Some children around here learn to stand on skates before they can walk, which really says all you need to know about this town's relationship to hockey. The sport always forces life to move on, as terrible as that might be. Fatima has started avoiding people in the supermarket recently. Everyone wants to know what's happened to her son, and she can't answer. Back in the spring, everything was like a dream. He was winning, and everyone loved him. Then he got injured and disappointed everyone. Then he went to North America to be selected for the NHL draft, which Fatima barely understands at all. He sat at the kitchen table and explained it as if she were a child and he the grown-up. The NHL is the best league, Mom, where the pros play in North America. Every summer the league has a draft, where the clubs take turns to choose 200 young players who get the chance to become pros over there. That's what could happen to me now. Like Peter did. Amat promised he would buy his mom a big house in the Heights and a Mercedes, when he got his first professional contract. She laughed. "What would I want that for? If you want to give me something, get me a new dishwasher and a bit of peace and quiet." Amat had such big dreams in the spring that there was hardly room for them in their cramped apartment. All that is left of them now is a broken dishwasher. He shut himself away in his room and has barely emerged for several months. And what sort of mother does that make her if she can't even tell people what's wrong? The caretaker has taught her that in hockey you never say exactly where a player is injured, because then opponents will seize the chance to hurt him there again. So you just say lower body injury or upper body injury. But Fatima doesn't even know which of those Amat has. If it's his leg or his heart that's broken. She turns the lights out and goes up into the stands and looks down at the center circle, fighting back tears. New players will triumph and lose there, long after Amat. The ice doesn't care. It's so easy for other people to think that if you want to know about youth sport, you should look at the smile on a teenage boy who has just managed to turn professional. Because every year Fatima sees hundreds of parents devote thousands of hours to this ice rink, hoping for precisely that. They arrive stressed and leave exhausted, sweating in their cars and freezing at training sessions, paying a small fortune in membership fees and even more for all the equipment. But they still have to sell lottery tickets and work for nothing in the kiosk whenever the club asks them. They're expected to have all the time in the world, never complain, to dry wet skates and wipe tears, and most of all do the laundry. Dear God, all the laundry. Naturally, everyone is expected to be self-sacrificial in the pursuit of a dream for their children. But if you want to know anything about youth sports, really know, then it isn't enough to know the name of the child who made it all the way. You also need to know the ones who only almost made it. Fatima lets her eyes roam across the ice, from one end to the other, trying to remember how quickly he could skate that distance. Like a cat out of a sack, as the caretaker put it. One day that boy could go all the way. That meant turn professional, Fatima learned. All the way meant earning money from a game. That's why it wasn't a game for anyone here, because it wasn't just Amat who would profit from that, everyone would. Nothing comes for free in hockey, Mom. You have to give it all you've got. Amat said when he was little, and he was right. He played in second-hand equipment all his childhood. They were always dependent on charity from people like Peter Anderson. "Don't call it charity, it's an investment," Peter said. He meant it in a friendly way, but when Amat became the best, she understood what it meant. They wanted payback. She blinks away her tears, takes a deep breath with her eyes closed, and goes down to the main door of the rink. She meets the caretaker. He hesitates for a moment and glances out at the storm and says tentatively, "Look, Tails is here. I can ask him to get his car and give you a lift." "I don't need anything from that man, I'll take the bus," Fatima replies. There's no hatred in her voice, but that tone is as close as she gets to it. The caretaker tries to persuade her, but there's no reasoning with her. So he sighs and lets her go. Tails is standing outside, his hair is a mess, and he has blood on the cuffs of his shirt. They almost get blown into each other, but Tails jumps out of the way and Fatima walks past him before he has time to open his mouth. She knows he wants to ask how Amat is, because everyone in town asks, but no one really cares. They don't care if he's happy. They just want to know if he can play, if he can win, if they can use him in their brochures. But not even his mom knows what he can do anymore. She walks to the bus stop, hunched up against the wind, half a step back for every step forward. She waits for the bus, but it never comes. The storm has emptied the community. She could have gone back to the ice rink and asked Tails for a lift, in spite of everything. But she can't help feeling that she'd rather die than ask that man for help. So she sets out on the long walk home to the hollow along the main road, alone. The wind tugs at her hair, but she struggles on, a few steps at a time. Her legs ache the whole while, but the pain in her back comes in bursts, without warning, sometimes so sharply that it makes her stagger. The trees lean over the road. making the sky disappear, and she remembers how scared she was of nature here when she and Amat first arrived, all those years ago. The wind and the cold and the ice and the endless forest, everything seemed to be waiting for a chance to kill you. It was so cold that she didn't think she was even going to get through the first winter. Now she can't think of anything more beautiful. Sometimes nature still makes her giddy, when the snow is so white that her eyes can't look at it for more than a few seconds at a time, when the ice is so shiny that if you stand on the lake behind the ice rink, the landscape goes on forever until it merges with the sky. The shapeless world can make you dizzy. The forest can be so silent that it makes your ears pop, as if the trees were sucking all the sound from the world. She used to like people and want to protect her child from nature, but now it's the other way around. She stops at the side of the road. Deep down she knows she shouldn't, that it's dangerous. She needs to get home before the storm gets even worse. But her legs can't carry her any farther, her back aches, her lungs are shrinking. She's halfway between the ice rink and the hollow, the worst part to be alone on. This section of road is nothing but pavement and loneliness. She stands with her hands on her knees trying to catch her breath. Thinks about hockey. That isn't so strange. When you're scared you seek refuge in your happiest moments, and her happiest moments are her sons. Sons never understand that. Amat is so like his dad, the same soft voice, the same determined look in his eyes. It's both a delight and a curse for Fatima that every proud moment also comes with a stab of grief. Amat's father died before they came here, and he never saw his son get this good at a sport his dad never even knew existed. The boy was born in a town close to the desert but found a home in a place made of ice. Everything is her fault, she thinks, because she was the one who taught him to be grateful for everything. It was this town that broke him, but it was her fault it was able to do that. We need to be grateful, she repeated, until the words were invisible tattoos on the inside of his eyelids. He became the best, and she was happy, because finally he was treated as if he belonged here, as if this was his club, his town, his country too. She just didn't know that the only thing heavier than Beartown's prejudices were its expectations. Amat is still only a boy. This is only his 18th year on the planet, but hockey placed a burden on him that no adult man could bear. Just a few years ago he seemed too small and weak for hockey at all. The latter of those was worst, of course. You're not allowed to be weak here. It was Peter who consoled Fatima back then. She'd heard the stories about him standing in a locker room ahead of the town's biggest match, and yelling that the big cities might have the money, but hockey is ours. So she listened. Peter said that what the others saw as weakness was actually the boy's great strength. He was supple. When he skated, it looked like he didn't have to make an effort. That's why everything happened faster for him than it did for anyone else. Fatima thought to herself that that might perhaps be true, but maybe he was also just trying to get away from all the boys who were twice his size and were trying to hurt him. It's such a violent sport, and she never got used to that, either in the young bears on the ice or the big ones off it, because that was what all the dads of the other boys looked like as they hung around the side of the rink yelling during games. Slow and heavy on the surface, and lightning fast and brutal as soon as they got you in their sights. She learned that around here hockey was like nobility. That was how they wanted it. Only someone born into the right family should have access to it. That was why they invented so many traditions and codes, an entire language with its own terminology, so that even the youngsters could tell the difference between those who belonged here and those who didn't. One time she heard one of the men joke that there's too much sport in sports, and she knew what he meant by that. They didn't want a pure sport, not really. They wanted a rigged game where they could buy a place for themselves and their kids. It was Tails who said that. He had hardly said a word to Fatima in all the time she had worked here until Amat made it onto the A-team. Then, suddenly, He wanted to give Fatima advice about the future, tell her what was best for the boy, discuss the NHL and agents and contracts. Fatima may not have understood all the big words, but she understood that he thought Beartown owned her boy. Tales printed a brochure containing a picture of Amat with text saying that it wasn't just easy to sponsor Beartown. It was also the right thing to do, because suddenly, the fact that he was from the Hollow was perfectly acceptable. Tales even wanted a picture of Fatima, showing her and Amat collecting empty drinks cans from the stands, because he'd heard that they did that to help with the money for the rent. But the caretaker yelled at him so hard that the windows of the rink rattled. Fatima herself said nothing. She tried to be grateful, but it was getting harder and harder. She opens her eyes, crouches down in the middle of the road between the ice rink and the Hollow. Slowly she digs her heels into the ground and stands up and starts walking again, but she hardly has the strength. The wind is coming from behind, like a kick in the small of her back, and she tries to fight against it but fails, stumbles and falls headlong into the ditch. She lies on the ground with the wind roaring in her ears and drifts off. Back in the spring, Tales gave an interview to the local paper, and she read everything he said about Amat, how he was a Cinderella story, and how he proved that anyone can play hockey in Beartown. No, Fatima thought, that's precisely why it's a Cinderella story, because it hardly ever happens. She read Tales's boasts about the investment in the girls' team, too, even though she knew that every week he tried to persuade the caretaker to give them the worst times on the ice and the rich dad's boys the best. They didn't want girls in the club any more than they wanted kids from the Hollow. They were all competitors for time on the ice, because hockey belonged to them, just like Peter had said. Fatima's thoughts drift off to her very first years here. She knew nothing about bears then, but there were pictures of them all over the ice rink. So she borrowed a book from the library and started reading in the hope of understanding the town better by understanding the animal. And she did. One of the first things she learned was that up to 40% of all young bears die during their first year of life, and that the most common cause of death was being killed by an adult male bear that wasn't their father. That was when Fatima realized that one day she would have to be a bear as well, when someone threatened her offspring. So she fought for his right to be a carefree bear, naive and untroubled like all the others, for him to be able to play and have fun. Because, to be honest, not even she believed that Amat would become as good as he did, that he would make it all the way. She just loved the fact that he didn't have to think on the ice. He had no pain there, he was free, that was enough. But gradually, the older he got, the more fair hockey actually seemed to become. When they were young, the rich kids had an advantage, but by the time Amat was a teenager, no one cared who his parents were anymore. They just cared about his talent. As long as the team was winning, everybody loved him. He soon got used to it. Fatima too, maybe. She feels ashamed of that now. She's worried she might have challenged God and the universe and has taken everything for granted. Everything that is given can be taken away just as quickly. She was the first person to notice that something was wrong back in the spring. Amat was still scoring goals in every match, but he was no longer as supple. He looked tense, because he was playing with the weight of the world on his shoulders, until his body couldn't take it anymore. Shortly after that, one of their neighbors in the Hollow told Fatima that the neighbors were upset by the rumors, and that they were all on Amat's side. What rumors? Fatima wondered, and was told that people in the town were saying on the internet that they thought Amat was faking his injury, that he was only bothered about the NHL draft and wasn't loyal. Loyal? To what? As if his body belonged to them. So many men showed up at the rink and in the supermarket, all keen to give Fatima advice, until in the end she didn't listen to any of them, not even Peter. Amat went to North America and lost everything and came home empty. She has no idea how long she lies there on the ground, But when she eventually gathers her strength one last time and crawls up, she feels so sore that the wind hurts her skin. For a moment she regrets being so proud when the bus didn't come. She should have gone back to the rink and asked Tails for a lift. The fact that she's thinking that reveals how frightened she is. The storm is whistling in her ears so hard that she hardly hears Amat cry, "Mom." Sons never understand that that's the biggest word in the world. Mom, Mom, Mom. It takes such a long time for her to see that he's running along the road toward her. He doesn't really look like himself anymore. He's always been thin as a stick, but now he looks plump and he hasn't shaved and smells of alcohol. But his hands are as strong as a man's as he lifts her up on her feet. "What are you doing here?" she wonders anxiously. "What are you doing here, Mom? Why are you walking home?" Amat roars over the wind. The caretaker of the ice rink is the best thing you can be in a hockey club, so he's not stupid enough to take Fatima for granted. When she left the rink, he called the bus company and asked to be put through to the bus driver to make sure she had caught the bus. When they said they had canceled the bus because of the storm, the caretaker called Amat at once. The old man was about to set out himself to search, but Amat persuaded him not to, so that he wouldn't end up having to look for both of them. It was an awkward conversation. The caretaker used to see Amat in the rink every day, but the boy hasn't been there since he injured his foot back in the spring and missed the end of the season. He hasn't even left the hollow since he got back from the NHL draft in the summer, has hardly been outside the apartment. This is actually the first time since he got injured that he's done any running at all. But how he runs! Like a cat out of a sack. From the hollow along the road through the storm until he sees his mother. He tears his jacket off and wraps it around hers. Then they walk home, huddled against the forces of nature, she with her arm tucked under his. "Are you hungry? Should we go and get some of that bread you like?" she yells above the wind. "The supermarket's closed, Mom. Stop talking, we have to get home," he yells back. "You shouldn't have run here, you need to take care of your foot," she cries. "Stop worrying about me," he says. He can say that as much as he wants, of course, but she's his mother. Good luck trying to stop her. 21 names when the bearskin was rebuilt after the fire 2 years ago, Ramona didn't bother putting a sign up again. It doesn't make any difference, after all, everyone knows where the bearskin is. Everyone knows where Ramona is. No one could call her pleasant. No one could call the pub welcoming. That isn't what this sort of pub is for. Ramona swears at you if you take too long to order, because there isn't any damn choice anyway. And then she swears just as much if you try to rush her. You'll feel unwelcome, but you'll know where you are, because there are green scarves all over the walls that tell you that in this town we stick together. There's an envelope behind the bar with the words, "The Fund," written on it, where anyone who has any money to spare at the end of the month puts a note or two so that Ramona can give it to someone who's on the ropes. There's a lot of gossip about the old bag behind the bar, but the worst lie anyone can say about her is that she's lost her marbles recently. She hasn't had any marbles for at least 30 years. Her heart, on the other hand, that's right where it should be. She and Halger used to run the bearskin together. They did everything together. They went to every hockey game together. Lethal in the forest and useless everywhere else. She used to mutter about him when he put the beer glasses in the wrong place, and he would grin and reply, "I love you," because nothing made her more angry than that when she was already angry. But he really did love her, the way only a thoroughly kind man could, quietly but beyond measure. The only thing he ever demanded of her was that she should stop smoking. "You have to live longer than me because I couldn't bear to outlive you," he said, and she patted him tenderly on the cheek and whispered, "Shut up." One of the regulars at the Bearskin used to tell an old joke about a man who was sitting in a full-capacity crowd at a hockey game with an empty seat next to him, and the person on the other side asked why it was empty, and the man replied sadly, "It's my wife's, but she passed away recently." Visibly moved, the other man said, I'm sorry to hear that. But isn't there someone in your family or a friend who could come to the game with you? The man replied. No, they're all at the funeral. The joke, of course, was that Halger would be that man the day Ramona was buried, so no one has told that joke since he died years ago now. She was the one who smoked, he was the one who got cancer. She never says he died, she says he left her, and somehow that shows that she's the worst loser in a town full of them. She still hasn't forgiven the old bastard for going first. Men go and lie down and women carry on working, she used to mutter if anyone mentioned the subject, and then it doesn't get mentioned again for a while. She still smokes just as much, drinks even more. The only thing she stopped doing was going to watch the hockey because her lungs couldn't take it. They wasted away without him. For a long, long time she couldn't even get to the supermarket when she couldn't feel his pulse in her hand, his nagging in her ear. So the young men in black jackets who regarded the bearskin as their second home went shopping for her, keeping her going so she could keep everyone else going. They wrote the words for the announcement of Halger's death in the paper when she was crying too much to do so. Damn, Halger, how are the players going to know when to shoot when you're not there to yell at them? It said. She laughed quietly at that and poured more beer. The death notice was still hanging on the wall in the bar, between matched jerseys and scarves from Halger's beloved, hated, worthless, wonderful Beartown hockey when the fire took the building. It almost took Ramona too, and sometimes she wishes it had. People can bury so many of their loved ones during a lifetime and still get up the morning after, but something inside gets a bit heavier each time. She's had more than a few mornings when she's woken up and wondered if she can be bothered to get up once more. Then suddenly, one day early last summer, she raised the price of the beer. Naturally, that caused a huge fuss among the regulars in a bar where there isn't any other sort of customer, because the last time she raised the prices was 15 years ago. All she ever does is raise the prices, the old bag. The only people who didn't complain were actually the young men in black jackets. Because Timu, the biggest idiot in a large gang of big idiots, hadn't looked so happy for a long time. What are you grinning about? Ramona snapped at him, and Timu confessed. If you're raising the prices, you're thinking of the future. People like him and her need a future, otherwise they sink. The same night as the fire at the bearskin, they lost Timu's younger brother, Vidar, in the car accident. The boy used to do his homework in the bar at the bearskin when he was little, forced to do it by the older brother who had never done any homework in his life because no one made him do it. Their dads were long gone, and their mother was at home, but disconnected by pills. Timu and Vidar had seen so much violence and abuse before they even started school that the bar was their haven. They were safe at the bearskin. They found all their friends there. Timu found a new sense of belonging with the black jackets there who would always protect his little brother. Ramona never had kids of her own, but these boys were hers. When Vidar died, she and Timu were like old trees that have been torn out by the roots. They couldn't find any meaning to the next day at all, apart from hockey. That moved life on, one game at a time, one noisy argument at the bearskin afterward at a time, about which player ought to have tried which shot. There are no two people in this town who can argue like Ramona and Timu, because most people don't have the energy to like each other enough as much as that demands. They rarely said the words to each other. They didn't need to. The old bag behind the bar raised the price of beer and the hooligan almost started to cry, and that was enough. They belonged to each other. When the storm sweeps in over Beartown and darkness envelops the buildings, Ramona thinks of him, of her boys. She probably thinks of Halger too, of course, because she always does that when evening turns to night. He used to like going to bed, Halger, the lazy bastard. When the wind starts to rattle the windows and all the lights go out, she puts the beer glasses in their place below the bar and fumbles for the flashlight in the dark. Behind a weak, fluttering beam of light, she feels her way upstairs to her bedroom, slowly on old feet, passing pennants and scarves and the hundreds of photographs that people in the town collected for her after the fire. Silent greetings from an entire life lived in and around a hockey club. She was one of the first sponsors. In recent years she has sat on the committee. Oh, how she has fought with the old men there, and oh, what fun she has had. Beartown hockey is better than it has been for years, and Hidi is completely useless, and you probably can't have more fun than that without going wild if you ask Ramona. She goes to bed with Halger's photograph in her arms. The storm shakes the building until it rocks her to sleep. A fair way into the forest the same storm, not long before, shook a small car on its way to the hospital in Hidi. The pregnant woman inside had cried, "It's time, it's time, it's coming now," to her husband, and they had set off. A falling tree hits the car in the forest and they get rescued by a midwife and a crazy 18-year-old called Anna. They'll end up naming the child after a boy both Anna and Ramona loved. Vidar. The end of life is as unstoppable as its beginning. We can't stop the first and last breaths we take any more than we can stop the wind. Ramona doesn't change into her nightdress. She sleeps with her clothes on so no one will have to carry her out when she isn't decent. And as little Vidar is born in the forest, she dies in the bearskin. There's nothing untoward about it, it's time. When she is buried, so many green scarves will be laid on the grave that the name on the stone can't be read. It doesn't matter, everyone knows who she is. All that holds us together in the forest is our stories, and we will never stop telling hers. 22 losses. The most unbearable thing about death is that the world just goes on. Time doesn't care. The morning after the storm, the sun goes up as if it's mocking us over a wrecked forest and a battered town. Two, in fact. If she were still with us, Ramona would no doubt have pointed out that there are always two of everything. One that wins, and one that's all the other bastards. There are 2 towns and 2 clubs and always 2 hockey players. One who takes a place on the team, and one who takes a place at the bar in the bearskin. 2 of everything, one we see and one we don't, an upside and a downside, she used to grunt. And it could possibly be claimed that she had often drunk a fair amount of breakfast by then, and that she sometimes added a few last drops so sneaky that they were almost embarrassing. But when she was focused, she could reach out across the counter and pat someone tenderly on the cheek and say, "Everything and everyone is connected around here, whether they like it or not." She was right, invisible hooks and threads. That's why everything and everyone stopped when she died. Cheers for faithful women and reliable men, wherever they may be, but for you other ne'er-do-wells it's time to go home, she used to shout when she rang the bell for last orders. The small oasis of alcohol between dusk and dawn was over. The second hand started ticking again, and cell phones were reluctantly pulled out of pockets so that angry text messages could be read. Heading home through the darkness, the opposite of upsides and winners stumbled back to reality, secure in the knowledge that they could return tomorrow, but one tomorrow Ramona was no more, and it was incomprehensible that the sun still rose, that it could bear to, that it dared to. So many phone calls are made the day after the storm to share what has happened. It's as much of a shock for everyone who picks up and gets the message. But the most unexpected phone call is probably the very first one. It's Timu who finds Ramona because he's the first person who misses her. We will say that it was early in the morning after the storm, but the storm is actually still going on. Timu was half a day's drive away. When the storm swept in, he was engaged in the sort of buying and selling that Ramona wouldn't let him do in Beartown. She knew how he made his living. She knew better than to let him do it anywhere near her, because just like all kids, he would only find something even worse to do when she wasn't looking. Timu has never had a real parent, and there was no way in hell that Ramona was going to try to be one either. But insofar as she could express feelings and he could express them back, they did so by her laying down a few rules and him sticking to them. He called her when he saw the weather forecast. When she didn't answer, he knew something was wrong. She'd never admit it, but she always kept her phone close when he was out on the road. He turned his old Saab around and drove all night on barely passable roads, straight into the wind, as fast as it would go, and kicked in the door of the bearskin. And in the dawn, when the storm finally lifted its hand from the shattered towns and all that remained was the rain against the windows, he sat by Ramona's bed and wept like a boy and like a grown man. When we are little, we grieve for the person we have lost, but when we're older, we grieve even more for ourselves. He wept for her loneliness, but also his own. Everyone I know with any sense has two families, the one they were given and the one they chose. You can't do anything about the first, but you can damn well take responsibility for the second. Ramona yelled at him every time anyone in the pack caused trouble after a hockey game, stole a snow scooter from the wrong store, or punched the wrong person in the face and Timu hadn't stopped them. She always held him personally responsible for all the idiots who followed him, and when he got angry and asked why, she roared, "Because I think better of you." She never let him be less than he was capable of. Everyone else only saw a violent madman, a hooligan and a criminal, but Ramona saw a leader. He loves the guys in his pack, but he has to direct them. He loves his mother, but is always responsible for her. She likes pills that let her not feel anything at all, so he has to feel everything instead. When his little brother Vidar died, his mother said that sometimes she saw happy families down on the lake in winter, a mom and a dad and a child skating and laughing, the sort of family that functioned and lived in a house where everything was intact. "I pretend it's Vidar, that little kid, that he had a family like that," she whispered through her drugged fog to her eldest son. Not that she wished that for Timu, just Vidar. She needed Timu too much even to fantasize about a different life for him. Ramona knew that, understood that constant responsibility for others weighs a young man down. It isn't visible on the outside, but he is slowly being filled with lead. Timu is far too many people's first phone call whenever something goes to hell. It was only at the bearskin, late in the evening just before the lights were turned out and the door locked, that he could relax and let his shoulders drop a few inches, unclench his fists. He would get one last beer and a pat on the cheek and Ramona would ask how he was. No one else ever did that. So, early in the morning when the storm finally sweeps past, he sits on the edge of her bed and wishes he had told her that she was right. We have two families. She was the one he chose. He takes a cigarette from the packet on the bedside table and smokes with her one last time. He suddenly starts laughing because she looks so angry, even when she's dead. If she's in any sort of heaven now, Vidar is also there, and his little brother will be getting one hell of a telling off for daring to die before her, he thinks. Then he gently closes the old woman's eyes and pats her on the cheek and whispers, "Say hi to the little shit," and hold her. Then Timu just sits there, not knowing what to do with the body or who to call. Ramona was the nearest thing to a normal adult he had in his life, so he doesn't know what normal adults do when they lose other normal adults. In the end, he calls Peter Anderson. Perhaps that's as incomprehensible as it is obvious. They hated each other for years, when Peter was general manager of Beartown hockey and the foremost symbol of everything the pack hated. The privileged little elite of wealthy men who governed the club as if it belonged to them. Things went so far that the pack placed an announcement of Peter's death in the paper and arranged for his wife to get a call from a moving company about emptying their house. It was in the bar at the Bearskin that Timu and Peter finally stopped being enemies, under Ramona's watchful eye, after Peter had resigned from his job as general manager, but they never became friends. Even so, Timu has no one else right now. He's half expecting Peter to hang up instantly, but instead he replies softly, hold on, what are you saying, Timu?" The words tumble out of Timu once again. "She's dead, for fuck's sake," he sobs. "Dead," Peter whispers. Timu manages to say, as if all he has left are consonants. Bloody hell, Timu, are you okay?" Peter asks. Timu doesn't know what to say because he's never been asked that by a grown man before. "Where are you now?" Peter asks, as if he's trying not to startle a deer in his garden. "In the car with her," Timu sobs, barely audibly. With who?" Peter asks. "With Ramona." Peter just breathes into the phone, waiting to hear that this is a joke. "It isn't. You've got her in the car, Timu. I didn't know what I was supposed to do, so I'm on my way to yours, but I didn't want to leave her alone." Timu sniffs, snapping defensively down the phone. Peter sighs very, very, very deeply at the other end. Then he tells Timu to stop at the side of the road. He isn't entirely sure what sort of crime driving a corpse around in an old Saab would be categorized as, but he's pretty sure there'll be something. "Just stay there, I'll come and get you." Timu does as he says, which feels strange, not just because Ramona is sitting next to him and is dead, but because he has never in his whole life had anyone come and get him. So many phone calls get made, first from one neighbor to another, then another and another, until one reaches Audriovich up at the dog kennels. When she hears about Ramona, she has to make a call to as far away as is possible. "Benji," she whispers, then tells him everything as gently as she can and hears him break. He gets up and packs and sets off without hesitating, and now he's asleep on a bench in an airport on the other side of the planet. One of his eyes is a single, red-blue bruise, and his nostrils are black with dirt and dried blood. He's 20 years old and has spent the past 2 years living drunk and free in a way that only a self-medicating liar can, young and immortal. Outside the windows in this part of the world, the sun is on its way up toward another day warm enough to go shirtless on endless beaches, but Benji is on his way to the far north, toward hockey towns and temperatures below freezing. The proof that time machines will never exist is that if one is ever invented at some point in the future, someone who loved Benji would use it at once to go back to this precise moment and stop him. Someone would stand here and take his arm and grin. "Oh, screw the flight. Come on, let's get to the beach, grab a beer. Let's buy a boat." Because then everything that is going to happen would never have happened. If only someone had appeared now and stopped him from going home. That's why we know time machines don't exist. Because they're far more plentiful in Beartown than Benji believes, the people who love him. Leo Anderson can't remember the last time he felt such pure, uncomplicated joy as when the electricity comes back on in the house in the center of Beartown the day after the storm, and his computer starts up again. Life begins once more. His dad gets a call from someone and Leo doesn't care about the content of the call, but he hears his dad hang up, then call Leo's mother right away and tell her that someone's dead. Leo doesn't hear who. His mother drives home at once from her office in Hd, where she spent the whole night, and as soon as she walks through the door Peter sets out. They look at each other very briefly, as if love could wait while they're busy, as if they imagine that all the time they need to say everything they're longing to say will just magically appear one fine day. Leo hasn't told anyone how often he has thought about how to solve all the practical problems when they get divorced, how they're going to live, and how he can move his computer back and forth, because it feels like a countdown. The front door closes behind his dad, and his mom goes to the kitchen to make more phone calls. Leo closes the door to his room and returns to his computer game and breathes out like he's been given painkillers, free to stop thinking. The flicker of the screen and the gunfire in his headphones would be unbearable for other people, but for him they're a form of meditation. He takes his eyes off the screen for just one moment when the text message arrives. It's from his sister. "I'm coming home," it begins. He smiles. In another part of Beartown, in a much smaller house, Mateo is sitting in front of his computer. The boys are the same age, they're playing the same game. Mateo's sister is also on her way home. But he isn't smiling. "I'm coming home," Maya's text message begins. Her mom has just called and told her and explained that she doesn't have to come home, that everything's fine. So Maya packs her bag and writes to her brother, "Don't say anything to Mom and Dad or they'll just come and get me. I'll take the train. Be nice to Dad because he's sadder about Ramona than he seems, okay? Love you." Leo merely replies okay, but he's smiling. He misses his sister. He got her room when she moved out. He's arranged it entirely around his computer. An ergonomic chair that he asked for at Christmas, new headphones, new screen. He's become good at the fact that even if his parents don't like the violence in his gaming world, they like it better than him being out all night in the real world. Mateo is sitting on the floor in a small room on the other side of town. He's hooked up to the neighbor's Wi-Fi, and his computer is a mishmash of parts he's rescued from discarded machines, when the office department of the factory where his parents work tossed their old computers in a dumpster. Naturally, his parents don't know he's got it. They'd never allow that. No one plays games in Mateo's family. They barely even watch television. Not that Mateo has ever figured out exactly what God has got against that, but he's never questioned it. His family lives in silence and terror. Not that Mateo is afraid of his parents. They've never hit him. Their control over their children is of a different sort. Shame and guilt and disappointment, the devil's most effective tools. On the other side of town, Leo takes his eyes off the screen for a few seconds while he reads Maya's text message. The smile fades from his face when he turns back to the computer again and sees that someone shot him in the head. Mateo clenches his fist in front of his screen when the shot goes off. He goes to the same school as Leo, but he's fairly sure Leo doesn't even know who he is. They're the same age but live in different realities. One gets sandwiches made for him without even having to ask for them. The other sits hungry in an empty house. One's parents are barely religious, yet he's still got an expensive ergonomic chair for Christmas. The other's parents do nothing but talk about God and Jesus, but don't even celebrate Christmas. Leo has everything Mateo doesn't have, in every sense, so computer games are fair in a way that the real world never is. There, a boy with a second-hand computer sitting on the floor can seek out a boy surrounded by the newest, most expensive technology, wait for him to lose concentration and shoot him in the head. For a single second, Mateo is able to clench his fist and feel like a winner. Then the power goes off again. Peter comes hurrying along the side of the road, his hair a mess, and dressed in tatty jeans and a dirty green hooded top with the bear on it. Timu rolls the Saab's window down, as shamefaced as if he'd been caught speeding. "You always think of safety first," Peter says, with just a hint of irony when he sees that Timu has fastened the safety belt around Ramona. Timu doesn't know how to interpret that, so he mumbles, "I didn't know what to do. It felt wrong to put her in the trunk." Ramona is sitting in the passenger seat and looks like she might wake up any moment and yell at Timu for driving like an old woman. Peter quickly closes his eyes, opens them slowly, and for a moment looks as if he'd like to rest his hand gently against her cheek, but resists. "It's okay, Timu. We're going to sort this out," he whispers instead. Timu spent his whole childhood practicing not crying in front of other people, as did Peter, and they both put that knowledge to good use today. Peter makes all the phone calls a normal adult would make. They carefully lay Ramona on the backseat and drive slowly toward the center of town. The undertakers don't have set opening hours, just a sign on the door with a telephone number. Around here, those who work with death only do so when required. They have to wait several hours before someone shows up. It's that hard to get through the forest roads. Throughout the whole time they're waiting, Peter hears a buzzing sound, at first far off, like an annoying insect trapped inside a glass dome. but it grows to a roar and he rubs his fingers over his ears in case it's his imagination. Only when he hears cries and sees a tree fall not far from the car does he realize what it is. Chainsaws. A whirring symphony that rises and falls in all directions around them. It's barely even daylight yet. The storm has only just abated, but the forest is already full of people clearing fallen trees and debris. Peter notes that many of them are firemen, but none of them needed to be ordered to go and help. The teams are always uneven, storms against humanity, but humanity's persistence wins in the end. "I didn't know Ramona was ill. I wish I'd been there," Timu suddenly says tentatively. Peter gives a curt nod and wishes he knew what to say to comfort him. "She was old, Timu. It isn't anyone's fault. Ramona loved you," is the best he can manage. The tip of Timu's nose moves almost imperceptibly up and down. "You too. Not like you and Vidar, Timu. You were like sons to her." Timu's eyebrows bounce. "Are you kidding? Do you know how much the old bag used to boast about you? Damn, I hated that. I thought you were an arrogant bastard who believed you were better than the rest of us just because you don't drink and stuff. But she, well, until she explained what sort of dad you'd had. Then I got it. You had a really terrible childhood and turned out well in spite of it. That was why she boasted. It was a long time ago. Things were different then. Dads were." Peter says quietly. Even though he knows it isn't true, Timu is half his age and his dad was just the same. "It's okay to say your dad was an asshole," Timu says, not surprised, but like a boy who, when he was a child, never met a grown man who wasn't violent. Peter looks at him and is astonished, as he always is, at how thin Timu is. He may be the most feared man in the forest, but from a distance he could pass as an upper-class kid at boarding school. His hair is neat, his posture relaxed, his eyes aren't labyrinths of darkness. On the contrary, he often looks almost cheerful, like a mischievous little kid. It's funny the way the potential for violence works, Peter thinks. You can't see it on someone, you just feel it in their presence. The older generation of hockey fans in Beartown often talk about players who have the dog in them. Peter knows what that is because of its absence from descriptions of him when he was young. Peter Anderson. Sure, he's good with a stick, but he doesn't have the dog in him. Peter refused to fight, even when he was attacked on the ice, which meant that a fair number of men didn't trust him, and others challenged him. He learned to recognize the difference. Plenty of men can talk about being up for a fight, but when it comes to it, everyone has a bridge they have to cross, from the peaceful creatures we've learned to be, to the animals we need to become to physically attack another person. The length of that bridge varies for different people. Those with the shortest bridge behave like Peter's dad, but Timu. Peter has never sat next to anyone like him. He has no bridge. The two different shores within him are just a stride apart. On the outside, you couldn't tell the difference between him and 100 other men, but on the inside, he's nothing but dog. So Peter rubs his stubble awkwardly and replies vaguely, "Oh, there were worse dads. Now I've got kids, it often feels like I'm not so damn great at it myself." Timu turns away and looks through the window, and perhaps he should have said what he was thinking, that he's seen a lot of bad dads and Peter isn't one of them. Perhaps Peter should have said something to Timu too, ask him how he's feeling. But neither of them can figure out how to formulate their thoughts, so in the end they just talk about hockey instead. "So what do you think about the team this year?" Peter asks, almost as a polite formality but partly out of genuine curiosity. There was a time when everyone forced their opinions on him, and now he can't help missing that a bit. "Surely you should be telling me," Timu chuckles, before he realizes that Peter probably knows less about the team now than he does. He almost feels like apologizing. Peter shakes his head slowly. "You know how people always gossip in this town, Timu, and when you ask, how do you know that? They just say, people talk. I never hear that anymore. It was never me people talked to, they just talked to the general manager." Timu nods with a degree of sympathy. 2 years since Peter left and the club still hasn't appointed a new general manager. They replaced his position with a leadership committee consisting of the coach and a handful of committee members, which ought to have been a disaster, but instead has coincided with the club's best seasons for years. It's hard for someone like Peter not to feel that perhaps he was the problem. Teemu understands that because he knows what it's like to love a club that would rather not have anything to do with you. Can I ask, what do you do all day without hockey? Teemu asks. I bake bread, Peter says. BR bread, Peter nods. He looks at the time, then at the deserted road. And to be brutally honest, I don't even like bread much. So if we're going to talk about anything, you might as well tell me what you think of the team, because with Ramona gone there's no one else I can ask. For a moment Teemu looks like he thinks it's a trap. Okay, I think the team has two problems. The first is that Amat's a great player but no one seems to know what's wrong with him. The second is that, oh, what the hell, we almost won the whole league in the spring, but when it really mattered we buckled. We need someone who doesn't back down. Someone with, he searches for the right words like a parent trying to avoid the swear jar. Someone with the dog in him, Peter says helpfully. Teemu laughs. You sound like Ramona. Peter shakes his head. No, I just sound old. Teemu grins. But you're right, that's who we're missing, number 16. He doesn't have to say the name, Peter knows. The whole town knows. 23 Sisters Benjamin Ovich. A tired voice calls over a crackling loudspeaker at the airport. Benjamin Ovich to gate 74. Benji wakes up on a bench, half because of his name being called out and half because tears are stinging the wounds on his face. He doesn't know what time it is in Beartown. He can't remember if the time difference is 6 or 8 hours, but he assumes that one advantage of drinking all night and sleeping all day for the past few months will mean he's immune to jet lag. He sits up, groaning from the pain in his body. Ramona once told him that his biggest problem was that he had an unused brain and a worn-out heart, and that his feet only went in one damn direction. She was right, of course. People in the airport are taking detours around the bench. His nose and mouth are bloodier than his fists. On the way to the airport, he got into a situation where he ought to have gone into reverse, and this is what happens when you never learn how to do that. The departure board is flashing as he drags his body and bag up from the bench and limps toward his plane. There are many things that people have thought about him over the years that have been wrong, but if Ramona was still around, she would probably have said that no lie has been bigger than the idea that this boy has the dog in him. If there was ever one there, it got frightened away a long time ago. Benjamin Ovich has nothing but demons left now. It's almost lunchtime on the day after the storm when Anna calls her best friend. She doesn't answer, so Anna does the only reasonable thing. She calls again and again and again. In the end, Maya answers, sounding irritated. She's on the train, which obviously wouldn't have been a problem, only she was sitting on the toilet in the train, which again wouldn't have been a problem if Anna didn't always insist on video calls. Can't you take the hint if people reject your calls or what? Maya snaps, trying to balance the phone on the sink. Are you doing a poo? Anna asks, unconcerned, her mouth full of chips. Well, if I was and you're eating chips at the same time, I'd still be the only person who was disgusted. Why should I be disgusted? I can't even see the poo, Anna wonders, shoveling in some more chips. There's something wrong with you. With me? You're the one talking about poo. Is there something wrong with your poo? Are you ill? Stop it. Is it sticky? It's not supposed to be sticky. What do you want, Anna? Hello, sorry I exist, then I just wanted to ask if you'd like me to pick you up from the train. You haven't got a driver's license. And I don't have the energy to have this discussion with you. Don't worry, I'll get the bus. Why don't you call your parents? Because then they'd pick me up. Yes. Isn't that the point? The point is that I don't want to bother them. They've got enough crap to think. What are you doing? Are you okay? I just got some chips stuck in my throat. Now I've got stuff on the screen. Hang on, I'll just wipe it off. Charming, Anna, really. Is that your guitar next to you? You take your guitar with you when you're doing a poo. I'm on the train, you idiot. I don't want anyone to steal it. No one wants your useless guitar, loser. It's great to be going home, it really is. Don't talk crap, you miss me loads. Maya smiles. I miss my best friend. Anna softens and whispers to the screen. I miss you too. Whereupon Maya obviously can't resist adding, you really should meet my best friend, she's way funnier than you are. It's fortunate for her that this is a video call because now Anna can only slap the screen but Maya still flinches. The first time Maya went home, Anna accidentally hit her for real when she meant it as a joke, and then Maya couldn't sleep on that shoulder for a week. Play something for me, Anna mutters, nodding to the guitar case. I only play for my best friend, Maya grins. Ha, if I had a heart I'd have been really hurt by that, she fires back, and they both laugh. Then Maya opens the case and pulls out her guitar and plays for her best friend, sitting in a cramped bathroom on a jolting train. Anna loves her for that. The song is new, the words old. Me and you and me, let the whole world come and see. They don't know who I can be, they've never seen the real me, their status symbols. Careless trifles, your defiant eyes. Loaded rifles, let them talk. They've got nothing for me, let them hate. We're a two-woman army, let them scream. Let them fight, let them leave. Step out of sight, none of them knew me. Just my name, anyway, I never needed anyone else. Come what may, whatever must fall can fall, it's you and me against it all when it's tough. When it's not always, always, no matter what, me and you and me, let the whole damn world come and see. They don't know who we can be. The final notes of the guitar strings bounce between the screens until space swallows all the echoes. The train is rumbling against Maya's backside, the tumble dryer against Anna's. She's washing her dad's sheets. Maya doesn't have to ask to know that he's had a relapse. Anna always calls when she's doing the laundry to stop her having to be alone. They say nothing for what must be almost 10 minutes before Anna says, "Nice song. Your new best friend must like it a lot." Maya laughs, making the guitar bounce on her stomach. "You're such a dork." Says the girl going to music college. "If there was a world championship in being a dork, you wouldn't be allowed to take part because you're dork doped." The jury would be like, "No, sadly, everyone else has worked really hard to be a dork, but you obviously just fell into a vat of dork jam when you were little, so it wouldn't be a fair contest if you took part." Maya laughs so loud she's pretty sure the whole train can hear. She doesn't care. She and Anna are half a country apart for months at a time, but a single phone call is enough. Then it's as if they've never been apart, as if nothing terrible had ever happened. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a storm at home. I should have," Maya begins, but Anna interrupts. "Shut up. How were you supposed to know?" "I miss you," Maya whispers. "Call me as soon as you get home," Anna whispers back. Maya promises, and the incomprehensible idea that so many people who don't have Anna in their lives still manage to be people at all gives her a headache. They end the call and Maya maneuvers the guitar case out of the train bathroom. The same case she had when she moved away from Beartown. She was 16 then, is 18 now. She left soon after Vidar's funeral and is going back to attend Ramona's. She doesn't know if she's sad because she's grieving or because she's feeling nostalgic. She hardly knew Ramona at all, not really, but when some people die it's like watching the string on a balloon snap. We don't miss what she was but what we lose when she isn't there. Maya wonders who will be at the funeral. Most of all, if Benji will be there. Deep down in a pocket inside the battered guitar case are the lyrics to the last song she wrote before they both left. "Love that gets out of control, the most intense adventures. I hope you find your way out. I hope you're the kind of person who gets a happy ending." She's thought so much about him. The wildest, loneliest person she knows. Benji has done his best not to think about anyone at all, but the shield of drink and smoke gets more brittle as his heart beats against the plane ticket in the chest pocket of his shirt. He has a postcard in his hand, the last one he was going to send Ramona. There was always more silence than words between them, but he thought she'd like to stick it up on the wall in the bar anyway. He's long since given up hoping that anyone would be proud of him, but he hopes that at least Ramona didn't think he was an embarrassment. On the way to the airport, he found a bar that reminded him of the bearskin. If you want to know how little he's changed, it's enough to know that it took him 4 drinks to get into a fight with 2 guys who were talking crap about his long hair and tattoos. If you want to know how much he's changed, it's enough to know that he lost the fight. He isn't as strong as he used to be, not as fast, perhaps not even as wild. His eye is bruised and he has blood in his nostrils, but he doesn't mind the fact that it hurts. At least he can feel it. It's been a long time since he felt anything at all. He wonders who his hometown will see him as when he returns. He was a hockey player and openly gay when he left, and he doesn't know if they're going to tolerate the fact that he's still the latter but no longer the former. You are loved if you win in Beartown. He learned that at an early age you can get away with almost anything as long as you win and win and win. But now, he's of no value to anyone now. He's traveled so far, so long in the hope of finding all the answers, but no one ever manages that. You just find more bodies, more dance floors, more mornings of hangovers so heavy that it hurts to blink. There are no new lives, just different versions of the old one. People talk about coming out, as if it's something you only do once, but obviously you never run out of new people, so you keep having to come out until you snap. Night after night he dreams that he stayed with Kevin at that party. It's almost 2.5 years ago now, but he still can't stop it happening over and over again every time he closes his eyes. When they were little they did everything together. Benji never left Kevin's side. When some boys find their first best friend, it's the first real love of their lives. They just don't know what falling in love is yet, so that's how they learn what love is. It feels like climbing trees. It feels like jumping in puddles. It feels like having one single person in your life who you don't even want to play hide and seek with because you can't bear being without him for a single minute. For most boys, this infatuation obviously fades as the years pass, but for some, it never does. Benji traveled right across the world but never found a single place where he could stop hating himself for still loving Kevin. When they were young, the boys were always having sleepovers, where they read superhero comics and talked about nightmares they'd never tell anyone else about. Sometimes Benji would wake from a really bad one with his arms flailing, and Kevin would have to duck to avoid ending up with a broken nose. When they went off to tournaments and had to sleep with other guys in gym halls, Kevin would sneak out of bed at night and pull the zip of Benji's sleeping bag right up to his chin. So if anyone else woke him, they wouldn't get a fist in the face before Kevin had time to intervene. In summer, the boys would set off alone into the forest, swimming naked in lakes, and spending weeks at a time sleeping on an island that only they knew existed. In winter, Kevin was the whole town's hockey hero and Benji was the one the old men in the stands called the insurance policy. Because if anyone attacked Kevin, Benji went after them, pursuing them to the ends of the earth. Benji was Kevin's best friend, and Kevin was the love of Benji's life. So it's Benji's fault, he knows that. It was his job to protect Kevin from everyone else, and everyone else from Kevin. If only Benji had stayed at the party, Kevin wouldn't have raped Maya, and then everything would just have carried on as normal. If only Benji hadn't gotten jealous when Maya arrived at the party and he saw the way Kevin looked at her, if only he had stayed when Kevin asked him to, then Maya's life would never have been shattered. She would have been happy. Kevin would almost certainly be playing in the NHL now. And maybe no one would have known the truth about Benji either, but he wouldn't have minded. He would have swapped being able to be himself for everything staying the way it used to be. He might still have been playing hockey now, and perhaps it would have been worth it, because he misses how simple it was. Just win. Then we'll love you. He misses fighting on other people's behalf, meaning something in a group, being the person their opponents fear will leap over the boards if they touch his teammates. He misses the locker room and shaving foam in shoes, and sitting at the back of the bus throwing peanuts at the heads of Bobo and the other idiots. He misses feeling the coach's palm slap the top of his helmet the way a dog owner pats his dog's head, because then Benji knew he'd done something right. He misses having somewhere he belongs, even if it was a lie sooner that than being lost in the truth. We all have 100 fake personalities depending upon who we're with. We pretend and dissemble and stifle ourselves just to fit in. The very last words Benji said to Kevin the last time they saw each other were, "I hope you find him, the Kevin you're looking for." He doesn't know if Kevin ever did. Benji has been looking for a Kevin he can put up with, but hasn't succeeded yet. When he finally boards the plane, he pulls his safety belt as tight as he can before slipping his hands under it, so he doesn't hit anyone if he gets woken up. Then he sleeps and dreams about time machines. Those are his worst nightmares. When the power goes off again, Leo walks out into the kitchen and sits at the table with his mother for a while. On the chair next to her, not opposite. They eat sandwiches and drink chocolate milk, and even a 14-year-old has trouble denying how good it feels that something so simple can make anyone as happy as it makes her then. Mateo crawls in through the basement window of his neighbor's house and lies on the floor in the darkness listening to the sound of their voices. He tries once more to open the gun cabinet but fails again. Leo says nothing to his mom about his sister being on her way home. It will be a surprise. Mateo wishes he could call his sister and tell her to stay where she is, wherever that might be. He doesn't want her to come home. She can be anywhere in the world as long as she doesn't come home. His joy at shooting Leo in the head in the game quickly leaves his body. Leo still has everything that Mateo has lost. Two of everything, one we see and one we don't, as Ramona used to say. Two funerals. Two 14-year-olds in two houses waiting for their big sisters. Two young women on their way home to the town they haven't quite managed to leave behind. One coming by train, the other in an urn. 24 dreams. A common misconception about dangerous people is that they lack emotions. That they aren't sentimental. That's almost never true. Often the most sentimental and sensitive people are the most dangerous, because they're not only capable of abuse, but can also justify it. Sensitive people never feel that they're doing the wrong thing because their feelings always convince them that they're on the right side. Star Wars guys, Ramona used to call them. Show those films to 100 men with 100 different political opinions, and every damn one of them will think he's Luke Skywalker. No bastard ever thinks they're that Darth Vader. She wasn't really that bothered about films, but when Vidar was little she used to watch them with him. She didn't love them, but she loved him. She loved being right too, but even she would probably have hated how right she is going to be proved over the next few days. Tails is already up and about when he hears that she's dead. He goes to the ice rink and helps the caretaker hoist the flags at half-mast. Then he starts making calls. He has tears in his eyes. That makes it easy to underestimate him, because he's already started looking further ahead than anyone else. Ramona doesn't just leave an empty pub behind, but also an empty seat on the committee of Beartown hockey. When most of us look back on the storm in years to come, we won't be able to tell the stories in the right order. That's why psychologists get patients who have been through trauma to start by putting together a timeline, trying to find a chronological order made up of fragments, because terror muddles dates up. People too, sometimes. But the memory we share, the one everyone in Beartown and Hd remembers most clearly, is probably the silence. It comes as soon as the wind has moved on and the trees have stopped swaying, and is almost as harsh in our ears as the chaos that preceded it. The town centers of Beartown and Hd look like bombs have gone off there, but that isn't the worst of it. At kitchen tables on the outskirts of both towns, Men and women who have owned forest for generations sit with pocket calculators and count the cost of survival, with their entire inheritance to their children and grandchildren erased outside their windows. The wind smashed their lives into the ground and left only the ruins of silent tragedies behind. Not everyone around here had their insurance in order, and of course the insurance companies will do all they can to avoid paying out even to those who did have insurance. In the weeks following the storm, younger members of the family will take turns staying awake and sitting by their older relatives' side to make sure they're not thinking of taking their shotgun and going out into the forest. That's what the hunters call it around here. No one says suicide in these parts. All the boundaries between Beartown and Hidi become less defined directly after the storm, not only between plots of land but even between neighbors. Sometimes that's good and sometimes it's terrible. We'll spend many years from now thinking about what hit us and what we ourselves were the cause of in the days that followed, what was coincidence and what was conspiracy. But it begins the way it always does, with politics. It's Tails who makes sure all the council's most powerful men and women meet up at lunchtime on the day after the storm. To come up with a crisis plan, he says repeatedly over the phone. Obviously, the politicians will have loads of meetings with local business leaders in coming days, even in Hidi, but the very first of them is held in the office of the supermarket in Beartown. In hindsight, we'll know that this was a bad idea, and that people in Hidi saw this as symbolic. All the strongest voices in the district come to the meeting, but the person who speaks most is Tails. He holds no elected office, but he seems to direct everything anyway, and in time we'll understand that this too was a bad idea. The first item on the agenda is how the clearance work should be prioritized. The fire brigade and volunteers are already out trying to make the roads passable, but someone has to decide which roads should be cleared first. Everyone expects Tails, with his customary lack of modesty, to suggest that the road to his supermarket be placed near the top of the list, but instead he gets to his feet and says, "The important thing now, the most important thing of all, is that we think of the children. Don't you agree? For that reason, I think we should agree that all the teams at Hidi Hockey, which has so tragically lost its ice rink, should be allowed to come and train in Beartown's rink." That's an obvious gesture of solidarity, isn't it? So can we agree on that? The moment he starts to get murmurs of agreement from the room, he adds, "So obviously we need to clear all the roads to Beartown ice rink first." Agreed. The murmuring isn't quite as enthusiastic now. Everyone knows that the roads to the ice rink just happen to be the same roads that lead to Tails's supermarket, but pointing that out now would look like you were anti-children. Or even worse, anti-hockey. To silence any potential critics before they've even opened their mouths, Tails gives a didactic speech in his own defense. "Do you know what always runs out first in my supermarket whenever there's a crisis? Toilet paper. Do you know why? Because it gives us a feeling of being in control of the chaos. When the world doesn't feel safe, people go and do a big shop because it makes them feel like they're doing something. But they don't know what they should buy. Milk. You can't buy 100 gallons of milk, it'll just go bad. Cans, pasta. People rush around like headless chickens buying thousands of different things, but do you know what every single one of them buys? Toilet paper. Because that's the sort of thing you buy every time you go shopping, and the whole family uses it every day. Can we live without it? Of course we can. But it has been imprinted on us as an everyday item, as normality, so when we get scared we drag great bundles of the stuff home with us, not because we need it but because it feels like we're taking control of the situation. Do you get what I mean? People need normality in a crisis. And around here, for people like us, hockey is toilet paper. It has to be there. It mustn't run out. What we need in this district right now, more than electricity and more than heat, are symbols and dreams. There was a storm yesterday, but today life goes on. And life starts with hockey. No one there is really able to argue against that, so the decision about which roads should be cleared as a priority is passed, along with the decision to let Hedi and Beartown share ice time at Beartown's ice rink. We will remember that meeting in different ways, depending on which town we live in. As the years pass, some of those involved won't even remember if they were actually present at the meeting, or if they have had the story told to them so many times that it just feels like they were there. The only thing we will agree on is that both decisions were a disaster. We kicked a hornet's nest. Maybe that was Tails' fault. Maybe that was his intention. But no one, absolutely no one, loved Star Wars more than he did as a child. 25 cliches. Amat wakes up early the morning after the storm. He ties the laces of his running shoes as if he's forgotten how to do it, creeps out of the apartment, and scuttles through the shadows by the walls of the buildings like a rat, as if what he's about to do was a terrible sin. It's actually the opposite, but he doesn't want anyone to see him in case he fails. Fatima sees him leave the apartment but pretends not to notice, singing inside but trying to stop herself dancing on the ceiling. When they got home the night before, after he came to get her on the road in the storm, he whispered, "I'm sorry I let you down, Mom." She replied the way she always does, "You'll never let me down as long as you don't give up." So now he's running again. A few tentative, shameful steps at first, but soon at full speed. Anxiety and alcohol have piled on the pound since summer, but his feet have been longing for this. They just need to learn everything afresh, become a machine again, so that his brain can switch off without his body stopping. Over the past few years, he's heard so much about what a talent he is, but the people who use that word know nothing about hockey. They say talent as if it comes for free. As if Amat hadn't been the first person at the ice rink every morning and last to leave ever since he started junior high school. As if he hadn't trained harder than everyone else year after year, covering thousands of miles on his skates, running until he threw up, dribbling empty cans at home in the apartment until his hands were blistered, and the neighbors furious. As if hockey hadn't cost him precisely what it costs everyone who wants to be any good: everything. The one thing he has learned about talent is that the only sort of talent that's worth anything is to submit totally to training, to tough it out. He was already out of breath when he started running today, but as soon as he is away from the built-up area, he runs at full speed away from the hollow, up the hill toward the forest, into the jumble of fallen trees. A few times he has to leap sideways, terrified of torn roots and falling branches, because the forest can be even more dangerous after a storm than during it, but there's nowhere else for him to go. He couldn't bear the judgmental looks he would get if he were to run through the town, and he doesn't even know if he's welcome at the ice rink after everything that happened in the spring. He only has himself now. He stops in a clearing at the highest point on the hill. There was no clearing here before the storm. An invisible fist has punched right through the trees. From here he would have been able to see the whole town if his eyes weren't full of tears after he throws up from the exertion. He used to be able to run up and down here 100 times without even getting out of breath. Now he feels like an old alcoholic who can't cope with a flight of stairs without gasping his way to a heart attack. But at least he's here. He's running again, all the way back to the person he used to be. "What are you saying? You've got her in the car," the man from the Undertaker's exclaims when he finally arrives. It's the day after the storm, the town is in chaos, but the man is still wearing a suit and smart shoes, a gray man who gives the impression of having been 60 years old ever since he was 15. "The circumstances were rather unusual," Peter says. "She was wearing a seat belt, for God's sake," Timu mutters. If he had been a different man in a different town, the man from the Undertaker's may well have said one or two ill-chosen words about this. But this is the notorious Timu Rinius, and this is Beartown. So the man clears his throat and just says quietly to Peter, "This isn't the way it usually happens. This really isn't the way it usually happens." Peter nods sympathetically and says that the storm and the power cut and the shock made him take an ill-considered decision. He doesn't blame Timu, takes all the flack himself. In a vain attempt to find a comfortable topic of conversation, he asks the man, "So what do you think about the hockey team this year?" "I don't follow sports," the man replies curtly. Timu rolls his eyes so far that Peter thinks he's going to faint. The man goes into the building and Peter sighs and follows him. The man makes some calls about dealing with Ramona's body, and Peter and Timu sit like two naughty schoolboys in the headmaster's office, passing the time by reading the framed extracts of poems that are popular in death notices that are hanging on the wall. "Don't say there's nothing left of the most beautiful butterfly life bestowed," one says, and Timu nudges Peter in the side and grins. "She'd have hated that one, right? Let's have that on the gravestone." Peter bursts out laughing, then has to spend several minutes apologizing to the undertaker, who stares at them and mutters hooligans when he thinks they can't hear him, and then Timu laughs so loudly that he loses his breath. Peter reads the other poems on the wall. "When a mother dies, you lose a point on the compass. You lose every other breath. You lose a glade in the forest. When a mother dies, weeds sprout up everywhere," one of them says. "That doesn't even rhyme," Timu says. "Tell me more about your great knowledge of poetry," Peter teases. "Roses are red, violets are blue. Give me a beer and I'll try not to hit you," Timu retorts with a grin. Peter nods toward a quotation at the far end of the row and says, "I think she'd have liked that one." Timu reads it and for once says nothing. "One day you will be one of the people who lived long ago," it says. He nods. When one of the old men in the bearskin was complaining as usual about her raising the price of beer, and she was drunk enough herself to come up with some completely new insults, she replied, "Yeah, we're all going to die, and before we do, everything we love will be taken from us. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, you miserable old cunt." That would have looked good framed. The gray undertaker clears his throat, clearly as keen to get rid of his visitors as they are to leave, and asks when they'd like the funeral to take place. Peter hasn't even thought about that, but when he counts the days he says instinctively, "It has to be this Sunday." The gray man looks horrified. "The day after tomorrow? Impossible. It's customary to wait at least." "It can't be the week after because that's the start of elk hunting season," Peter says seriously. "Nor the week after that because that's when the hockey season starts," Timu notes even more seriously. "So it has to be this Sunday," Peter declares. The gray man stares down at his diary and manages to say, "There's already one funeral booked for Sunday, two the same day, in Beartown. This really isn't the way it usually happens." Timu kicks Peter's shin excitedly and giggles. "You know what we should put in the death notice? Ramona has left us. Now the beer in heaven will be more expensive." Peter glances at him, suddenly feeling mischievous in a way he hasn't for years, and says, "Yes, well, death notices are something of a speciality for you. What was it you said in mine?" "For Christ's sake, it wasn't me who," Timu snaps, insulted, and Peter laughs so loudly that the gray man from the Undertaker's looks like he really regrets answering his phone this morning. Amat has played hockey his whole life, and every locker room is a cliché factory. You get so used to most of them that you don't even hear them. But one which Seun, the former A-team coach, used to shout has stuck. "The only day you can influence is today. You can't do a damn thing about yesterday and tomorrow, but you can do something about today." Amat repeats those words quietly and manically to himself as his throat burns and his legs buckle, and all he can think is how long the way back is. Today, only today. He stands up in the clearing and looks at the hollow, the cluster of apartment buildings way below him. It survived the storm better than other parts of the town, because it was built on the slopes leading down to the old gravel quarry. Things are worse for the Heights, the wealthiest area up on the hill on the far side of town, with its open view of the lake. When the wind arrived, it didn't give a damn if you had money. It tore the roofs off the largest houses and tossed ridiculously expensive gas barbecues through newly cleaned picture windows. It's the first time Amat can remember that an injustice in Beartown has afflicted those at the top. Every time he feels schadenfreude course warmly though his body about that. He knows that's how everyone else must have felt this summer when everything went to hell for him. He runs down from the hill, stops to breathe with his hands on his knees, then turns and staggers back up once more. Sports always show us the truth, he used to be told by all the adult men in Beartown when he was a child. There's nowhere to hide in a league table. They love their sayings, the men around here. Pressure is a privilege. Only losers have excuses. Attitude beats class. The whistle at the end of a game is a simple liberation for them when other aspects of life are full of gray areas. In hockey, we know who the winners are because winners win. That made the sport an easy thing to live inside, even for Amat, until it eventually became unbearable. This time last year he was 17. Everyone knew he had promise, but no one had said anything about the NHL, not yet. Beartown is a small club in one of the lower leagues. It takes something remarkable to drag agents and scouts all the way out here. Someone heard about him last autumn, then more during the winter, and all of them in January. He had grown several inches, had put on a few pounds of muscle, and suddenly everything was so simple. He could do whatever he wanted on the ice. As if time moved slower for him than everyone else, he felt immortal. Just 3 years ago, when he was 15, even playing on the junior team with Kevin, Benji, Bobo, and the others seemed like an impossible dream. Then suddenly he was there, and the A-team felt out of reach, and then suddenly he was there. Everything moves so fast in hockey, a change of line, a game, a whole season just rushes past. Last winter everything was spinning so fast that in the end he lost his footing. It started with love, it always starts that way. He scored goals in every game, and old men in the supermarket would stop him and his mother to shake his hand and tell her how proud the town was of him. The sort of men who used to feel the pocket holding their wallet if he got a bit too close to them, suddenly started acting like they were family. Naturally, they liked squeezing his upper arms and chuckling that he needed more muscle, and occasionally they would tease him, saying that, in years gone by, we always had 5 yards of thread ready for each Beartown game, and sometimes that wasn't enough, so they just stick a bit of duct tape over your eyebrow and then you could play again. They didn't like the fact that he preferred to jump out of the way rather than get hit on the ice. He was regarded as being a bit weak, but they loved him when he won. They wrinkled their noses when his friends from the Hollow started coming to games, but he just kept on winning and winning and winning. First the kids in the Hollow started yelling, "I'm Amat," when they played out in the street. Then the kids in the Heights started to do the same. Eventually the kids over in Hd started doing it too, even if they didn't let their parents hear. Suddenly everyone started talking about the NHL, life as a pro, all the millions. Amat tried not to listen. "Be grateful and humble," his mother said when he helped her clean the ice rink late in the evening. But when enough other people are sufficiently convinced that you can go all the way, in the end it's hard not to start believing in yourself. Then can turns into will, and then will becomes must. You must go all the way now. Hope becomes pressure, happiness becomes stress. The old men in the supermarket stopped praising him if he scored 2 goals because he should have scored 3. When the season began, they were happy if he could save Beartown hockey from relegation, but by the time they were top of the league at New Year's, suddenly that wasn't enough. They started talking about the chances of the club being promoted. In just a few months, everyone went from talking about what Amat had given the town to what he owed it. So he bowed his head and trained even harder. Grateful, grateful, grateful. Humble, humble, humble. He did everything they asked. He did everything right. And everything still went to hell. Peter and Timu leave the undertakers after the gray man asked how payment was to be resolved, and Peter discovers how incredibly quickly and quietly Timu can sneak out of a building when the question of payment is mentioned. He's standing by the car smoking when Peter comes out. "Can you give me a lift home?" Peter asks. Timu nods down toward the pavement. Sure. But can I all the paperwork at the Bearskin, the bank end, the grown-up stuff? Can you help me with that? And the funeral? Do you know what to do?" Peter clears his throat uncomfortably. "Shouldn't you ask someone who was closer to Ramona about that?" "Who the hell was closer to her?" Timu asks bluntly. It comes as something of a shock for Peter to realize how lost for words that leaves him. So he doesn't say no. He doesn't say anything at all. They just head off to the Bearskin, and he texts Kira to say he's going to be gone a couple more hours, and she just replies, "Okay." He fiddles with his phone for several minutes but doesn't write anything else. Ramona's accounts look like they're written in code to conceal any clues that might lead to the buried treasure, but all they actually lead to are tax debts and missing VAT returns. Peter makes phone call after phone call to resolve one thing at a time, and is surprised by how good it feels. Organizing something again. It briefly reminds him so much of what being general manager used to be like that he almost imagines that Ramona has died on purpose just to mess with him. "Have you seen this? Obviously your photograph was going to hang in the best spot, Mr. Perfect," Timu says, pointing to the row of pictures of former Beartown players on the wall. Peter glances at the photograph of himself as a young man. He's never liked it. It's from the season they were second best in the country. Only second best. It reminds him of how he never achieved what everyone demanded of him. "One day you will be one of the people who lived long ago," he thinks to himself, then asks absent-mindedly, "What did you mean by that, Mr. Perfect?" Timu chuckles. "The old boys in the bar call you that, because Ramona always used to go on about how good you were at everything. You're the reason why we dream impossible dreams in this town, God," the number of times she said that. "Because you came from nothing and became the best." Peter blushes so hard he can feel it all the way down to his throat. He's never heard a less appropriate nickname for anyone in his entire life. "Second best," he murmurs. Timu sees his shoulders slump, so doesn't say anything else. He finds a photograph near the bottom of one wall and takes it off its hook and places it carefully on the bar instead. It's of Ramona. She's standing next to Vidar. They're both laughing. Peter sees it and he says nothing either. They clean the bar and sort paperwork for several hours, and when they eventually start to talk again, it's about hockey. It's autumn now, and that's when the new year starts here, a new season when everything is possible again. When you can forget everything that was and can discuss everything you hope for instead. Dream impossible dreams. Timu goes to the bathroom and leaves his phone on the bar. It buzzes as a text message arrives. Peter doesn't react. He doesn't even react when it buzzes 10 more times. The rumors have begun. People have started talking, but not to Peter, not yet. So he doesn't know what was agreed at that meeting between Tails and the politicians today. He doesn't know that every time Timu's phone moves a few inches across the bar, the whole community is shifting at the same time. In the wrong direction. 26 rumors in a corridor in Hd Hospital stand a midwife and a fireman. Hannah feels exhausted mentally. Johnny feels exhausted physically. They're doing what they can not to take it out on each other, but that isn't really working. It's the day after the storm and he's been working in the forest non-stop, so she's had to work non-stop with everything else. The hospital staff who live over in Beartown can't get to work because the road is blocked by trees, so Hannah and the rest of the staff who live in Hd are having to work double shifts. But someone has to take care of the children at home, and that's an impossible equation. Hannah can't go home until the road is cleared, but Johnny can't go home because he's the one clearing the road. That pretty much sums up their relationship, both to each other and to their community. Hannah once heard a marriage guidance counselor on television say that the important thing in a marriage is to have shared goals and to keep facing the same direction. But she often thinks that the problem with that is that if you're both facing the same direction, you never see each other. So what do you want me to do? Johnny wonders now, grimy and sweaty. Hannah just sighs in the absence of a good way to explain. He set out as soon as the wind began to die down, that's his job, but he's also offered to help another fireman's father clear his field tonight after work, and to help the hairdresser in Hd replace a large pane of glass. Hannah can see the obsession in her husband's eyes. He thinks he's got to save the world again now, that he can save it. She hates being the person who has to hold him back, but no one else will do that. Everyone thinks he's Superman. Take a break. Go home and see your children for an hour so they can see you're still alive. Maybe stop thinking you have to do everything yourself, Hannah suggests, crumpled and desperate and in serious need of a bath, a glass of wine, and 16 hours sleep. She can see how much that last remark hurts him, because she knows he's working twice as hard as all the others out there with the chainsaw to make up for the fact that he wasn't there yesterday. He had to stay at home when Hannah went off with that crazy 18-year-old, Anna, out into the forest to deliver a baby, while his colleagues at the fire station were already out in the town trying to help people. A tree fell on one of them, banked, and broke his leg. That's why all the firemen are at the hospital, a fact that escapes no one because the sound of a dozen men laughing echoes from Bank's room every 10 seconds. He's a popular boss, always quick with a joke and slow to chastise. He's 20 years older than Johnny and was the person who helped get him his job as a fireman. That was in the days when fire stations had to do their own recruitment, not like now when they have to go through a complex application process. Johnny often mutters that the new system is supposed to make everything so damn equal, so that we employ the same number of useless firemen as good ones, so that no single group in society feels left out. In his day, you got recruited straight out of the hockey team, because then the men who had spent half their lives next to you in the locker room could vouch for the fact that you were the right sort of guy. You can learn to become a fireman, but you're either the right sort of guy or you aren't. Bank knew that, and now Johnny feels he's let his mentor down. He should have been there last night. All trees that fall are his trees, all broken legs are his fault. I should have been there, I could, Johnny begins irritably. You couldn't have changed anything, Hannah replies. It was the meanest thing she could have said. She knows that claiming that someone who has devoted his working life to making a difference is powerless. I should, he mutters. I know, sorry, she replies, and they both feel ashamed. When they first got together, 100 years ago, Johnny once said, I can't talk about how I feel the whole time because I'm not an emotional person like you, and that might be the stupidest thing Hannah has ever heard him say. Not an emotional person. That's pretty much all he is. Maybe she talks a lot about her feelings, but he's entirely governed by his, that's the difference. But that's what makes him a good fireman and a good dad too, and it was his emotions she fell in love with. And it's emotions that have made their sons good hockey players and their daughter a fantastic figure skater. Because you can't get good at a sport if you're not sensitive enough for it to mean everything to you, if you don't take every setback personally, if every loss doesn't feel like dying. So don't try to talk to Hannah about emotional people, because they're all she lives with. I'll be careful, there's no need to worry. We're mostly just going to be sawing trees and directing traffic, Johnny says tentatively. Don't tell me that. What is it you always tell the kids when there's a fire? That there's a greater statistical risk of you being run over attending an accident on the highway than of you dying in a fire, she retorts. I'll be home for dinner, I promise. And I can drive the kids to hockey tomorrow, he says, his voice wavering with guilt. Drive them in what? We need to get the car, she sighs, angry at herself for sounding angry with him. The van is still parked outside Anna's house where she left it during the storm. I'll get it this evening. One of the guys can drive me over as soon as we've cleared the road, Johnny nods. He hadn't even thought about the damn van. She nods slowly. Sorry, I'm just tired. It's been a stressful day. Everything's just so crazy. Did you get the email from the coaching staff? All the kids are going to be training in. She bites her tongue. Too late. He explodes instantaneously. Over in Beartown's ice rink, yes. I heard that at the station. What colossal nerve. So now we're expected to be grateful for their kindness, letting us come and borrow their rink. Of course it withstood the storm, seeing as it was recently renovated at a cost of millions while ours was left to decay. The council should have renovated our rink before. He stops himself. He knows she can't bear it when he gets like this, but Beartown brings out the worst of him in every way. Yes, yes, I know, but it is what it is, she concludes sternly. It is what it is because we let it. Have you seen where we were sent to clear the roads first? To Beartown, the road to their ice rink and that bastard Tales's supermarket. As if there aren't any roads to clear in Hd. As if there's no one who lives here. He mutters at the start of the sentence, and he mutters at the end of it. The road that always gets prioritized first is actually the road here to the hospital, but she understands what he means. If the council keeps saying that one town is more important than the other, then eventually the inhabitants start to believe it, especially emotional people. She leans forward, puts her hand on his cheek and whispers, "We do what we can, okay? We just have to ignore the things we can't control. Concentrate on the things you can actually do something about." He nods, and the corners of his mouth twitch beneath his stubble. "Okay, Dalai Lama." She hits his arm, and he kisses her briefly. He whispers that he loves her, and she whispers heartfelt things back that leave him so touched that she bursts out laughing. "Okay, take your little playmates out into the forest again before they wreck the whole hospital," she says, nodding along the corridor where the sound of the firemen's voices are still echoing from Ben's room. Johnny obeys. But before he goes, he bursts out eagerly. "Do you want to hear a funny story? It's one of Ben's." "I haven't got time, darling." She begins, but of course it's already too late. "So, there's this hunter called Alan who dies in a fire. Have you heard this one?" "No." "Well, anyway, Alan's face is so badly burned that he can't be identified, so the hospital calls his two best hunting friends and asks them to come to the mortuary. They look at the body but can't tell from his face if it's him or not, so they ask the doctors to turn the body over. The doctors are surprised, but they do it, and when Alan's body is lying there on its front, one of his friends says, 'No, that's not Alan.' And the other friend says, 'No, definitely not Alan.' The doctor scratches his head and wonders, 'How can you be so certain?' And the friends squirm a bit, then they say, 'Well, Alan had a particular physical quirk. He had an unusual birthmark, you see.' The doctor stares at the friends. 'An unusual birthmark,' they nod. 'Very unusual.' The doctor shakes his head and says, 'Are you certain about that?' The friends look a bit hesitant now, but then they say, 'Well, we haven't actually seen it, but ever since we were children, people have always said, "Look, here comes Alan with the unusual birthmark." Hannah has heard it before, but she still laughs, not with Johnny, but at him. 'Good, isn't it?' He giggles so joyously that it's infectious. 'Just go,' she sighs, and the air turns into laughter on its way out. So at last he leaves, taking all the other firemen with him, and their laughter lingers long after they are gone. They're like brothers. It drives Hannah mad but also makes her jealous, the fact that they have a whole extra family. Most of them have been friends since they were kids, and if you have friends like that, you never really need to grow up. They went to school together and played hockey together, and now they fish and hunt and talk about cars they can't fix and women they don't understand and compete at bench press and are colleagues and dads and firemen together. A group. 'Are you coming out for a smoke?' a nurse asks as she hurries past, obviously a joke because she knows Hannah gave it up years ago. 'If I ever start again, I promise I'll come with you,' Hannah smiles. She slips into the gossip swamp instead, or the staff room, as some people still call it. As usual, she just has time to get herself a cup of coffee but has no time to drink it before someone calls her out again. But she's there long enough to hear the others talking. About hockey, of course, but what else? There was a different tone to it today. This is a mixed workplace. Half the staff live in Beartown, half in Hd. Everyone has learned to skirt around sports, the way people presumably do with religion or politics in other places around the world. But today the Beartown half of the staff are missing, so today a lot of people are saying what they really feel. It starts with a complaint about Hd's youth team having to train in Beartown. Then someone says there's a rumor that the council aren't going to rebuild Hd's ice rink at all. Then someone else says she's heard that the politicians have a secret plan to merge the two clubs now that they have an opportunity to do it. Which one are they going to close down? Someone wonders. Which one do you think? The one with the least money? Someone else exclaims. So where does Beartown's money come from then? Wasn't it the council that paid to have their rink renovated? Are we in Hd supposed to pay taxes to support their club? Hannah waits silently by the coffee machine. She knows where this discussion is going. It's been going on forever but has gotten worse recently. Hannah wishes she didn't agree with them, that she could be the voice of reason here, but the truth is that she's merely silent. Because she gets it. The hospital is always weighed down by rumors of more cutbacks, maybe complete closure. So if the council even threatens to remove the hockey club, it would probably be best for all concerned if they stopped clearing the road to Beartown altogether, and maybe build a wall instead. Hannah is a hypocrite, of course, she knows that. Wouldn't all the taxpayers' money that's been sunk into Hd hockey over the years have done more good here at the hospital? Obviously. But when her own children are on the ice, nothing else exists. The world fades away, and what would she sacrifice for that? Stupid question. What wouldn't she sacrifice? Besides, the taxpayers' money from ice hockey would never end up at the hospital instead. It never does. It would have gone to wind farms or some political inquiry into how to teach badgers to express their feelings through watercolors or some other nonsense. At least hockey gives some sort of return. Something for the whole town, old and young, to be passionate about and unite around. The fact that everyone hates Beartown. Naturally, there are people in Hd who don't like hockey, but that's regarded almost as unusual here. What you do in the comfort of your own home is up to you, but please just keep it to yourself. Someone in the staff room has a brother-in-law who's talked about Beartown Business Park, she hears. They're trying to keep it secret, but they're offering every business in Hd offices there now. And then what's going to be left here? Did you see that the Hockey Association has changed the A-team's match schedule because of the storm? They're not sure if teams from the south will be able to get here, so guess who we're playing first? Beartown. Bloody hell. What an opportunity, though. They can hardly close down a winning club, so if we win that one then, it won't be enough just to win against a shit club like that. We need to crush them. It'll be war. Hope that jerk Amat doesn't play then. What if he managed to break his leg? Maybe he could have an accident. They laugh as if that was funny, and so it goes on. Hannah doesn't have time to listen to more. Someone calls her name, and she leaves her coffee untouched on the counter and runs out. She has time to hope that her idiot sons won't hear all the rumors before they're due to train over in Beartown tomorrow, because then there would no doubt be the usual trouble. Above all, she hopes that Johnny, the biggest idiot of them all, doesn't hear the rumors. But of course it's already too late for that. 27 dads the train from the capital drills its way slowly northward, stopping at station after station after station in communities that could all have been Beartown or Hd. This country is full of them. Most of the names appear and are forgotten just as quickly, but a few have clung to the national consciousness thanks to some local speciality. A cake, a music festival, a water park, perhaps a prison, or a hockey team. Anything that makes people say, "Ah, you're the ones who have," when you tell them where you were born. Anything that puts a place on the map. As the train moves north, the worse the damage from the storm is, and the denser the forest, the more obvious the destruction. At one station a few hours into the interior, whose name everyone has forgotten before the train has even rolled past the sign, an old man climbs aboard. No one pays him any attention apart from the 18-year-old girl in the seat opposite his. She immediately stands up politely and helps him lift his suitcase up into the luggage rack without him even having to ask. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you very much indeed," he says, like a relic from a black and white matinee. Her smile makes her look younger than she is. The way he uses his umbrella as a walking stick does the opposite for him. "Just say when you're getting off and I'll help you get it down," Maya smiles considerately. "Thank you, that would be kind of you. The train probably won't be going all the way now after the storm, so I'll most likely have to get off at the same station as you and catch the bus from there." She stiffens and he sees that he scared her, so he gives an explanatory nod toward her woolly hat. "The bear from Beartown, I recognize that. I assume that's where you're going." Maya breathes out a little too quickly, embarrassed at her paranoia. Yes, of course it's my dad's. I don't usually wear it. I just thought I would now that I'm going home, colder up there." Her face breaks into an embarrassed smile. The man nods understandingly. One gets more patriotic about where one is from the farther away from home one is. She runs her fingertips over the hat. "Yes, I suppose that's true. I just didn't think it applied to me." Years ago, her mom used to say that you should never trust anyone who doesn't have something in their life that they love beyond measure. She can relate to that more and more. The man opposite leans forward and whispers as if it was a great secret. "I'm going to visit my daughter. She lives in Hidi, but don't hold that against me." Maya laughs out loud. "God, I don't miss that when I'm away from home at any rate. The idea that we have to hate Hidi and they have to hate us. So bloody ridiculous." "Yes, I've understood from my daughter that ice hockey influences a lot of things up there." She rolls her eyes. No, not that much, only everything. To be honest, I think that people in Hidi are a little jealous. Things seem to be going better for Beartown than Hidi at the moment, don't they? And not just in hockey. The factory there has expanded and taken more people on, I read, and businesses are moving there rather than moving away. There aren't many towns of that size that can make that boast. Maya nods in agreement, even though it's so unusual to hear someone talk about her hometown like that, as a place that's doing well. "Things turn quickly in hockey," her dad used to say to her when anything went badly for her when she was little. "Things can turn quickly in life as well. You just have to keep moving forward." People in Beartown are industrious. They work hard. She finds herself telling the man opposite, and is surprised at how proud she sounds. The man notes that her accent is getting broader. He glances out at the forest that's growing denser around the windows until it feels like they're traveling through a tunnel. "Are you going home because of the storm? My daughter says it was pretty terrible." "No, well, yes, in a way. I'm going home for a funeral." "My condolences. Someone close." The whole of the year she turned 16 has time to rattle through Maya before she replies. How her dad took her to the police station, how she told them everything, and how he was almost fired from Beartown hockey when Kevin couldn't play in the most important game of the year because of her. How there was a meeting where all the club's members had to decide about the future, and how it felt like it was Maya's family against the whole town. The first person who stood up to speak in their defense was Ramona. She had the pack behind her. Maya knows how much that rankles for her dad, but neither he nor Maya will ever forget what Ramona did. She believed a 15-year-old girl when no one else did, stood up for her when no one else dared. She smiles sadly at the man in the seat opposite her. Dad knew her better. They were really old friends. She owned a pub and Dad used to have to collect Grandpa there when he'd had too much to drink. The man chuckles. "Ah, that old story." But you never had to collect your dad. My dad doesn't drink. She says it too quickly, always too eager to defend him. The man raises his hands apologetically. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, she sighs. No, I understand. It's just that if you knew my dad, he's like the most regular man in the world, the sort who never breaks any rules at all. Is he as keen on hockey as everyone else in Beartown? She bursts into loud laughter. No kidding. He used to be general manager there, actually, but now he works in my mom's company. Ah, so it's your mom who's one of the industrious people in Beartown you mentioned, the man teases. Maya smiles. Her company's actually based in Hd. Dad's really mad about that. I can imagine. How did he come to stop being general manager? He loves my mom. She says it so instinctively that the man loses his thread for a moment. He smiles sadly and looks down at his hands. Maya can't see a wedding ring. He reaches for his briefcase and takes out a thick bundle of papers and puts them on his lap. Then they're very lucky, both of them, he says without looking up from the papers. Maya nods. He says nothing for so long that she wonders if she's insulted him, so she asks, "What are you reading? Annual reports?" Wow, that sounds exciting. It can be if you just know where to look, he assures her. She doesn't believe him. That's a mistake. There's an old American car parked in the street outside the bearskin. Peter stands in the doorway looking at it. He doesn't know who it belongs to, and he has only a passing interest in cars, but he actually happens to know exactly what year's model this one is. When he got to the NHL, he was driven to his first training sessions by a teammate who had bought one exactly like it. It was brand new back then, but the one parked in the street now is rusty and ramshackle. Peter feels much the same. Timu has emerged from the bathroom and is reading all the messages on his phone down in the bar. Much later, Peter will think how odd it is that a man like him doesn't flare up at bad news. The young man does not, in contrast to what people say about him, have a hot temper. It's more that what he reads on his phone lowers his body temperature, 1 degree at a time. He grows colder and more silent as Peter grows more uncomfortable. He's learned to judge which men he should be afraid of, not from their behavior in his vicinity, but his own in theirs. I need to go. Can we carry on with this tomorrow? Timu asks, still staring at his phone. Peter nods, not knowing what else he ought to say. As they turn the lights out and lock the door, his eyes fall on a photograph near the exit. A little girl standing on the ice with a green sweater and a dark expression, so small that she isn't wearing gloves the right size. She's going to be better than you, Timu says behind him, and Peter is taken aback by the sudden love in his voice. Timu actually looks surprised himself, almost embarrassed. They avoid each other's gaze, clear their throats, and step out onto the street. Peter has heard about the girl, of course. She's 6 or 7 years old, her name is Alicia, and she spends a lot of time with Seun, an old man now, but once the coach of Beartown's A team, where she does her best to fire holes in the wall of his house with pucks. She's the sort of child who has a terrible life, but not terrible enough to get any help. She's growing up in a home full of empty kitchen cupboards and clenched fists, but never empty or hard enough for the authorities to remove her. So Seun's yard is her refuge, her playground, and Ramona got Timu to do the best they could a couple of years ago. Some black-clad men went to Alicia's home one night when she was asleep, marched into the kitchen and put a hockey bag full of equipment on the table, and explained to the adults there that the girl was under the pack's protection now. She's had considerably fewer black eyes from home since then, and considerably more bruises from the ice rink. And one day she's going to be the best. Timu walks toward the car. Peter follows, and it strikes him how bad this would have looked not so very long ago, him getting into a car with the worst hooligan in the district. But now, no one cares what Peter does anymore, not even him. The forest wears down all illusions if it's given long enough, even his. Because he knows all about Timu's violence, but he can also remember just like everyone else. How the police didn't have time to show up when there was a spate of burglaries in the district a few years ago. But how the same police had the resources to send an armed response unit and helicopter every time there was so much as a rumor that someone was out hunting wolves illegally. It was the pack that took care of the burglars. Peter doesn't want to know how, but at least he recognized where Timu's authority came from. It isn't violence that sets him apart from the police, it's dependability. Just ask Alicia. The American car is still parked in the street when they walk past. Timu's phone vibrates with more messages, but he doesn't react. They all say the same thing. Popular today? Peter asks. Just people talking, Timu replies in a toneless voice. My kids also send text messages the whole time. They don't even write, just send a load of those little pictures. And isn't there anyone who actually calls anymore? Timu laughs out loud. Shit, Peter, are you 100 years old or what? Sometimes it feels like it. They get into Timu's sob and drive a little way in silence, and when it gets uncomfortable, Timu breaks it with hockey, of course. Do you think he'll play this year then? He asks. Who? Peter wonders. Amat. They say he's been drinking a lot. Who said that? Timu shrugs his shoulders. You know, people talk. They certainly do, just not to Peter. Time waits for no man, boys become men and talents become has-beens, and demons can catch up with anyone at all. Perhaps even the town's fastest ever skater. Seun once said that Peter's best characteristic as general manager was that he saw all the kids in the club as his own kids, which was meant as a compliment. But when Kira said the same thing a few years later, it was an accusation. Back in the spring, Peter tried to talk to Amat and give him some advice about the NHL draft, but the boy had become a man by then, and the man an old man. I don't know, he has to confess. Timu sighs. He was savage last season. Properly savage. Better than Kevin. Better than you. You never saw me play, Peter snorts to hide his embarrassment, and Timu splutters like a startled pony. Ramona showed me all your games on video, even the NHL games. There weren't many of those, so that wouldn't have taken long, Peter muttered. Shit. Did you think I hadn't seen them? 100 times. You think I'm just some stupid hooligan, but I love hockey just as much as you bastard. That's the only reason I never punched you in the face when you were general manager, and were doing all that crap like getting rid of the standing area in the stands. I knew you loved hockey the way I love hockey. I respected that, even when you acted like a clown. It takes a few breaths for Peter to digest being called a clown by a guy who once broke into the visiting team's bus and set fire to 30 plastic bags full of dog shit. The planning and logistics required to get 30 bags of the stuff. Dear God, if that guy had dedicated his mental abilities to something sensible, he could have taken over the world. You're wrong, Peter eventually says with a smile. I'm not wrong. I only played 4 games and got injured at the start of the 5th, and I don't think you're a stupid hooligan. Sure, Timu mutters. Peter laughs quietly. Well, I don't think you're only a stupid hooligan anyway. Timu bursts out laughing so hard that he almost drives off the road, and for a moment Peter understands what everyone sees in him. Why they all follow him. When he laughs, you laugh along with him. Timu casts a quick glance at him and says, You should have talked to Amat back in the spring before the NHL draft. I think he had the wrong people giving him advice. He could have done with someone like you. Peter looks down, doesn't want to admit that he tried because Timu evidently has such a high opinion of him, and it's been a long time since that happened. If people have to guess, they always think Maya is younger than 18. It often irritates her, but she isn't very good at guessing people's ages either. For instance, she thinks that the man sitting opposite her on the train has been retired for a while, but he's actually only just past 60. Some men's bodies just have a tendency to punish their custodian for sinful living with all the afflictions of age in one go. The checkered shirt strains to cover the stomach. Breathing comes in heavy gasps through the nostrils. He's wearing a brown hat. The hair beneath it has grown thin and his beard has turned gray. The features of his face are soft from too much drink and too little compromise. Pain in his joints forces him to walk with some sort of support, so he takes an umbrella with him regardless of the weather, because he sure as hell isn't old enough for a cane. But his gaze is steady and his mind still sharp. He's good at his job, possibly even better now that he looks so wretched. That makes it easier for people to underestimate him, and he knows how to exploit that. They make small talk for the whole of the journey, so casually that Maya never realizes how good at it the man is. One little innocent question leads to another, and soon she's told him a lot about herself and he said very little about himself. When she gets up to go to the bathroom again, she makes a gesture toward taking her guitar case with her. "I can probably manage to look after that," the man offers. She smiles awkwardly, as if it's so dear to her that it isn't about it being stolen, but because she doesn't want to be parted from it. But she relents and sets off, and once she's out of sight, the man immediately opens the guitar case. Inside the lid is taped a photograph of the girl with her family: younger brother, mom, dad. It looks fairly recent, although the dad's sweater looks old, a washed-out pale green top with the hockey club's logo across the stomach. After everything that happened to this family, they still wear clothes with the bear on them, the man thinks, and closes the case. He reaches for his briefcase and in a small notebook writes down what the girl said a short while ago. "My dad's the sort of man who never breaks any rules at all." Maya has changed in the past 2 years. New hairstyle, more mature body, taller and stronger. The man hardly recognized her at first, even though he's gone to a lot of trouble, using favors owed by and promised to an old contact at the train company to find out which train she was taking today. The most recent pictures he has seen of her are from when she was 15, almost 16 years old. Then she became harder to research. After that year, after the assault, she stopped posting any pictures of herself on the internet. The man knows his own daughter will say it was over the top to approach Maya this way, possibly even unethical. But a whole life as a journalist has taught him that if you're going to uncover a big scandal, you need to tell a good story. Otherwise, the readers lose interest long before you get to the point. And a good story is like a set of annual accounts. It can be really boring if you don't know where to start looking. He's always tried to teach his daughter that their relationship has been turbulent, but he's fairly sure he did a good job of teaching her journalism. Otherwise, she wouldn't have moved to Hidi and become editor-in-chief of the local paper last year. So when she called him recently and told him about the stories she'd uncovered about the hockey club and asked for his help, he asked why she couldn't use her own reporters. "Please, Dad, these aren't just any 2 towns. I've got reporters whose kids go to school in Beartown, the same school as the kids of the men who could end up in prison if we publish this. How are my reporters supposed to have the guts to write anything then?" Her dad understood, of course, so now he's sitting on a train. For his daughter's sake, but also for his own. He drank away the whole of her childhood, yet she still wanted to do the same job as him. Never underestimate a dad who's trying to be forgiven. He's capable of anything. The pile of papers in his lap are the annual accounts of Beartown hockey from the past 10 years. His daughter's instincts were right. The whole existence of the club is based upon financial criminality. The graft has been so systemic that it couldn't possibly have taken place without the knowledge of the committee, the sponsors, and the politicians. They've done their best to cover their tracks, the man notes. Most journalists with less experience probably wouldn't have known where to start looking. "No one digs like you, Dad, you lunatic," his daughter said over the phone, and he could hear her smiling. So he's been digging. Beneath the annual accounts are contracts and bank transfers and documents, little pieces of the puzzle of a thoroughly corrupt sporting association. Many of the guilty men have obviously been too smart to put their names to anything, but one name keeps recurring, the same signature at the bottom of document after document: Peter Anderson. In his notebook, the man writes, "Maya's hat is green, with a bear on it. It's a little too big for her." 28 men of God. Mateo won't remember how he found out that the old woman who owned the pub had died. He doesn't talk to anyone, but maybe he reads about it somewhere online when the electricity comes back on. Maybe he just hears the old couple talking about it upstairs, while he lies curled up on the floor of their basement the morning after the storm. He wakes from a dream about his sister, and for a few moments his heart feels like frozen hands when you hold them in front of a fire. At first you're numb, then it hurts a bit because you're so cold, then comes the real pain, when you start to get warm. It's only when the numbness of cold and sleep let go and your body knows it's safe and secure that it lets you feel just how bloody awful things are. Mateo finds a small bottle of moonshine in a basket next to the gun cabinet, possibly hidden there after the old man of the house went hunting, or possibly just hidden from his wife. Mateo drinks some slowly with his eyes closed. His head starts to feel warm and his heart cold again. Mateo crawls out through the basement window and sneaks home. The house is empty. His parents haven't gotten back to Beartown with his sister yet. He assumes his mother has had to stop at every single church along the way. His big sister always used to argue with their mom about God, but Mateo never does. He has just as little faith in God as his sister, but he never wanted to hurt his mom. She was too brittle. "You're the only good person I know," his sister used to say as she ruffled his hair. She was the only person who talked to him. No one at school did, and his parents spent so much time talking to God that they didn't even speak to each other anymore. His sister and Mateo were their miracles. Their mother had had 4 miscarriages and had prayed to God for a healthy child, and then she had her daughter. A few years later, Mateo arrived. Their mom was so frightened of losing them that she didn't even dare feel happy. Heaven had demonstrated its power to her, and after that she spent her whole life in irreconcilable fear that it might take everything back at any moment. She repeated the same thing time after time to her son. "You must grow up to be a great man of God, not a sinner, a man of God." Mateo never disagreed, but one night when they were alone, his sister snapped, "You know Mom's mentally ill, don't you?" Mateo had never been angrier than he was then, but not really at his sister. Most of all, he was angry with his dad, who did nothing to help his mother and who was just silent. He went to work, came home, ate dinner, read books, went to bed. Silence, nothing but silence. "You know I've got to get away from here, don't you? I need to live, Mateo," his sister whispered the night she left Beartown. She promised she was going to be rich one day and would come back and fetch him. He waited. Now she's on her way home, but not to fetch him, and once again he's mostly angry with his dad. If his dad had just been a different sort of dad, everything would have been different. If he had been a powerful man, a rich man, a hockey man. Then Mateo's sister would also have gotten help. Then people would have believed her, stood on her side. Then she would have been alive. Men of God can't save anyone. Not here. 29 hockey guys Amat runs out into the forest as far away as he can, but it doesn't make any difference. He never ends up alone. In hockey, everyone loves talking about players' heads. You need to have a winning mindset, a strong head. If you play hockey as a child, you will be told that you need to be mentally strong, but very little about what that actually means. You will hear a lot about injuries and pain, but nothing about the sort of pain that doesn't show up in X-rays. You will learn all about how the different parts of the body function except the part that controls everything else. Amat runs deeper and deeper into the forest, but he still can't escape the voices inside his head. Sure, he's good, but isn't he too small? What about his frame of mind? You can never know about that. After all, he isn't, well, he doesn't exactly come from a hockey family. But he's got good hands, and he's faster than Kevin. Maybe, but Kevin's got a strong head. He's got a winning mindset. Amat heard them everywhere, at the ice rink and in the supermarket and at school, and he knew perfectly well what hockey family was code for. They liked it when he scored goals for their team, but they wished he looked like all the other hockey guys, lived in the same smart residential area, laughed at the same jokes. They wished he was Kevin. They only let him be Amat as long as he was winning. So that's what he did. Win, win, win. By New Year's, Beartown was top of the league and Hd was bottom. Throughout the whole of Amat's childhood, Hd had been better, richer, bigger, and more powerful, but he became the embodiment of the change. His shoulders ached every morning, at first from the exertion of training, later from the weight of expectation. The caretaker let him into the rink every morning, but Amat spent less and less time on the ice and more in the gym. He knew everyone said he was too small for the NHL, so he battled with the barbells until he could hardly walk home, thinking the whole time of all the other cliches he had heard from coaches and general managers and other old men. We don't judge competitions at the start, but at the finishing line. Attitude beats class. Desire beats talent. One night he was so exhausted when he left the rink that, as he stepped through the snowdrifts, he slipped and fell in the darkness. His wrist didn't hurt much at first, but the more he trained, the more it swelled up. He didn't say anything to anyone. No NHL club drafts an injured player. He has to play, has to win. He can't disappoint everyone now. Not just the old men in the supermarket, but all his friends in the hollow, the ones who made him promise to buy them fancy watches when he turned pro. Without them, he wouldn't be here. One summer a few years ago, they took turns running up the hill behind the apartment blocks with him so he wouldn't give up. His dreams became their dreams. He needs to repay that, needs to repay his mom, his coach, the town, everyone. In one game he scored 3 goals but retreated from 1 tackle. In the locker room the other players joked, "You know they tackle harder in the NHL, right, princess?" When he came out of the shower there was a box of tampons by his locker. It was only a joke, of course, but that's how it always starts. In the next match Amat took another blow to his wrist. The pain was so intense that it became claustrophobic. He took painkillers, but they didn't even take the edge off it. So that evening he went to see a girl he knew in the hollow whose brother sold strong liquor. When she came back with a bottle, she said, "If I tell my brother it's for you, you'll get it for nothing. He loves you." He keeps going on about how someone from the hollow's going to the NHL. Amat shook his head. She added more seriously, "My brother says all the rich people in town are trying to exploit you. They only care about you because you can make money for them. Don't let anyone blow you out, okay?" "Okay," Amat promised. "Don't say okay if you don't mean it," she snapped. "Okay, okay, okay." Amat smiled sadly, and she smiled back sadly and said something he hadn't been able to forget. "You know all the little kids in the hollow look at you and think that if you can be someone, then so can they. So don't mess that up, okay? Be someone." She said it to pick him up. She couldn't know that it only weighed him down even more. It wasn't a pep talk, it was another rock in his backpack. Amat went home and drank away the pain in his wrist so he could sleep, and hid the half-empty bottle in the hockey bag in his wardrobe so his mother wouldn't find it, and within 2 weeks it was harder for him to hide the empty bottles than the full ones. He doesn't remember exactly when the phone started ringing. At first it was just 1 or 2 agents, then suddenly it felt like there was a new voice every time. They told him he could get drafted, would, which soon became must. Amat hadn't been to Ice Hockey Academy, he hadn't been scouted by a bigger club, but he had the raw talent. They said he was a Cinderella story. You came from nowhere, but you can go all the way, must. The agents told him to sign a contract with them, not to worry about anything, just leave it all to us. Amat had met men like that before. When Kevin was the town's big star and Amat knew the truth about the assault, Kevin's dad showed up in his flashy car and tried to buy his silence. The men calling now sounded like him. A year ago they didn't even know who Amat was, but now he was suddenly a saleable asset. He looked up their names on the internet and found hundreds of rumors about dodgy activities. Agents signing contracts with kids before they were even teenagers. Other agents who gave junior coaches in small clubs well-paid jobs out of the blue if they agreed to bring certain players to their agencies. Parents being given paybacks in secret. All the men on the phone sounded the same when they assured him that all of that only applied to other agents, never them. So how was Amat supposed to know who was reliable and who was full of crap? Soon he had to take his skates out of his hockey bag to make space for more empty bottles. His wrist hurt in the evening, his head hurt in the morning, and in the end he stopped answering the phone altogether. The local paper wrote about his chances in the NHL draft. The locker room changed. The jokes became serious. If he lost the puck or missed a shot, there was mockery. It wasn't enough for him to be best in games anymore. He needed to be invincible. The voices in his head yelled, "You're a fake. You've just been lucky. You've just been up against bad defenders." The ice became quicksand, and the harder he struggled, the slower he became. Late one evening, when he had been training alone in the gym and his top was black with sweat, the caretaker came in and apologized for having to lock up and go home. He apologized. "I'm proud of you," the old man said when they parted in the parking lot. To him, it was just a kind thing to say, but to Amat it was another 100 tons of rock in his backpack. Spring came, the snow melted, and every inch of pavement that appeared was a day closer to the draft in June. Amat had nightmares. Sometimes he woke up to find himself having a nosebleed. He started to get migraines. What if they discovered he'd lied about his injury? He scored 2 goals in games when he should have scored 3, 1 when he should have scored 2, eventually none at all. Everyone felt qualified to give him advice. Every bastard knew what he ought to do. In the newspaper, Beartown hockey was described as a talent factory, and Amat as a homegrown product. One day his mother came home from the supermarket and said that Tails, who owned it, had said to her, "You need to tell Amat that even if he gets drafted, he should demand to be allowed to play a couple more seasons for Beartown. That would be in his best interests. He can stay here, Fatima, so that he develops. Tell him that." She looked almost frightened when she passed on the message. "He talked about you like you were a product in the shop, as if you had a barcode." Amat lay in bed with his laptop that night and saw somewhere on the internet that someone had said that if he got drafted, Beartown would get $300,000 from the NHL. $300,000. But he also read, after the draft, the NHL club, in agreement with the player's agent, often lets the player have 1 or more seasons in a lower league so that he can develop before he gets taken across to North America. That was why Tails said that Beartown wanted the money for Amat, but they also wanted him to carry on winning for them. His mom was right. He was just a barcode. The train stops and a group of boys aged around 15 get on. Maya comes back from the bathroom and stares at them a little too long and blushes when she realizes that. The man opposite raises an eyebrow over his annual reports when she sits down. "Do you know them? I can move if you'd like to sit." No, I don't know them. I just know thousands of guys exactly like them. You know hockey guys. How do you know they're hockey guys? Are you kidding? The same sneakers, the same track suits, the same back-to-front caps, the same confused expression because they've all taken too many pucks to the head. You can recognize hockey guys anywhere, the man chuckles. Then he asks, as if he's just thinking out loud and there isn't a deeper meaning to the question, "So is your dad like that as well, a hockey guy?" He sees her eyelashes flutter very briefly. Her smile becomes less genuine and more of a defense mechanism. He probably used to be, but he's old now. So now he's a hockey old man, the man smiles back. She shakes her head almost as if she feels guilty. No, he's finished with hockey. He just works with Mom now. The man nods as he looks down at the annual accounts. He glances at the boys a little farther away. They're already so big, so loud, so used to being physically privileged. Everywhere belongs to them. Can I ask a question that might sound stupid? Sure, Maya nods. Do you think all hockey guys look the same to make it harder for someone who's different to break into the group? Or do you think they look the same because they're afraid of being different themselves? Maya says nothing for so long that the man starts to worry that he's gone too far, that she's seen through him. Perhaps it was too obviously a journalist's question, but just as he's about to dismiss it with a little joke, she looks out through the window and replies, "Everyone involved in hockey talks about fighting. They learn it as children, get in there and fight, and that kind of sticks around in their brains, so when they get older they still behave as though they're under attack. They're still aggressive, as if they're trying to overcompensate." Overcompensate for what? The man asks. Maya meets his gaze. Have you ever been to a hockey game? Have you sat close to the ice and seen how fast it moves, how hard the collisions are, the injuries they get? If the opponents can see that a player is afraid, they go for him 10 times as hard. So they learn to look like they aren't afraid of anything, like she falls silent. The man fills in tentatively, warriors. Yes, more or less. Perhaps that's why they want to look the same off the ice as well, to remind themselves and everyone else that they're an army. The girl lowers her gaze and smiles vaguely. Oh, I don't know, I'm just talking nonsense. The man is worried he's pushed her too hard, so he changes focus by asking if she can help him get his suitcase down from the rack. He has his medication there, he says, breathing heavily to remind her that he's just a harmless old man. It works. Are you okay? She asks. I've just been alive too long, the old man grunts. You sound like Ramona, she smiles sadly. Who's that? He asks as if he doesn't know. The person whose funeral it is. Oh, your dad's friend. Was she interested in hockey too? Interested, obsessed. She was even on the committee of the club at the end. Really? So she worked with your dad? No. He stopped being general manager the same year she was elected onto the committee. But he probably saw her more after that than he did before. Mom says he used to stop off at the Bearskin most days on his way home from the office. He probably missed having someone to talk hockey with. No one in Mom's office cares about sports, Maya laughs. So does the man opposite her. He excuses himself and makes his way to the bathroom, limping more than he needs to. Once he's closed the door, he writes in his notebook. Through Ramona, Peter still had influence in the club, even after officially stepping down as general manager. Further down he writes, when Maya talks about hockey guys as warriors, I think about the soldier I interviewed in Afghanistan, who said his greatest fear wasn't death. The worst thing would be not being allowed to be a soldier anymore. His worst fear was being excluded. What is a soldier without an army? He taps his pen thoughtfully against the notebook for a long time before he writes at the bottom of the page. What is a man in Beartown without his hockey club? One day, early in the spring, the local paper wrote that the police had conducted drug raids on the other side of the yard that Amat and Fatima can see from their kitchen window. When Amat bought more drink from the girl that evening, she told him they'd taken her brother. When the central heating doesn't work and we call the housing association, it takes 6 months before they send anyone. But if you sell 2 grams of hash, the cops show up with dogs within 5 minutes, she says, quivering with equal measures of despair and rage. The following evening, Peter Anderson was sitting in the kitchen with his mom when Amat got home. He evidently hadn't come of his own volition. Amat realized that Tails and the other sponsors had sent him because they thought he could talk some sense into Amat, as if Amat owed him everything as well. Peter was concerned, he said. Staring at the floor, Amat promised that there was no need for him to be. Peter thinks you should talk to one of the agents who called when he knows. his mother said, but what did she know? What had Peter said to her? Had he made her feel guilty because Peter used to get hold of equipment for AMAT when he was younger? So was AMAT expected to pay his debt now or something? Okay, I'll think about it, AMAT promised tersely, just to stop his mother feeling sad. It could have stopped there, but when Peter was about to leave, he said quietly so AMAT's mother wouldn't hear. I can smell the alcohol on you, AMAT. I only want to help. It wasn't Peter's fault. Everything just hit AMAT all at once then. He looked Peter in the eye and snapped. How many other people in the hollow are you trying to help? Do you help anyone who isn't good at hockey? Stop lying. You just want to profit from me like all the others. He stared into Peter's eyes when he ran out of air. The former general manager walked slowly out through the door, and AMAT slammed it behind him. That evening he asked the girl in the hollow if she could get hold of anything apart from alcohol. She came back with pills. He slept the whole night through and had less pain in his wrist when he woke up. The guys on the train are engaged in some sort of contest, showing each other things on their phones and howling at private jokes. Everything is a contest for them, Maya knows, because Beartown is full of men who used to be that sort of 15-year-old and never really stopped. As adults, they just compete to see who has the biggest house, the newest car, the most expensive hunting and fishing equipment, or whose son is best on the boys' team. Anna used to say that all hockey guys really only play for their dad, to live up to his expectations, or to prove that he was wrong, to make him proud, or to tease the hell out of him. Perhaps she understood them because she had all those dads rolled into one and the same man at home herself. Maya looks at the 15-year-olds and is amazed at how much older than them she feels, how much life has passed by. She can see from self-confident grins that their coach has already taught them how valuable that is, but she wonders if they know that that only applies as long as they're winning, if they've understood that they're commodities that can be discarded in an instant by agents and bigger clubs if they get injured or play badly or just stick out a bit from the group. If they're different, if they aren't machines. She wonders if they still love the game the way they did when they were children, playing on the lake or on their driveways. If they still throw themselves against the plexiglass in the ice rink in delight when they score a goal. Anna used to imitate them so well. She always swore that all hockey guys look exactly the same when they celebrate a goal on the ice as they do when they achieve something important off the ice. Once when just she and Maya were on their own in the changing room at school after pee, she pressed herself against the wall of the shower and muttered desperately with her face contorted, "See me. Validate me. Tell me I'm a real man now, Daddy." Maya remembers how much she laughed. They were children then. Nothing was deadly serious yet. The 15-year-olds on the train laugh, and she wonders what they're finding so funny, which photographs they're looking at. If they use girls' names when they talk about them, or if they use other words. She wonders if the best of those guys dare speak out when the worst cross the line. Because she can see a Benji and a Bobo and an AMAT in this gang, she wonders if there's a Kevin among them as well. If there is, she hopes these boys know who he is, because the more other people can't see the difference between them as a group, the more important it is that they can see the difference in each other. She looks out of the window and realizes that she recognizes where they are. The kids from the south would only see forest, but she knows exactly how close to home she is now. She shuts her eyes and all the things she can't forget grow clearer with each mile. The details of his room, the layout of the furniture, every sound, all the breathing. The assault never ends, not for her. She wonders if he feels the same about the rifle and the jogging track. If he remembers how he wet himself, if he closes his eyes and can still feel the cold metal against his skin as she pressed the gun to his forehead. If the click when she pulled the trigger still echoes in his head. She wonders where he is now, and if he's still so frightened that he has to sleep with the light on. She hopes so. Dear God, she hopes so. 30 butterflies. Mateo's big sister had a butterfly tattoo on her shoulder, in secret, obviously. Her parents would have gone mad. She chose it after reading that a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a storm on the other side of the planet. She felt so powerless that this was the most powerful thing she could dream of being. An insect. It's visible on the photograph of her that Mateo keeps behind another picture on his wall, so that his parents won't see it if they come into his room. They would probably have hated the tattoo more than the drugs and alcohol. Defiling your body was the devil's work. So many things on earth are the devil's work that, when Mateo's sister really wanted to hurt her mother, she would exclaim, "So, when does God actually do anything?" The only reason she wasn't even more unkind was that Mateo would also get sad when his mother was sad, and his sister never wanted to upset him. That was his only weapon. He defended his whole family from each other by using his heart as a shield. When his sister left Beartown, she was smart, telling her parents that she was going to a church. She had even contacted the parish and talked her way into being allowed to stay there. They had taken children with problems before. Her parents thought their daughter had finally found the truth. Her mother cried, and by the time the church phoned to say she had never arrived, she had already left the country. That was 2.5 years ago. When the next call came, very recently in the middle of the night, and a police officer pronounced her name in broken English, it was as if her parents couldn't even cry for her because they had already mourned her loss long before then. "The devil took her," was all Mateo's mother whispered, and Mateo couldn't bear to hurt her by asking, "So why didn't God save her? Wasn't she worth fighting for?" Now his parents are on their way home with her ashes, and Mateo is staring at the black screen of his computer. Where you are born and who you become is a cruel lottery. He wonders exactly what it was that divided him and his sister from happiness, and if it is even possible to measure all the if only s and if that hadn't s, because when it comes down to it, that's really all life is. If only Beartown and he hadn't been such shitholes. If only people hadn't been so awful. If only their parents had believed the words their daughter said as much as they believed the word of God. If only Mateo and his sister had been born somewhere else where they were worth something. If they had been born into the Anderson family instead. If Mateo had been Leo and his sister had been Maya. If their mother had been a lawyer and their dad had been general manager of the hockey club. Then someone would have fought for her too. 31 dishwashers. One day back in the spring, a lone man suddenly appeared in the stands at the ice rink during training. He was short and overweight, had thinning hair, and wore a heavy gold chain over a thick polo neck sweater beneath a thin leather jacket. "Who's the taxi driver?" a few of the recent arrivals joked, but when none of the players who grew up there laughed, they quickly fell silent. The man in the stands kept his eyes on Amat for the whole of the training session, didn't say a word to anyone afterward, then came back again for the next session. And the next, and the next. Eventually one of the newer players asked again, "Seriously, who's the old guy?" Amat pretended he didn't know, as did most of the others. But one of the players who grew up in the Heights and who was therefore convinced of his own immortality sniggered, "That's Lev. One of the trash bandits from over near Head. Haven't you heard about those tramps?" He wasn't so tough out on the ice, Amat noted, but the locker room always feels like a safe place for small men. Naturally, Amat had heard all the rumors about Lev as well, but his mother taught him at an early age not to talk crap about anyone, seeing as they may well turn out to be not just anyone. His teammate, on the other hand, was now happily explaining all about the trash bandits, so called because they had taken over the old scrapyard below the hill outside Hd a few years ago. No one really knew where they came from. At first there was just Lev and a few others, but now 20 or more people were said to be living in the trailers there. Some said that they sold stolen cars, some said they sold drugs, Some said they did far worse things. The atmosphere in the locker room gradually became more jovial because all muscles relax there, especially tongues. So one of the recent arrivals tried his taxi driver joke again, and this time a lot of them laughed. Encouraged by this, the first player told a joke about how things got a bit messy when the trash bandits took over the scrapyard, because they didn't understand how they were supposed to have space for their camels under the car hoods. Fewer of them laughed at that, but he had built up a head of steam and carried on. All that scrap is probably the biggest family business in the area now, because all those monkeys must be related to each other, right? Suddenly everyone fell silent and glanced anxiously at Amat, as if he might get annoyed. The other player's face turned bright red, and that probably said a lot about the sort of jokes he used to make when Amat wasn't in the room. But of course it also said even more about the other players seeing as they just sat there in silence. So Amat pretended he hadn't heard anything, packed his things, and went home, telling himself that he had more important things to worry about than crap like that. Lev came back for the next training session, and the next. He never spoke to anyone, and he kept his eyes on just one player. No one made any jokes about him anymore, at least not in front of Amat, but a sense of silent unease was growing in the building. The old guys who used to watch every training session moved farther away, and the players glanced at the stands more often. No one said anything to Amat. Presumably they were waiting for him to say something himself, as if he ought to apologize to the whole team for the sort of people he attracted to the rink. He was usually very good at that, apologizing for things, but for some reason he didn't on this occasion. Perhaps he just had enough of the jokes, perhaps he just had enough of feeling responsible for everything. It went on for almost 2 more weeks, until one evening Amat met the girl in the hollow to get pills and she shook her head. "Sorry, I'm not allowed to sell to you anymore." Amat exclaimed in surprise. "Says who?" Her reply was blunt. "Lev," Amat asked. "Is he the guy you get them from then?" When she shook her head he snapped. "So what's he got to do with it then?" She just shrugged her shoulders. "Does it matter? Do you think I want to commit suicide or something? If Lev says no, no it is. I'm not going to fall out with the trash bandits. You'll have to talk to him yourself." So the next day after training, to his teammates' great surprise, Amat marched up into the stands, stared at Lev, and roared, "Do you think you're my dad like everyone else in this town then?" Lev was leaning back in his seat. He looked Amat straight in the eye and shook his head, adjusted his gold chain, and let Amat stand there long enough for him to hear his own pulse in his ears. "I'm no one's dad." "You don't need a dad, and you're your own man, yes. You don't need a dad," he eventually said. Amat said nothing for a long time, then asked considerably more cautiously, "So what are you doing here then?" Lev replied, "I want to help you, yes." His grammar made it unclear if this was a question or not, so Amat muttered, "So does every other old guy in this town." Lev's face cracked into a broad smile. "Do I look like all the other old guys in this town?" He said this in Amat's mother's language, even though he didn't look like he came from the same country as her. "Where are you from?" Amat asked in his mother's language, embarrassed at how badly he pronounced the words because she was the only person he ever spoke them to. "I am from nowhere. I know many languages. You feel like this sometimes, yes. As if you come from nowhere." Lev smiled. It was a tentative relationship at first. Lev offered Amat a lift home from training. Amat hesitated for a long time before he said yes, mostly out of curiosity. "You're not to use those crap pills you can buy in the hollow. If you're in pain, I'll sort out proper medication, yes," Lev said seriously. Amat nodded. Lev looked him in the eye and asked, "So you're in pain?" Amat nodded again. This was the first time he had admitted it to anyone. Lev said no more about it. He started asking other questions instead, not about hockey like everyone else, but about Amat and his mother and what it was like to grow up in Beartown. Amat gave curt replies at first, but they gradually became longer monologues. He talked about how Hidi and Beartown hated each other, and Lev replied that it was only hatred for people with money. The difference between the inhabitants isn't the difference between Hidi and Beartown. Just the difference between rich and poor, my friend. I live in Hidi, yes, but aren't you more like me than a man from the heights? Because we're the same in his eyes, you and I were poor. We're his slaves. Men like him demand that you feel grateful now, don't they, Amat? But grateful for what? Do you think those rich men would have cared about you if you weren't good at hockey? They're not like us, Amat. We'll never be part of their town. That was the first time in a long time that Amat felt anyone understood him. Look out for that tree, Peter exclaims, pointing at one that's blocking half the road. They're everywhere, a gigantic game of pick-up sticks. Timu keeps having to slow down and comes close to driving into the ditch several times. His phone buzzes in his pocket again. Hold the wheel, Timu says, then lets go of it, forcing Peter to lunge across the seats. Timu starts to reply to the text message as Peter tries to steer through the debris. Can't you, Timu? Peter eventually yells, and Timu breaks at the last moment before they crash into what looks like half a fence and a bathtub that have escaped down someone's driveway. Timu stops the car but carries on tapping his phone. People seem to be doing a lot of talking today, Peter mutters. They've changed the match schedule. Guess who we're playing in the first round? Hidi, Timu snaps back. Oh, Peter says, for want of a better word. Hell of a lot of rumors right now, I need to. Timu goes on, then seems to change his mind. Rumors about what? Peter asks, even though he doesn't really want to know. Timu glances at him, apparently weighing up what he should say and what he shouldn't, then sighs and explains. The council had a meeting this morning with your friend Tails. Hidi's ice rink collapsed in the storm, so all their teams are going to be training in our rink. Peter says nothing for a long time. The windows are closed, but he still imagines he can feel the wind off the lake from beyond the ice rink where the flags are flying at half-mast. His clothes feel too thin. I'm sure it's just a temporary measure, Timu. You and your guys mustn't. The council will use this as an excuse to try to merge the clubs, you know that. Timu interrupts. Peter nods, hesitates, and shudders. They've tried to merge the clubs before, Timu. I've sat in those meetings myself. It will never. It's different this time. How? Timu lowers his eyebrows. Because this time it's Beartown that's got the money. People like Tails have something to gain from a merger now. As soon as the following words pass his lips, Peter regrets saying something so ridiculous. Would that really be so bad? All the council's resources devoted to one and the same club, maybe that would. Timu's reply isn't aggressive, which somehow makes it worse. This club doesn't belong to Tails, it belongs to us. If they want to merge our club with those red bastards, it's going to happen over my dead body. Peter looks down at his lap and nods, unable to reply because he knows that isn't true. It will happen over other people's dead bodies, anyone who happens to be standing in the way. That's what Timu means by it belongs to us. Because either you are part of us, or you aren't. And Peter knows all too well from experience that the most dangerous place in this forest is between men and power. They say no more until the car pulls up outside Peter's house. He thanks Timu for the lift and Timu merely nods, and Peter says without making eye contact, Timu, I know this won't mean anything to you because I'm the one saying it, but there's been peace between your guys and the guys in Hidi for a long time, hasn't there? Your guys follow you whatever you do, so you can choose to, well, you can be a tool for the town now or a weapon. That's going to make all the difference. Timu smiles, revealing all his teeth. You really do sound like her. Thanks, Peter says quietly. But you're wrong, there's never been peace. Only a truce, Timu adds almost sadly. What's the difference? Truces are temporary. He holds out his hand, Peter takes it. Then Timu says something very unusual for him. Thanks. Don't mention it, Peter mumbles. I mean it. Thanks for everything today, Timu says, looking at the steering wheel. Peter doesn't move as the young man drives off, ashamed of how happy he feels. When he and Kira moved here from Canada all those years ago, he promised her that relationships in the town would feel less complicated with time. The opposite happened. Everything and everyone are even more tightly connected now, until finally people can hardly move at all. One evening when Lev was driving him home, he asked Amat what he was planning to buy when he turned professional. "A Mercedes and a house for Mom," the boy replied. Lev smiled. "Is that what she wants?" Amat laughed and shook his head. "No, she just wants a dishwasher." Lev laughed so hard that his stomach bounced. "I promise I'll help you get an NHL contract so you can employ staff for her. She'll never have to do the dishes again, okay?" He handed Amat a small box of prescription tablets for the pain in his wrist. Amat hesitated, then handed him his cell phone. Every time an agent called from then on, Lev took the call. The next time they were sitting in the car, he said, "They say hockey is a contact sport, yes. They say it's because of the violence on the ice. Rubbish, it's off the ice that it's violent, a contact sport. The entire sport is made up of contacts. How many NHL players look like you, Amat? Hardly any. Why? Because none of the coaches look like you. Because these wealthy men only want to give the jobs to each other. They stick together, yes. That's why they win. That's how they keep people like us away from power and money." Amat nodded. Lev has continued to attend every training session, and they had the same discussion time after time as they drove home to the hollow afterward. The days grew longer, the daylight more generous. Summer was on its way. From his balcony one night Amat saw a group of people lighting candles up on the hill. The next day he found out that the brother of the girl he bought drink from had been in another town and got into a fight, and ended up getting stabbed. He was in intensive care. The following day Beartown had an away game, and at the back of the bus on the way to the game Amat's teammates who had never set foot in the hollow were talking about it. "It was drugs," one said. "How do you know?" another wondered. "Do you think it was just a coincidence he got stabbed, or what? I mean, you know where he's from, you know what it's like there." Amat said nothing, but heard everything. Bobo, Amat's best friend on the team and these days assistant coach under Zakel, was sitting at the front of the bus and heard nothing. It wasn't his fault. He was no longer aware of what was said in the locker room. He was busy doing his job. He and Amat spent less and less time together off the ice. Amat didn't know if that was his fault or Bobo's. It just felt like they didn't have anything in common anymore. But just before the game, Bobo asked Amat if he was okay, and perhaps Amat could have told him the truth then, but instead he said, "Yeah, fine." Bobo smiled. "Okay, you just seemed angry. Tell me if there's something. We're counting on you today, superstar." He didn't mean any harm. Even so, Amat was furious. With 1 minute to go, the teams were tied, and Beartown had a face-off in the offensive zone. Zakel called a timeout and gathered the team by the bench. Everyone was waiting for their coach's tactical instructions, but instead she just looked at Amat and said, "What do you think?" He should have realized she was testing him, but he was too tired, too angry. So he said, "What do I think about our tactics? Our tactics are that you give me the puck and get out of the way." He turned his back on them before anyone had time to reply. They gave him the puck, he scored. No one celebrated with him, not even Bobo. Zakel gathered the team after the game, but Amat wasn't there. He had gone up into the stands to Lev and went home in his car rather than on the bus. That was how he came to win a game and lose a locker room. The train finally stops, and Maya stands up and helps the old man get his suitcase down again. He slips his annual accounts into his briefcase, puts on his brown hat and picks up his umbrella, then gives a slight bow. She laughs and bows back. They part on the platform, and she doesn't spare him another thought, but he thinks all the more about her. A woman in her early 30s is standing a short distance away in a thick jacket, with her woolly hat pulled down low over her forehead, the way only new arrivals do at this time of year. They wait until Maya is out of sight before hugging each other. "Hi, Dad," the woman says. "Hi, editor-in-chief," he chuckles and bows, but she can hear the pride behind the sarcastic tone. When she was a child, she always said she wanted to be a journalist like him, and he always grunted that he hadn't spent his whole life working himself to death just so she could become something as uncivilized as that. But deep down, obviously, he loves the fact that she turned out like him rather than her mother. "Good journey?" she asks. "Why do you sound so worried?" He's missed seeing that wrinkle on her forehead. "You know, Dad, did you talk to the girl, Maya?" "The whole way," he grunts happily. His daughter sighs deeply, 2 minutes together and she already has a dad migraine. "And you didn't tell her you were a journalist. You didn't say what you're doing up here." "That would have been rather counterproductive," he chuckles. "It's not ethical, Dad. It could undermine the whole investigation." He waves his umbrella dismissively and starts walking along the platform. "Ethical? Nonsense. She's Peter Anderson's daughter. You know what she said to me? 'My dad's the sort of man who never breaks any rules at all.'" That's the perfect quote to start the entire series of articles with. What have I always told you about how many thoughts people can have in their head at any one time? "Stop it, Dad," she groans, but can't help giggling. "How many?" "One. People can only have one thought in their head, Dad." He nods so hard that his brown hat almost slips off his head. She bursts out laughing because it's so typical of him, always some tiny, stupid detail that marks him out from the crowd. When she was little, he always wore a bow tie when everyone else was wearing a normal tie, always a pocket watch instead of a wristwatch, always going against the current somehow. He fixes his eyes on her. Exactly. And the whole reason that Beartown hockey has gotten away with financial crimes as long as it has is that people like Peter are regarded as above suspicion, especially after what happened to his daughter. People can only follow one thought at a time, and right now Beartown hockey is on the good, decent, honest side. It's the Anderson family's club, the club that had an openly homosexual player, the club with the biggest star from the poorest part of town, only discovered by hockey because his mother cleaned the ice rink. Have you read that brochure you sent me? It isn't just easy to sponsor Beartown hockey, it's also the right thing to do. Seriously, have you ever heard anything so arrogant? His daughter is taking deep, patient breaths. "Dad, listen. I'm grateful that you're here. I really am. And I want the same thing you do, but we have to do this, well, you know, by the book. I have a source in the council who says that the politicians are seriously considering trying to merge Beartown and HD hockey now, and that would give them the chance to establish a whole new accounting process and bury all traces of embezzlement and corruption. But I need to do this properly, Dad. I don't want to make it personal." He throws his arms out, making his stomach wobble beneath his checkered shirt. He's at least 20 pounds heavier than when she last saw him. His beard is grayer, his smoker's cough worse. How can it not be personal? Beartown hockey is using its politically correct image as a shield to guard against all scrutiny. After all, even your own reporters daren't cross them. The look in her eyes darkens. Even after all these years, it still surprises him how quickly that can happen. "They're good journalists, Dad, but you don't live here, you don't know what it's like. We're not only going to be attacking the hockey club, but the whole of the local economy, people's livelihoods." He raises his head, suddenly more accommodating, and nods. Okay, you're right, sorry. You just need to be a bit careful, and if we're going to start by attacking Peter Anderson, you need to realize, and this is serious, that he isn't just anyone around here. He has powerful friends, and violent friends." Her dad waves his umbrella. "There's no point me being here if I'm going to be afraid, is there? If we're going to uncover a scandal, we need a good story. And you know who's a good story? Peter Anderson." I've missed this, your lectures," she says with a grin. He interrupts sharply. "Stop being ridiculous. You didn't call me because I'm your dad. You called because you want to ruin these bastards' lives, and no one's better at that than me." He looks so pleased with this last phrase that he forgets to put his umbrella on the ground as he walks and almost falls over. She catches him, feels how old he is, whispers, You've been longing for this, haven't you? Having an enemy again. He scratches his beard. Is it that obvious? He used to be the star reporter at his paper, the journalist who brought down celebrities and politicians, the journalist the rich and powerful used to fear finding out was digging into their affairs. But that was a while ago now. The newspaper gives the heavy jobs to younger talents. He's more of a mascot than a reporter these days. This is going to be seriously hard, Dad. That's how you know something's worth doing, kid. She hates being called that, but she's missed hearing it. 32 hatred. Johnny keeps his promise and is home in time for dinner. All Hannah and the children have to do is pretend that 10:30 is a normal time for dinner. They can see he is embarrassed, so they let him get away with it, because they can also see how hard he's been working in the forest and how exhausted he is. The road between the towns is still a mess of trees and debris, but it's finally clear enough for the hospital staff living in Beartown to get to work, and Hannah stands on tiptoe in the kitchen and kisses her husband on the back of the neck. "Did you get the van?" she asks, and all the color drains from his cheeks. Damn, tomorrow. I'll ask one of the guys to drive me there first thing, then I'll come home and take the kids to training. She doesn't have the energy to fight about it. Okay, let's deal with that tomorrow. I'm just going to sort out the laundry, then I'll organize dinner, she says, with her eyelids starting to droop. But Tess, the eldest child and super big sister, steps up and puts her arm around her mother and says, "Stop it, Mom. Go and have a hot bath. I'll sort out the laundry and Dad can do dinner." Tess has already done the cleaning while her mom helped her brothers with their homework. Sometimes Hannah bursts out crying out of nowhere because she feels so guilty at how much responsibility their 17-year-old daughter has to take on. She suffers for being so organized. If you show you're capable, you get even more to do. That's the curse of being a smart girl. "Thanks, darling, but Hannah starts to say. "This offer expires in 5, 4, 3, 2, Tess interrupts, and her mother laughs and kisses her hair. Okay, thanks. I'll grab a quick shower." Johnny stands at the stove and fries schnitzels, the boy's favorite. Tjur, 7 years old, is delighted at being allowed to stay up so late after bedtime. Tess sets the table and puts herself at the end, not because she wants to sit there, but because if Tobias and Ted get the chance to fight about who sits there, they will kill each other. Tobias might be 15 and Ted only 13, but Ted is already almost as tall and as strong. He's already better at hockey too, even if no one in the family acts like he is so as not to hurt Tobias's feelings. That isn't because of genes or talent, it's just that Tobias isn't a fanatic. He likes other things as well: girls and parties and computer games. The only thing Ted thinks about, to the exclusion of everything else, is hockey. If he doesn't have a training session with the team, he either fires holes in the walls in the basement or practices his shots out on the driveway for hours at a time. Sometimes Tobias has to be forced to go to training, whereas it can be hard to drag Ted away. As soon as the lake freezes over, he'll be there every morning shoveling snow so he can play with his friends before school starts. "Is the road clear, Dad? Can we go to training tomorrow?" he asks eagerly now. "Yes, it'll probably be okay," his dad nods, tired but proud. Tobias can't help moaning. "Do we really have to train in Beartown's crappy rink?" Tess retorts. "Are you stupid or something? Have you seen the state of our rink? The entire roof has collapsed." Johnny shoots her a grateful look. His daughter is taking on the role of sensible parent more often these days, letting him off the hook. "Don't call your brother stupid," he whispers. "Sorry, Toby, you're a real bright spark," his daughter declares. "What does that mean?" Tobias wonders suspiciously. His father's laughter lasts until Tjur suddenly exclaims from his chair, "We have to use the rink in Beartown because D's rink is shit." Tess hushes him. Tjur looks surprised and insists, "That's what Dad said." Johnny rubs his receding hairline with his fingertips. That isn't what I meant. I was just a bit upset on the phone this morning." "That's an understatement. all the children think, but unexpectedly Ted is the one who speaks up. Our rink is actually shit. Beartown's is 100 times better. Did you know they have a preschool there? Just think how much more time on the ice they get than we do in Hd. Johnny directs all his frustration at the frying pan, turning the schnitzels so hard that the butter splashes and burns him on the wrist without him even reacting. That's all that counts in Ted's world, time on the ice. Every year his team has to fight harder and harder to get it, with the other teams and the figure skaters, and then the sessions for the general public that the council insists on squeezing in every weekend. So what's going to happen now? Someone ought to drop a bomb on the whole of fucking Beartown, Tobias mutters in response. He's 2 years older than Ted, old enough to meet guys from Beartown at parties now, old enough to get into fights with them pretty often as well. Toby. Tess yells so her dad doesn't have to. What? Everyone hates us in Beartown, and we hate them. There's no point lying. Stop it, Toby. We don't hate anyone, Johnny says half-heartedly. You've said that yourself, Dad. Only in hockey, when the hockey teams play each other, it's just something people say, Johnny says tentatively. We play on the hockey team, Dad. Johnny has no response to that. The little bastard's right. Do you think we'll see the A-team play tomorrow? Ted interrupts, suddenly hopeful. I don't know if Hid's A-team is going to, Johnny says, misunderstanding. He means Beartown's A-team. He wants to see Amat, Tess clarifies cautiously. Amat, he plays for the wrong team, Johnny blurts out instinctively. He's going to play in the NHL. Ted points out with the absolute certainty that only a 13-year-old can muster. Johnny ought to have kept quiet. He wishes Hannah wasn't taking so long in the shower because she'd have slapped his thigh before he giggled and said, Amat, the NHL, he wasn't even drafted. There was a hell of a lot of talk over in Beartown all last spring. It was obvious Amat was going to be the best player in the whole world. And what happened? Nothing. He came back home again and now apparently he's injured. Maybe he's a bit overrated, just like the rest of Beartown. He hates himself even as he says the words. Hannah says that hockey brings out the worst in him at times, but of course that isn't true. It's only Beartown hockey that brings out the worst in him. Tobias chortles with laughter. Shit, Amat's just the worst. He's going to play in the NHL. He's better than anyone in Hd. Ted mutters back defiantly. Bloody hell, you're in love with him, Tobias grins. And a second later the fight is in full flow, right across the kitchen table with Tess yelling and Ture cheering them on. Johnny lets go of the frying pan and rushes over to grab someone, anyone at all, from the chaos. Hannah hears them all the way up in the shower and thinks to herself how reasonable it is of Johnny to call her the sensitive one in the family. Sure. Downstairs in the kitchen Johnny yells, "Stop fighting. For God's sake, I'm trying to cook Toby. Just stop it and apologize to your brother. Of course Ted isn't in love with Amat. For goodness sake, he isn't even." Johnny stops himself and clears his throat when he feels his daughter's disapproving glare. So he corrects himself a little clumsily. I mean, if he was, there wouldn't be anything wrong with that, but he isn't. Are you? He looks at his daughter to see if he said the right thing. She rolls her eyes. It isn't easy to say anything right these days, he thinks. So he takes a deep breath and says instead, if you keep fighting, you can't play any computer games, Toby, and you won't be allowed to go to training tomorrow, Ted. That's the only thing that works. They both calm down at once, especially Ted. Tess rolls her eyes again. Johnny wonders about telling a joke to get Ture to start laughing, because he's the only person in the family who still appreciates Johnny's jokes, but he doesn't have time before Tess's phone buzzes as a message arrives. Then another one. Soon Tobias's is buzzing as well. In the end, even Ted's is buzzing. Johnny leans over Tess's shoulder as she opens the picture that everyone in school is circulating online. It shows the Beartown town sign over on the forest road, right on the boundary with Hd. Someone has been out and draped it with green scarves. Beneath it is a large sheet of tin with a spray-painted message. Our rink is our rink. Go home, bitches. Tomorrow all of HD's youth teams will have to pass that way, the youngest of them Ture's age, and those are the words that will welcome them. Tess deletes the picture. Johnny doesn't say a word, but he's thinking how much he'd like to call one of the reporters at the local paper who are always writing about lovely, cuddly Beartown hockey and their lovely, cuddly value system these days, and ask them if this is what they mean. He dishes up dinner with his jaw clenched, then sits down at the table. They eat in silence until Tess tries to get Tobias to put his phone down with a series of pointed gestures. He obeys, but not without grunting. Do you believe me now, then? What did I say? They hate us. No one protests this time. 33 returning home, it's so easy to fool people. They're happy to believe so much crap that you can make them believe pretty much anything if you make enough effort. That was what Ovich told her little brother many years ago, after their father had taken his rifle and gone out into the forest, and some of the older kids on the street where they grew up were spreading rumors about why. Each rumor was more ridiculous than the last, of course, suggesting that Elaine Ovich owed the mafia money, or that he was actually murdered because he was a war criminal in hiding here who had finally been found by his enemies. People are stupid. Don't listen to them. Punch them in the face if you want to, but don't listen to them, Audrey told her little brother, and he did as she said, and both suggestions turned out pretty well. But people really are still stupid if you ask Audrey. That's why she prefers animals. That's also why she lives a fair way out in the forest and not in town, which is usually a blessing, but not in the days after a storm. She's had help from her sisters Gaby and Keisha, but even so they've barely made a start on clearing up the destruction. They've repaired the fence around the kennels and cleared all the debris littering the yard, but the barn that was converted into a martial arts gym took a severe battering and is going to need a lot of work. The electricity is still intermittent out here, and the roads are still impassable in many places. But Audrey isn't complaining, telling herself that she's gotten through it better than most people, after all. The hunters who buy their dogs from her, and these days that means almost every hunter in both Beartown and HD know every tree out here. They told her in advance which ones she needed to saw down. They saved her, the house, and the dogs. She can hear them barking now. They do that all the time, of course, but on this occasion she stops what she's doing and straightens her back, aware of what's happening before she sees him coming. If you devote your life to dogs, their barks are full of nuances. Audrey can tell at once if they're barking at an animal or a person, and if they're doing it to mark their territory, for protection, or out of fear. Often it's the younger ones who need to assert themselves, but this time it's only the oldest dogs barking, the ones she never sold, the ones who have been in the family since they were puppies. They're barking because they're happy. It's so easy to fool people, Audrey thinks as she starts running. Benji is cycling along the gravel track. She knows it's him before she even sees his silhouette. She recognizes him from the happy, bubbling, euphoric barking and the eager scrabbling of paws against the fence. So many rumors have circulated about her little brother in the past 2 years, because it's so easy to fool people. That he's a disappointment, that he wasn't prepared to stand up for who he was, that he gave up hockey and moved away because he was a coward. That he's nothing but a drunk and a junkie these days, that he isn't worth anything. But you can never fool dogs. They know all that's best in you. Maya hasn't even thought about how she's going to get home to Beartown from the last station. She stands on the platform for a few seconds, confused, thinking how stupid it was not to let Anna pick her up after all, but then she hears someone calling from the road. Maya, lovely to see you. Do you want a lift? It's one of their neighbors from the same street leaning out of his car, and Maya remembers what living here is like. There's always someone going the same way as you. It doesn't matter where you are, things always work out in the end, there's always someone willing to help. She hadn't known she was going to miss that. She makes polite conversation with the neighbor during the drive, but the closer they get to Beartown, the less she says. By the time they're passing through Hidi, she can barely breathe. Incredible, isn't it? It looks like there's been a war here, the neighbor nods. Maya has woken up on days after storms before, but none of them was ever like this. She can't see how everything is going to be repaired again, and can't begin to imagine how much it's going to cost. Benji comes cycling along the little forest road, a couple of years older than when his sisters last saw him, and much thinner. His skin is browner and his long hair paler, but the grin is the same. Adri drops everything and runs, pulling him off the bicycle and kissing his hair and telling him he's a brain-dead moron and that she worships him. "How did you get here? Why didn't you call? Whose bike is that?" she wants to know. He shrugs, without making it clear which of her questions this is a response to. The dogs force their way out of the fenced yard and throw themselves into his arms, quickly followed by Gaby and Keisha. When their mother hears the commotion up at the house and comes outside, at first she can barely stand. Then the next second she's rushing across the yard, already in the middle of a scolding, in the language of her homeland, seeing as this country doesn't have anywhere near enough adjectives to describe the curses and threats her son deserves after drifting around the world like a tramp and not calling his mother often enough. Then she hugs him so hard that her spine creaks and whispers that she'd die without his heartbeat, and that she's hardly dared breathe since he left because she didn't want to exhale the last of his air from her lungs. Benji grins like he's only been gone a couple of hours and whispers that he loves her, and then his sisters lay into him because he's so emaciated, and if he died of starvation, they'd never have heard the end of their mothers moaning about it, and how could they have put up with that? So why does he only think of himself, the little brat? Then they sob into his hair, and then they eat. Maya gets dropped off outside her house, and thanks the neighbor so effusively for the lift that he retorts, "It was hardly that much trouble, so you can drop all that big city nonsense." Maya thinks to herself that it's a good thing she didn't offer to pay for the gas, or she'd probably have gotten a slap, and can't help smiling. She picks up some broken pieces of wood and other debris from the flower bed before opening the door of her childhood home. It's been left unlocked, as usual. She used to think that was completely natural, but now she can't help thinking it's the sort of crazy, eccentric thing that people only do in Beartown. Everything in the house is the same as usual. The same furniture, the same wallpaper, the same everyday life. As if her parents thought they could fool time by refusing to admit that it was passing. Maya stops on the stairs, inhaling deep breaths of home, running her fingertips over the photographs that hang all over the walls of her and her brothers. The oldest picture is of Isaac. Parents who lose a child never trust the universe again. Once Maya heard her dad admit that on the phone, she didn't know who he was talking to, saying that he sometimes thought all the blessings he himself had received were the reason why God or whoever needed to redress the balance and took Isaac from them. Peter Anderson had a wife who loved him and 3 beautiful children and a career as a professional hockey player in the NHL, then the job of general manager in the club that had raised him, and no one can have everything. Presumably that was how he was thinking. It's simultaneously both remarkably unselfish and absurdly self-centered, Maya remembers thinking. As if children only live good lives or have a terrible time because their parents are in either debt or credit to some system of cosmic rules. But perhaps that's what having children is like. She doesn't know. Perhaps you can't avoid going completely stupid. She takes a deep, deep breath alone on the stairs. Sometimes the memories of everything that happened are like electric shocks. Sometimes she wakes up screaming at night. But every time she comes home, she gets a bit better at not thinking about Kevin. Every time she grows a little and gains stronger, thicker armor, She can still hear in her parents' voices every time she calls that the same thing isn't true of them. They're stuck in that moment, still believing that everything is their fault. When Maya's dad was sitting with her in the hospital after the rape, he asked what he could do for her, and the only thing she could whisper in her despair was, "Love me." And he did. The whole family did. Sometimes she feels that she dragged them with her into a black hole, and when she climbed out they were left at the bottom. It doesn't matter that she knows that isn't true. Guilt is always stronger than logic. She walks silently up the stairs that only she and Leo can step on without making them creak. She goes into her parents' room. Her dad is standing in front of the mirror practicing knotting his tie, but fingers won't do what he wants and his face is heavy with grief. "Hi, Dad," his favorite word. "Dad." He doesn't even turn around because he thinks he's imagining it. She has to say it again, louder. He looks at her in the mirror, blinking hard in confusion. "Darling, darling, what are you doing here?" "I want to go to Ramona's funeral on Sunday." "But how did you get here?" "I got the train, well, as far as I could. Then I got a lift. It's chaos out there on the roads. It must have been completely unbearable during the storm. How are you doing, Dad?" All the words pour out of her at once and he is still trying to comprehend that she is actually here. "But what about college?" he manages to say as he hugs her, ever the dad. "College will be fine," she smiles. "But how did you even know that we were having the funeral this weekend?" Maya smiles condescendingly at his naivete. "The elk hunting season starts next week. Then hockey starts. When else were you going to bury her?" He scratches his hair with the tie. "But darling, you didn't have to come home for Ramona's funeral." "I'm here for your sake, Dad," she whispers. She feels him almost collapse into a heap of dust. "Thanks," he struggles to say. "What can I do, Dad?" He tries to smile and shrug his shoulders so slowly and listlessly that they look like badly hung barn doors on old hinges. When they hug again, she's the adult, he the child. "Love me, pumpkin. Always, Dad." They hear the sound of the front door opening downstairs. Kira comes home, steps through the door and stops for just one breath when she sees her daughter's shoes on the hall floor, and her mother's heart skips a beat. Upstairs, Maya lets go of her dad with a sympathetic little smile when she hears the thuds and cries, and stands with her back to the bed. Because when her mother rushes up the stairs and flies into the bedroom and wraps her arms around her daughter's neck, Maya wants to have a soft landing. That night, before anyone except his family even knows that he's back in town, Benji creeps out of his sister's house and cycles down to the ice rink. The roads are strewn with fallen trees and the parking lot is full of debris, but the rink looks almost entirely unscathed, as if God himself had revealed who he supported. Benji forces open one of the bathroom windows at the back and climbs in, then drifts about, assaulted by childhood memories. How many hours has he spent here? Will he ever again be as happy as he was then? Will anything else ever feel as good as gliding out onto the ice with his best friend and playing against the whole world? How could it? He feels his way in the dark and finds the switch for the lights down by the boards. He doesn't turn on the main lights in the roof, because the caretaker would see them from home and rush down here, and then there'd be a hell of a fuss. At the back of the storeroom, Benji finds an old pair of skates his size. He laces them so tightly that they make his feet feel numb, then sets off toward the light. He knows exactly how many steps he can take before he has to lift his foot from the floor to step onto the ice. Out of all the things he loved about hockey, there probably isn't anything he ever loved more than this. 1,000 games and 1,000,000 training sessions. But his lungs and stomach still think he's stepping off a cliff every time. Everything else disappears with that first glide out onto the ice, out to where he was free his whole childhood. Only there. That was the only place in the entire world where he always knew exactly who he was and what was expected of him. No confusion, no fear. He glides in slow, painful circles, wider and wilder. He stops by the penalty box, taps nostalgically at the glass. It was all so simple when he arrived at the rink for the first time as a child, so obvious. The sport was like a magical language that he had been specially selected to understand. He loved the rhythm of the other bodies, the collisions, the breathing, the cuts on the ice, the desperate cries of the crowd when the game suddenly turned. The frenetic banging of sticks, the roar in his ears as they flew forward together. Unstoppable, inseparable, immortal. He doesn't know where that part of him has gone, when he lost himself so completely, but it was never the same without Kevin. Benji was never quite able to forgive himself for still feeling that way. So 2 years ago, he put a puck in his bag and kept on traveling, only stopping when he could put the puck down on the counter of a bar in a part of the world where no one knew what the hell it was. There were no tourists there. He left one place where he had always been different on the inside and found another where he was different on the outside. He doesn't know what he was hoping that would lead to. Nothing, maybe. Perhaps he was just hoping that the noise in his head would stop. The chaos in his chest. In some ways, perhaps he even succeeded, because now, as he looks over at the huge picture of the angry bear painted around the center circle, he expects to feel something, anything at all, but nothing comes. No longing, no hatred, no belonging, no exclusion. He's just tired. So very, very tired. He takes the skates off, puts them back in the storeroom, turns the lights out and climbs out of the same window he came in through. Then he slowly wanders across the parking lot, away from the town and out into the forest. The ground is torn and churned up. He left the bicycle at the ice rink. It isn't his, nothing here is really his anymore. When the wind turns away from the town, he is sitting at the top of a tree, the way he used to as a child. Mateo spends all day looking for his bicycle in the part of town where he left it during the storm after the chain came off. He doesn't find it until the following morning, much farther away than even the wind could have carried it, neatly propped up against the wall down by the ice rink. Someone found it, fixed the chain, then rode off on it without even feeling guilty enough to try to hide it afterward. Mateo isn't surprised, not when he finds it precisely here by the ice rink. Hockey guys are taught as children that everything belongs to them, that everyone belongs to them. The first frost arrives in Beartown and Hd that night, the universe's silencer. It stupefies in a way that words can never encompass. If you ask anyone who's moved away from here what they miss most about the forest, they'd probably say that first foretaste of winter, the gentle sorrow of a summer gone by, autumn that seems to last no more than an instant here. The birds become wary, the lake freezes. Soon we will see our breath in front of us and our footsteps behind us. The air gets fresher, everything crunches each morning. The snow doesn't really settle for a while yet, but you still have to brush the first thin white dusting from the stones in the cemetery to see whose graves they are. One headstone will soon read Ramona. No surname because there's no need, everyone knows. Another, a little farther away, reads Elaine Ovich, in an almost forgotten corner up by the wall. His whole name because considerably fewer people remember him. Sometimes weeks go by without him getting any visitors, but when the sun goes up this time, his son is sitting there smoking. Tales of boys and their fathers are the same in every age, in every place. We love each other, hate each other, miss each other, hold each other back, but we can never live unaffected by each other. We try to be men and never really know how. The tales about us who live here are the same sort of tales that are told about everyone, everywhere. We think we're in charge of the way they unfold, but of course that happens unbearably seldom. They just carry us wherever they want to go. Some of them will have happy endings, and some of them will end exactly the way we were always afraid they would. 34 competitive people. Things happen fast in hockey. Keep your head up. Hubris always gets punished. Clichés may be clichés, but they often start out as truths. This is a sport that is constantly finding more and more imaginative ways to humble the most self-confident of us. but somehow we still manage to forget that every victory is merely part of the countdown to the next defeat. When the season was approaching its end back in the spring, Beartown was top of the league, but Lev could see how swollen Amat's wrist was. It was just getting worse and worse. "You shouldn't be playing," he said. "I have to. We need to win our final games," Amat said. Lev put one hand on his shoulder and asked seriously, "If you damage it even more and don't get drafted to the NHL, who's going to buy your mom that dishwasher?" Amat had no reply to that. At that training session, the same guy who had joked about Lev in the locker room hit Amat on the arm in a futile gesture of frustration. Perhaps it wasn't intentional. Amat was flying past him and was so much faster that the guy just lost his temper, fed up with being humiliated. Amat exploded and they fought like crazy. And if Bobo hadn't thrown his large frame between them, it could have ended with something much worse than a few bruises and wounded egos. "What are you doing? It was hardly that hard, was it?" Bobo asked Amat tentatively when they were on their way off the ice, and because Amat didn't know what else to say, he replied with the very worst he had within him. "Do you think this is a game? Do you think this shit team would be anything without me? That no-hoper shouldn't touch me. I'm going to play in the NHL. What's he going to do? Get a job in the storeroom at the supermarket? Work at the factory? End up as some goddamn. He managed to stop himself before he blurted out some goddamn car mechanic, because that was what Bobo's dad was, and what Bobo was going to be. Amat should have apologized at once, but he was too angry during those first few seconds, and then it was too late. Bobo turned and walked away, with his broad shoulders almost touching the floor, and Amat broke his stick. No one on the team so much as glanced at him as he gathered his things together in the locker room and stormed out of the rink. He didn't play in the next game. Zacho merely informed the team that he was injured. How seriously and for how long, no one knew. He sat up in the stands for that game, and the next, but he didn't turn up at all for the final games. Rumors began to circulate that he was faking it, that his mind was already on the NHL, that he didn't give a damn about the club that had given him everything. Am I supposed to go and show them my wrist or something? Amat said to Lev, close to tears as they sat in his car. Beartown had just lost their last game and failed to win the promotion to a higher league everyone had been dreaming about. They would never have been so high up the table without Amat, but now suddenly it was all his fault. Doesn't matter. You can never do enough. This is their game, their rules. You'll never be one of them. People like you and me have to make our own rules, yes, Lev replied. Amat didn't go to the final training sessions, and he didn't show up at the end-of-season club dinner. Bobo called a few times to ask why, but Amat didn't pick up. He knew Bobo wanted an apology but no longer felt he owed one to anybody. He had apologized enough, had been grateful enough. He trained on his own in the forest, but apart from that he barely left the area where he lived, and the only person he spoke to on the phone was Lev, and everything Lev said felt true. "Trust me, Amat, they don't care about you. If you got injured again, could never play hockey again, would they care about you then? Pay your mom's rent, yes. Not a chance. They just want to own you. You'll see. The rich men will tell you not to go for the draft. They'll try to get you to believe that you're bad, because then they'll have power over you, and you'll stay here and play for their shitty little club. They don't want you to turn professional because that would prove that everyone was wrong about you." Late in the spring, he was proved right. Fatima opened the door of the apartment, and Peter Anderson was standing there again. The former general manager looked pathetic as he said, weighing his words very carefully, "I don't want to get involved, Amat." So Amat retorted at once, "So don't then." Peter glanced at Fatima, but she made no attempt to calm her son's fury, possibly because she knew there was no point, but possibly also because she thought he had a certain right to feel that way. Peter took a deep breath and made one final attempt. "I don't know what other people have told you, Amat. What that guy, Lev, has promised you, but I've spoken to the agent I know over there, Matt. I think you should talk to him too. I've also spoken to a scout in one of the NHL clubs, a former player from when I was there. He's been doing this for a long time now, Matt, and you need to understand that I'm not saying this to be mean, but he says you'll be a long way down the draft. In the 6th or 7th round, the 180th player, something like that. Matt snorted. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Peter looked despairing. I just mean, most people who are that low down in the draft don't even get interviewed in person by the clubs. I just don't want you to go all that way and end up disappointed. Maybe it would be better for you stay at home and recover from your injury and do some training. They'll still draft you if they think you're good enough, and you'd be able to follow the whole drafting process online. I really think that. Amat interrupted him with a dark look in his eyes. The difference between the agents you know and Lev is that Lev believes in me enough to pay for flights and a hotel for me. Peter blinked sadly and gave up. He turned to leave, then stopped and said, Okay, you're a grown man now, Amat. Do what you want, but can I give you some advice? Amat shrugged his shoulders, so Peter said, When you get to the hotel over there, go to the gym and eat a proper breakfast. The scouts for the teams check things like that. They notice who's eating donuts and fizzy drinks and who takes their diet seriously. If they see you in the gym the evening before the draft instead of playing video games or hanging out in the bar, they'll know you're willing to do whatever it takes to be the best. Amat closed the door without a word. The next morning he woke when someone knocked on the door. He found a courier standing outside with a new dishwasher and a note. Not a gift. Tell your mom you're buying it with your first NHL wages. Lev. Naturally, his mother muttered that it was too much because everything was always too much for her, but she accepted it because she could see what it meant for Amat. When I come home, you're getting a castle, he promised, and she kissed him on the cheek and whispered, Nonsense, don't worry about me. But he was her son and she couldn't stop him. It wasn't until he got to the airport that Amat realized Lev wasn't crossing the Atlantic with him. They don't give people like me visas. I've got a bit of a criminal record, and they love keeping tabs on people like us, yes. Don't worry, I've got a friend over there, yes. We've organized everything. You're going to be interviewed by the best clubs. Do you think they'd have interviewed you if they didn't want to draft you higher than the 6th or 7th round? Don't listen to Peter. He doesn't want you to be a bigger star than he was, because then you wouldn't have to be grateful anymore, and people like him would have no power over you. Yes. Amat met Lev's friend at the airport when he arrived, an irritable middle-aged man holding a sign with Amat's name, spelled wrong. Amat had to pay for the taxi, and the friend barely looked up from his phone the whole way into town and just said, See you tomorrow, when they parted at the hotel reception desk. That evening Amat sat in his room on his own, so nervous that he contemplated emptying the minibar before finally going to the gym instead. He lifted as many weights as he could, and was inwardly delighted that his wrist didn't hurt. He had been there for an hour when a very fit man in his 60s came in, ran for a while on a running machine without paying any attention to anyone else, but when he left he suddenly nodded to Amat and said, Good luck tomorrow, kid. Peter had been right about something after all. The following morning Lev's friend knocked on the door and asked Amat for money to pay a chambermaid. When Amat asked why, the friend got annoyed. Do you think we can get into the hotel where the big teams hold their interviews if we don't bribe someone? Amat stammered. Lev said you'd already arranged interviews for me. The friend rolled his eyes. Lev said you were a star, but you sound like a spoiled little kid. Are we doing this or not? Somewhat reluctantly, Amat went with him to the larger hotel. The friend vanished, and Amat spent several hours sitting in the lobby waiting for him. The friend never reappeared. Amat sat there all day. The man from the gym turned up in the lobby dressed in an expensive suit, but he didn't even notice Amat. He was busy with other young players and their parents, all full of self-confidence and assurance. the sort who knew the world belonged to them. Late that afternoon, the man in the suit came back alone, stopped in front of Amat and fixed his eyes on him. "Amat, right," he said. Amat stared back in horror, assuming he was about to be thrown out of the hotel, but instead the man said, "Do you have time for an interview?" Amat nodded distractedly, so shocked that Lev had actually managed to arrange this that he was lost for words. The man ushered him along a corridor and into a conference room containing a number of men, all from one of the best teams in the league. Amat's head was spinning. His English was almost as shaky as his hands, but he replied to all their questions as best he could. It was less about hockey than he had expected, and he had no idea how they came to know so damn much about him. They asked him what it was like growing up with a single mother, about his relationship to his teammates in Beartown, why he hadn't played in the final games of the season. He was sweating. It felt like a police interrogation, and only when it was over did the man in the suit say, "Send my best regards to Peter Anderson, all right. We're old friends. He told me to keep an eye out for you." The other men had already started looking through their papers and were talking about another player. They didn't even say goodbye. Amat blinked vacantly, stood up on unsteady legs and left the room crushed. So they had just done all this as a favor to Peter. Lev and his friend had tried to bribe half the hotel to get an interview, and all Peter needed to do was pick up the phone back home in Beartown. Lev was right, he thought. This is their game, their rules. The friend reappeared the following morning and asked if Amat had any money. Then he disappeared again. When the NHL draft actually began, Amat sat alone in the stands for the whole of the first round and watched as every team picked its new superstar. Later that evening, he stayed in the gym until he collapsed. The next day he sat in the stands again from 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening, watching as more than 200 other 18-year-olds hugged their parents when they got picked, but no one picked him. The ice rink emptied. He sat there. The friend never showed up. Amat called Lev and cried down the phone, but Lev sounded untroubled. "Never mind, yes. Americans, they don't know how to do business. I have a friend in Russia. He can get you onto a team there, yes. We'll earn more money there than in." He carried on talking, but all Amat could hear was a rushing sound. So that was it. He pretended the line was breaking up and ended the call, then he fell to pieces. When he got back to the hotel, the man in the suit was waiting in the lobby. He shook Amat by the hand and flashed him a genuine smile. "I'm sorry it didn't work out, kid. We really liked you, but we just don't do business the way your uncle wants, okay? Go home, work hard, ask Peter to get you a real agent and come back next year." "All right," Amat stammered. What do you mean, uncle? What business?" The man in the suit didn't reply, just patted him on the shoulder and left. Amat called Lev again and yelled, "What the fuck have you done?" Lev's voice darkened. "Who do you think you are, Amat? You're yelling at me after everything I have done, yes. Do you think I'd pay for your flight and hotel and not expect something in return? I don't get paid by you like the other agents. I get paid by the club that takes you instead. But those Americans think they're better than us, yes. They don't want to negotiate. They think they can have you for nothing. Listen to me now, my friends in Russia." Amat threw the phone on the floor, breaking it. He had to use the phone at the reception desk to call home and ask his mother to send money so he could buy a plane ticket. She had to borrow the money from a neighbor, and he hated himself. He drank and cried in his room all night. Drank. Early the next morning there was a knock on the door. He was still horribly drunk when he answered. The man in the suit was standing outside with his suitcases, and he jerked back from the alcohol fumes. Amat opened his mouth to explain, but realized it was already too late. Peter had called the man again and had presumably pleaded with him. Maybe Amat could get a final chance in one of the training camps that gathered together players who hadn't been drafted, but not now. Not like this. The man sighed. "Tell Peter I did what I could. I hope you get yourself together, kid. Peter says you're the best he's ever seen. Don't make him a liar." The man left. Amat didn't move. It was all over just like that. He caught a flight and then took a bus all the way home and shut himself away in the apartment in the hollow. He kicked the dishwasher so hard he thought he'd broken his foot. The next day it was horribly swollen and he didn't run again for several months. So now, what happens now? When Beartown started their pre-season training, Bobo called Amat several times a day. Amat didn't answer, just sent a text saying he was injured. After a week, Bobo only called twice a day instead of 3 times, then once instead of twice, until eventually he stopped calling altogether. Silence settled on the apartment in the hollow. Amat spent all day asleep and was out all night. The recycling bin for glass in the basement filled up quicker than ever, and the days flew by on the calendar until he had wasted the whole summer. He didn't run again until the night his mother was out alone in the storm. His body coped, his foot coped. The morning after that he starts running again, out in the forest until he throws up. Early on Saturday morning he finally plucks up the courage to send Bobo a text. Just 3 words, "I need help." Bobo replies with 3 words, "Where are you?" When the twigs snap beneath his huge friend's size 14 sneakers in the clearing behind him, Amat has 1,000 excuses ready, but he doesn't need a single one. Bobo's smile tells him that everything is already forgotten. "Have you seen my friend Amat anywhere? He looks like you, only he's about 30 pounds lighter." Amat pinches his stomach in a self-mocking way. "I was in America and learned to eat breakfast like you. You've always been a short ass, but now you're wider than you are tall," Bobo laughs. "I'm fat, you're ugly, but at least I can lose weight. You're quick, I'm strong, you might break your legs. I could weigh 400 pounds and you still wouldn't catch me, you stupid elephant." Bobo roars with laughter. "We've missed you at training, mate." Amat looks down at the ground. "Sorry I haven't been answering my phone. I was kind of an asshole for a while." Bobo stretches his neck until it creaks. "Screw all that, are we here to run or talk?" That was all it took to get a friend like Bobo back again. The best sort of friend. They start running together up and down, up and down. Amat throws up first, but soon Bobo joins him. He's in worse shape now that he's a coach than he was when he was a player, and he was never very fit then either. They carry on running up and down another 10 times. As they stagger home afterward, Bobo throws up one last time in the ditch beside the main road. "Lupins," he gasps when he's finished. "What?" Amat groans. He's lying on the ground a short distance away, too tired to stand up and wait. Bobo repeats the word and jerks his head toward the purple flowers he's just vomited his breakfast over. "Lupins. Mom used to like them. You're not supposed to really, because they're one of those invasive species." Amat manages to find expression for all his feelings. What?" Bobo sounds irritated, which doesn't happen often. "Lupins, I just told you. Mom used to say they were beautiful, but one of the neighbors, an old bag who works for the council, said they're a weed. The council's trying to eradicate them, because they're outcompeting local plants, something like that. But you can't eradicate them because they just keep coming back. They're strong as anything." Amat laughs wearily. "Okay, what have you been sniffing?" Bobo straightens up. He holds out one fist to his much shorter and half as heavy friend and pulls him to his feet with a single tug. "They're like you." Amat grins at him, not understanding. "What are?" Bobo shrugs his shoulders and starts walking. "The lupins, they're like you. You grew up in a ditch and nothing can stop you either." They say nothing more until they part outside Amat's door. Amat is ashamed to realize that he's hoping Bobo is going to ask him to come to training with the A-team later today. Bobo is ashamed because he doesn't ask. There's nothing he wants more, but Zakel doesn't work like that. If Amat wants to play, he's going to have to go to the rink himself and ask her. Amat knows that too, deep down. "Do you want to go running again tomorrow?" he asks instead. "Definitely," Bobo nods. They hug briefly, then Amat watches the big lummox as he lumbers away, exhausted. He can't help hoping that Bobo becomes a father because he has all the best qualities for that, a big heart and a short memory. Amat goes up to the apartment and sits there with his phone in his hand, Zakel's number on the screen. But he's too ashamed of his weight, scared of turning up and being slow and bad, so he doesn't make the call. He laces his shoes once more and heads out again instead, because that's another cliché he remembers from the locker room. If you want to achieve what no one else can, you have to do what no one else wants to do. He used to snort at those words, but now he repeats them to himself in his head the whole stumbling way up the hill. When he stops retching in the clearing up at the top because there's nothing left in his stomach, he lifts his eyes and looks all the way to the ice rink. From there, he can see exactly how far the way back is to everything he has dreamed of. 10 months until the next NHL draft, but he can only change one day before then. This one. 35 hiding places. Mateo cycles home and sits down at his computer. He starts a game and focuses so hard on every movement with the weapon on the screen, the way you do when you're trying to force yourself to forget. He can still hear his big sister's voice so clearly. Just stay away from them, the hockey guys. That was her most important piece of advice to him on his very first day at school when he was 6 years old. She knew they would pick on him because he was small and weak and different. She knew he couldn't defend himself. There was nothing to be done about that, so she tried to teach him all she could to help him get through his time at school more or less intact. Where the hiding places were, which teachers let you stay in classrooms during break, which route was safest to take coming home. From now until your last year of high school, that's only 13 years, then you and I can go out into the world, she told him the night before his first day of school. Just stay away from the hockey guys. Mateo loved and trusted his big sister, so he obeyed. He stayed away from them. She was the one who didn't. 36 muscles. Peter gets up early on Saturday morning. There was a frost overnight, and the yard outside the window is covered by a thin and as yet undisturbed white blanket. It's 2 days since the storm, and 1 day before the funeral. His head feels heavy with grief for Ramona, but his chest feels so light now that Maya is home again that his feet almost trip over each other, unsure whether to walk or dance. He carries his record player into the kitchen and puts on a really old record and bakes some really good bread alone at the counter while the rest of the family sleeps. For a fleeting moment, he manages to resuscitate the charade of normality again. But when he opens the front door to take the rubbish out, he is reminded of what the storm has left behind. Broken windows in the next house, shattered fences, a storeroom door that's been ripped off its hinges like a sheet of paper, and everywhere rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Peter finds his bin several hundred yards down the street, and only when he has dragged it all the way back does he notice the American car parked on the other side of the street. The same one as yesterday. The man behind the wheel is wearing a cap and sunglasses, and his shoulders are too broad for the seat. He's not muscular, just full of muscle, as Peter's old coach used to say about the most dangerous madmen on opposing teams. You don't get a body like that at the gym. You get it from carrying wood all summer and wading through snow to the outhouse all winter. The man is watching Peter but doesn't move. Instead, the passenger door opens and a considerably older and fatter man gets out, dressed in a battered leather jacket with a heavy gold necklace outside a knitted polo sweater. Peter's body stiffens involuntarily. Lev can see that from a distance. He knows what effect he has on people. Peter may not hear all the rumors anymore, but even he has heard about this man. So Lev walks slowly, making Peter wait before establishing eye contact, smiling in a way that you can let yourself do when you have someone like the man in the car with you. Peter Anderson. My name is Lev. I know who you are, Peter interrupts, more abruptly than he intended, and hopes that his thudding heartbeat isn't evident in his voice. Oh, Lev smiles. Can I help you? Peter hears himself say, unable to stop himself. Lev smiles more broadly and moves closer to Peter than Peter is comfortable with. I want to thank you. You called your friends, yes. When Amat was at the NHL draft, he says and holds out his hand. When Peter reluctantly shakes it, Lev holds it harder and longer than Peter can bear. Don't mention it, Peter mumbles, pulling his hand away quickly. Lev stays where he is, far too close. There's gentle mockery in his voice. No need for modesty. The great Peter Anderson. Your name is important over there, yes. Everyone was impressed, my goodness. They were impressed that Amat knew you. Everyone was very, very impressed. A shame it didn't help, yes. Peter bites his cheek. He remembers the phone calls after the draft with his old friends and contacts in the NHL wondering about the idiot uncle who called around introducing himself as Amat's agent and wanting unofficial payments from the clubs that were considering drafting him. Yes, a great shame, Peter nods sternly and feels the man's breath. All he wants is to push him away, but he doesn't dare. Lev looks him intently in the eye, then bursts into joyous laughter, then finally takes a step back and throws his arms out. Well, enough of that, yes. Is that what people say? Yes, enough about Amat. I want to talk to you. I saw you with Timu yesterday at the Bearskin. I have a sensitive subject to discuss. I can't discuss it with Timu because he's... Well, yes. No, I really don't understand at all, Peter manages to say, fairly irritably to hide the fact that he's scared. Lev's eyebrows flick upward for a fraction of a second, almost amused. Timu is a violent man. You're diplomatic, so I've come to you, yes. And what sort of man are you? Peter wonders, glancing at the man in the car. Lev chuckles. I can be both, Peter, but I prefer to be like you, yes. We aren't young men, no. I get up in the middle of the night to pee. I'm too old to fight, But Ramona owed me money, a lot of money. He falls silent, as if Peter ought to offer some sort of response to that. It's such an obvious trap that Peter's mouth dries out until he can barely move his tongue. What's that got to do with me? Lev turns his palms up and shrugs his shoulders demonstratively. Debts need to be paid, yes. How? She's dead, Peter replies, then realizes that this is precisely what Lev is waiting for. But the bearskin will be sold, yes. It's such a ridiculous idea that Peter can't help exclaiming. Sell the bearskin? Are you cross-sold to who then? Lev smiles with exaggerated warmth. Me, I'll take it, no debt anymore. Everyone wins, yes. Peter's jaw falls open slightly, long enough for a single word to tumble out. So, RRY. Lev smiles again, a little more impatiently. I get the bearskin, no debt, no problems. I've had a pub before. Not in Beartown. You haven't run a pub here, you don't know what you're... Peter begins. Drunks are the same everywhere, yes. You'll help me. It doesn't sound like a question. Peter is less scared now, more angry. Help you? With what? How can I know? Can you even prove that Ramona owed you money? Lev is still smiling, but his lips harden and his teeth curl around his words. We signed documents, but that doesn't matter to people like you, yes. People like me. Laws, rules, contracts, they only apply to people like you, yes. Your game, your rules. Perhaps you didn't help Amat, perhaps the opposite. Perhaps he didn't get drafted because of you. Peter is so shocked by the sudden accusation that he forgets what they've been discussing, and above all forgets who he's talking to. You sent a gangster to the draft to try to extort money from NHL clubs. Did you really think that was going to work? Lev's feet don't move, but he leans his head a few inches closer to Peter. I want money from the club. You want money from Amat. That's the difference, yes. I don't want anything from Amat, Lev sniggers. You have a figure of speech here that I learned when I arrived. I like it a lot. He always has his hand in his pocket, is that right? Someone generous, always ready to help others, yes. You don't have your hand in your own pocket, your hand is in Amat's, Peter hisses, simultaneously taking half a step back. And you, Peter, if you don't want the boy's money, what are you trying to find in that pocket? Lev mocks. I was trying to help him. Like you helped other boys in the Hollow, yes. Because surely you don't just help boys who are good at ice hockey. That would be a strange coincidence, yes. That people like you always want to be charitable when poor boys can do something for you. But I'm not a boy, Peter, and I only want what I have a right to. I get the bearskin and I forget Ramona's debt, yes. But perhaps I shouldn't be talking to you. Perhaps I should talk to your wife. Peter won't be able to explain exactly what happens inside him just then. He simply explodes. "What the hell are you saying?" he roars, and to both his own and Lev's surprise, he puts his hands on Lev's chest so hard that the fat man stumbles backward. It only takes a second, but Peter could account for every hundredth part of it. The young man in the car flies out of the door. His hand is in his inside pocket. Peter has far too much time to imagine what he has in there. He raises his hands to his face, but there's no need. Lev has already regained his balance and raised 2 fingers, and the man behind him stops abruptly mid-stride. Lev calmly adjusts his leather jacket as if nothing had happened, then he turns to Peter. "She's a lawyer, yes." "Your wife? I signed a contract with Ramona. I have, how do you say, the letter of the law on my side. Perhaps I should have a lawyer. Get as many lawyers as you like, but don't ever come near my family, you hear that? And you'll never get the bearskin. People around here will never," Peter says before biting his lip. The words fire out in a confusion of rage, and his pulse is roaring in his ears. Lev waits until he falls silent, then smiles again and concludes, apparently untroubled. "Think about it, yes. I'll come back. Is that what you say? No, I'll get back to you, yes. I'll get back to you." He takes a long glance at Peter's house. A light has come on upstairs. Kira and the children are just waking up in there. Peter's whole body is shaking, but he doesn't get a chance to formulate a reply. Lev is already getting into the American car. The man behind the wheel is in no hurry as he pulls away. But as soon as the car is out of sight, Peter takes out his phone without knowing who to call. He stands there, his fists heavy, his head empty, until in the end he calls Timu. Not the police and not his friends. Timu. That's how closely everything and everyone in Beartown are connected this autumn. Maya rolls out of bed, pulls an old green hooded top over her head, and hurries sleepily out of her room. Her mother is sitting at a makeshift desk in the hall. She's only just up but already in the middle of a video call with some client or employee. The storm has turned her whole business upside down, and obviously that's exactly what she needed, Maya thinks. More stress. In the kitchen, Leo has his head so far inside the fridge that he seems to think he'll find a witch and a lion on the other side. The whole house smells of freshly baked bread. "Who's been baking?" Maya wonders in surprise. "Dad," Leo says, as if it wasn't the weirdest thing he could possibly have said. "Dad," Maya repeats. He bakes, he's like obsessed," her little brother replies. Maya glances out of the kitchen window and sees him. He's standing by the mailbox. A car stops in the street and out steps a man Maya recognizes. She just can't imagine him in the company of her dad. "Is that Timu?" she exclaims. Leo confirms with a quick look out of the window before he returns to the fridge. "With Dad. They're friends now, I think." Maya stares at Leo, then out of the window, then at Leo again. "Okay, sorry, but how long have I actually been asleep?" Timu gets out of the car and looks around, not as if he's looking for something, but more like he's memorizing things. "So Lev was here," he says, getting straight to the point. Peter is holding 2 mugs of coffee and hands one to Timu, a mug that's been washed so often that the green bear is barely visible now. Timu nods gratefully as he takes it. He says Ramona owed him money. "I don't know how much, but we must be able to repay it if—" Timu shakes his head, not angry, just cold. "He doesn't want money. He wants the bearskin. He tried to buy it off her when she was alive. Lev does a lot of shit you don't want to know anything about. He needs legal cover, and there's no better cover than a pub." "So why did Ramona borrow money from him then?" Peter says, and immediately regrets the accusatory tone. Timu sighs into his coffee. "One of my guys ended up in prison last winter. His mom couldn't afford to pay the rent and the bills, so Ramona gave me everything that was in the fund. I didn't know he drinks some coffee, says no more. It's the first time Peter can ever remember seeing Timu ashamed. She used her own money. Yes. What was he in prison for? Your friend, Peter asks. Aggravated assault, comes the reply. Now Peter's the one who feels ashamed, because this is evidently the company he keeps these days. What are we going to do about Lev? He sighs. You're not going to do anything. The trash bandits aren't the sort of people you want to argue with, believe me. Peter is surprised by the force of his response. So he can just come here and threaten my family, take the bearskin. Ramona would never. Timu raises one hand to stop him. I'll take care of Lev. I thought you said. Timu finishes his coffee and hands the mug back. I said they're not the sort of people you want to argue with. Peter fumbles for something to say when he suddenly realizes what he started. Okay, but be careful, don't start. You want me to be careful? Timu declares theatrically as if he's deeply insulted, and Peter groans and almost hits himself on the temples with the coffee mugs. Okay, see you tomorrow at the funeral then. An hour before, like we agreed with the priest. Timu nods and promises, and Peter doesn't ask anymore, he'll just have to live with that. When he turns to walk back to the house, Timu calls out curiously, What did Lev say that made you this angry? What do you mean angry? Peter grunts. Timu grins. You're trying to act calm, but your eyes are totally dark. You don't care that much about the bearskin. What did he say? He mentioned Kira. Timu lets loose a low, triumphant laugh that goes on far longer than Peter would like. Then the hooligan says to the former general manager, People might not believe it of you, Mr. Perfect, but there's a bit of dog in you after all. 37 Mules. Johnny yawns and glances irritably at the time. He's standing outside the house swearing in the dawn light because the workmate who promised to drive him to Beartown to pick up the van is late. Ted has already packed all his things and is waiting in the hall, while his big brother, Tobias, hasn't even woken up yet, obviously. Tess is helping their youngest brother, Ture, to pack his skates. Then she puts rice cakes and cartons of juice in the outside pocket and makes him promise not to open them until after training. He'll have to wait in the rink for several hours while his brothers train, and Tess herself is coaching the youngest children from Hd how to figure skate. That's just what it's like being part of a family that spends more of its time on the ice than off it. Have you got everything? I got a call from work, I have to, their mother says behind her, and Tess looks at her anxiously. You look exhausted, Mom. Shouldn't you stay at home? We've got so many people off sick and others are having to stay at home to clear up after the storm, so I really have to. You need to get some sleep tonight, Mom. Promise. Hannah whispers to her daughter. I promise, darling. Look after your brothers now. You know how things can get over in Beartown. Don't worry, Mom. It's only hockey training. Sure. Only. And sorry, it really isn't your job, darling. You should only have to worry about yourself. I haven't even asked how your math test went. I got them all right. Of course you did. That's incredible. I don't think I've ever gotten everything right on a test in my entire life. Are you sure you're my daughter? It's an old joke, but Tess's laughter feels new every time. She really is too good for this family, Hannah thinks. High grades in all subjects, never gets in any trouble, looks after her brothers. She never even used to get dirty when she was little, the only child who could go to school in white clothes and come home with them the same color. While other children climbed trees and had fights in muddy puddles, she sat at home and read books. Even her hair always looks freshly brushed, in contrast to her mom's, which always looks like someone has put a scouring pad through a document shredder. I love that you're growing up, but I hate you growing up, her mother whispers. Don't be silly, her daughter smiles. You shouldn't have to take everything so seriously all the time. You should be going to parties, meeting boys. Boys? In Hd. You have to spend 3 months investigating people's family trees before you dare go on a date with anyone here, Tess giggles. Now who's being silly? Her mother smiles. Seriously, All the boys here are so immature, Tess insists. And at that moment a shout from Tobias's bedroom fills the house because Cure and Ted have run upstairs and woken him up with water pistols. Tess shrugs her shoulders at her mother as if to say, "Prove me wrong." But Hannah doesn't notice because she's staring out of the window. "What the?" she begins. "What the hell?" Johnny fills in from the yard. Out on the road their van is approaching at speed. Hannah and Tess make it outside onto the steps just as it skids to a halt by the fence and a crazy 18-year-old jumps out. "Anna!" Hannah exclaims with such delight that Tess is taken aback. "What the hell?" Johnny wonders once more. Hannah wraps her arms around the strange girl and introduces her. "This is Anna, who helped me in the forest during the storm." Johnny's face softens. "Damn, I know your dad. How's he doing?" Anna doesn't answer, just tosses the keys to the van to him. "I thought I might as well drive this thing back here seeing as our yard isn't exactly a parking lot. I checked the engine this morning and you should probably take it to a garage to get—" "Okay, thanks," Johnny interrupts, so affronted that Hannah bursts out laughing. "Come inside, Anna. Would you like coffee?" But Anna glances at Tess and sees the wariness in the daughter's eyes. That sort of girl doesn't like girls like Anna, so she replies curtly, "No, I have to get home to the dogs." "We can drive you home. Wait here and I'll just get the boys," Johnny says politely but still a little insulted. "Don't worry, I'll run back," Anna says. "Run to Beartown," he repeats. "It's hardly that far. Anyway, I need to exercise my knee. I injured it," she nods. "What happened to your knee?" Hannah asks. "I hit it." "On what?" "A boy's forehead." "You did what?" Johnny exclaims. "He was being a real dick, so he deserved it," Anna says defensively. Hannah laughs again and hugs her once more and insists that she come back and have dinner with them one evening. Anna gives a half-hearted promise and glances at Tess again. She's a year younger and has white trousers and hair that looks like cartoon hair. Anna's wearing a pair of jeans so torn that they're barely pants anymore, and she hasn't showered in 2 days. She feels like a tramp visiting a castle, so she turns and runs away. Hannah looks after her for a long time, and Tess looks at her mother for a long time. That's the sort of daughter she should have had, Tess thinks. Bobo knocks on the door of Zachel's house. The A-team coach opens the door in a cloud of cigar smoke, wearing a dressing gown so filthy that it doesn't even sway when she moves. 3 different screens in her kitchen are showing 3 different hockey games, and the table is covered with notepads. Bobo has never met anyone who knows more about this sport and less about the individuals who play it than her. When she appointed him her assistant coach, she was completely open about why she needed him. People stuff, talking to people, all that sort of thing. She's only interested in hockey stuff. "Amat called me this morning. I went running with him in the forest. I think he wants to come and train again," Bobo begins. "How much does he weigh?" Zachel asks unsentimentally. "Too much," Bobo admits. "Did he throw up? Like a drain?" She nods, smokes her cigar, and suddenly looks surprised. And, Bobo wonders, "Was there anything else?" she asks. No, I don't think so. Well then, I heard that all the teams from HD are going to be training in our rink, so I want you to reschedule our training session this evening." Last, the guys on the team won't be happy about having to train so late. Bobo begins, but then he realizes that that's precisely what she wants. One of the first things she asks new players on the team is, "Do you want to have fun or do you want to win hockey games?" "See you this evening," Zachel says and starts to close the door. Bobo splutters. "Maybe you could call Amat. He's ashamed. Maybe he's afraid to make the call himself." Zachel looks like the question makes no sense. "Call him." "Look, I know that you don't believe in motivating players. You've explained that we all have to want to do it ourselves. What was that thing about mules? You can lead a mule to water, but you can't force it to drink. I get that. But he's Amat. All he needs is a bit of encouragement, so maybe you could." Zachel smokes in silence as if she's waiting for him to go on. Bobo's mouth is open but empty. "So with the stress on we," Zakel explains as patiently as she can. We don't train players, we train a team. Amat doesn't have to prove that he can play hockey, he has to prove that he isn't stupid. Because we can win with mediocre, intelligent players, but we can never win with brilliant, stupid players. Because intelligent players sometimes do stupid things, but stupid players never do intelligent things. Bobo groans, because he gets a headache when she talks like this. Anyone can learn to be an idiot, but an idiot can never learn anything at all, Zakel summarizes in a rare attempt to be a bit pedagogical. Amat isn't an idiot, Bobo says, wounded. Zakel taps the ash from the cigar into the pocket of her dressing gown. If it had been remotely clean, it would have caught light, but it's so stained and grimy that it's flameproof. So she says, that remains to be seen. First, we need to find out what sort of mule he is. Then she closes the door without saying goodbye. She probably doesn't even realize that that's impolite. It takes Johnny 12 attempts to get the van started. He mutters that Anna must have done something to it. The children all put their bags inside. Even Tobias is ready in the end, and they set off to Beartown. Johnny sulks all the way because his seat isn't set the way he likes it, and because Anna has changed the settings on the radio. Please, Dad, do we have to listen to this old man's music? Tess asks when he finally finds the right station. She's sitting in the front, of course, to stop Tobias and Ted fighting for the right to sit there. Don't you dare insult Springsteen, he's the only thing left in my life that doesn't moan at me, her dad grunts. Tess sighs. You're such a drama queen. Her dad turns the volume up. Bruce understands me. Tess rolls her eyes and turns toward the back seat. Did you finish your essay for English, Ted? Ted mumbles. Can I read it then? He digs the laptop out of his hockey bag. They share one laptop to do homework in the stands at the rink while they wait for each other's training sessions to end. Can you maybe correct the grammar and all that? He asks. You need to learn how to do that yourself, his big sister retorts, but of course she's going to correct his grammar. As they approach the boundary to Beartown, their dad clears his throat, and Ted and Tobias and Tess, like good elder siblings, all start laughing and joking and even singing to distract Ture, to stop him looking out of the window and wondering what's been written on the town sign. Elizabeth Zakel lights another cigar in her kitchen, eats some boiled potatoes straight from the pan, and watches hockey on 3 screens. When people praise her abilities as a coach, they often talk about her strategic and analytical skills, but her greatest talent is actually that she is very rarely surprised. That's because she interprets information as it is, not as what she wants it to be. She's seen too many other coaches give a player too many chances, or not give a player any chances at all, based on what they think could happen. Those same coaches talk about instinct and gut feeling, but the only gut feeling Zakel worries about is diarrhea. She keeps everything to do with hockey in her head. That's why she's able to drop players from the team even though they're fine individuals. She doesn't even have to consider whether they're good hockey players. The only thing that matters to her is whether they're the right hockey player. People call her cynical, but she doesn't understand how anyone could win hockey games any other way. Are you supposed to just wish for victory? Talk your way to victory with just and persuasive arguments. She's convinced that most seasons are decided before they even start. Winning teams are based upon team selection, not by a coach standing at the bench yelling his way to a stroke. Back in the spring, when Beartown was at its very best, reporters suddenly started calling the club a talent factory and Zakel a genius. She thinks they should make their minds up. Surely it's either the result of talent or her. Besides, what has she actually done? She didn't turn Amat into a star, she just let him play. She didn't teach him to be better, she just put him in situations where he made fewer mistakes. People in the town say she likes to test her players, that she subjects them to psychological experiments, but obviously that isn't true. She just tries to find out what kind of mules she's dealing with so she knows which ones she can give up all hope on right away. So after Bobo came to her house and told her about AMAT, she spent the day in her kitchen smoking and making notes in front of her screens. Maybe she doesn't have as many feelings as other people, but she doesn't lack empathy. She understands that Bobo's big heart wants the best for all the players, and especially AMAT. But when it comes down to it, it isn't a coach's job to nurture individuals. No matter how many brochures and beautifully formulated declarations of values a club can present to the media, a coach's job is to win hockey games. Results aren't measured in feelings but in tables. So on one screen Zakel plays AMAT's games from last season, and on the other two she runs other players' games for other teams as a comparison. She used to do this to understand their opponents and try to work out which players might be a problem for AMAT to play against. Now she's doing it because she's looking for someone who could replace him. Perhaps that's cynical, perhaps even lacking in emotion, but she's just interpreting all the information she has available. Bobo is one of AMAT's best friends, and no one believes in his friends as much as Bobo. If even he thinks AMAT is so brittle that he needs an encouraging phone call from his coach in order to want to play hockey rather than sit at home and drink, then it's already too late. Zakel knows Bobo came here to give his friend a last chance, but instead he actually took it away from him. No one ever tells you when you become a parent that it's a trap, a trick question, a cruel joke. You're never enough, and you can never win. Johnny stops the van outside the ice rink in Beartown. His phone is ringing the whole time his colleagues are waiting in the forest, yet he's still thinking about going inside with his children. His daughter notices. "It's okay, Dad, it's just stupid kids who deface that sign. We'll be fine. I'll keep an eye on Toby and make sure he doesn't get into any trouble." "Are you sure? It doesn't feel, I could come in for a bit," her dad begins. Tobias and Ted drag their bags out of the back of the van. They were born 2 years apart to the same parents, but they could easily be different species. Johnny is worried about demanding too much from one and too little from the other. He was at one of Ted's games in the spring and as usual had to be told to sit down 100 times. Ted didn't play his best, although he was still the best player on the ice. He just wasn't as good as he could be. "It's all the shouting," Tess eventually pointed out. As usual, Johnny misunderstood and glared at the opposing team's parents and said, "Yes, I know they shout a lot, but Ted needs to get used to that and perform well in spite of it." Tess sighed quietly and then told the truth. "Dad, their shouting doesn't affect him at all. Yours does." Johnny couldn't look her in the eye. He just stood there in the stands with his hands pressed so hard into his pockets that he made holes in them before he muttered, "I shout just as much at Toby. It's nothing to." Tess shook her head honestly and replied in a low voice, "No, you know you don't." Johnny remained seated for the rest of the game. It was true, after all. He shouts at Ted more because he can see the 13-year-old's potential, and he shouts less at Toby because he can see that he's already reached his. "It's okay, Dad, I promise," Tess repeats now. She helps Tuur out of his seat belt. The youngest boy laughs, excited at the prospect of seeing his friends. He looks cute and gentle, but he's a tornado. The last time Johnny lost his temper when Tuur did something naughty and Hannah asked why he was so frustrated, Johnny just blurted out in despair, "Because he's our 4th kid and I ought to be good at it by now." Hannah couldn't stop laughing at that, then she kissed him and said, "Darling, the day you think you're a good dad is the day you're a terrible dad." Johnny gets cross whenever he thinks about that. What did that even mean? He wasn't prepared for Tuur. He thought he was done. He still insists that they ought to have named him Surprise. When he told Bengt at work, Bengt smiled the way only a man with adult children can smile and told Johnny not to worry, as long as the children were still alive and had relatively clean underwear on. He was a good enough dad. That's easy to say, harder to feel. Tess lifts Tuur out of the van, closes the door, then leans in through the driver's window and kisses her dad on the cheek. "You can't watch us every second of our lives. We'll be fine. The boys' coach is here and there are loads of grown-ups in there. Just go and be careful out in the forest." "Don't worry about me," he says, affronted. "Just be careful, Dad, okay? Bruce Springsteen needs you alive so someone listens to him." He laughs. He feels guiltiest of all about her. He never feels good enough for any of the children, but most of all for his daughter. He hasn't been able to help with her homework since she was 9 years old, and now she's in high school and dreaming of studying law at university, and that's an alien world for him. So when she tells him about cities she wants to move to and study in, he defends himself with ridiculous feelings. Why does she want to move? Isn't he good enough? Has her childhood been so bloody awful that all she wants is to get away from here? What if she picks the wrong college? What if it's his fault? What if she'd had different parents, more like her? Would she have done better then, gotten further, been happier? What about Tobias and Ted and Ture? Has Johnny shouted too much? Has he shouted too little? Has he done all he can? "Go now, Dad," Tess whispers. Her dad pulls himself together. "I'll pick you up as early as I can. Keep an eye on Tobias to make sure he isn't, too much like me." His daughter smiles and promises. He doesn't care about the blaring horns behind him. He waits in the parking lot until his children have gone inside before driving off. One simple, painful truth for all teenagers is that their lives are rarely defined by what they do. What really matters is what they almost do. There's snow on the ground when Amat sets out from home. It's almost winter, almost dark, and he almost rings Zakel 1,000 times. He almost manages to silence the voices in his head. He walks from the hollow almost all the way to the ice rink, but stops a couple of 100 yards away from the parking lot. It's full of children being dropped off for training by their parents, bouncing out of their cars and laughing and joking with their friends. Amat recognizes a lot of them. He's seen them cheering with delight behind the plexiglass every time he scored for the A team. He knows that a lot of them still pretend to be him when they're playing outside in the street, because they only remember him the way he was when he was at his best, as the superstar, the idol. But now, if he goes onto the ice today and fails, who is he then? Just one more guy who almost became something, almost won the league with Beartown back in the spring, almost got drafted to the NHL. He almost calls Bobo. He almost walks across the parking lot. He almost goes in and asks Zakel if he can be on the team again. The majority of teenagers don't know that their lives are determined by that one small word, but it echoes inside Amat the whole way home. Almost, almost, almost. He doesn't want anything but solitude, but the voices in his head never shut up. "You were overrated, a fraud. Everyone knows. You might as well go home and get drunk again. Then you won't have to feel any of this. Stop trying. Stop failing. Stop feeling pain." Back in the apartment, he finds one last bottle of drink, unopened, at the back of his wardrobe. He goes up into the forest. He doesn't run. He sits in the clearing with the view of the ice rink with the bottle in his lap. The rest of his life will begin with him almost opening it or almost not. 38 radicalizations. The bags of recycling clink when Anna lifts them, even though she's tried to tuck milk cartons in between. But she can't get through enough milk to provide insulation to hide the evidence of her dad's drinking right now, not even if she poured the milk straight down the drain. She opens the front door and goes into the yard. Maya is coming along the road with her guitar case over her shoulder, and the childhood friends catch sight of each other at the same time. One of the very, very best things Maya likes about Anna is that she never bothers to say hello. "Help me with the bags." She just giggles and passes one to Maya as if mere hours rather than months had passed since they last met. They walk toward the recycling bins. "I've missed you," Maya smiles. "What sort of shoes do you call those? Are you going to a ball or something?" Anna replies. "What about you then? Are you homeless or what?" Anna raises her eyebrows. "I've always dressed like this." You're the one who's turned into a snob. A snob because I don't look like an extra in a zombie film. You look like you put your makeup on in the middle of an earthquake. They roar with laughter, roar and roar. 2 minutes and everything is normal. The same jibes, the same laughter, the same tattoos on their arms, guitars and rifles. The musician and the hunter. Never have two girls with so little in common been so inseparable. They talk at the same time. Sisterhood's capacity for simultaneity. Neither of them ever has to shut up to hear what the other is saying. Maya is only lost for words when she opens the bag Anna gave her and sees all the bottles. He's sober today because the funeral is tomorrow, and he doesn't want to miss the wake afterward, Anna says, because Maya is the only person she never has to apologize to. Maya nods sternly and starts to feed the bottles into the recycling bin. The day before the funeral, people are sober out of respect. Then as soon as Ramona is in the ground, they'll be legless for the same reason. I thought your dad had gotten better, she says quietly. He was for a while. Then I won that competition and called home to tell him, and the only way he knows how to celebrate anything is to drink, Anna replies as if it was her fault. I'm sorry Maya begins, but Anna sighs. Stop it. It is what it is. Can we talk about something else? She's become harder, Maya thinks, unless she's just grown up. Unless she started closing doors and windows around all her feelings because that's what adults do. Only children can live in emotional crosswinds. I'm sorry I haven't phoned more. There's been so much going on with college, but I should still have come to visit more often. You're here now, Anna declares. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Anna laughs out loud and suddenly wraps her arms around Maya's neck. I love you, you stupid donkey. You're the only person I know who apologizes for being here while you're here. Seriously. You can hardly be more here than here, can you? Maya holds her best friend so tightly that her lungs hurt. I miss you so damn much. You're actually holding me, you donkey. Shut up. How do other people bear it, Maya wonders. How do they live without an Anna? How the hell do people cope? They walk back along the road, arm in arm. There are still fallen trees here and there. The damage from the storm is still obvious in the yards. It's so easy for the wind to wreck our illusions that we're the ones making the decisions. How much do you suppose it's going to cost to fix all this? Maya wonders out loud. You must be getting me confused with your new economics professor friends, Anna smiles. Maya smiles too, but the corners of her mouth feel tight. Still not worst here. Have you seen what it's like in Hidi? Anna becomes serious. Yes. I was there this morning, and I heard Dad talking to the old guys on his hunting team. Apparently the ice rink there was completely blown apart, so all the teams from Hidi are training in our rink instead. Everyone's really pissed off about it. Dad says it's only going to get worse. Maya notes that she says, our rink. That's another thing that's changed with Anna. She started to hate Hidi more when Vidar died. I saw my dad with Timu this morning, Maya says, just to see if her friend reacts. They're probably planning Ramona's funeral, Anna replies, shrugging her shoulders as if it were nothing. Maya says, as if trying to convince herself. She doesn't know how to move the conversation on, because she gave up the right to judge Anna when she moved away. That left Anna with no one to talk to about Vidar, so she talked to the guys in the pack instead, because they understood what she was going through. They go to Anna's competitions now, standing in the crowd in their black jackets while Maya is too busy with her new life. I can imagine Timu wants to talk to your dad about the rumors about the clubs as well. My dad says the guys on his hunting team talk all the time about how the council wants to close Hidi down and just have Beartown. What? Well, you know, Hidi has, no sponsors left, no money. The council's keeping them afloat. Are they going to use the money from our taxes to rebuild their rink? Come on, makes much more sense to have just one club. These aren't her words, they come from her dad and the other guys. Maya can hear that. But she can't argue with them because this is no longer her town. It's not that long ago that Beartown didn't have any sponsors, she says quietly. Sure, but that was then and this is now, Anna says with another shrug. Maya says, and then Anna suddenly shoots her a guilty look and says, to avoid an argument, "Are you just going to drag that guitar around like an ornament, or are you going to play something for me?" So they go inside the house and into Anna's room, and there Maya plays for her best friend and the dogs, as if everything was the same as normal. Afterward they lie side by side on Anna's bed and look up at the ceiling, and Anna asks what she's thinking, and Maya can't think of anything to say except the truth. "We studied religious sects in school, about radicalization, the same thing as with terrorists, the slippery slope and all that. No one starts out crazy, no one is born violent, they just do one little thing, then another. Radicalization is when all the sick shit gets normalized. Everyone gets a bit more dangerous, one step at a time. That's kind of what this town is like. Everyone thinks they're fighting for the right things. Everyone thinks they're acting in self-defense." Anna lies there silent, staring up at the ceiling for a long time. Then she takes hold of Maya's hand without turning toward her and whispers, "What the hell can we do about it then if it's happening everywhere?" "I don't know, so don't think about it then. You're better at not thinking than me." "That's because I'm so damn smart that I'm done with thinking." "Really, really." "That seems incredibly likely." Anna giggles. "I like your new songs, you idiot." Maya giggles back. "Thanks, you tramp." They doze off there on the bed and sleep more soundly than either of them has slept for a long time. Back to back as always. 39 shot holes. The car workshop in Beartown is empty this morning, so the man who owns it is drinking coffee and reading the newspaper for longer than usual in the garage. He's called Hog because that was how he played hockey many years ago, like a wild hog. But when he mends things, his pan-sized hands are unexpectedly gentle and delicate. So people don't just bring their cars here. They turn up with all sorts of things. Snow scooters and lawn mowers and espresso machines, and the occasional illicit still. Over the past 2 years they've been coming more regularly, after his wife died. That's how people let a man who isn't great at hearing that he needs looking after know that they care. His son Bobo is down at the ice rink. He's the assistant coach of the A-team, and sometimes his dad has to bend extra deep over a car engine so as not to let on how often he thinks about how proud his wife would have been of that. Bobo's younger brother and sister have dealt with the grief okay under the circumstances. They're laughing again now and no longer asking as many questions. Today they're playing at some of their friends' houses. Timu already knows that he has too much respect for Hog to let the children see him come. They deserve to be allowed to think that their dad has nothing to do with men like him. "Are you on holiday or something?" he calls from the yard. Hog looks up. They shake hands. Hog is a middle-aged man. He's never been part of Timu's group, but he isn't ashamed of their friendship either. When his wife passed away, Peter, his childhood friend, was obviously the first to show up and offer his help, but right after him came the men in black jackets. They relayed Hog's roof, painted the house, and when things were at their most chaotic with the children, they took turns coming over to work for him in the garage for several weeks for free. That sort of thing doesn't get forgotten. He smiles at Timu and nods toward the half-empty parking lot. "No one around here gets their motor repaired the week before the elk hunt, you know that. Half of them will still end up with shot holes in the roof afterward because they drive around the forest tracks drunk and forget they're holding their rifles." Timu bursts out laughing. "More birds get shot by accident than elk on purpose in these forests." Hog joins in the laughter. That's the sort of joke hunters in the area like to tell each other but would never tolerate from other people. Neither Hog nor Timu would ever set off into the forest with anyone who couldn't handle their weapon. Hunters need to be able to trust blindly in the person beside them, but above all in the person behind them. "Coffee, please." They drink. Exchange small talk about snow scooters and hockey. Hog waits 2 cups before he says, "So, what do you want?" Timu almost looks ashamed, but only almost. A favor. You don't have to do it if you'd rather not. Is it your friends asking me to do something, or you? It's me. Then you know that I'll do it. Timu nods appreciatively. Then he points at one of the few vehicles that are still parked outside the workshop. I need that. 40 threats. Lev rents a small house a stone's throw from the high fence surrounding the scrapyard. The men who work for him live in trailers inside the fence. He's their boss, so he can't be their friend. They need this slight distance so they can vent any discontent without him overhearing everything. The job he offers isn't simple, so simple men don't apply for it. Lev, one of them calls from the yard. He bangs on the door of the house. Lev opens it, irritated. Yes. There's some suit here, looks like a cop. The man says in one of the many languages Lev understands the basics of. He peers out through the gap in the door over to the entrance to the scrapyard, and sure enough, a man in a suit is standing there, but he looks terrified. That isn't a cop, Lev mutters, then goes and fetches his jacket. The man in the suit waits nervously as he approaches. Lev locks the house and takes his time. Yes, he says when he's really close. Yes, I think my car is here. It was in for repair at the workshop in Beartown, and when I called this morning to ask if it was ready, they said someone had already collected it and that it was going to be dropped off here. Lev looks around with a degree of wariness. Someone collected your car and dropped it off here. Yes, that's what he said. Who? The man at the workshop. In Beartown? Yes. Lev doesn't take his eyes off the man in the suit. What sort of car is it? It's black, the man in the suit says, clearing his throat. Lev nods expressionlessly. Okay, we'll go and look. Yes, he says, showing the man in through the gate. No, that's okay, I can come back. The man splutters, but Lev insists. Come on, nothing to worry about. We're not murderers or thieves, even if that's what you've heard. Yes. There's only one way in. The fence is high and crowned with security cameras, and there's a smell of burning inside. Lev trudges through the fresh snow. The man in the suit pads after him. They meet a large man with a thick beard and a thin t-shirt, and Lev mutters instructions to him in a language the man in the suit can't place. The t-shirt disappears into a trailer, and Lev leads the man in the suit around the edge of the scrapyard. It's bigger than you'd imagine from the outside, but even so the man in the suit only sees a fraction of what's actually in there. Is it here? Lev wonders when they've followed the fence all the way around, past rows of wrecked cars and unidentifiable piles of scrap metal. The man in the suit shakes his head anxiously. Lev's eyes are narrower now, his neck stiffer. The man in the t-shirt comes back from the trailer. Has anyone been here overnight? Did the alarm go off? Lev asks him. The man in the t-shirt shakes his head grimly. Lev turns toward the man in the suit. What's your job? Sorry, your job. The man swallows hard. I run the funeral parlor in Beartown. Lev steps closer to him. Tell me what he said. Yes. The man you spoke to on the phone, he said you had to pick the car up here. The man flinches at every syllable and shakes his head. No, he said your name. He said, it's at Lev's. Lev has already started to walk. Wait here, yes. The man in the suit does as he's told. Lev leaves the scrapyard and walks the short distance back to his house. The front door is open even though he's sure he locked it before he left. On the kitchen table is an empty beer glass from the Bearskin pub, and beside it some car keys. Lev looks out through the window at the small yard behind the house. One section of fencing has been removed. It must have taken several men, working extremely fast. This is how they let you know that they're everywhere, that they can reach you anywhere, that they can get you whenever they want. It isn't a subtle threat. Timu isn't a subtle man. He's left the hearse in the middle of Lev's yard. 41 trouble afterward. Naturally, there are 100 different versions of what happens now, depending on who you ask. And as usual, most of the stories won't be about what actually happened, but about what people felt happened. It felt as if every conflict between the two towns over the past 50 years exploded at once. For that reason, it isn't possible to determine how much was planned, how much was revenge, and how much was just a coincidence. The stories will eventually become so intertwined that if you tug at one tiny thread at one end, you tear open the stitches holding all our wounds together at the other end. But no matter who tells it and regardless of which side you're on, everyone will agree on one thing. The truce between Beartown and Hidi, if there has ever really been one, definitely comes to an end today. The entrance is crowded when Tess and her brothers walk in. There's already a murmur of trouble, just as, deep down, she was worried there would be. But if she had told the truth, her dad would have insisted on coming in with them, and then chaos would have been guaranteed. So Tess thought she could deal with it herself. That was stupid. She pulls her brothers with her toward the locker rooms. A boys' team from Beartown has just finished their training and are on their way off the ice down by the boards. Another team from Hidi are on their way in, and moms and dads from both sides are tugging and pushing their kids and equipment. Tess and her brothers have to elbow their way through, not because people are lining up for anything, but because a whole load of people have decided to pick today to mark their territory. As usual, the youngsters aren't even the worst. That's their parents. They're standing in groups all over the place with their thermos flasks and bags of snacks, pretending not to understand that they're in the way of the children from Hidi, even though they're obviously perfectly aware. How can anyone behave like this against children when they have children themselves? Tess thinks just as someone yells something and something hits Tuur on the head and he starts to cry. A moment later, a gang of players from Hidi starts singing something, then all the Beartown parents start shouting hysterically. "What happened, Tuur? What happened?" Tess shouts over all the noise, grabbing hold of Tobias and Ted so she doesn't lose them. The crush suddenly gets worse. The parents get aggressive. Tuur ends up terrified. Tess tries to pick him up, but can't when she's already carrying both his and her own bags. Adults stumble over her and she cries out when her legs buckle, and in a matter of seconds she's in full-blown panic. That's when she sees a fist as large as a snow shovel reach down into the pile of bodies and pick up Tuur, the bags, and her. "Come on," the round, carefree face that belongs to the fist says, and pulls first the 4 siblings after him, then any other red-clad children he can see. He parts the crowd of parents as if they were no more than curtains of flesh in front of him and shows them into one of the locker rooms. Once they're inside, Tess gasps from a mixture of breathlessness and fury and stares at him, and she draws 2 conclusions. 1, the boy is a giant. 2, he's wearing a green top. "Are you okay?" she asks her brothers. They nod. Tuur is frightened, Tobias is angry, but Ted is just staring at the giant in admiration. "I recognize you. Your name is Bobo, isn't it?" The giant blushes because he probably thinks his achievements as a hockey player have made him famous all the way to Hidi. "Yes, You know Amat, don't you? Is he here?" Ted interrupts, so enthusiastic that he's bouncing up and down. The giant squirms so uncomfortably that Tess feels sorry for him. He glances at her and says, "No, well, I don't really know. I don't think Amat is coming today. And the A team has changed their training time, so we won't be training until late this evening." "Can we stay and watch?" Ted wants to know. "Are you stupid? Stay here till this evening to watch Beartown," Tobias exclaims. Tess looks at Bobo apologetically. "Thanks for your help out there. My brothers are grateful too, but sadly they're not intelligent enough to express it. But you rescued us." The giant blushes so quickly and so deeply that he has to get down on his knees in front of Tuur so he doesn't have to look Tess in the eye, because he's afraid his face might actually burn up then. "Are you okay? There were a few stupid people out there, but I'm going to throw them out, okay? Not everyone in Beartown is like that. I promise we've got plenty of nice people in the rink who will look after you, so there's no need to be afraid, okay?" he asks the boy. "The stupid ones can go to hell," Tuur replies instantly and gives Bobo a high five. "Tuur!" Tess exclaims, and Bobo can't stop laughing. He gets to his feet and glances at her, then says, I've got a younger brother and sister. It shows, she says with equal measures of admiration and criticism. He scratches his stubble absent-mindedly. He's 3 years older than Tess but feels younger. He's never seen eyes like hers. She looks at him as if she could just as easily start to laugh or scold him. Bobo's voice fails him when he opens his mouth. If Amat shows up, I promise I'll fetch your brother so he can meet him. And if any of you need anything, just shout for me. I won't be far away unless I'm in the cafeteria or something, but I'll still be, he stammers. You're quite easy to find, seeing as you're 5 yards tall and 7 yards wide. Tobias suggests in a gently mocking tone which earns him a kick on the shin from his sister. Thanks again, really, she says. Bobo smiles and nods, looking down at his shoes. I'm sorry some people are stupid here, but we're not all like that, he promises. Nor are we, she replies. They both feel like liars. There are still a lot of people out in the hall, but during the hours that follow, everyone calms down, first the youngsters and then their parents. The age groups from the respective clubs share time on the ice. Ted trains with his team in one half while Beartown's boys use the other half. Then Ture trains with the other 7-year-olds, and finally Tobias trains with the 15-year-olds. After them, it's the turn of the figure skaters. The last thing Tess says to Tobias before she heads toward the ice is, "Take Ted and Ture and wait in the locker room, and don't get into any trouble. We'll be going home as soon as my training session's over." A few minutes later, Bobo is buying an ice cream in the cafeteria when someone comes in and yells, "A massive fight's broken out down there, Bobo. It was that crazy bitch who started it. Everything happened so fast." So many different stories will be told about what happened in the ice rink that day, and none of them will be the whole truth. In Beartown, for instance, a lot of people will leave out the bit about 4 siblings arriving at the rink and Ture getting a bottle top thrown at his head, and someone else yelling, "He bitches," at Tess. She grabbed hold of Ture to stop him getting trampled, and tried to grab Tobias to stop him fighting, and only just managed to get hold of them both. But it didn't help because the corridor was full of other teenagers from Hidi. Some of them started to hum a tune, and soon all the others joined in. When this story is told in Hidi, a striking number of people will omit the fact that the tune was the one Hidi supporters used when they sang their Beartown Rapists song 2 years ago, when the truth about Kevin had just come out and the hatred between the clubs was at its worst. A lot of people in Hidi will also forget to mention that there were candles in the corridor outside the locker rooms, beneath a photograph of Ramona, and that a couple of hours after the first scuffle by the entrance, a boy from Hidi kicked them over. In return, many people in Beartown skip over the bit where the mother of a boy on the Beartown's boys team had already grabbed hold of a 17-year-old figure skater from Hidi, just as she was about to lead her little girls onto the ice, because the mother claimed it wasn't their turn. In Hidi, people will laugh and say she picked the wrong 17-year-old to act tough against, because her name is Tess and she's Johnny and Hannah's daughter. She may have a longer fuse than her brothers, but there's still a hell of a lot of powder packed inside her. In Beartown, people will pretend to be appalled and claim that this Tess shoved the mother. In Hidi, people will say the mother grabbed hold of her first, that Tess merely pulled herself free, and the mother lost her balance and fell on her backside. In Beartown, people will say that Tess's 15-year-old brother came storming out of the locker room at the same time and kicked over all the candles beneath Ramona's picture. In Hidi, people will claim that he had just heard that someone had attacked his sister and rushed out to defend her, and that he didn't even see the candles. It is often said that history is written by the winners, but there are no winners here. When Bobo hears what's happening, he rushes down from the cafeteria and clears the corridor of wildly flailing 15-year-olds, trying as well as he can to throw the green ones one way and the red ones the other. But they aren't the people he's most worried about. After the first tussle in the rink today, someone made a phone call, and a short, while later a handful of black jackets turned up and took up position in the stands at one end of the rink. Only the youngest members of the pack have appeared so far, the runners, but Bobo knows the older and more dangerous members are only a text message away. If Timu and his closest associates show up in the middle of all this, Bobo isn't confident that everyone in the ice rink will leave it on their feet. "Come on, we'd better go," he says quickly to Tess, and she can see in his eyes that he isn't frightened for himself. "Toby, Ted, Ture." She calls at once to her brothers and pulls them with her through the rink and out into the parking lot, and sends her dad a text at the same time. "Training finished early. Can you pick us up right away?" She knows better than to say that there's been trouble. She did that once when she was at a birthday party when she was 12, and he turned up with 6 other firemen and looked like he was going to kill any boy who so much as looked at her. Breathless, she turns to Bobo. He looks embarrassed, as if all this was his fault. She almost starts laughing. I like the fact that you broke things up, that you didn't hit anyone," she says. "I'm not much good at fighting. I'm just big," Bobo smiles shyly. "Good. I don't like people who are good at fighting," she says. Bobo doesn't know where to look, so he spins almost all the way around to avoid having to look her in the eye. Instead, he catches sight of Tobias, who has a serious black eye, so Bobo hands him his ice cream to hold against the swelling. It probably says quite a lot about Bobo that he was able to break up the fight in there without dropping his ice cream. It also says quite a lot about him that someone who likes ice cream as much as he does is prepared to give one away to Tess's younger brother. "How's your eye?" he asks. "Fine," Tobias mutters, still raging. "What about your knuckles?" Bobo asks with a trace of a smile that vanishes instantly when Tess glares at him. "They hurt like hell," Tobias grins weakly. "I told you not to get into any trouble," Tess hisses. "You were the one who got into trouble. I just came out to help you," Tobias snaps back. Ted just stands there completely silent, glancing over at the entrance to the rink. All the other kids from Hidi are streaming out into the parking lot. The entrance is full of green-clad kids shouting "Hidi bitches," and worse. It's clear that they'd like to come over to Tobias and finish what they started, but not while Bobo is standing here. "You should go back inside now," Tess says when she sees the van coming. Johnny is driving as if he'd just stolen it. "Are you sure?" "I can," Bobo begins. "Believe me, I'm not worried about anything happening to us when Dad arrives. I'm worried about what Dad would do inside the rink if we don't get him away from here right away," Tess replies. She's right. It takes all her powers of persuasion and all Ture's frightened glances to stop her dad grabbing the first weapon he can find and taking on everyone who attacked his kids. He weighs 3 times as much as Tess, but she still manages to hold him back. She can see it so clearly in his eyes, that thing that some men have, that inability to see other people as people when he's angry, so she persuades him by summoning the only thing she knows is stronger than his violence: his instinct to protect. "Dad, Dad. Listen, we need to get all the kids from Hidi home. We need to get everyone away from here before anything else happens. Do you hear me? You need to take care of all the kids here." Johnny's shoulders finally sink. He looks around at all the frightened, confused youngsters in red tops, standing in groups in the parking lot. There are a handful of adults there too, coaches and a few parents, but they look almost as frightened as the children. Johnny glances over at the entrance to the rink. A Beartown guy of around 20 is standing in the middle of it. He has a round, kind face, and a build so solid that it looks as if he's single-handedly holding back all the green-clad idiots inside. Johnny takes out his phone and calls all his colleagues, and not long after that, car after car from Hidi comes screeching in from the forest. Everything could have gotten completely out of hand from that point, but before any of the men in the cars had time to jump out and think about causing more trouble, Tess and Johnny have shepherded the kids from Hidi into all the back seats, and force them to drive away again. They soon empty the parking lot. Johnny and his children wait until last before they follow the others. Tess puts Springsteen on the stereo and puts her hand on her dad's arm. In the rearview mirror she sees Bobo, still blocking the doorway to the rink. Not a single person has managed to get out past him, but not even he can stop them making phone calls. Johnny, Tess, and the boys are silent all the way to the boundary between Beartown and the forest. There was hardly time for it to get light today before it gets dark again. The days are shrinking fast now, yet still the figures are clearly visible in the gloom. Beside the signs on either side of the road stand a dozen men in black jackets, all masked apart from Timu. He stares into the van as it passes. Johnny has never spoken to him, but of course he knows who he is. Everyone in Hidi knows. He's the person they warn their children about whenever there's a local sports match. And now Timu knows who Johnny is too. As the vehicle rolls into the forest, one of the men next to Timu throws a glass bottle, which shatters against the rear door, a final parting gift. The noise makes the other three siblings jump, and Chior starts to cry, but Tobias doesn't so much as raise an eyebrow. "Didn't I say, everyone there hates us?" he merely declares. Then he leans his head back and closes his eyes. 2 minutes later he's snoring. Their mother always says this is Tobias's real talent in life, that he can fall asleep anywhere at any time, just like his dad. 42 goalkeepers Tails is on the phone to the politicians on the council when he hears about the fight down at the ice rink. He hurries over there, but by the time he arrives the rink is almost empty. Everyone from Hidi has gone home, and the trouble seemed to end as abruptly as it began. A few dads of boys on Beartown's youngest team are still drifting about, telling one another what they'd do if any of them dared to show their faces here again. But as usual, it isn't the men who talk who you need to be afraid of here. The caretaker throws them out when it's almost time for the A-team's training session. They'll have to go home and act tough to Shadows instead. Tails takes a nervous turn around the rink without really knowing what he's looking for. Then he sits down at the top of the stands and watches the A-team's training, and thinks. The rings under his eyes look like someone spilled a fizzy drink on a suede jacket. He's normally good at concealing his anxiety, but today he's so bad at it that the caretaker suffers an attack of sympathy and goes up and gives him a paper cup full of really bad coffee and says, "Cheer up, Bambi. You look like someone stole your butter and rammed your money up your ass. This is hardly the first time there's been a fight in this rink, is it?" Tails loosens his tie so that his thick neck can settle in more comfortable folds. No, but it's different now. There's more at risk." "Oh, so those rumors are true for once. It's a badly kept secret, that one. So the politicians are going to try to merge the two clubs again." Tails doesn't even try to deny it. There's no longer any point. It isn't a merger of two clubs, it's the closure of one, either Hidi or Beartown. Can't be us, surely, when they haven't even got a rink over there. "No, more than anything, we have sponsors and a much better team," Tails nods, but without much conviction. "But," the caretaker prompts. Tails groans. "But there are politicians involved, and they don't know their ass from their elbow. They used to complain that we didn't have any money, and now that we've got money they're moaning about hooliganism. They're worried that if we're allowed to take over all Hidi's resources, there'll be trouble between the supporters. So they've employed an advertising agency and have come up with an idea to shut down both clubs and start a new club here in Beartown with a new name." The caretaker almost spits out his coffee. "So, no Hidi hockey and no Beartown hockey. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What do you think I said? I've sat in a million meetings with those numbskulls over in the council building to make them see sense and save this club, and I've promised them that there won't be any more violence. And what do I hear today? That there's a riot going on in here, and that Timu and his bloody peasants' army have been standing in the forest throwing bottles at cars with families in them. How am I supposed to explain that? Well, the caretaker says nothing for a long time. Then he exclaims with a laugh, "Are you expecting me to answer that?" No, of course Tails isn't. He's just trying to think, and sometimes that works better if he can talk at the same time, so he raises the cup and says, "This isn't your headache. Thanks for the coffee. It was terrible as usual. How's the team looking?" The caretaker rocks his head from side to side and mutters, "Without Amat. Well, Zach'll better find a replacement for him, or else we'll be glad we've got a good goalie, because he's going to have his work cut out for him." Tails glances down at the ice and agrees. If they had a star on this team last season apart from Amat, it had to be the 19-year-old between the posts, the guy whose name half the town barely knows because they're so used to calling him Mumble. If he didn't like the nickname, no one would have known, of course, but he doesn't seem to have anything against it. His silence and talent have helped make it easier for the Beartown fans to like him, which is no mean feat considering that the goalkeeper he replaced was Vidar, who grew up in the standing area of the rink with his brother Timu. It's an even bigger achievement when you consider that Mumble is from Hidi. He had to swap teams when Vidar died in the car accident. Hidi didn't think he was good enough back then, but now they would have swapped half their A-team to have him back. Nothing gives Tails a stronger feeling of schadenfreude than thinking about how badly mistaken they were about that. There are always men who are utterly certain that they can tell which children will grow up to be the best players, but this sport can still shock us when it wants to. Yes, any team with him on goal stands a chance. He's got a winner's head. Tails nods. The caretaker inserts a portion of chewing tobacco in his cheek so large that it's hard to believe there was enough room for it in the tub. Yes, I've seen my fair share of odd guys stand on goal here over the years, but damn me if this one might not take the prize. Never says a word, not even when they win, doesn't even seem happy. It's like he just plays with a great big darkness inside him. All the best players have that, Tails replies, as if it was obvious. Really? The caretaker replies. Tails watches the goalkeeper down on the ice. Peter used to get beaten at home if he so much as spilled his milk. Benji didn't dare tell anyone he was gay. Amat is the cleaner son in the rich kid's sport. All the best players have a darkness inside them. That's why they end up the best. They think the darkness will disappear if they can just win enough times. The caretaker wonders quietly if Tails is talking about the players or himself with that last remark, but says nothing. He wonders if Tails was about to mention Kevin as well, to illustrate the same point, but says nothing about that either. Instead, he just pats Tails on the shoulder and says, "Chin up, Bambi. You'll think of a way to deal with the politicians. You always do." Tails sits there alone with the whole town on his shoulders. He's good at radiating self-confidence, but today he's wobbling. There's always been a struggle for resources in this forest. The politicians have talked about closing down one of the hockey clubs for decades, but the idea of shutting them both down and starting a new one is harder to defend against. "Isn't that what you wanted?" one politician asked in surprise earlier today, and Tails almost threw his phone at the wall. "I wanted you to shut Hidi down, not us," he roared back, only to be told, "What's the problem? I didn't think you were sentimental." It's a good thing he and Tails weren't in the same room, because then it would have been the politician hitting the wall rather than the phone. Not sentimental. Tails has lived here all his life, has played for the same club, built up the same town. If you don't have feelings for one particular place on the planet, you may as well live anywhere. Sentimental. Everything he's truly proud of achieving in his life is connected one way or another to Beartown hockey. If they change the name of his club, they erase his whole identity. He can't permit that. He needs to fight with everything he's got. And because he doesn't have time to come up with a brilliant plan, he comes up with a simple one instead. When the training session is over, he goes down to the boards and waits until Mumble comes out. Then, with a smile so big that it opens his whole face up into a great big hole, He offers to give the boy a lift back to Hd. "I just want to know you get home safely," he assures him. Mumble says nothing, but he probably already knows that isn't true. 43 brothers Johnny and Hannah sit up all night in their kitchen, arguing the way only the parents of young children can, really angrily but really quietly. Hannah is upset that Tobias got into a fight over in the ice rink, of course, but she's just as upset that Johnny isn't as upset with their son as she is. All of his anger is directed toward Beartown instead. He claims Tobias was fighting in self-defense, as if that justified everything. Deep down, Hannah is probably most annoyed that she can't help thinking he might be right. Johnny and the other firemen spent 2 hours in the garage drinking beer and peering at the engine of the van after they came back from Beartown. They didn't fix anything, of course, but they looked very sternly at the engine as if it could be talked into working properly. Hannah would have laughed at that if she hadn't heard what they were discussing, because she's heard that sort of discussion before. People often joke that firefighters in Hd are recruited straight from the ice rink, but it's only half a joke. Most of them used to play together, and the fire brigade just became their next locker room. If you argue with one, you argue with all of them. Hannah often teases Johnny about being terrified about any kind of change, and the fact that he wants the same food and the same brand of beer and the same armchair for his whole life, to which he usually mutters that she ought to be seriously fucking happy about that, because people who hate change tend not to change their wives either. That makes her laugh, and she can't resist saying, "Shall we go down to the barn and see who gets the most offers?" And that shuts him up. In fact, she dislikes change as much as he does, because when things don't need to be changed, you know that they work. And she needs to trust her colleagues at the hospital just as much as Johnny needs to trust his. They need to trust their neighbors because they babysit their children, and they need to trust their childhood friends because that's who they call when life gets messy. If they defend you, then you have to defend them. Hannah isn't an idiot. She's the first to admit that Johnny can sometimes be the stereotype of a backward-looking, conservative, prejudiced old guy, but sometimes he's right. Sometimes he defends the right things. So this is the worst kind of argument, when they understand each other. "You need to make sure your friends don't do anything stupid now," Hannah whispers across the kitchen table. He snaps back so fast that even she is forced onto the back foot. "Us. We're the ones who shouldn't do anything stupid. You know that one of the dads on Toby's team called the police when the trouble started today. And you know what they said? That they didn't have the resources to send anyone unless someone had been hurt. It was grown-ups who started this, Hannah. Grown-ups. If there's a single unlicensed hunter in the forest, the police can send 50 armed officers, but people can attack our children without any kind of punishment." She can see that he's having trouble holding his hand steady around his coffee cup. She's always said that 90% of his childhood friends are complete idiots, and most of them have kids on the hockey teams. And if those idiots don't trust society to protect their families, they'll do it themselves, and God help anyone on the other side if that happens. "I understand that you're angry. Don't you think I want to go over there and punch every last Beartown mom in the face? But we need to think of the kids," she retorts. "That's exactly what I am doing," he protests. "Is it?" "Tobias doesn't do what you say, he does what you do. You're his hero. How are you going to teach him it's wrong to fight if you do the same thing?" Hannah yelled at Tobias so hard when they got home that the windows rattled. Johnny just sat beside her in silence. Then it doesn't matter how loudly she shouts. "For God's sake, I can't tell him it's wrong to defend his sister. I'm not saying that, but we have to punish him. Surely you can see that. We can't let him think it's okay to start fights and get into trouble. We've told him off." "No, I was the only one who told him off. For God's sake, darling, he's going to be suspended from the hockey team. There's nothing we can do that would be worse than that," Johnny replies, the look on his face getting sadder and sadder, the coffee in his cup getting colder and colder. They sit in silence for something like 20 minutes. Then Johnny sullenly picks up his phone and lets her listen as he calls his colleagues and the other dads on the team, advising calm. He says they should all think on it, not start any unnecessary trouble. He hangs up and throws his arms out toward her as if to say, "Happy now," and she snorts irritably. "I'm so sick of having 5 children," then goes up to bed. He follows half an hour later. She can hear from his footsteps that he's feeling remorseful. It's long past midnight when she falls asleep, a long way from him, but when she wakes up early the next morning, his big arm is wrapped around her. She hopes she's managed to teach the kids that, at the very least, we might argue but we stick together. Tightly, 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 we stick together. Amat never shows up for the A-team's training session that evening. Zakel isn't surprised. Bobo is miserable about it, but he still walks home from the rink with easy strides, with his phone in his hand and a text from Tess that he reads 100 times. "Found your number online. It was a shit way to meet today, but I'm glad we did. Call me if you want." He calls. She sits on her bed and talks quietly so she doesn't wake her family. He makes her laugh. It's the best phone call of his life. It's late at night and the house is completely quiet when the door to Tobias's room is gently pushed open. Ted stands there whispering his brother's name without result, so eventually he pads in and tweaks Tobias's toes until he jerks awake. "What the?" Tobias wonders, still half asleep. "I just wanted to, say thank you for what you did," Ted whispers. Tobias yawns and sits up against the wall, making space for his younger brother on the bed. Ted's body is bigger than his 13 years, but his eyes are considerably younger. He's just a frightened little kid inside. Tobias boxes him gently on the shoulder. "No need, teddy bear, now back to bed with you." "You didn't have to do that," Ted whispers, looking unhappily at his brother's black eye. "Yes, I did," Tobias yawns. He got a serious telling off from his mother when he got home, the sort only she can dish out, but it was worth it. Everyone always assumes that Tobias starts fights, because it's usually true, but not this time. He wasn't the one who rushed out of the locker room in a blind rage when he heard that Tess was in trouble down in the stands. He actually did what his sister had told him: keep calm and make sure Ture was safe. It was Ted who lost it and ran out into the corridor, straight into 2 guys from Beartown. Tobias yelled at him to leave it, but Ted, sweet, kind, clumsy teddy bear, shoved one of the Beartown guys as hard as he could in the chest, out of pure instinct. Naturally, the guy shoved him back even harder, and Ted stumbled backward and accidentally kicked over the candles on the floor beneath that photograph of Ramona. He got to his feet, and even though he can't fight to save his life, he still tried to punch the first Beartown guy in the face. The second one tried to join in at once, of course, but found himself lying on the floor before he even got started. Tobias had emerged from the locker room, and unlike his brother, he's more than happy to fight. He floored the next guy who came running over as well, fully aware even then that he could forget any hope of trying to explain this to his mom. "Get back in the locker room and lock the door and take care of Ture. I'll get Tess," he yelled to Ted. Ted did as he was told, and Tobias began to collect black eyes and cracked knuckles outside. Then everything went the way that it did. "You didn't have to," Ted says once more beside him on the bed. "Yes, I did, because you'll get suspended from the team if they find out you were the one who threw the first punch," Tobias explains with a yawn. "But now you're suspended from your team instead," Ted persists unhappily. "Never mind. They can manage without me. You're important. You're the best player on your whole team. I'm like Dad," Tobias says calmly, moving one of his pillows onto the floor as if the matter was closed. "And I'm not," Ted whispers, hurt, because he thinks Tobias means that he isn't brave like their dad. Tobias looks seriously at his younger brother, reaches out one hand and takes a firm but affectionate grip of his ear. "What the hell, Ted? I'm just saying I'm like Dad." I'll play hockey for a few more years and then I'll get a normal job. I'll get married to someone around here and become the sort of man who does DIY around the house and fiddles with his car and drinks beer and tells tall stories in the barn on the weekends. That's enough for me. So what will I be then? Ted wonders. Tobias lies down on the floor, letting his younger brother sleep in his bed like he has 1,000 times before, and the big brother falls asleep instantly as usual. But just before he drifts off, he yawns out the truth. You can be what you want, teddy bear. Whatever you want. 44 wolves. Those of us who love sports don't always love sportsmen and women. Our love for them is conditional on them being on our side, playing on our team, competing in our colors. We can admire an opponent, but we never love them, not the way we love the ones who represent us, because when ours win, it feels like we win too. They become symbols of everything we ourselves want to be. The only problem is that sportsmen and women never get to choose if they want that. Mumble would much rather take the bus home to Hidi, but Tails is too important a man in this club for the boy to dare to turn down the offer of a lift from him. They cruise through the center of Beartown, insofar as Beartown can be said to have a center. It may look rundown now, but you have to see the potential. I promise you, anyone who invests in property here will be getting a good deal. This is going to be a prime location in a few years. Tails is explaining brightly, as if Mumble had any money to invest in anything at all. The 19-year-old nods cautiously and hopes that's what's expected of him. Tails interprets that as an indication of great interest and points enthusiastically through the window. Over there, near my supermarket, that's where we're going to build Beartown Business Park. Have you heard about that? It's going to be offices, but we're going to build housing as well. I can sort out a really nice apartment for you and your mom. What do you say to that? It's time to move out of Hidi, isn't it? You're one of us now. Mumble daren't contradict him, so Tails goes on eagerly. You know, I use you as an example when I'm trying to convince businesses in Hidi to take offices in Beartown instead. Everything gets better in Beartown, I say. Just look at our goalkeeper. No one in Hidi could see your talent, but with us you've become a superstar. Sometimes you just need a chance, don't you? A bit of self-belief. It's amazing what you can achieve then. Look at Beartown. A few years ago we were on the brink of bankruptcy, but now we have a freshly renovated rink and will soon have one of the biggest office and housing construction projects in this part of the country. One day we'll have an airport and an art gallery too, just you see. Big skiing competitions and a really big hockey academy. People don't believe me, but you know what I say to that. We should have been dead already. We shouldn't exist at all. But we're still here, and you know why. Because only towns with ambition survive. Mumble has heard the other players on the team make jokes at their sponsors' expense, but he's also noted that most of them have a certain respect for him. Tails talks a lot of shit, but he also gets a lot of shit done, and that's a quality everyone respects. That he wins. So perhaps he's right with that stuff about ambition, Mumble thinks. That if you just think about your world differently, it becomes different. Mumble wonders if that works with the past as well, if you can erase it through sheer force of will. He'd quite like to ask Tails, but nothing comes out. But much more comes out of Tails. Did you hear about the fight in the rink today? Mumble nods warily. Tails smiles so hard that his chins wobble. That's why I thought it best to drive you home, so we know that our star gets home safe. Mumble can't help thinking it would be safer for him to take the bus to Hidi rather than turn up there in a car with Beartown hockey stickers in the rear window. Are the players talking about the rumors of the clubs merging? Tails goes on to ask. Mumble gives a quick nod. He can't see any reason to lie. Tails's fingers clasp the wheel a bit tighter and he speaks more slowly. Slowly for him, anyway. It might be hard for you players to understand, but we might actually be stronger together. Do you understand? Mumble nods even though he isn't really sure that he does understand. All he wants is to play hockey. He wishes it wasn't so complicated. Tails hits the steering wheel with the palms of his hands in sudden delight. They need to be scared of us, you see. The big clubs in the big cities. In my time, back when I played, we loved the fact that they hated us. They said we were rednecks who couldn't play, so we embraced that. We played uglier and harder than they could even imagine. We used every trick we could think of. When their coaches used to drive along this road through the forest straight into the darkness, they were terrified. They felt like they were alone on the planet. That's why we won. And you know what? We're going to get those days back again. Think how good we could be with our best players combined with Hidee's best and the full support of the council. We can be a big club again. Mumble nods even though he's actually terrified, because he doesn't even know if there'd be room for him on a team like that. He's already come close to losing hockey once. He knows how small the margins are. He's always been a late developer, the last in his street to learn how to ride a bike, the last in his class to learn to read. It felt like he was the last kid in Hidee who learned how to skate. That's why he ended up on goal. 2 years ago he was too poor even to warrant a place there, so when Zakel gave him a chance here in Beartown instead, he thought she was teasing him. More than anything, he thought everyone would hate him because he was replacing Vidar. He was so nervous in his first few matches that he let in shots that were barely on target. On one occasion, Zakel made a gesture that he took to mean he was being replaced, but when he skated toward the bench she snorted in surprise. Replace you? When you're playing like this? No, you're going to have to stay out there and feel ashamed. Maybe that's how she's formed all her best hockey players. Mumble ponders now with the benefit of hindsight, by understanding that in most other clubs people simply don't feel ashamed enough. The next day Amat was the only player who was at the rink earlier than Mumble in the morning and later than him in the evening. And soon, they were training just as much and just as obsessed as each other. Mumble never dared ask if Amat wanted to train together, but Amat himself suggested it. He fired thousands of pucks from every possible angle every morning and evening, and Mumble couldn't have failed to become a good goalkeeper then, even if he wanted to. Soon the supporters were chanting his name, first the older ones in the seats, then even the younger crowd in the standing area, where Vidar's brother stood. Zakel offered Mumble the chance to play with Vidar's old number and Mumble refused, and that rumor spread to the pack. They loved him for that as much as the fact that he keeps getting shutouts. When he turned 18 last year, they gave him a hand-painted mask with the bear on one side and Vidar's initials on the other. Mumble had never received a gift from other men before in his whole life. After that, you couldn't have scored a goal against him with them in the stands behind him even if you'd been armed to the teeth. What do you say? Tails says loudly beside him, and Mumble has no idea how he should reply, so he takes a chance on a nod, and that seems to be the right decision. Exactly, Tails declares. They drive through the forest and he starts talking about which parts are owned by which people around here. But almost all of it belongs to the state, he points out. We don't even own the forest we live in, so who's going to look after us if we don't look after ourselves? A few miles in that direction the politicians are talking about building a wind farm, 200 yards tall. Do you know how noisy those monstrosities are? And do you imagine any of the money earned from the sale of that electricity will stay in this region? Hell, we won't even get the electricity. The government loves green electricity, but do you know where they don't want to build wind turbines? Where they live. That's why we have to develop our own infrastructure here. We need to grow, create jobs and capital so we can oppose decisions like that. People say I'm a capitalist, but I'm not. I'm just a realist. You know, capitalism's like a wolf. Mumble really doesn't know, but that doesn't matter. Tails is self-sustaining now. Do you know what the worst myth about wolves is? That they only take what they need. If you believe that, you've never seen what a wolf does when it gets into an enclosure. It doesn't take what it needs, it kills everything it can, and it doesn't stop until someone chases it away. The government doesn't understand that because they don't realize that wolves aren't our biggest threat. They are banning the hunting of predators. Sure, and who takes the hit from that? It sure as hell isn't the big cities. Building wind farms. Sure, and where do they build them? That's what I mean about merging the hockey clubs. Together we'd stand a chance. We're a district with bulls on one side and bears on the other, but sure as hell the wolves are everywhere. Mumble looks out of the car window. When he used to travel along this road in the bus as a child, he used to try to count all the trees. There was something comforting about that, he felt at the time, the fact that there were too many to count, too many for numbers to deal with. If he'd been better at not keeping his mouth shut, perhaps he would have told Tails what he had really learned from growing up in Hidi and playing hockey in Beartown. That for people in Hidi, Tails is the wolf. In Hidi, Beartown is the big city now. Tails goes on talking, but he's mostly just repeating himself now. Mumble still doesn't know why the man offered him a lift. He doesn't know that this isn't really about him. Tails just needed an excuse to drive to Hidi. The trees thin out. The forest opens up toward the end of the road. Tails's car rolls into Hidi, and he actually drives the last bit in silence. For several minutes. That must be a personal best. The streets are dark and deserted. Mumble is relieved about that. He hopes that the wrong people around here won't notice the bare stickers in the car's rear window. Tails slows down outside Mumble's mom's house, but he isn't in any hurry. Instead, he turns to Mumble and repeats his offer of arranging a nice big apartment for them over in Beartown. "Thanks," Mumble says, the first word he's managed to say in the whole conversation. Tails smiles broadly. "Now go and get some sleep. Training tomorrow." Mumble nods, grabs his bag, and gets out. He can see that several of the neighbors are already peering out at the street from behind their curtains. He hopes that Tails drives off quickly. Naturally, Tails doesn't hurry at all. Instead, he takes a quite extraordinary detour, giving himself little errands to all sorts of different parts of Hidi. He stops at a kiosk and buys a newspaper. He stops at a pizzeria and uses the bathroom. He even drives to the home of a businessman he knows and drinks a cup of coffee. They're old friends, have done a lot of business together, and by coincidence the businessman has recently received a very advantageous offer to rent an office over in Beartown, thanks to the help of his good friend. Now Tails needs a favor in return. He parks his car at the end of a dark cul-de-sac a short distance from the businessman's house. They spend a while drinking coffee in his kitchen, until they're sure the area is empty and quiet. Then they sneak out the back way together and grab a suitable-sized rock. The businessman keeps a lookout and Tails throws it. A short while later, Tails calls the police to say that his car has been vandalized. Naturally, the police don't have the time or the resources to drive out, but they file his complaint. It takes an hour for the local paper to find out about it and call him, which is actually 45 minutes longer than Tails was expecting. The night before Ramona's funeral is the first really cold one of the autumn. Not the first when the temperature falls below freezing, nor even the first with snow, just the first one that can't really be described in words, no matter how many years you've experienced it. The first one when you're already accustomed to it, when the cold feels normal rather than the exception. Summer is long dead, but tonight is when we lose our memory of it. The last light slides away and a sack is pulled over the town. Tomorrow suddenly, our fingers won't remember life without gloves. Our ears can't quite remember the sound of birdsong. And the soles of our feet have forgotten all about puddles that don't crunch when we step on them. The editor-in-chief of the local paper has experienced cold in many other places, but somehow it feels more raw here in the forest. It gets under your skin so that you never really thaw out. And if she didn't hate clichés so much, she might have said the same about the people. Her former colleagues far to the south thought she was crazy to take this job, and she can't really argue with them. A small operation with non-existent resources located in the middle of nowhere, and surrounded by a populace who seemed to bear an inherited hatred for her entire profession. So why did she do it? Well, why does anyone ever do anything? It was a challenge. It was difficult. When your whole identity is wrapped up in being a journalist, perhaps you naturally reach a point in life when only impossible battles feel worth the trouble. She puts her phone down. The office is dark and empty. The only person still working apart from her is her dad. He's still sitting where he's been sitting all day, squeezed in on a stool near the window with his heaps of paper and his marker. What was that about? He wonders curiously. The police have had a report of a vandalized car in Hidi. Apparently it belongs to Tails, she replies. He doesn't ask how she found out. People talk and rumors spread everywhere. It just happens a bit quicker here. The sponsor? Yes. His sarcastic whistle contorts his cheeks. What a huge coincidence that he of all people should be the victim of something like that today of all days. She tilts her head sarcastically. Dad, are you accusing Tails, an honest, law-abiding, tax-paying citizen, of lying? Her dad snorts. I don't know about lying. If you were to go around to his house, I'd guess that his car really has been vandalized. How it happened is a different matter. But you're not asking me if it's a lie, kid. You're asking me if you ought to publish it. She smiles with a sigh, a sound she's mastered better than anyone else he's ever met. It's news. We're a newspaper. You sound just like me. She isn't sure if he's saying that with pride or apologetically. No, I sound a bit like you. Now you sound like your mom. She smiles and sighs again. So you, who taught me that the only duty of journalism is to tell the truth, think I should publish something I'm fairly certain isn't true. Stop being silly and putting words in my mouth. Have you even called this Tails guy? No. So call him. Then you won't be publishing something that's happened. You'll be publishing his version of what happened. She leans back in her chair. I really don't know if I should be taking advice on ethics from you, Dad, she says. Her dad just laughs. And even if she's still angry with him for manipulating Maya Anderson into talking to him on the train, she understands his intentions. When she was little, she used to hear about how he had uncovered scandals and ruined powerful men's careers, but also their lives, their families, and their children's lives. It was his job to scrutinize those in power, but he was so good at it that the consequences were momentous even for the innocent, and she often wondered how he could sleep at night. The answer was both simple and complicated. His only loyalty was to the story being told. True ruthlessness always demands a belief in some sort of higher purpose. She honestly doesn't know if she can say the same about herself. Her mother used to say, "You're like your dad," whenever she wanted to hurt her daughter when she was small, but it became more and more of a compliment as the years passed. "You're the sort who always has to start a fight," she was told by her teachers, and in time she stopped feeling ashamed of that. Once she was thrown off of her soccer team for starting a fight with a girl on her own team who refused to admit that she'd touched the ball with her hand. Afterward, her mother just sighed. "You can't cope with cheating. That's your problem. You refuse to accept that the world is made up of gray areas." There's probably no better description of the girl who one day grew up to become editor-in-chief of a newspaper. Shall I come straight out and ask Tails about the accounts while I've got him on the line? What is it you usually say? Give the hornet's nest a bit of a kick. We probably won't get a better opportunity, will we? She asks her dad. They've discussed the ins and outs of the accounts with each other every moment since he arrived. He's read every line of every set of annual accounts for Beartown hockey, and he just keeps repeating, "There's something missing here, and here, and here." It isn't enough to find minor inconsistencies if you're going to go for a hockey club. You need to be able to prove blatant criminality, so they need to start by working out who is ultimately responsible. The council owns the ice rink. The members own the hockey club, but the sponsors have the money. And the guilt lies somewhere among all of them. Do it at the end. Let the poor bastard talk all about his vandalized car first. Her dad nods. She dials Tales's number. He's evidently expecting the call, fully aware of what he set in motion when he reported the vandalism to the police, but he's still surprised to hear her voice. The editor herself. They've had a few dealings with each other before. Tales isn't exactly the sort of man who holds back from calling the newsroom on a regular basis to correct stories he thinks they've got completely wrong. I just wanted to verify the rumor, she replies. What rumor? Tales says, well versed in the art of playing really stupid, but also with a trace of nervousness in his voice that doesn't escape her. He'd been hoping that one of the less experienced reporters would call. That your car was vandalized by hooligans in Hidi. Her dad smiles at the leading question. She puts her phone on speaker so he can hear Tales's humble, magnanimous reply. Someone, well, yes. Someone threw a stone through the windshield, yes. But I think it would be irresponsible to speculate about who it might have been. But you had a Beartown hockey sticker in the window, and you just given a lift home to a Beartown player who lives in Hidi, she persists. Tales pretends to think for a while before he replies. Yes, that's right. I was concerned that our player, he's very young, our goalkeeper, might be attacked on the bus otherwise. What made you think that? Sadly, parts of our ice rink were vandalized when youngsters from Hidi were there training. 2 of the boys on our junior team were actually assaulted. She takes some notes, glances at her dad. Then she asks, are you saying that parents in Beartown should be concerned for their children's safety? Tales lowers his voice dramatically. I don't want any parent to have to be concerned for their child's safety, no matter where they live. And I don't think any citizen should have to worry that their car might be vandalized because of a sticker in the window. In Beartown, we don't believe in violence and threats. We believe in cooperation and solidarity that goes for both local businesses and sports. I'd like to think that the inhabitants of Hidi want the same thing. You can print that. The journalist asks the question she knows he's been waiting for. There are various rumors that the council wants to close down both Hidi hockey and Beartown hockey and instead set up an entirely new club. Do you think these attacks have anything to do with those rumors? Tales pretends to think for a long time. The council can't close down a sporting association. It belongs to the members. She pretends to ask a critical question that really just gives him a chance to feel important. So you're saying that Beartown hockey, which plays in a rink owned by the council, doesn't need any money from the council? I think a lot of taxpayers will be happy to hear that. Tales's voice drops to a tone of affected sorrow. You know as well as I do that ice hockey gives far more back to the council than it costs. Just look at our youth program and our investment in girls' hockey. Is it right for those to be harmed by this? No, all I can say is that I hope that those in positions of power within the council don't let a few violent elements affect their decisions about our sport. There would be more than a hint of the mafia about this if our elected politicians decided to punish Beartown when we're the victims of vandalism and threats. I don't think people around here would accept that. With that, he thinks they're done. He thinks he's got her right where he wants her, but she just takes more notes and glances at her dad again. Her dad nods that it's time. Tales, while I've got you on the line, we're sitting here looking through Beartown hockey's annual accounts for the past few years. Tales falls so silent that she says, hello, to make sure he hasn't fallen off his chair. Well, that's what. Why are you doing that, if I might ask? We're a newspaper. News is our business. Yes, yes. But what do you think you're going to find there? Everything's been done correctly, I can assure you of that. So she begins to trap him in his own words. Really? How do you know that? You're not on the committee, are you? Sponsors aren't supposed to have any insight into the finances of a club owned by its members, surely. Especially not you, seeing as you were only recently investigated by the tax office. Tails loses his composure for a moment, which is unusual. Listen. Firstly, I haven't been found guilty of a single tax offense, and secondly, I have nothing to do with the club's accounts. So why are you getting so upset? I'm not getting up. Okay, look, I can tell that you're trying to dig up something negative. Why don't you write something positive for a change? Well, about our investment in girls' hockey, integration, our new statement of fundamental values. We've written about all that. Every article we've published in recent months has been positive. But now I just want to ask a few questions about the accounts. Tails is silent for longer than she's ever heard him be silent. Then he snarls. I don't know anything about that. I'm just a sponsor, as you pointed out. Her voice is mild but uncompromising. Perhaps you could find out from the committee who I should be talking to then. If the rumors about the council wanting to set up an entirely new club based on Beartown's position in the league are true, I'm fairly certain that external auditors will have to conduct a thorough review of all the club's finances. Yes. I'll check, Tails yells, but she can hear that he regrets it. His outburst has revealed plenty of sore points. She smiles. I appreciate that. Sorry to hear about your car. I'll write the article myself. It'll probably be online early tomorrow morning, so if you think of anything else you'd like to add, you can always let me know directly. Tails ends the call with an abrupt sure. She hangs up. What an asshole, her dad grunts. Oh, he's not so bad. He has a certain charm. A surprising number of these hockey guys do, actually. I'm almost a tiny bit fond of them. Are you serious? Yes, they remind me of you, she laughs. That's only partly a joke. She does actually have a degree of respect for Tails, just as she does for Peter Anderson. They're fighting for something invisible, passionate about their club and their town. She finds it hard not to feel sympathetic about that. For good and ill, it's always the other sort of people, the ones who aren't crazy about anything at all, that she has trouble identifying with. Asshole, her dad repeats. So what do you think, she wonders. About which part of it? Should I write about his car? Of course, it's news. She drums her fingers thoughtfully against her temples. So what do you make of Tails? Her dad folds his hands on his stomach. I think he's in a bind. I don't think he's used to losing, and assholes like him can turn dangerous then. But you've kicked the hornet's nest now, so we'll see what comes out. You were the one who told me to kick it. What do you listen to me for? I'm crazy, she bursts out laughing. So does he. How much is missing from the accounts? She asks. He pushes his glasses up onto his forehead and gestures to his piles of paper. Loads. There's nothing obvious unless you look really closely. They've covered their tracks pretty well, but just from what I've uncovered so far, I'd say that Beartown Hockey has spent several $100,000 in the past 2 years, whose origins no one can quite explain. The factory signed up as a sponsor, of course, but I've checked their bank transfers, and they're much lower than the accounts claim. So the money's coming in, but it's coming from somewhere else. Do you follow? You think it's black market money. Well, I think it's seriously bloody gray. Some of this looks like money laundering. Several people on the committee of the council's property company have also been on the committee of Beartown Hockey, and now they're doing business together. There's a consultancy firm over in that pile as well. It's owned by a local construction company that does business with the council, and they've spontaneously transferred money to Beartown Hockey in a way that looks seriously murky. I need to dig deeper into all of that, but take a look at this. I think this is the really big deal. Have you heard about this training facility? What training facility? Yes, that's what I was wondering. The council bought it from Beartown Hockey a couple of years ago. I've got hold of an email that an official at the council sent to the club about it, but I can't find any other information about the purchase. All the documentation is gone. The frown on the editor-in-chief's brow deepens. Money laundering, corruption. If just half of what you're saying is true, the club could be demoted by the Hockey Federation. It might even face bankruptcy. Her dad looks at her very seriously. Kid, if this is true, people are going to end up in prison. Peter Anderson first and foremost because his name is on all the documents, and by some massive bloody coincidence he just happens to be childhood friends with that Tails. How much smoke do you need before you believe there's a fire? She leans back in her chair and stares up at the ceiling. Then she mutters, "We need to dig deeper." Her dad does something very, very unusual at this. He hesitates. "First I have to ask, kid. Are you sure you're doing this for the right reasons?" "You're asking me that." He nods slowly. He hasn't had a drink since he arrived, and sobriety is gnawing away at him, but he's made up his mind that he needs to give her everything he's got one last time. "You're not like me. You can't just switch off your conscience. So if you're only doing this because you want to win, let it be. Because if I dig into this, Peter and Tails are first in line to get covered in shit, and I thought you said you like them." Her voice cracks so badly that she feels embarrassed. She can hear how she sounds like a young child clenching her fists after a soccer match when she blurts out, I do. Sure, they've done a lot of good for sports, for the town, but what does sports matter if there's no justice? What's a community? If they've built this club on lies and dodgy deals, then it's cheating, Dad. And if we let them get away with it, what does that make us? There's no justice. None that applies to everyone anyway, at least not here. Mateo learned that early in life. He's 14 now, and his sister always told him that this age was the worst, that people were at their worst then. She said he just had to survive these years. But of course she was the one who didn't do that. She said he could be anything he wanted to be, but he can't now, because he wants to be happy. He used to love drawing, so in the past few days he's tried to draw her, but he can no longer remember her inconsistencies. He can only see her as if she were made of porcelain. Hair carved out of wood, eyes like a dolless. He draws her as if someone were describing her to him. His parents arrive home late in the evening before the funeral. They don't say anything, just come in as if they'd only been to church or the supermarket. His sister is lying in a box on the chest of drawers in the hall. He sneaks out and picks it up carefully, but it's too light. There can't be room for her in there. She was big, with a laugh that could fill hallways, a sense of humor that could lift the roofs off buildings. His mother calls from the kitchen and Mateo almost drops the box. "Don't you want to call one of your school friends and go out for a bike ride, Mateo?" Mateo swallows, and it feels like he has lumps of ice in his lungs. His sister always used to say that their mother lived in a fantasy world, that she was like one of those funny photographs where you stand behind a board and stick your head through a hole so that your face ends up on a cartoon character of a lion or a fat old lady. That's what life is like for her. She just sticks our heads onto whatever she dreams that we are, his sister said, and it used to make Mateo so angry. Not at his sister, but at the injustice. He's never had a friend. He's never called a single classmate. His mother has just seen other children riding their bikes out in the street and assumes that's the sort of thing he does too. "Yes, Mom," he calls. "It's snowing outside and icy cold in here, because from time to time she gets it into her head that the air is stale and throws all the windows wide open for several days, as if she were airing out everything that's wrong. She's standing in the kitchen baking, the way she always does when she doesn't want to look at anyone. His dad is sitting in another room with his books, because he lives in a different sort of fantasy, one where he can just switch off and not have to feel anything at all. You say we have to be God's servants, but that's just another word for slaves. Mateo's sister once yelled at them, and that upset their mother so much that her whole body just shook and she clapped her hands over her ears and screamed. Mateo spent the whole night hugging her, and the following morning his sister apologized to him. That night she whispered, "They never speak out about anything to anyone, Mateo. Not their bosses, not people in the church, not God. They just back down and obey and accept that we have to live like this. All the damn rules and prohibitions and never having any money, is that how you want to live? Don't you want more than this?" Mateo didn't know what to say to that. He'd never considered the possibility that there might be alternatives, but he understood why his sister started drinking, because it was a way to escape being here. Not long after that, their mother found alcohol and skimpy underwear in her room, and that was the first time Mateo heard the word whore inside the house. Their mother prayed for her daughter's soul every night, loudly so she would hear, so her daughter stopped coming home. Mateo was too young to understand everything that happened in those last few months, all the things she was subjected to. But after she disappeared abroad, he went and shut himself away in her wardrobe, breathing her in until he fell asleep. When he woke up tucked away in the far corner, he scratched his cheek on something sharp on the floor, the corner of her diary. That was how he found out about everything. That's why he knows that even though she might have died in another country, and the police said it was because of the drugs, that isn't actually true. She was murdered here in Beartown. The people here killed her. Her heart broke into so many splinters that they were spread across the whole world. Now her parents aren't even going to have her buried in the church they attend, the one that's several hours away. They're going to get it done in the church here in Beartown, the one they've always turned their noses up at. That way they won't have to tell anyone in their own church that their daughter died of an overdose abroad. They can just pretend that she's still alive, traveling around somewhere out there, still sending postcards. Mateo has hidden her diary in the same place where he hides his computer, behind the broken tumble dryer in the basement. He's only read it once, but he remembers every word, every exclamation mark, every bubble in the paper left by the tears she cried as she was writing it. No one believes me, because if you mess with one guy here, you owe them all. Messed up democracy, Beartown style. Only virgins can get assaulted here. Why would the police believe me when even my own mother doesn't? Whore, 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 I'm just a whore, whore, whore to her, and all the others, so I can't be assaulted because you can't assault a whore. Not here. It's been 2.5 years since she packed her bag and lied about the church she was going to and just disappeared. She actually left Beartown shortly after Maya Anderson was assaulted by Kevin Erdahl, but not even when the whole town was suddenly talking about sexual violence every second of every day did Mateo hear his own parents mention a single word about it. For a short while he wondered if they were ashamed, if they regretted not believing their daughter, but that passed when he saw what happened to Maya. She got her justice, her retribution, her revenge, didn't she? It didn't take that much, did it? No. Not much at all. It only took one witness, that Amat, who eventually plucked up the courage to say what had happened in a town where that meant he was immediately beaten up and assaulted by the perpetrator's friends. It only took the whole Anderson family sticking together when the entire town turned against them. It only took Maya going to the hospital and undergoing all sorts of terrible tests, and her filing a complaint with the police that just led to humiliating speculation that she'd taken drugs, and maybe she'd been sending out ambiguous signals. And did she actually understand that this could actually ruin Kevin's career? It only took hundreds of anonymous comments online saying that she was obviously lying and just wanted attention, and that everyone knew she was the one who fancied Kevin and not the other way around, and that she was too drunk to be assaulted anyway, and that she was just a whore who deserved what happened and that someone ought to murder her. That was all it took. It only took Maya's father almost losing his job and the whole hockey club almost going bankrupt. It only took evidence and witnesses and money and powerful friends and a trial. And after all that, Kevin still wasn't convicted. His family just moved away, and then everyone pretended nothing had happened, and somehow that was supposed to be seen as justice. One tiny little ounce of retribution, that's what Maya had to make do with, and all that took was everything. Absolutely everything. So what chance would Mateo's sister have had? None at all. Mateo didn't understand why she left home until he found her diary. Now he wishes he'd never found it, that he didn't have to live in her darkness. He had hoped so desperately that she could be free far away, but now he knows that the guys in this town had already created a prison. They left chains inside her that she could never escape. Mateo is only 14, but his parents are servants. They will never avenge her, so he'll have to do that now. He takes a small pen from his school bag and draws carefully, a small butterfly on the box she's lying in. Then he goes out and rides his bicycle in the snow, under the street lamps. When his mother sees him through the window, he waves, and she waves back. Sunday arrives. Ramona's funeral doesn't honor her memory at all. She expressly told these bastards while she was alive that they could feed the pigs or fertilize the flowers with her when she was done with this earthly life, as long as they didn't make a fuss and invite a load more bastards who would just have to stand there pretending to be sad. No one listened to her, as usual. The whole town attends the funeral. Benji is woken early by Audrey. The dogs get their food first, then the humans. They eat in silence standing at the kitchen counter. Benji barely manages to eat anything. His body isn't used to waking up at dawn. That's usually bedtime. Audrey forces coffee into him and lays out his only suit. It barely stretched across his shoulders and chest when he left Beartown 2 years ago, but now it's too big for him. Audrey has polished their father's old smart shoes and left them in the hall. She gives him a white tie that she bought specially, and Benji can't be bothered to protest. A white tie is only for family members at funerals, but Audrey doesn't care what Benji thinks about that, or anything else for that matter. He wasn't even asked where he wanted to stay when he arrived home. His sisters just decided for him. He ended up with Audrey because Keisha only has a small apartment and Gaby doesn't have room now that their mother isn't well and has moved in with her. The idea of Benji living on his own isn't even discussed. He can travel right around the world as many times as he likes. But if you have 3 older sisters, you're never an adult. When daylight creeps above the treetops, Gaby and Keisha arrive, with their mother in the backseat, and Audrey and Benji squeeze in next to her. Their mother spends the whole journey brushing Benji's hair, against his will, and the sisters laugh so hard that the car rocks. That boy can bear a lot of pain, but horses are usually groomed more gently than he is now. Time is unreliable when it comes to those we love. When they leave us, it feels like a lifetime, as if they've become strangers, but the first morning after they come back, it feels like they've never been gone. The problem for Benji is that there are so many people who are about to catch sight of him for the first time now. So many people whose reactions he can't predict. There are only a few people at the church when he arrives at the churchyard with his mother and sisters. His mother takes a dozen foil-wrapped bowls out of the trunk, because no matter where she's going, she always has food with her. She and his sisters walk toward the gates and do what they always do, find something to help with. For a few moments they forget Benji, forget the looks that everyone else gives him, forget what he used to be in this town and what he became. So he's left standing by the car without really knowing what to do, aware of everyone walking past him, sneaking glances and whispering. His sweaty palms search desperately for something to occupy them, but he can barely light a cigarette. He suddenly wishes he'd never come home. Christ, he isn't ready for this. He sees men in black jackets over by the gate, Spider and a few of the others, Timu's closest men. They're standing there to make sure no one who shouldn't be there attends the funeral, and Benji doesn't know if he's one of them or one of the others. He used to be better at not letting other people see his insecurity, but those pounds aren't the only things he's lost in the years he's been away. The cigarette goes out between his fingers. Isn't that Benji? One little kid whispers to another a short distance away. God, he's so thin. Has he got AIDS or something? The other one whispers back and they giggle hysterically. A grown-up shushes them angrily and both kids throw their arms out and hiss. What? He is the gay one, isn't he? You said. Benji doesn't wait to hear the rest. He turns and walks off in the other direction, slipping on the thin covering of snow in his dad's best shoes. He doesn't know where he's going, just someplace where there aren't any people. The words, "Are you looking for something or running away from something?" echo in his head. A bartender on the other side of the world asked him that early on in his travels, and he didn't know what to say, so he said, "Both." He almost fell in love with that bartender. He almost fell in love with so many men over so many nights. But when the sun went up, he always found himself looking for his clothes on the floor, looking for a way out. He met a woman as well. She was a diving instructor who found him asleep on a jetty one morning. He couldn't quite place her faltering English accent, but they became good friends. Such good friends that one night, after he had spent a very long time trying to stare holes in the bottom of bottles, she smiled and said, in Swedish, "You're so easy to fall unhappily in love with because you don't fall in love. You're just unhappy." It was the first time in several months Benji had heard his own language. It turned out that the woman grew up just 300 miles from Beartown, practically around the corner. "Why didn't you say you were from home?" he asked. "Because then you'd never have talked to me, because you don't want to think about home at all," she replied. It was true. They spent all night talking in the language he had almost forgotten. She joined in with the songs the cover band was playing up on the stage, and Benji was drunk enough to close his eyes and believe he was back in the forest again, not by the sea. It wasn't the first time he felt homesick, just the first time he admitted it. The woman made him promise to stay with her for a while, and Benji promised, but he was soon packing his bag. It got easier and easier every time and moved on. In another town, he met a handsome young man who had a battered old boat, and they lived out on the water for weeks on end. But as soon as the man managed to get Benji to say something about himself, Benji was lost to him too. On their last night together, Benji lay on his back on the deck under the stars, as high as a kite, and told him how ice hockey felt. How it really felt, being one of those men down on the ice. Not one of the powerless men in the stands, the ones who could only shout and hope, but one of the ones who could really change things. Someone who could fight and bleed and win or lose everything. The handsome man lay beside him and gently touched the tattoo of the bear on Benji's arm. "Have you ever seen a real bear?" he asked. Benji rolled over and kissed him. The next morning the man woke up and the boat was empty. "Benji!" An angry voice shouts across the parking lot. Benji carries on walking. "Benji!" The voice roars again, and his name feels like gunshot pellets on the back of his neck. He stops like a rat trapped in a corner, turns around, ready for anything. The men in black jackets have left the gate and are walking straight toward him. He has been loved by them, but he's also been hated, the way only someone who has been loved can be, when they found out about all his secrets. Once he symbolized everything they wanted Beartown to be. Everyone feared him and he feared no one. He was just a boy then, but he was their man on the ice. Their warrior. Theirs. The roar that can rise up from a stand full of men in black jackets when you're full of adrenaline and throwing yourself at the plexiglass is something Benji has never felt anywhere else, because it doesn't exist anywhere else. How many times has he wished that he could have stayed there, that the truth had never come out? Warriors are supposed to love other men, not fall in love with them. Benji thought he had experienced every sort of silence on the planet, until the first time he walked into a room full of men making jokes about gay people, and everyone fell silent when they caught sight of him. He thought he had experienced every sort of hate, until HD supporters started throwing inappropriate objects onto the ice when he was playing, and he could see in the eyes of Beartown's most devoted supporters that he had shamed them. They hated him for that. He doesn't blame them. He understands that they have never been able to forgive him. "You're one of us." That may have been the last thing Timu said to him 2 years ago, but what does that mean now? Nothing. Benji was still a hockey player then. They still had some use for him. He was special. Now he's no one at all. He should never have come home. "Benji," Spider bellows, the craziest of all of them, not as a request but as an order to stand still. Benji doesn't move. He just lets the men approach. The first raises his hands, then the second. It happens so horribly fast and hurts so horribly much when they hug him, because his body is still covered with bruises from when he got beaten up at the airport. How the hell are you? Damn, it's good to have you home. Shit, you're thin. Are you anorexic now, you bastard? Spider exclaims, and the other men deluge him with insults that are actually compliments because that's their only way of communicating, apart from compliments that are actually insults. Then they talk about the elk hunt, about cars and rifles, the weather. Benji is still half expecting to be hit, but when it doesn't happen, his shoulders eventually relax and he says quietly, I'm sorry. He nods toward the churchyard, but Spider just laughs. Are you going to cry now? Do you think Ramona would have let you do that? She'd have beaten your skinny ass to splinters and then lit the fire with them until the whole town stank of ass. But there's incalculable loss in his eyes, in all the men's eyes. The skin of their faces is swollen with alcohol, drowned inside to stop them drowning in tears outside. They belonged to Ramona, she belonged to them. Most of them were closer to the old bag than their own parents. So even humor isn't a defense now, it's an act of defiance. You're not getting us, bastard grief. One of the men's girlfriends is calling from behind the cars that she needs help carrying chairs, because the church is going to be full. So the men go off at once, still talking to Benji as if it's obvious that he's going with them. So he does. They talk about hockey, but no one talks about Benji and hockey. No one asks if he's going to play again. Someone mentions that the council wants to try to merge the clubs, and Spider replies that they're welcome to try and we won't need any extra chairs at their funerals. At that, the girlfriend kicks her boyfriend's shin to get him to kick Spider. When Spider exclaims, "What did I say wrong now?" the girlfriend hisses. "Just remember who you're talking to because we're in a goddamn church." And of course Spider retorts with a grin. "Don't swear in church, Maddie." Oh, how they laugh, all of them, Benji included. They carry more chairs into the church and discuss girls and snow scooters, and none of the men in black jackets probably really know what they're doing. But there and then they give Benji the very finest gift you can give someone who always used to be special. They treat him as if he isn't special at all. Early on Sunday morning, one fireman phones another fireman to ask for a favor. Bengt is at one end, Johnny at the other. The latter is still upset about the fight at the ice rink, but his considerably older boss counsels calm. They're cut up about that Ramona's funeral. How would you feel? Let it lie for a few days. There are decent, sensible people over in Beartown too. Give them a chance to talk some sense into the worst idiots, and we'll see how everything looks before you grab a baseball bat and go over there looking for trouble. Reluctantly, Johnny promises to do as he says. Then they talk about the elk hunt. Almost all the firemen will miss it this year because their work clearing up after the storm doesn't leave room for anyone to take any time off. Just what we need right now, Bengt laughs. A load of restless idiots with fresh ammunition and nothing to shoot at. I'll talk to the guys again, calm them down as best I can, Johnny promises. Good, good. How are Hannah and the kids taking it all? The kids got home and were angry about everyone in Beartown, but Hannah was mostly angry with me. How it's supposed to be my fault, God only knows, but that's nothing unusual. Bengt laughs so hard he starts to cough. Sounds like my wife. Every morning I wake up and I'm already on minus points with her. If I do everything right all day, I might get back to zero, at the very most. And the next morning I wake back on bloody minus points just the same. Speaking about the wife, can I ask you for a favor? Didn't you just ask for one? Johnny points out. Yes, but my leg's in plaster and I can't drive and the wife's winter tires have arrived. Could you pick them up for me? Sure. Where from? From the trash bandits. The trash bandits, Johnny repeats skeptically. He hasn't been to the scrapyard since the new owner took over, but naturally his colleagues at the station have talked about it a lot. I wouldn't open my mouth there if I had gold fillings because you'd lose them before your tongue even noticed, was how one of his colleagues summarized his feelings, but Bengt replies calmly, cheap tires, nothing wrong with that. Do you want me to get a receipt? Johnny smiles. Probably best not to, Bengt laughs, but Johnny promises to pick them up. He drives the van through Hidi and stops at the scrapyard below the mountain. It's more a hill than a mountain, to be honest, but once things have been given a label in Hidi, it's hard to change. He gets out of the van without locking the door, his cell phone's lying on the passenger seat, and a fat man in a leather jacket standing a couple of yards away smiles thoughtfully. You're not going to lock your car, yes? Johnny raises his eyebrows. Why should I? The man doesn't take his eyes off him, still smiling, almost expectantly. Most people lock their cars here. There are rumors that we're thieves, haven't you heard? Maybe someone will take your phone, yes. Johnny looks into the car, then looks around the scrapyard, looks back at the man again, and replies calmly, tell one of your guys to try and we'll see what happens. The man bursts into a long, hearty chuckle and holds out his hand. Lev. Johnny, Johnny replies, shaking it hard. Lev nods at the t-shirt under Johnny's jacket with the badge of the fire brigade on the chest. Fireman, yes. Not afraid of fire, not afraid of thieves. What can I do for you? I'm here to pick up some tires for my boss, Johnny replies. Bengt, yes, very good, we'll fetch. How is his leg? Thanks, good, he's doing well, Johnny replies, a little surprised. Lev holds the palms of his hands up. People talk, yes, we heard about the accident. Hope he, how do you say, gets himself better, yes. Anything else? Johnny squirms, takes a deep breath, and gestures toward the van. This isn't running the way it should. The wife's complaining. Could you take a look and see if you have any replacement parts? He doesn't say he needs help fixing it. He still needs to feel that he can fix something himself, but he might as well buy replacement parts while he's here. Lev appears to evaluate him and the van for a while before he says, my mechanic will look. Takes half an hour. You drink coffee, yes? Johnny nods. Everyone drinks coffee, surely. Lev leads him away from the scrapyard toward a small house nearby, then goes into the kitchen and switches the coffee machine on. Johnny steps warily in after him. There's hardly any furniture. Lev has been living here for several months, but it still looks like it's occupied by someone ready to leave at a moment's notice. Johnny takes the mug Lev hands him. He feels he should make small talk but doesn't know where to begin. So he does what he usually does, looks around to find something he can use to change the subject, looks out of the window at the little yard at the back and exclaims, what happened there? There are several sections missing from the fence, and even if a bit of snow has fallen, the yard is clearly covered with muddy tire tracks. Lev puts so many lumps of sugar in his coffee that Johnny can't help thinking it will soon be more of a dessert than a drink. Then he replies, Timu Rinius. The pack. You know them, yes? Johnny nods, suspicious but curious. Of course. Timu wanted to give me a message. I don't think he likes telephones, so he left me a, what do you call them, a hearse. Lev gestures pointedly toward the destruction in the yard. Johnny peers at him. A hearse. The pack did that. What the hell had you done to them? Lev shrugs his shoulders in resignation. Business with Ramona. The woman who died. Yes, yes, she owed me money, yes. So I said I would buy the bearskin pub in place of the debt. This was Timu's response. Buy the bearskin, you said that to Timu. Johnny laughs because he would have paid good money to see the look on the idiot's face when that was proposed. No, I was, how do you say, a diplomat, yes. I went to Peter Anderson. Oh, Johnny mutters, his tone of voice giving away what he feels about that name. Your friends? Lev wonders with an uncertain smile. We used to play hockey against each other when we were younger. Yes, before he played in the NHL. Johnny drinks his coffee and licks his lips in an attempt to prevent the bitterness from seeping out, but it doesn't go very well. Long before that. We were only teenagers. I was never as good as him. Have you contacted the police about what Timu did? The tip of Lev's nose moves sadly from side to side. The police. No, police and lawyers, they don't work for people like me. They work for people like Peter Anderson. I went to him like a man. He and Timu responded with the hearse. Johnny looks out through the window, having some difficulty imagining that Peter Anderson, whatever else he might think of him, could be behind something like this. But people change, and these are strange times in both towns. We used to call Peter Jesus when we played Beartown, because everyone there thought he was the savior of the whole world. Always a bit better, a bit fancier than the rest of us. What are you going to do to him and Timu now then? Johnny regrets everything he's just said, but particularly that last question. Lev puts another sugar lump on his tongue before saying, "Nothing." Naturally, Johnny doesn't believe him. They finish their coffee in silence. Lev needs a spoon to get the last of it out of his mug. One of the men from the yard comes and knocks on the door, explains what's wrong with the van without Johnny really understanding, but without him quite being able to admit that. "Bank's tires are in the back, and reserve parts for you, yes," Lev translates. "What do I owe you?" Johnny wonders. "For a fireman, nothing, not worth mentioning." Lev replies calmly with a smile, and once again Johnny has no idea if he means that the replacement parts aren't worth mentioning, or if what Johnny now owes him isn't worth mentioning. "You should call the police," Johnny says, nodding toward the yard, mostly because he doesn't know what else to say. "No worries. I've lived in a Hidi and a Beartown many times, yes," Lev replies. Johnny scratches his head. "How do you mean?" Lev smiles benevolently and looks for the right words. "I've lived in towns like yours before, in many countries. People around here seem to believe that all immigrants are born in big cities, yes. But I was born in a Hidi. I'm a forest person like you. There's a Timu everywhere, a pack everywhere. They want to say to us, 'We're in charge, you must obey, you must back down.' Yes. And you're going to?" Johnny wonders, sounding more curious than he's really happy about. Lev tilts his head a little to one side. "You have a saying here, 'The only time I back away is when I'm taking speed.' Yes. The only time I back away is when I'm taking aim," Johnny corrects with a slight smile. Exactly. Lev nods. He holds out his hand. Johnny shakes it. Lev keeps hold of it a few moments longer than necessary and looks him in the eye. "If there's a fire, I'll call you, okay?" "Absolutely, if there's a fire, call me," Johnny laughs. "And if you need me, you call me, okay? What do you call it?" "Being neighborly, yes." Lev goes on without breaking eye contact. Johnny ought to be wary, he knows that, but instead he nods emphatically. As he walks away, he finds himself hoping really badly that Timu Rinius and Peter Anderson and all the other bastards over in Beartown have finally picked a fight with someone more dangerous than they can handle. He drives the van to Banks and unloads the tires. Then he goes home and lies to Hannah about where he bought the replacement parts. Otherwise there'd be a hell of a fuss about that as well. 49 Secret Smokers' marriage. There ought to be a different word for it once you've been married for enough years, when you've long since passed the point where it stopped feeling like a choice. "I no longer choose you every morning. That was a beautiful thing we said on our wedding day. I just can't imagine life without you now. We aren't freshly blooming flowers. We're two trees with intertwined roots. You've grown old within me." When you're young you believe that love is infatuation, but infatuation is simple. Any child can become infatuated, fall in love. But real love is a job for an adult. Love demands a whole person, all the best of you, all the worst. It has nothing to do with romance, because the hard part of a marriage isn't that I have to live seeing all your faults, but that you have to live with me seeing them. That I know everything about you now. Most people aren't brave enough to live without secrets. Everyone dreams about being invisible sometimes. No one dreams of being transparent. Marriage. There ought to be a different word for it after a while, because there's no such thing as eternal infatuation. Only love lasts that long, and it's never simple. It requires a whole person, everything you have. The whole lot. The children are making their own way to the funeral today, so the parents are on their own at home with everything they can't talk about. Kiera is standing outside the bedroom door, not daring to breathe, because Peter is sitting on the bed and they're trying to knot his black tie and crying. She backs away all the way to the staircase, then pretends she's just come upstairs and calls, "Do you want coffee, darling?" And he has time to wipe his tears and clear his throat and call back, "Yes, thanks, darling, I'll be right down." He comes down the stairs, his tie slightly too long. She isn't standing in his way and he walks past her as usual, but suddenly they bump into each other anyway. Her fingers find him, and she buttons his jacket to pretend that they're not just looking for closeness. He stops, almost dizzy, and they look past each other, because if they look each other in the eye right now, they would probably both crumble. It's been so long since they touched each other that her fingertips are enough. They're like electric shocks to him. She dares not rest the palms of her hands on his chest. "Dear Lord, how close you have to be to giving up each other to remember to fight for each other," she whispers. "Ramona would have been proud of you," he whispers back. "Are you?" She nods with heavy eyelids. What is she thinking there and then? Perhaps she'll never remember it again, or perhaps she'll always deny it, even to herself. There really ought to be a different word for marriage, but perhaps also a different word for divorce. One for when you're only almost there. When you want to whisper that "I don't know what I want, I just don't want it to be like this." A word for simply saying that "I can't bear it. I can't bear it if all we're going to do with each other is just bear it." Peter, she begins, and all the oxygen goes out of the room. She says Peter, not darling, and she pauses just long enough for him not to let her finish the sentence. So he quickly leans his forehead close to hers and whispers, "I love you." Her smile comes so fast, caught by the intensity in his eyes, his breath so close to hers, and then she says the same thing with such obviousness that they can both pretend she had never come close to saying anything different. "I love you too." It's been so long since they said that, but now it's very recent. Above all the other words for love, there ought to be one for this. One that says how many times we've come close to losing each other but turn back and start again. One for the very smallest things, the inches, when we brush past each other in the kitchen instead of only almost doing it. Something that says "I can't bear it. I can't bear it if you can't bear me. I can't bear it without you." They set off for the funeral together, and he doesn't let go of her hand the whole way. Anna's dad is awake, hungover but not yet drunk again. The old guys in his hunting team are standing in the yard, waiting to set off to the church with him. They're also sober for the funeral, but the whole thing is just a countdown to the first beer at the wake afterward. Anna and Maya are walking ahead of them on their own, Maya with her guitar still on her back. She's been home to change, and Anna immediately got annoyed because she'd dressed up. Maya pointed out that this was normal if you were going to a funeral, and Anna replied, "God, I hate the fact that you're attractive. It's the absolute worst thing about you. I need uglier friends." They cut through the patch of woodland just behind the houses on the edge of the heights and leave the men's voices behind. Only when they're really close does Maya realize that they're walking along the jogging track, that it was here that she waited for Kevin with the rifle. Anna seems to realize too. She's about to turn off, but Maya takes hold of her arm and leads her on. They pass the place where she squeezed the trigger, where Kevin wet himself when the gun clicked, and she dropped the cartridge she had never loaded on the ground in front of him. The two young women trample over the memories, and two invisible little girls pad after them. Because they're always walking behind us, the children we were before the worst that has happened. "I didn't know I'd feel like this," Maya says quietly when they're a few hundred yards farther on, when they can slow down and look out toward the lake and see almost the whole town. "How? That I'd still be this angry." Anna scrapes her shoe through the thin covering of snow and confesses, "I still dream of killing Kevin." "I wish you didn't. He isn't worth your dreams," Maya says. Anna scrapes her shoe harder. I dream about Vidar too, but those are better dreams now. Before I just dreamed about him dying, but now he's alive sometimes. He's an idiot, a complete moron, but well, he's alive. Maya takes her hand, Anna holds it tightly. They walk in silence for at least a quarter of an hour, reaching silent agreement on lengthy detours, but eventually and unavoidably they come close to the first houses. When they see the churchyard in the distance, Maya says, "I miss the light here. The way it changes when the days are at their shortest. It's as if you can see in the air how cold it is." Anna wrinkles her nose and snorts. "You sound like a tourist." "I am." Anna doesn't even laugh at that, so Maya has to tickle her to get her started. Then she can't stop until they're close to the churchyard and a boy is standing there alone, smoking. He's been carrying chairs all morning and is dressed in just his suit pants and a sweaty vest now, despite the cold. He's much thinner than they remember. Maya and Anna both have to stop themselves insulting each other for being too eager to give him a hug. So in the end, Maya just gives him a clumsy half hug, and Benji looks at her like she's crazy. She's missed that look. He's 20 years old now and has been through a lot, inside and out. But as soon as he smiles, he looks just like a teenage boy who climbs the tallest trees and carries the biggest secrets again. Most dangerous on the ice, most alone on the earth. "You look good," he compliments Maya when she lets go. "You look like shit," Maya laughs back. He turns to Anna and she hugs him first like a distant relative and then like the mast of a ship in a storm. There's no in-between with her. He grins. "Are you really walking unarmed through the streets? My sisters tell me you don't do anything but hunt these days, so I thought you'd have your rifle with you. Now who's going to protect me if there's a fight?" "Don't worry, I can take anyone here if they're stupid toward you," Anna grins back with her fists in the air. Maya sticks her own fists in her coat pockets. She's trying not to feel worried for her friends, but they're not making it easy for her. "Where have you been? I mean, where did you go?" she asks, nodding toward Benji's suntanned skin without saying anything about all the new scars on it. "Here and there, and now I'm here," he says carelessly. "I'm sorry about Ramona," Maya says sadly. He nods slowly but can't formulate a reply without his voice breaking. So he turns toward the gatepost where his white shirt and jacket are hanging and fishes out a white tie from the jacket pocket and holds it out to Maya, saying, "For your dad." "Are you kidding? He's only just managed to knot his own tie," she smiles. "He should have this," Benji insists. "Isn't white tie just for family?" Anna wonders. "He was family," Benji says. Maya takes the tie and clutches it so tightly that it ends up crumpled. Then she sees someone farther away, laughs, and exclaims, "Okay, is that my brother standing over there smoking in secret?" Anna peers at the 14-year-old boy, who really isn't as well hidden among the bare trees beyond the gravestones as he probably hopes. Then she lets out an impressed whistle just to scare the life out of her best friend. "Is that Leo? You're kidding, he's pretty hot now." "Stop it," Maya exclaims, and Anna bursts out laughing. "I don't think he's your type, Anna." "I'm not so sure about me, though," Benji points out, unconcerned, and Maya hits him on the arm as hard as she can. It doesn't really hurt, but unfortunately Anna hits his other arm out of solidarity, and his knees buckle a couple of inches as he whispers, "Are you taking steroids now, you psycho? You're the one who's lost all your muscle on some sandy beach somewhere, you ridiculous hippie," Anna grins. "See you inside, I need to shout at my brother," Maya declares and sets off toward the trees. Anna and Benji stay where they are and he pretends to be frightened and whimpers, "No, no, don't hit me again, not my face." When she shoves him playfully in his side, she giggles. "What about you, aren't you going to wear a tie?" He purses his lips. "Number ties are gay." Anna laughs so hard that she's practically grunting when she breathes in and blowing snot from her nose when she breathes out, and he laughs so hard at her laughter that he loses his breath. "Ruth, Ruth, Ruth, Ruth." No one here even knows her name. None of them will see her headstone and remember who she was. Ruth, Ruth, Ruth. Her name was Ruth, and Mateo hates everyone who doesn't know that, who doesn't remember. every last one of them. That morning he hides in the closet so his parents won't see his computer. He hooks up to the neighbor's Wi-Fi to watch a video of how to knot a tie. If Ruth had been here, she'd have helped him. He's never had anyone to ask but his sister. His dad has disappeared deep inside himself, and his mother is living inside postcards no one else can see. They haven't even given him a tie. He helped himself to one of his dad's. They won't notice he's wearing it because that would mean actually looking at him or speaking to him. The house was silent before they came home with Ruth, but it's even more silent now. The lack of words is worse than loneliness. Mateo wonders if his parents are so certain of their faith that they believe their daughter is in hell now. He wonders if they hope they end up there too, so they can see her again. He wonders if they're scared. He wonders if they cried their way silently through last night like he did. Ruth used to say that Mateo was too soft, then she would regret it instantly and assure him that that was the most beautiful thing about him. She was a good big sister. She would have followed him to hell if it was him in the box in the hall. She once said she hated the world because it forced children like him to become hard simply to survive. But then she saw that he got scared and ruffled his hair and said it was probably good to be soft, because then you didn't break when you fell. Like flower petals. Perhaps that's what happened to her. She grew hard, the way a rose that freezes to ice can be shattered with a hammer. In the car on the way to the churchyard, Mateo's mother looks out through the window, and the 3 surviving members of the family have the only conversation they will have all day. "Look, the flags at the ice rink are flying at half-mast," his mother says, surprised and almost proud, and that cuts Mateo up because of course that was all his sister wanted their mother to be while she was alive. It isn't for Ruth. It's for the woman who owned the pub. He therefore blurts out without thinking. The fear that his mother will get locked into one of her anxiety attacks, shaking and holding her ears, instantly washes over him. But her gaze merely disappears behind the shiny gauze of her fantasies, and she says happily, "I'm sure it's for both of them." It isn't. They don't even know her name, Mateo thinks, but all he whispers from the backseat is, "Yes, Mom, I'm sure it's for both of them." When they reach the churchyard, there are already people hurrying about in the parking lot. They're carrying boxes and crates, as if they were preparing for a rock concert rather than a funeral. Mateo recognizes a lot of them. Men from the hockey club. They aren't even aware that there are 2 funerals taking place today, and they couldn't care less. The priest meets them guiltily at the gate and asks Mateo's parents if they would consider holding the ceremony in the chapel rather than the church. As you can see, the church is being prepared for a large funeral, and they're carrying chairs in right now, so I thought it would be quieter for us in the chapel, because of course there aren't so many of us here for not even the priest remembers. Ruth. My sister's name was Ruth, Mateo whispers, but the priest doesn't hear him. It doesn't matter. The chapel is fine, his dad replies mildly with his head bowed. His mother doesn't appear to be listening at all. It all goes rather quickly. The priest reads from the Bible and Mateo doesn't need to open his to follow the text. He knows almost all the passages by heart. The only time his mother shows any emotion at all is when the priest at one point uses a more modern translation of one verse than his mother considers correct. She wrinkles her nose and snorts toward Mateo, and Mateo uses his whole face to let her know that he too thinks this is terrible. When it's all over, his parents stay in the chapel for a short while with the priest, and Mateo goes outside into the morning light again. "I hate you being dead because I can't talk to anyone else about death except you," he thinks, straight up toward the sky, and only then do the tears come, all at the same time. He sobs so hard he can't breathe, bent double. Then he starts to run, stumbling and tripping away from all the voices. He sinks down behind a tree beyond the gravestones and punches his thighs until they're covered with bruises and he loses the feeling in them. He closes his eyes and cries, and doesn't open them again until he detects the smell of smoke. A boy the same age as Mateo is standing, badly hidden, a few trees away. He's holding a cigarette like someone who's still working out how to hold it, trying out different grips with his fingers, inhaling the smoke through his mouth and breathing it out through his nose. Mateo recognizes the boy from school, but the boy never sees Mateo. Their skills at hiding are very different. They haven't spent the same amount of time practicing. Someone calls Leo from farther away, and the boy swears and drops the cigarette without bothering to stub it out. He steps out from among the trees and walks between the graves. A girl a few years older is walking toward him. "Are you smoking, Leo?" she hisses gleefully. "SHH, don't be a sneak, Maya. Don't say anything to Mom and Dad, okay? It'll cost you 2 cigarettes, little brother." She giggles and he swears and passes her the packet. They disappear toward the other end of the churchyard, walking close together, brother and sister, nudging each other in the side, laughing, irritating. Behind them, among the trees, Mateo bends down and picks up the cigarette Leo dropped. It's still alight. No one sees the lonely boy smoke it. 50 families. Kira notes that the parking lot is full when Peter turns in toward the church. He's just about to put the car in reverse and try to turn around to look for a space out on the road instead, when 2 teenage boys in black jackets whistle and gesticulate in his direction. One of them removes 3 red cones from a spot right next to the gate and waves to Peter to park there. "Timu told us to save the best space for you." The guys are careful to point out to Peter as he gets out, still surprised. They don't want a tip, they don't want praise, they just want Timu to know that they're reliable. Peter reaches for Kira's hand as she comes around the car, and it takes a moment for her to take his. He can tell she does it reluctantly. "Timu's guys," she says, an accusation as much as a question. "It's not like that, it's just," Peter begins, but he really doesn't know who he's trying to convince. "Dad." Maya saves him. She and Leo are walking toward them from the other direction, and she gives him a hug and hands him a white tie. "From Benji. I think white ties are only for family, Peter explains gently. "Your family," a voice replies from the churchyard gate. It's Timu. He's standing beside the priest. "Only in this town," Kira thinks, "only in this bloody town do you see hooligans and priests side by side." But when Peter glances at her, she nods and says with feigned encouragement, "You go ahead, darling. I'm going to see if there's anything I can help with." He goes, and she stands there watching her husband and the priest and the hooligan, freezing with abandonment. Then she detects the smell of cigarette smoke that's just settled on a jacket nearby, then something warm in her hand. Maya's fingers closing around hers. "I've missed you, Mom. Dear God." Kira almost walks back to the car and sits there instead. "Our children have no idea what they do to us." After they finish talking to the priest, Peter and Timu remain inside the church, surrounded by infernal noise, doors slamming, chairs scraping and clattering as they're set out along all the walls. The echo reminds them of an ice rink. "What happened with Lev? Have you talked?" Peter asks, as worried that he won't be heard over the noise as he is about being overheard. Timu looks at him as if to ask, "Do you really want to know?" And of course Peter really doesn't. But he feels he ought to know. "We left a message," Timu says. "Where?" Peter wonders. Timu scratches his freshly shaven chin and adjusts a few strands of hair in his perfect, swept-back hairstyle. Even his tie is impeccably knotted, white like Peter's. They could have been mistaken for father and son. "In his yard." Naturally, Peter regrets asking. He remembers his anger when he heard what Lev had done to Amat in the NHL draft. He remembers the barely veiled threats when Lev showed up at his house again. But he also remembers what the pack did to him.